Appraising treasures requires an eye for detail, yet he stands apart in his unique approach. A seemingly chance encounter with a small white dog unexpectedly sets him on a path toward ancient artifacts and precious relics. But is this creature truly a mere dog? And what connection might it have with a long-dormant tripod? An esteemed artifact that has lain silent for 2 millennia? Chapter 1. The Black Porcelain and the White Dog. As summer wanes into autumn, the morning dawns clear and still. Wu Duo is roused from his slumber by the cacophony of vendors downstairs, realizing he had neglected to close the window the previous night. A dull ache throbs in his head, a remnant of last night's revelry. How could he have indulged so excessively? Ah, yes, he had lost his job yesterday. After 6 months at the renowned Qishan pawn shop, his probationary period had ended without a transition to permanent status. Shaking his head to dispel the fog, he rises, splashes cold water on his face, brushes his teeth with warm water, and combs his hair, feeling considerably better. His stomach, however, protests with hunger that he decides to head downstairs for a bite to eat. The complex is an open-style community situated near the western outskirts of Qizhou City. Wu Duo occupies the top floor, a modest 50-square-meter one-bedroom apartment. It is a rental. Upon descending, he approaches a familiar couple's breakfast stall. Sister LV, they'll have 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 tea eggs, and a bowl of soy milk. Hey, little Wu, why the feast today? Grins brother LV, who is frying the dough sticks. Oh, let's not get into it. I was drunk last night and ended up vomiting everywhere. As soon as Wu Duo finishes his sentence, an elderly gentleman at a nearby table interjects. Little Wu, was that your mess? I told you to wait until you got home to throw up. I've spent the morning cleaning up your mess. The man is Mr. Su, Wu Duo's landlord and a solitary elder residing on the 5th floor, who owns both the 5th and 6th floors. Oh dear, Mr. Su, I didn't see you there. I thought ID made it to the bathroom before it happened. I sincerely apologize. Let me treat you to breakfast. This kid, if you want to treat me, you could have slipped me some money quietly. Saying it out loud just forces me to refuse. As Wu Duo opens his mouth to respond, Sister LV brings over the breakfast. What's going on, little Wu? Did you drink too much? Heartbroken, perhaps? Not at all, he replies, lifting the bowl and slurping a mouthful of soy milk. You, with that handsome face of yours, and yet you can't keep it together if you're not heartbroken. Who is? Mr. Su chimes in again. Sister LV bursts into laughter. Little Wu here relies on that handsome face of his. Cough, cough. Brother LV clears his throat. Sister LV leaves Wu Duo's table to join Brother LV, playfully pinching his arm. What's with the jealousy? Wu Duo silently chuckles. To be heartbroken, one must first have a partner. He swiftly finishes his breakfast and settles the bill before departing. Exiting the complex and reaching the roadside, Wu Duo spots a man in a hard hat crouching on the sidewalk, surrounded by 3 others. The man is squatting, a plastic bag laid before him, displaying a piece of black porcelain. The porcelain stands about 15 to 16 centimeters tall, with a wide mouth and a rounded belly. At first glance, Wu Duo immediately thinks of a spittoon, albeit a smaller version. The black spittoon is coated with dirt, yet appears intact, its exposed glaze gleaming with a somewhat metallic luster. The man rambles on, claiming this item was unearthed at a construction site. He admits ignorance, but asserts that since it was dug up, it must be ancient. He mentions that copper coins were also found at the site, including a Chongming Tongbao, rumored to date back to the Song dynasty. Among the gathered crowd, one bespectacled man, around 30, listens intently without a word, and nearby elderly lady with wide eyes occasionally interjects with questions. The last of the trio is an older gentleman, clad in a jacket over a white shirt, black trousers, and shoes, his hair thinning yet neatly arranged, resembling a retired official. Once the man finishes his spiel, the older gentleman offers his assessment, suggesting it resembles a Zun shape and appears to be of considerable age. After listening for a while, Wu Duo suspects this is likely a ruse. The man and the older gentleman are probably in cahoots. Having spent half a year in the pawn shop, Wu Duo has heard of such scams before, though this is his first encounter on the street. Moreover, this black spittoon lacks the dignified aura of a Zun. The glaze shines too brightly. This must be what they call thief's gloss. Previously, Wu Duo worked in the jewelry and jade department at the Qishan Pawn Shop's Appraisal Center. His university major was gemstone and material craftsmanship, and he possesses a GAC certification qualifying him in gem identification. Despite this, his passion for modern gemstones pales in comparison to his interest in antiques, and he has spent considerable time researching and exploring markets in his spare time. Nevertheless, he considers himself merely a novice, more adept at theoretical discussions than practical assessments. It seems the others are not easily fooled, as the bespectacled man and the elderly lady depart one after the other. Wu Duo intends to leave as well, but the older gentleman addresses him. Young man, have you discerned anything of interest? Are you speaking to me? Indeed. I noticed you observing for quite some time. Oh, I was just lost in thought. My apologies will be on my way. Wu Duo replies, avoiding further eye contact as he walks away. As he strolls. He contemplates taking a break today. He will resume his job search with renewed vigor tomorrow. While walking, he suddenly hears a series of yelps. Turning his head, he notices something stirring in the holly bushes by the roadside. Crouching down for a closer look, he discovers a small puppy trapped between two thicker branches. The branches are pinning the puppy's chest and belly. Its short legs flail helplessly, struggling with earnest effort, but to no avail that Wu Duo gently parts the branches. The puppy is entirely covered in white fur, not resembling a prize breed, but rather an ordinary mutt. With upright ears and round eyes, its pudgy form is undeniably adorable. Upon seeing Wu Duo approach, the little white dog opens its mouth wide and begins to bark energetically, revealing a few sharp baby teeth. It appears to be at least a month old. Don't worry, it'll help you. Captivated by the puppy's charm, Wu Duo carefully maneuvers the branches apart with one hand while gently grasping its scruff with the other, freeing it from its entrapment and placing it on the ground beside him. Once on the ground, the little white dog quickly adjusts to a sitting position and looks up at Wu Duo, softly barking twice in gratitude. Is this your way of thanking me? Wu Duo chuckles, glancing around. Such a small mutt, a Chinese rural dog, is not commonly kept in urban areas, suggesting it may have been born to a stray nearby. The pup appears to have recently weaned, and given its plumpness, the mother dog is likely close by. The little white dog circles around Wu Duo's ankles before scampering off with its short legs. Quite sprightly, Wu Duo follows suit, matching the puppy's pace. Chapter 2. Bringing the dog inside. Wu Duo's heart pondered. Could it possibly be wandering within my residential community? The community where Wu Duo resided, named Chessboard Garden, was a vast open area featuring dozens of buildings, with roads interconnecting both within the community and with several surrounding streets. Numerous green dumpsters were scattered throughout, and once filled, it was inevitable that some would carelessly discard refuse beside them, often attracting stray dogs scavenging for food. The little white dog indeed made its way toward the Chessboard Garden. However, upon reaching the stall of a man wearing a safety helmet, it came to a halt. At that moment, the old gentleman had already departed, leaving no one else around. The small white dog initially circled the black spittoon, sniffing it curiously, and eventually tilted its ear as if listening intently. Wu Duo observed, well, it seems to be fully engaging its senses. The man, however, reached out to grab the little pup. Don't touch it yet, Wu Duo called out to him. Is it your dog? The man asked, casually resting his hand on the edge of the ceramic spittoon, still crouching and glancing sideways at Wu Duo. Just as Wu Duo was about to respond, the little white dog surprisingly pointed its tiny paw at the black spittoon, then lifted its head and emitted a prolonged howl. Oh. Wu Duo crouched down and remarked, were you pretending to be a big shot? Did you spring forth from that spittoon? Yet the little white dog continued to circle around the black spittoon, occasionally glancing at Wu Duo. Shall I fetch it for you? What would I do with that? Woof woof. The little white dog barked in its usual tone. If you keep causing a ruckus, I won't be responsible for you. Wu Duo stood up. The man's expression was one of bewilderment. Is this lad perhaps unwell? Communicating with a dog? Really? The little dog could not drag Wu Duo along, but fearing it might tear his pants, he bent down and picked it up with one hand, exclaiming, what a nuisance. Young man, they say dogs possess a certain spirit. I don't understand it, but perhaps it truly is something valuable. Why not just buy it? The man suggested. I cannot afford it. Wu Duo replied tersely. I truly don't wish to buy it, he continued as he walked away. 20 yuan. I could buy a decent pack of cigarettes for that. Wouldn't that suffice? Upon hearing this, Wu Duo's footsteps faltered momentarily. This did not seem like the actions of a con artist. After all, swindlers typically aim for hundreds or thousands. And the old gentleman who should have been assisting was nowhere to be seen. As Wu Duo paused, the little white dog suddenly wriggled free, landing on the ground as if nothing had happened, promptly rolling over and dashing back toward the black spittoon. Goodness, this dog really has a passion for the spittoon. The man chuckled. It's not easy for me to work. Regardless of how poor the item is, surely 20 yuan wouldn't be a loss for you? Which construction site did this come from? It's not from a grave, is it? Wu Duo, feeling a flicker of hope, mused that perhaps it truly was unearthed. Why are you asking so directly? I wouldn't dare say, but it's definitely not from a grave. Would I be brave enough to sell something from a grave? It was just something dug up and left behind. I didn't manage to grab anything of value, so I picked this up. Wu Duo instinctively checked his pocket, and as luck would have it, he indeed found a 20 yuan bill. In contemporary times, it is quite common to refrain from carrying cash. Even the breakfast stalls within the community now accept payments via mobile transactions. The little white dog began to incessantly bark at Wu Duo, causing a degree of annoyance for him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he handed over some cash to the man, conceding, "Fine, let it be." The man accepted the money, but did not leave immediately. "Hey, young fellow, can we discuss something further?" Wu Duo's heart sank at these words, fearing an unexpected twist. "This dog isn't yours, is it?" The man inquired. "What do you mean?" Wu Duo replied. "Oh, nothing much. If you're considering selling the dog, I can offer 30. You'd even make a profit." The man glanced at the plump little pup and licked his lips. "How about this? I will add another 10. Return my money. I'm no longer interested in your dog." Wu Duo retorted angrily. The man appeared to be rather gluttonous. After all, dog meat is considered a delicacy, and many hold a fondness for it. Although Wu Duo had never owned a dog and did not consider himself an animal lover, he did not wish to see this adorable creature come harm. "Look at you, all flustered." Fine, I must get back to work," the man said, noticing Wu Duo's displeased expression, and he quickly walked away. Once the man had distanced himself, Wu Duo approached to pick up the black spittoon. However, this was not a suitable place for careful examination. He simply placed it into the plastic bag he had used earlier and lifted it. The little white dog suddenly raised its front legs, standing upright and nodding its head. "All right, stop showing off. Go find your mother." The little dog dashed ahead, indeed, running into the Chi Pan Yuan community. To Wu Duo's surprise, the pup finally stopped at the entrance of his apartment building. Could it possibly belong to a neighbor in the same unit? Wu Duo's building had 2 apartments per floor, with the east side boasting 100 square meters and the west side around 50. There were a total of 12 households across 6 floors. Yet, it seemed that only 2 households owned dogs, neither of which were this type of small local breed. Wu Duo opened the building door, but the little white dog struggled to climb the stairs. He had no choice but to carry it in one arm while holding the plastic bag in the other. Ascending the stairs proved to be quite exhausting. After several stops, the little dog still did not recognize its surroundings. "Mr. Su, could you take a look? This dog doesn't belong to anyone in our unit, does it?" "No, in our unit, there are only 2 dogs, a poodle and a schnauzer." "That is strange. How could it possibly recognize our unit? It was caught in a holly bush by the roadside, and I rescued it." "Oh, this is a stray pup that has taken a liking to you. It caught your scent, and now wants to find out which unit you reside in." "Dogs have an excellent sense of smell," Wu Duo replied. Mr. Su scrutinized the little white dog once more. This dog is quite remarkable. It has white fur with yellow ears, a well-proportioned head, and an unusually shaped tail." "Mr. Su, you seem to know a lot about dogs. Were you a veterinarian in a past life?" Wu Duo paused, then added, "But this dog is entirely white. Where does the yellow ear come from?" "Oh, young man, how can your eyesight be so poor?" "There is a faint ring of yellow fur inside its ears. It does appear to be, so this dog could bring you fortune. You're bound to prosper. This type of local dog is easy to care for. It can eat whatever you eat." Old Su spoke as he stepped inside. The last sentence sounded rather awkward. Wu Duo hesitated. Having just lost his job, he needed to search for employment and had never owned a dog before, making the prospect of keeping one seem rather ill-suited. However, he could not simply abandon it. "All right, I shall take you in for now, and perhaps find a home for you later. Is that fair enough?" A sneeze erupted from the little white dog, which Wu Duo perceived as a hint of disdain. Upon entering his home, Wu Duo had scarcely set the little white dog down when it staggered into the bathroom, sniffing around inquisitively. When it reached the toilet, it seemed unsure of how to proceed, and promptly ran to the floor drain, lifting a hind leg. "You certainly have a knack for this," Wu Duo exclaimed, somewhat astonished. After relieving itself, the little white dog barked at the suspended shower head a couple of times, licked its short legs, and then gazed at Wu Duo. "Do you wish to bathe?" Wu Duo was further taken aback. The bathroom in Wu Duo's residence lacked a bathtub, only featuring a shower area bordered by low ceramic tiles. He placed the dog in the shower zone, turned on the water heater, and used a handheld shower head to wash it with antibacterial shower gel. During the bath, the little white dog was surprisingly cooperative. Wu Duo then noticed that it was a male. Once washed and dried, it smelled delightful. Wu Duo fetched a small bowl and filled it with water. After the little white dog drank, it scampered to the sofa, attempting to leap onto it, but its short legs proved inadequate for such an ambitious endeavor. Wu Duo had no choice but to lift it onto the sofa. Once on the couch, the little white dog stretched out with a long yawn and relaxed, closing its eyes contentedly. "You certainly know how to enjoy life." After the exertion, Wu Duo felt somewhat fatigued. He settled down with a cigarette to unwind, and once finished, he picked up a plastic bag. Upon cleaning it, the item revealed a distinct character. It retained a black glaze, but the rim and certain raised areas exhibited a thinner glaze, presenting a beautiful brownish-black line pattern. The surface shimmered with a metallic luster, yet there was an increasing sense of antiquity to it. It appeared not to be merely a shiny facade. Additionally, the base revealed a yellowish clay, with a navel-like indentation formed by wheel marks. The craftsmanship showed slight imperfections, yet was unmistakably handmade. Although Wu Duo was merely a novice in the realm of porcelain, he could discern between machine-made and handcrafted pieces. Typically, low-quality replicas would not exhibit such meticulous craftsmanship. There was indeed a possibility that this was an antique porcelain item. While it certainly was not from Imperial Kiln, if it had some age, even if it were from Folk Kiln, it could hold a certain value. However, Wu Duo's expertise was limited. He could not ascertain the exact period, let alone the specific kiln it originated from. 20 yuan barely covered breakfast. Yet it appeared he would at least not incur a loss. After contemplating, Wu Duo realized that his own assessment would be inadequate, so he decided to take it to Qixiang Pawn Shop and consult with the porcelain department's appraiser. Ah yes, Director Lao Pan of the porcelain department was quite knowledgeable, and having frequently shared smoke with him in the lounge, he considered him an acquaintance. Resolute in his decision, Wu Duo perused his contacts and promptly dialed Old Pan. Naturally, it would be inappropriate to directly request assistance in authentication. Wu Duo explained that he was currently unemployed and intended to part with a family heirloom, inquiring whether he could take it to a pawn shop for appraisal. Once a colleague, now a client, Old Pan offered his agreement without hesitation. Had this been an ordinary client, Old Pan would have required several photographs to avoid wasting time. Fortunately, he had no pressing matters at the office that afternoon, and thus they arranged to meet at 2 o'clock, with Wu Duo bringing the item along. Just as he ended the call, a video call request from WeChat appeared. Wu Duo glanced at the screen. It was the old wealthy man. The old wealthy man, known as Wu Daji, was Wu Duo's grandfather, who was in his early 70s. However, Wu Daji was not his biological grandfather. According to Wu Daji, over 20 years ago, he discovered an abandoned infant at the foot of Mowling Mountain. His timely intervention, grabbing a hefty branch to scare away a gaunt half-grown wolf, led him to name the child Wu Duo. Mowling Mountain is located in Dongshan Province, approximately a 365-li journey from the capital, Qizhou, in a county aptly named Mowling County. Wu Daji currently resides in Baiyang Village, Posey Town, Mowling County. Wu Daji seemed never to have worried about financial matters, which is why Wu Duo often jestingly referred to him as the old wealthy man. Yet, he would lament to Wu Duo, "I raised you and financed your university education. I've invested all I had." Wu Daji had a penchant for studying fate and feng shui, often being sought after in the surrounding areas for matters related to weddings, funerals, naming children, and selecting burial sites. He particularly enjoyed aiding those in need, such as widows in the village. Despite his advanced age, he adeptly navigated a smartphone and had even installed a social app that Wu Duo had never heard of, using the nickname Dongshan Yanzu. "Why are you at home at this hour?" "I was just about to head out. Our work doesn't adhere to strict schedules." Wu Duo refrained from disclosing his failure to secure a permanent position. "What is that object on your desk? It looks dark and ominous." Wu Duo casually touched it. "It's porcelain. Just bought it. I've told you countless times not to exert yourself over antiques. Why don't you ever listen? Nowadays, genuine pieces are exceedingly rare. The antique trade is fraught with peril and deception. I didn't exert myself. It was merely a fortuitous find. Not only in this regard. Many antiques carry a malevolent aura. Be wary of inviting calamity upon yourself." Chapter 4. Vegetarianism. "Having purchased this item, are you suggesting I simply discard it?" Wu Daji coughed twice. "How much did it cost?" 20. "What? 20? From the antique market?" "No, from a labor by the roadside." Wu Duo proceeded to summarize the situation, omitting any mention of a dog. "Excavated from a construction site? It must not be kept privately. Do you understand? My grandfather. Can we not have a proper conversation? I didn't dig it up. Isn't it true that those trinkets in the antique market are all excavated? This is merely a fragment from the earth, akin to a found object without an owner. It's not like it was taken from a tomb. That's sheer sophistry. Is that considered theft?" Tianzi once remarked that he would allow me to freely indulge in the melons from his family's garden. "Very well, I shall not argue further. I must hang up now. But before I go, do tell me the truth. Have you not been able to secure a permanent position at the pawn shop? This matter remains unresolved. And after the probation period, there will still be a grace period. Listen here, my friend. Do not always dream of sudden wealth. Securing a stable job is the true path to success. The reason for not wanting to disclose the lack of a permanent position too soon is merely to avoid his incessant nagging. Setting down the phone, Wu Duo went to wash a cucumber just as he was about to take a bite when he noticed the little white dog had awakened. Not only was it awake, but it also assumed a slight crouch on the sofa. Goodness, please do not relieve yourself on the sofa. Just as Wu Duo realized this, the little white dog leaped down. Although it could not climb onto the sofa, it certainly could jump down. Wu Duo hastily set the cucumber aside and guided it to the bathroom, laying down some toilet paper beside the toilet. The little white dog immediately began to relieve itself. Once finished, Wu Duo pinched his nose and disposed of the used toilet paper in the toilet, taking care to wash his hands thoroughly. No wonder dog owners are called poop scoopers. With a playful flick, Wu Duo tapped the little white dog's head. The dog barked twice at him before darting into the kitchen, sniffing around. Finished with its business and already looking for food? How amusing. Wu Duo retrieved a piece of ham sausage, tore open the packaging, and crumbled it into a bowl, setting it down in front of the little white dog. He then casually picked up the cucumber he had just washed. After taking a few bites, he noticed that the little white dog had not touched the ham sausage at all. Are you being picky now? The little dog barked again, this time at the cucumber in Wu Duo's hand. Wu Duo paused, then extended the cucumber towards the dog, wondering if it desired this instead. The little white dog jumped to take a bite, but Wu Duo evaded just in time. Nevertheless, he broke off a small piece and tossed it to the dog, which promptly devoured it. To his surprise, the little white dog preferred cucumber over ham sausage. Wu Duo offered another piece, and the dog eagerly consumed that as well. It seemed genuinely hungry, and if it could eat cucumber, it surely would not refuse ham sausage. It was merely being obstinate. Wu Duo pondered for a moment before crumbling a piece of steamed bread into the bowl. This time, the little white dog began to eat. Suddenly, a realization struck Wu Duo, and he swiftly snatched away the bowl containing the bread, observing the little white dog imploring him for food. He opened a can of beef and offered a small piece, but it still refused. Let us try again. Wu Duo took an apple, sliced a piece, and offered it. To his astonishment, the dog accepted it. After a series of tests, Wu Duo was utterly flabbergasted. You are indeed a vegetarian. Once he regained his composure, he continued to feed the dog, soaking the bread in water and giving it a bit of apple. A vegetarian dog. Dogs are typically omnivorous, and Wu Duo had always believed that they had a penchant for meat. Cats eat fish, dogs eat meat. That is the natural order of things. However, this little white dog did not resemble a stray at all. It knew where to relieve itself, understood the concept of bathing, and even exhibited a degree of communicative behavior when faced with a black trash can. It seems as if it has been trained. However, the nature of a creature is difficult to change. Even with prolonged vegetarian nurturing and training, it is unlikely that a dog would voluntarily abstain from meat. Moreover, this is but a young pup, and the duration of training would be limited. Could it be a genetic mutation? As Wu Duo pondered these thoughts, the well-fed little white dog approached the sofa, turning its head to bark at him twice. Clearly, it wished to ascend once more. Wu Duo lifted it onto the sofa and sat beside it, gently patting its head. Where on earth did you come from? The little white dog glanced back at Wu Duo, then lazily stretched its front legs and ignored him thereafter. Ever since it had settled in, its proud demeanor had returned. Wu Duo needed a moment of peace. Yet, his phone rang again. This time, it was a call from his high school classmate, Chong Song. Wu Duo attended university in another province, while Chong Song remained in Qizhou, graduating last year from the history department of Dongshan University and securing a clerical position at the Qizhou Cultural Relics Bureau, albeit not on the front lines, but in an administrative office. In high school, they were in different classes, one focusing on the arts, the other on sciences, but their camaraderie blossomed on the basketball court. Chong Song's basketball skills were as unremarkable as his name. However, Wu Duo excelled at the sport, often leading him in play. After Wu Duo moved to Qizhou, they would meet whenever time allowed. They shared a common passion for antiques. Chong Song's knowledge of antiques was as modest as his name, yet he had a penchant for pretentiousness, frequently spouting jargon. His father owned a sand factory and logistics company in Maoling County, making him somewhat of a wealthy second-generation heir. It was he who treated Wu Duo to drinks last night, attempting to soothe his wounded spirit after unemployment. Is everything all right? Chong Song inquired. I just got up. What's the politeness for? Do you remember what I mentioned yesterday? I truly cannot this afternoon. I have something on. You've lost your job. Your father's in good health back home. What could possibly be so urgent? I acquired a piece of porcelain and have arranged to meet with someone from the pawn shop this afternoon. When did this happen? This morning. I bought it by the roadside. Send me a picture. Let me have a look first. Chapter 5. The Unsophisticated Brawler. All right. Wu Duo had grown accustomed to Chang Song's pretentiousness and refrained from further comment, sending several photos to him. The outcome was as Wu Duo had anticipated. Chang Song failed to comprehend the piece. Nevertheless, his lack of understanding did not hinder him from drawing a conclusion, declaring it an 80s porcelain artifact resembling a small spittoon. Even more amusingly, the black glaze ignited his enthusiasm for expression, leading him to discourse on Haidying. Haidying is a variety of black glaze from the Ding kiln. Of course, this piece was not Haidying, which they could both discern. Having spent ample time at the Cultural Relics Bureau, Chang Song possessed theoretical knowledge richer than Wu Duo's. The antique world is rife with such individuals who can hold forth with confidence, even in the presence of researchers from the Palace Museum. Yet, if thrown into the market, a mere uneducated laborer could easily deceive them. Wu Duo entertained Chang Song's chatter for a while before finally suggesting they set another time to discuss the bangle purchase and ended the call. Having indulged in a hearty breakfast, Wu Duo found himself not particularly hungry by noon. He prepared a bowl of noodles, accompanied by an open can of beef. The little white dog eagerly slurped up 2 strands of noodles. Around 1 in the afternoon, Wu Duo changed his attire and stepped out, not forgetting to fill a bowl with water for the little dog. "I'm off to run some errands. Please don't cause a ruckus." The little dog let out a soft whine, as if acknowledging his words. The Qishan pawn shop is situated slightly east of the center of Qizhou City, while Wu Duo resides near the western suburbs. Fortunately, a convenient metro line connects the east and west. Wu Duo arrived punctually at the financial building housing the Qishan pawn shop. This establishment stands as the largest pawn shop in Dongshan province, renowned for its robust strength, esteemed reputation, and substantial profitability, far surpassing ordinary pawn shops. At the core of its operations lies the Appraisal and Evaluation Center, which comprises over a dozen departments, including the jewelry department, where Wu Duo previously worked, as well as the porcelain, painting and calligraphy, antiques and miscellaneous, luxury goods, automotive, and real estate departments, among others. Director Lao Pan of the porcelain department is a middle-aged man nearing 50, previously employed at an auction house, possessing keen eyesight and extensive experience. He met Wu Duo privately in the appraisal room. As the items were laid out on the table, Lao Pan's eyes brightened. This was indeed a Yaozhou. Yaozhou? Wu Duo mentally chastised himself, realizing it was indeed a Yaozhou. He was familiar with this type of vessel, yet upon seeing the actual object, he failed to recognize it immediately. There is a distinction between a Yaozhou and a sputum bowl. This vessel likely originated in the Jin dynasty, primarily placed on the table during tea or meals, used for holding tea dregs or scraps like fish bones and meat remnants. After a detailed examination, Lao Pan regarded Wu Duo with a hint of skepticism. "Is it a family heirloom? It seems as though it has just been unearthed. I can still sense the earthiness." Wu Duo felt a pang of anxiety, but quickly recovered, replying, "It was just dug out recently. My grandfather mentioned that during the Cultural Revolution, they were afraid it would be destroyed, so it was buried for decades and only recently excavated." To Wu Duo's surprise, Lao Pan nodded repeatedly, affirming that this Yaozhou could date back to the Song dynasty. However, based on the glaze, it likely had not spent more than a century in the ground. Wu Duo felt a surge of joy, but maintained his composure. "Director Pan, are you certain it can be dated to the Song dynasty?" Items from the Song dynasty may not necessarily have been buried during that era. They could have been interred in any subsequent period, Lao Pan replied. Judging from Lao Pan's conclusion, it seemed this piece was most likely a relic from the Republic of China, buried for reasons unknown. Upon hearing Wu Duo's words, Lao Pan merely smiled, suggesting that he preferred not to repeat himself and cautioning against challenging his expertise. Wu Duo added, "Director Pan, I still have some doubts regarding the kiln. This is definitely not from the Heding kiln, but rather the black-glazed Yaozhou from the Yaozhou kiln. You can see how this glaze has a metallic sheen." Upon hearing Yaozhou kiln, Wu Duo's theoretical knowledge surged forth. The Song dynasty boasted 5 renowned kilns, Ru Guange, Jun, and Ding, all of which had once been included in the embryonic forms of official kilns. Additionally, there were 8 notable folk kilns, evenly split between the north and south. The Yaozhou kiln, a renowned kiln in the northern regions, is primarily known for its exquisite celadon glaze and distinct carved designs, aptly described as where every cut reveals the clay. Although Wu Duo initially found himself at a loss regarding this particular Yaozhou kiln's jar, he could effortlessly articulate its characteristics when prompted. As the saying goes, in the world of antiques, theory is one thing, and keen perception is another. Indeed, black glaze is a rarity, yet within the context of the Yaozhou kiln, it is not the most valuable. As you mentioned, the most prized pieces are those adorned with celadon glaze and intricate carvings. Wu Duo chuckled, remarking, Director Pan, it seems you are attempting to negotiate a lower price. However, Old Pan sidestepped the jest and directly inquired, is it a dead pawn or a living pawn? Naturally, a dead pawn fetches a higher return, while a living pawn incurs interest and yields a comparatively lesser amount. In contemporary pawn agreements, the terms dead and living are seldom used. Old Pan utilized them for the sake of convenience, knowing that Wu Duo, having previously worked here, would understand. Facing a financial crunch, Wu Duo replied, let's settle this in one go. Old Pan contemplated for a moment before stating 200,000. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo's heart soared. This was the largest fortune he had ever stumbled upon. From 20 to 200,000, a staggering 100-fold increase. Initially, he had suspected it might be a scam and nearly missed the opportunity. It seems that the old cadre's cheers were mere idle chatter or perhaps ignorance masquerading as knowledge. The old adage rings true. If it is yours, it will not escape you. However, amidst his excitement, Wu Duo refrained from immediately agreeing, for he had yet to verify the auction records. Director Pan, allow me a moment to consider. Of course, Old Pan replied, rising to leave for the smoking room, inviting him to enjoy a fine cigarette. In truth, Old Pan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that what Wu Duo brought forth was indeed a valuable item. While smoking, Wu Duo quickly logged into an authoritative database platform with his membership credentials to investigate the auction records of Song Dynasty Yaozhou kiln jars. The most expensive items were indeed the celadon glazed ones, fetching over 1 million, while lesser pieces could be found for a few thousand, primarily due to their poor condition. For black glaze, he could only find a record from a decade ago, but that piece had several flaws, making it incomparable. After synthesizing this data, Wu Duo applied the appraisal methods he had learned over the past 6 months and concluded that the market value of his item should range between 200,000 and 400,000. Thus, Old Pan's offer of 200,000 was merely a lower limit. Nonetheless, even at that price, Old Pan was looking after his own interests. This is because pawning and auctioning are two entirely different matters. The prices at auction are often significantly depressed, especially for antiques. Chapter 6. Strolling through the market with a dog cage. However, Wu Duo had no intention of putting it up for auction. Firstly, the process is lengthy and fraught with uncertainties. Secondly, the provenance of this item is somewhat dubious, and the widespread exposure from an auction could be detrimental. Wu Duo decisively resolved to negotiate further, aiming to elevate the price as much as possible. If that proved unfeasible, he would settle for the 200,000. He had already concluded that if he neither pursued auction houses nor pawn shops, the only remaining option was to seek out potential buyers himself. However, the particular style of Yaozhou is not particularly popular, and finding interested buyers with the means to purchase it requires time. Even when a potential buyer is found, there remains uncertainty about their willingness to buy after they have seen the item. Moreover, if a sale does occur, the extent of haggling is also unpredictable. Given such complexities, it may be more advantageous to promptly sell to a pawn shop. There's a saying that encapsulates the notion of having value, but lacking a market, which is particularly evident in the realm of antiques. At times, one may be acutely aware of the worth of an antique, yet when it comes to selling, achieving that price proves elusive. The reasons behind this are manifold, and what Wu Duo currently faces is merely one aspect of this intricate situation. Additionally, a range from 200,000 to 400,000 is actually within a reasonable scope. One's capacity to earn is directly proportional to their abilities. More critically, it is worth noting that Wu Duo acquired the item for a mere 20. Director Pan, I understand you have the authority to make decisions. However, 200,000 seems somewhat insufficient. Wu Duo boldly voiced his thoughts in the smoking room. This statement holds validity. A pawn shop can afford to accept such items because of its substantial capital, allowing them to hold onto the item while gradually seeking a buyer or waiting for an auction. How much more can you offer? I am currently in need of funds, Wu Duo interjected. Any more, and the higher-ups might not approve. You are only consulting me. If you approach the appraisers in our department, they wouldn't be able to quote such a high figure. Ultimately, my signature is required as well. Old Pan gently shook his head. All right, you can set that figure, and let us proceed with the formalities today. Wu Duo felt it was prudent to refrain from pushing further. Thank you, Director Pan. In the future, should any exceptional items arise, we could discuss them privately. Old Pan nodded. Xiao Wu, I have always regarded you as a talent. Your departure is a loss for the gem and jade department. Originally, appraisers relied on their expertise, but now their performance is also tied to results, which seems akin to running a business, doesn't it? That is not quite accurate, Director Pan. You possess both exceptional skills and a vast network, do you not? Wu Duo replied. Appraising gemstones and jadeite is relatively straightforward in terms of enhancing professional skills. Talent is not hard to come by, but it cannot compare to antiques. Individuals like you are truly a treasure for the pawn shop. Is this flattery? Old Pan laughed heartily. It is merely stating facts. Wu Duo chuckled in return. The formalities consist primarily of 3 steps. Old Pan, representing the porcelain department, fills out the appraisal form and archives the receipt. Wu Duo signs a contract with the legal department of the pawn shop. Finally, he proceeds to the customer service department to collect the payment. When Wu Duo exited the financial building, his bank card reflected an additional 200,000, leaving him invigorated. He promptly visited a nearby tobacco and alcohol store, purchasing 2 packs of fine cigarettes and a case of quality liquor, which he entrusted to a courier for delivery to the old money gentleman. This little white dog is quite something. Reflecting on the little white dog's unwavering insistence on the black-glazed Yaozhou, Wu Duo felt a sense of gratitude and decided to visit a pet supply store. He bought a large, soft dog bed, a dog toilet, and various daily necessities. He also considered purchasing gourmet dog food, but hesitated, recalling that it was a vegetarian. Wondering if the dog food contained any meat byproducts, he inquired with the store clerk, "Excuse me, do you have vegetarian dog food?" "Yes, we have pure vegan dog food, free from meat, eggs, and dairy, as well as 5 pungent ingredients. Yet the nutritional balance is quite impressive," the store clerk expertly recommended upon hearing his question. "Is it truly that pure?" Wu Duo displayed an expression of someone who had never encountered such sophistication. To his credit, he was aware that Wuxin referred to the 5 pungent ingredients, onions, garlic, and chives, which, despite being vegetables, fell within the realm of meat. He was surprised to discover that dog food could be so discerning. Surely, this must be intended for the canine companions of vegetarians. By the way, is there truly a dog that only consumes a vegetarian diet? He inquired. If the owner feeds it solely plant-based food, wouldn't it have to eat vegetarian? The shop assistant replied, "I once read a news article about a dog whose owner only fed it vegetarian fare, and that dog lived to be 27 years old, which is equivalent to over 150 in human years. What I mean is, a dog that is inherently vegetarian, refusing to eat meat even when hungry. I have not heard of such a case. I've only heard of dogs that, due to illness, develop a preference for vegetarian food, but they do not remain strictly vegetarian for life." Wu Duo nodded, feeling that there was little else to inquire. To discern the truth of the matter, a thorough examination at a veterinary clinic might yield no definitive answers. If the little white dog exhibited no apparent issues, there was no need to delve deeper. Having completed his purchases, as Wu Duo was about to exit the shop, a sudden inspiration struck him, prompting him to buy a portable dog carrier. The shop assistant, delighted by the flurry of sales, provided exceptional service. "You're simply seeking a cozy spot, aren't you? Since you can't leap onto the sofa. Here, a dog bed for you. And this is a designated dog toilet, which I will place in the bathroom just for you. This is pure vegetarian dog food. After all, you are vegetarian," Wu Duo chattered to the little white dog. The little creature wagged its tail, licked Wu Duo's hand, and barked twice. "No need to thank me. I should be the one expressing gratitude," Wu Duo said, stroking its neck. "Tell me, are you just lucky, or do you truly recognize treasures?" The little white dog wiggled its rear and scampered towards its new bed. Wu Duo, however, glanced back at the dog carrier he had set aside. His moment of inspiration to purchase it stemmed from this very question. Thus, he could take the dog to the antique market for a little exploration. Saturday was just around the corner. At the break of dawn the next day, Wu Duo arrived at the Qixia Mountain Antique Market, carrying the newly purchased dog carrier, which housed the little white dog, now sporting a look of guarded curiosity. The Qixia Mountain Antique Market, the largest of its kind in Qizhou, was situated at the base of Qixia Mountain. Along one side of the entrance square to the scenic area, stretching in a long, narrow line from east to west. The northernmost section was designated for street vendors, who only set up stalls during the weekends. Chapter 7. You squandered your opportunity. The little white dog remained within the carrier, glancing at the various stalls, but yawning with a lack of enthusiasm. One stall primarily featured porcelain. Wu Duo, having no other option, began to examine the items himself, presenting those he found suitable to the little white dog. He had to avoid being overly conspicuous, for fear of raising suspicions about his state of mind. However, this tactic yielded no results. He moved on to another stall, only to find that after nearly half the morning had passed, the little white dog showed no interest in any single item. After perusing so many stalls, not a single worthwhile treasure, Wu Duo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After contemplating, He approached a stall dedicated to selling shards of porcelain. Nowadays, even porcelain fragments could be faked, though such instances were still relatively rare. Since shards allow for a thorough examination of the body and glaze, they're comparatively easier to identify. Moreover, the majority of porcelain wares are reasonably priced, and those who purchase them tend to be quite inquisitive. Thus, at the porcelain stalls, one can often find genuine and antique pieces. However, the little white dog remained indifferent to the porcelain. Wu Duo felt disheartened. Perhaps he had been overly fanciful. The little white dog's interest in the black-glazed debris might merely be a fleeting whim, a nonsensical fixation. Yet, amidst his discouragement, Wu Duo retained a glimmer of hope. What if this little white dog possessed an extraordinary intuition, discerning objects that were not only of a certain age, but also of substantial value? To ascertain this, one would need to find an exquisite antique, ideally something with a price comparable to the Yaozhou kiln debris. However, in the antique market, distinguishing between the genuine and the counterfeit is a daunting task, especially among the prominently displayed items, where truly remarkable pieces are scarce. Furthermore, Wu Duo lacked the profound expertise necessary to determine the authenticity of any particular item. It would be impractical to bring a dog into a museum for validation, and besides, many exhibits currently displayed are, in fact, meticulously crafted replicas, with the authentic pieces seldom revealed. Wu Duo sought a secluded spot, lit a cigarette, and halfway through, a thought struck him. He recalled a shop located in the Qixiaomao market, named Yaozhou, renowned for its exquisite antique jade and old emeralds, though most of the items were beyond his financial reach. In terms of assessing the quality and craftsmanship of jade and emerald, he could at least recognize the more straightforward pieces. He remembered visiting 2 weeks prior and vividly recalled a particular item, a late Qing dynasty jade piece, a corn cricket. The material displayed a blend of yellow and green jade, intricately carved to reveal corn kernels and silks in yellow jade, while the green jade depicted the corn husk and stalk. Moreover, the primary body of the green jade was a light green, accented by 2 points of vibrant green, artfully sculpted into 2 crickets. If that piece were still available, it would serve as an excellent specimen for validation. Even if it were not, Wu Duo was adept enough at jade appraisal to find another suitable item for verification. Since he was already there, he might as well give it a try. If all else failed, he would resign himself to disappointment. Wu Duo approached the entrance of Yaozhou with the dog crate in hand, feeling a twinge of anxiety about bringing a dog inside. "Xiao Wu," a voice called out to him. "Oh, Yao Jia, you are here at the market as well? Did I not tell you to refrain from calling me Yao Jia?" The speaker was a woman only a few years Wu Duo's senior, elegantly dressed in a black suit, her short hair exuding professionalism, her features striking yet understated with a light touch of makeup. Her name was Yao Yao, a former colleague from Wu Duo's previous department and an appraiser in the jewelry and jade division of Qixiang Pawn Shop. The term Yao Jia could easily be misinterpreted, and Wu Duo chuckled. "I only used it because it caught me off guard, Yao Yao." Wu Duo held a profound respect for Yao Yao's appraisal skills, particularly her rapid and accurate grading of gemstones. Additionally, Yao Yao was exceptionally kind, making her one of the most helpful colleagues to Wu Duo. At that moment, Yao Yao glanced at the dog crate Wu Duo was carrying and leaned slightly forward, exclaiming, "What an adorable dog. It's all right. It's my first time raising a dog. I've always wanted to have a dog, but my husband wouldn't allow it, alas." The words posed by Wu Duo were difficult to respond to, leaving him to offer only an awkward yet polite smile. Subsequently, Yao Yao appeared somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at Yaozhou. "Are you going to enter the shop?" "Indeed. Yao Yao, you won't be the same, will you? Let's go together. Whatever catches your eye, I can offer you the best discount." Yao Yao adjusted her bangs. "Huh?" Wu Duo was momentarily taken aback. "To be honest, this shop is owned by my father. You never mentioned this before. Such matters are not typically discussed in our line of work. Now that you are leaving, and given the coincidence today, I see no harm in sharing." Indeed, luck seemed to be on their side. Even better fortune awaited, as Yao Yao's father, Yao Ji Yuan, was currently admiring a white jade reclining dog from the Song dynasty. While Wu Duo could not definitively ascertain its era, the quality of the jade, being exquisite Hetian seed material, left little doubt in his mind, despite its unpolished exterior. The form of the reclining dog also corresponded to the characteristics of the Song period, where the jade often exuded a unique charm within realism. Furthermore, the patina on the white jade dog was remarkably smooth and natural. Yao Ji Yuan's discerning eye surely recognized it as a genuine artifact from the Song dynasty. Thus, Wu Duo, gathering his courage, requested to handle it for a closer inspection. Generally, Jade enthusiasts are reluctant to allow others to touch their prized possessions. Aware of this, Wu Duo added, "Could I perhaps wear a glove?" Yaozhou, noticing the young man's cleverness and being the friend of his daughter, readily agreed. Wu Duo first admired the piece thoroughly and then intentionally remarked, "Hey, this white jade dog resembles my little pup. It's like a fur ball. One is bony, while the other is plump." To draw a comparison, one could only stretch to say both were white. Nevertheless, his objective was achieved as he successfully positioned himself in front of the little white dog for comparison. Regrettably, the little pup merely regarded Wu Duo with a blank stare. Disheartened, he returned the white jade dog to Yaozhou. "Xiao Wu, have you been here before? You look familiar," Yaozhou casually commented. "Yes, I visited 2 weeks ago to see a piece of jade corn." "Oh, that item has been sold. If you fancy anything, just let me know. I'll ensure you receive the best price." Wu Duo exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. Yao Yao seemed to have something to discuss with her father and did not insist on keeping him. Upon returning home, Wu Duo released the little white dog from its cage. "Alas, I gave you a chance, but you are of no use." The little white dog squinted, shook its head, and appeared to wear a semblance of a smirk. "Really? Are you mocking me?" The little white dog barked a couple of times before scampering off to the bathroom. Wu Duo lit a cigarette, and as he smoked, he found himself at ease. He realized he had perhaps overthought the situation. To have inadvertently gained 200,000 was indeed a stroke of immense fortune. What more could one desire? Chapter 8. A name is bestowed, and a bite is given. Having come to terms with his thoughts, Wu Duo resolved to continue caring for the little white dog. This, too, was a matter of fate. "Come here. Let us decide on a name for you." Wu Duo beckoned to the little white dog emerging from the bathroom. The little pup shook its body and trotted over. "You possess a remarkable understanding of human nature, yet you adhere to a vegetarian diet. Shall we then call you a vegetarian? Or perhaps we could rearrange the order and say you are a vegetarian and quite empathetic, thus a sensitive soul." Wu Duo playfully tugged at its ear, urging it to choose. The little white dog leaned back, emitting a soft whimper, seemingly displeased. "These are your options. My left hand represents omnivore, and my right hand represents vegetarian. If you refuse to choose, I shall make the decision for you." Wu Duo spread his hands wide. The little white dog turned away. "On no choice? Then it shall be vegetarian." The little white dog nestled into its bed, turning its back to Wu Duo. "What are you doing? Are you trying to present your rear?" The little white dog maintained its position. "All right, I shall grant you one final opportunity. This is indeed the last time." After a moment's contemplation, Wu Duo mused. "You consume plant-based food while mooching off me, resembling a beggar. Given your ample size, I shall name you Fertilizer, perhaps due to the length of this proclamation." The little white dog reluctantly turned its head to glance at Wu Duo. "Come now, Fertilizer, you've worked hard this morning. Allow me to serve you some organic dog food." Wu Duo presented the prepared dog food, and it could no longer contain itself, eagerly advancing to eat. Meanwhile, Wu Duo took out his phone to order takeout. Braised pork, kung pao chicken, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, 2 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable, accompanied by a serving of rice for a simple meal. Just as Wu Duo lifted the first glistening piece of braised pork, Fertilizer dashed over, its tiny paws scrambling up the table leg, barking at Wu Duo. Observing this, Wu Duo waved the braised pork in front of it, teasing, "You're not pretending to be a vegetarian, are you?" Fertilizer bounced eagerly, attempting to seize the morsel. "Could it be you are a picky eater? I thought you didn't consume meat," Wu Duo remarked, tossing the piece of braised pork towards it. To his surprise, Fertilizer merely pawed at it, pushing it towards the trash can by the door. "What the? You don't eat meat, but you want to let me have any either?" Wu Duo promptly shoved another piece of braised pork into his mouth. To his astonishment, Fertilizer leaped up and sank its teeth into Wu Duo's pant leg. "No way. Am I to let you dictate my meals? This situation must be rectified. I cannot eat meat at home while you cause chaos beside me." Consequently, Wu Duo sat down, bending forward, his right hand still clutching the chopsticks with the braised pork, while his left hand attempted to push Fertilizer away. Suddenly, Wu Duo was not prepared for the sharp bite from Fertilizer. The little dog's sharp teeth pierced the pad of his left middle finger, drawing forth a bead of blood. "Damn it!" Wu Duo, disregarding the need to reprimand Fertilizer, rushed to the bathroom to wash and apply antiseptic. As he cleaned the wound, he grimaced in pain. It was an unusual kind of hurt. The agony surged from his fingertip, cascading upward to his temple, pulsating intensely. "I hope I don't contract rabies," Wu Duo muttered as he glared at Fertilizer, wishing to give a good thrashing. "You claim to shun meat, yet you resort to violence to prevent me from enjoying it." Before he could finish, a realization struck him. Wait a moment. When I had the noodles with the beefkin earlier, you displayed no reaction and even shared some noodles. Was fertilizer so astute? Could there be an issue with this braised pork? Wu Duo carefully inspected the braised pork, detecting no odd odors and observing no apparent flaws in its texture. Despite this, Wu Duo refrained from continuing his meal. Firstly, the situation was indeed peculiar. Caution is the mother of safety. Secondly, the origin of the fertilizer was dubious, and he needed to guard against the risk of rabies, so he hurried to address the matter. I'll stay at home. Just a moment while I head downstairs. Wu Duo descended only one flight. On the 5th floor lived Mr. Su, the landlord, a seasoned doctor with a clinic. Wu Duo knocked on the door, and Mr. Su was at home, enjoying his meal. Xiao Wu, have you finished eating? What's the matter? Mr. Su, how did you know I had food? Is it permissible for me to join you for a meal? I heard the delivery guy call out to you at the door. Not to be rude, but one should not rush their meals. It's important to savor every bite. Mr. Su, my meal was ruined by that little dog. Ah, so you truly came to mooch a meal. Fortunately, I made extra food today. Come in. Wu Duo entered, but did not approach the dining table. He stood his ground and said, Mr. Su, I primarily came to inquire whether I need to get rabies shots after being bitten by that little dog. Goodness, so not only did the dog ruin your meal, but it also caused you harm. Mr. Su replied, let me see where you were bitten. Have you cleaned the wound? Wu Duo extended his left middle finger and explained how he had washed it. Is it merely this small abrasion? Were you expecting it to bite off your finger? Indeed, you handled it quite well, Mr. Su reflected. Is your dog showing any unusual behavior? It didn't bite you out of malice, did it? Well, it was somewhat protective of its food. Wu Duo continued, clarifying that while fertilizer was not food, it prevented him from eating. Essentially, it's not a serious matter. If you're feeling bold, you could forego the vaccine and opt for the 10-day observation method. After all, it is your dog, making it quite suitable for observation. If it doesn't exhibit symptoms within 10 days, you're unlikely to face any issues. Does boldness truly matter? There are always small probabilities. What if both of you develop symptoms within those 10 days? Wu Duo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Mr. Su added, if you wish to be entirely prudent, then you should get the vaccine, but it need not be a full course. The rabies vaccine typically consists of 5 shots on the same day, then 3 days later, 7 days later, 14 days later, and finally 28 days later. Combining this with the 10-day observation method, you could get just 2 shots, and the one on the 14th day could be skipped. All right, I shall go get vaccinated now. Your dog needs to be vaccinated as well, and you must obtain a dog license, Mr. Su reminded him, though the rabies vaccine can only be administered after the dog reaches 3 months of age. Oh, we can discuss that later. Wu Duo clasped his hands in gratitude. Mr. Su, I shall head to the health center for my vaccine. Go after you eat. It won't hurt to wait a bit. No, thank you. You mentioned you had extra food, but there are only 2 small dishes. I shall not compete with you. You young ones, at my age, can I still eat like you? I must express my gratitude. So I shall take my leave. Wu Duo exited. By the way, do not indulge that little dog's food guarding behavior. It needs to change. Mr. Su called after him. After leaving, Wu Duo went to the health center and received a rabies vaccine, then found a fast food restaurant for lunch. Upon returning home, the dog was still lying around. It greeted Wu Duo with apparent joy, yet remained quiet when alone. Stepping out, one need not worry about the chaos it might unleash. This is indeed a small blessing. Come here. How can you act as though nothing has happened after biting me? Chapter 9. Between Transactions. The fertilizer arrived, taking a seat before Wu Duo, who let out a long exclamation. Oh, he sighed, akin to the demeanor faced when confronting the black-glazed shards of the Yaozhou kiln. Your expression suggests you seek praise rather than acknowledge your fault. Could it be that the braised pork I ordered truly harbored an issue? Woof. Can you genuinely comprehend my words? The fertilizer yawned. Wu Duo, exasperated, pressed down on its head, conceding, well, let us not hold a grudge against the small dog. I forgive you. Subsequently, Wu Duo opened his computer and updated his job-seeking profile with the experience from Qixiang Pawn Shop. After completing this task, he browsed through some job listings. In the afternoon, Chong Song called, inviting Wu Duo to the Jade City the following day to select a jade bracelet. Wu Duo agreed. Initially, Chong Song considered purchasing online, as many platforms currently offered guarantees of authenticity, returns, and certification. However, Wu Duo dissuaded him. Jade is a complicated affair. Mere assurances of authenticity do not guarantee one will avoid losses. Even with A-grade assurances, one can easily be misled regarding the basic quality of the jade. For instance, a merchant may claim a piece is of ice type. It may appear transparent and seem flawless, yet discerning the actual quality is not so straightforward. The type and clarity are distinct. If the type does not reach the ice standard, but merely possesses a good translucence, the untrained eye may be unable to differentiate. A slight deviation in type can result in a tenfold price discrepancy. That is how one incurs a loss. Indeed, returns are guaranteed. But merchants often preemptively state that due to monitor discrepancies, color variations may occur, which do not constitute issues of authenticity or quality. In the absence of quality concerns, returns without cause require the customer to bear the shipping costs. Ultimately, after much effort, one may find themselves without the desired item, additionally incurring shipping fees. While the shipping cost may seem trivial, the frustration is paramount. Of course, there are trustworthy online stores, but this is contingent upon luck and one's ability to discern quality. Hence, Wu Duo suggested that it would be best to purchase directly at the Jade City. For jade items, the ability to evaluate them in person is paramount. This is similar to antiques. However, antiques are even more challenging to authenticate, as the risk escalates without physical examination. The following morning, after settling the fertilizer, Wu Duo stepped out. The Jade City, officially known as the Qizhou Jade and Jadeite Wholesale Mall, is a 5-story edifice. The first floor primarily showcases raw jade materials, such as Hatianxi materials, Russian and Qinghai jade, jade rough stones, southern red and green pine mine materials, agate rough stones, and raw beeswax, among others. The second floor features finished Hatian jade products, while the third floor is dedicated to finished jadeite products. The fourth floor includes various other jade items, and the fifth floor is primarily occupied by jade processing workshops. After meeting with Chong Song, Wu Duo ascended directly to the third floor. The upper level contains both retail shops and stall areas, with the former typically offering more upscale items. Chong Song sought to purchase a bracelet, which is the most expensive form of jadeite. For the same quality, its price surpasses that of any pendant or ornament. According to Chong Song's specifications, he wished to acquire one with a quality reaching the glutinous ice standard, adorned with green floral patterns. Can we secure one for around 10,000? Chong Song inquired of Wu Duo. Impossible. Wu Duo waved his hand dismissively. The categorization of jadeite, in simple terms, pertains to the fineness and cohesiveness of its particles, which can be generally divided into 4 types: bean, glutinous, ice, and glass. The bean variety is somewhat akin to the unrefined type, characterized by relatively coarse particles that are barely mature. The glutinous variety can be further subdivided into regular glutinous, fine glutinous, and glutinous ice, while the ice type can be categorized into glutinous ice, standard ice, and high ice. Ascending the hierarchy, we encounter the glass type. Items of high ice and glass types are rarely encountered in the market. Moreover, vendors typically do not display them for sale, reserving them for established clientele and affluent buyers. I've been feeling financially constrained lately. Please do not deceive me. Just tell me what your girlfriend desires in jadeite. Does she possess any knowledge of the merchandise? Constantly changing girlfriends seems rather excessive. His current girlfriend has only just celebrated a month together, and Wu Duo has neither met her nor inquired about her background. Upon examining an image, Wu Duo surmised that it was merely a fine, glutinous material, yet it exhibited good translucency, enhanced by specks of floating flowers that rendered it quite beautiful. However, the green of the floating flowers is merely a lower-grade bean green. Amateurs observe the spectacle, while connoisseurs discern the subtleties. This adage holds true. I understand now. If I purchase something that aligns with her best friend's preferences, it would elevate my standing, correct? Indeed, that is the essence of it. Given your budget, glutinous ice is far beyond reach. It would be impossible to find a bargain in the jade market. Nevertheless, acquiring a piece that outshines her friends is certainly feasible. Brilliant. I shall leave it to your expertise. After wandering for a while, the two settled upon a bracelet at a store named Dreamstone Jade. After some haggling, they agreed upon a price of 8,000. Chong Song proceeded to the payment counter to settle the bill, while Wu Duo stood by the counter, guarding the bracelet. At that moment, a middle-aged woman entered the shop. She was slightly plump, but dressed quite appropriately. "Excuse me, do you purchase jadeite here?" The woman inquired directly upon reaching the counter. Behind the counter stood the shop owner's wife, a woman in her 30s, possessing a somewhat alluring appearance, complete with a beauty mark on her cheek and a charming demeanor. "Do you have items you wish to part with? We conduct business on mutual terms. If you bring something worthwhile, we would certainly consider it. Would you like to take a look first?" she asked. "Certainly." The owner's wife glanced at Wu Duo, acknowledging him with a smile. This handsome gentleman seems quite knowledgeable. I was quite taken aback by his bargaining skills earlier. Her words carried a double entendre, ostensibly complimenting Wu Duo, while subtly indicating to the middle-aged woman to proceed with caution in her discussion. The woman nodded at Wu Duo and then retrieved a faded, rose-red velvet box from her handbag. The box appeared quite aged, indicative of years gone by. Upon opening it, a bracelet was revealed, set in silver, which also bore signs of age. The bracelet featured 5 rectangular stones, spaced evenly, with one larger stone in the center measuring over 2 centimeters in length, slightly narrower than the others, which were all slightly smaller. The stones were a vibrant green, fully saturated, and remarkably translucent. Were these stones set in? The owner's wife inquired, seemingly feigning ignorance. This was left to me by my mother. She mentioned it was old jadeite, of the standard ice variety in imperial green. The owner's wife displayed an expression that was difficult to articulate, a blend of intrigue and skepticism. If it is natural jadeite, with a vibrant green hue reminiscent of the finest quality, even a mere handful of such stones would possess considerable value. Thus, it is perplexing that they are set in inexpensive silver chains. Although these 5 pieces may not fully embody the authenticity of the finest green jade, they are certainly striking, and one could reasonably estimate their worth to exceed 100,000. Chapter 10. I heard a voice coming from somewhere. Indeed, these embedded pieces are somewhat eye-catching at first glance. The proprietress smiled gently, picked up a bright flashlight, and inquired, "What price do you intend to offer?" Under the intense beam, the green stones appeared as clear as water, their color remarkably uniform and consistent throughout. The proprietress furrowed her brow, then took up a high-powered magnifying glass, revealing the absence of any inclusions or fractures. The middle-aged woman noticed the proprietress scrutinizing the stones and paused before responding. "The lowest I can go is 100,000. This admission betrayed a hint of trepidation. The proprietress understood immediately. "You visited a few shops, haven't you?" "Yes. I've been to 2, both specializing in jade," the woman confessed, suggesting that she had anticipated a higher offer, but the previous shops had not met her expectations. The proprietress nodded slightly. "Would you mind waiting a moment?" She then called out through a partially open door behind the counter. "Darling, come take a look." A man with a receding hairline emerged, presumably the owner, appearing considerably older than the proprietress. "What is going on? Your eye for detail surpasses mine," she teased. "Come and see. This lady is looking to sell, offering 100,000. After the owner assessed the items, the proprietress carefully placed the bangle along with its certification into an exquisite box, which she then placed into a tote bag and handed to Chong Song. Upon receiving the bag, Chong Song noticed that Wu Duo had no intention of leaving and leaned forward toward the counter, muttering, "Since I'm here, I might as well see if there is something else appealing." The proprietress encouraged, "Feel free to browse, ladies." Yet her gaze remained primarily fixed on the bracelet in her husband's hands. The middle-aged woman paused, momentarily taken aback, and then asked, "What's the highest offer you can make?" "Well, we don't usually deal in this type of item," the owner replied with a smile. "What do you mean? Are you saying this ISNT jade?" The woman's question caused even Chong Song to frown. "I didn't say that," the owner clarified after a moment's contemplation. "It is simply that we do not purchase this kind of jade." The middle-aged woman's expression shifted to one of disappointment, yet she seemed reluctant to accept it, standing there somewhat frozen. "Boss, we just bought a bangle from your store, since we VE cross paths, and I do have a fondness for jade. May I take a look at it?" Wu Duo interjected at this moment. To be honest, he shared the owner's opinion, believing it not to be jade either. However, he was curious about what it truly was, desiring a closer examination. "You're being too polite, my young friend. Our business is concluded. If you wish to sell it, discussing in my shop is perfectly fine." The owner, a quintessential businessman, spoke with precision, adding, "If you find our item satisfactory, do remember to support us and recommend us in the future." Certainly, Wu Duo replied, turning to the middle-aged woman. "May I take a look?" Given her age, Wu Duo should have addressed her as Andy. "Here, take a look." The middle-aged woman responded somewhat mechanically. Wu Duo took over, utilizing the proprietress's powerful flashlight and magnifying glass. He discovered that the material was exceptionally pristine, and no matter how he adjusted the angle of the light, he could not discern a single speck of impurity or flaw. The purity was so flawless that it evoked the sensation of a piece of green glass. However, upon careful examination with his fingers, it did not possess the texture of glass. Suddenly, Wu Duo's expression shifted. He could not help but glance at the few individuals before him. "What's wrong?" Chong Song inquired. "What did you say?" Wu Duo countered. "I asked what was wrong with you," Chong Song replied. "No, what did you say earlier?" "I didn't say anything before." Chong Song looked at the others. None had spoken. The sound that had originally not seemed like speech resembled a metallic instrument's tone. Yet, This sound flowed like a melody, instantly conjuring the essence of verbal expression in one's mind, akin to recalling lyrics upon hearing a familiar song's accompaniment. "I'm sorry. I must leave," the middle-aged woman interjected, appearing somewhat impatient. In her view, Wu Duo did not seem like a potential buyer. Instinctively, Wu Duo released the bracelet, which the woman swiftly and adeptly stowed into a velvet box, placing it in her handbag. She nodded at the boss, saying, "Pardon the interruption, goodbye." Without pausing, she exited the shop. Wu Duo furrowed his brow, glancing at his left middle finger, pondering why the texture did not resemble glass. What could it possibly be? At that moment, the proprietor smiled at Wu Duo, saying, "Young man, no need to ponder further. This bracelet is likely from the Republic of China era, considered an antique, though not particularly valuable." "Oh!" Wu Duo and Chong Song echoed in unison. At that moment, there were no other customers in the shop, and the proprietor tapped on a glass counter, explaining, "This piece is a type of antique glass from the Republic period, referred to by industry insiders as nitrate glass. Depending on the material ratios, the resulting products vary in texture. Fine white nitrate glass can masquerade as Hittian jade, while translucent green nitrate glass surpasses jadeite in beauty. But if it's glass, how could there be no bubbles at all?" Wu Duo interjected. "You must consider the size. In a larger piece, bubbles are inevitable. When cut into such small dimensions, they can be avoided entirely. That woman came into my shop just to show off," the proprietor remarked, casually reaching for a cigarette. "Why speak so harshly?" the proprietress chided, snatching the cigarette from the boss's lips. "Don't smoke in the shop." At that moment, Chong Song received a phone call and stepped aside to take it. "No, something feels amiss. I almost couldn't recall." Wu Duo's brow arched, suddenly exclaiming. It was inherently incorrect. If it were jadeite, even if it were ice type, it couldn't possibly lack any color roots. The proprietor grinned with satisfaction. In truth, Wu Duo was not discussing the jadeite. He was referring to the content that had rushed into his mind after hearing the sound, which had led to his assessment of the item. Now, he too felt a sense of recognition. "Boss, I shall take my leave," Wu Duo concluded, swiftly exiting the shop. "Slow down." Chong Song hurriedly followed out after hanging up the phone, asking, "What are you up to?" "I need to take another look at that bracelet," Wu Duo replied, scanning the surroundings for the middle-aged woman. Chapter 11, Emerald. "Didn't that shopkeeper just say it was merely glass? Why are you still so persistent?" Chong Song interjected. "Besides, she's asking for 100,000. Wu Duo insisted. Just one more glance to clarify the matter. "There's no obligation to purchase. Help me look for that woman," he added. The two searched separately on the third floor for a while, but to no avail. When they reconvened, Chong Song explained, "The call I received was from our superior, requesting urgent materials for the Monday meeting. I can't afford to be delayed for too long, since we haven't found her. Let us leave. You had a matter to attend to during that call? You should have mentioned it earlier." "You can go ahead," Wu Duo replied. If it were merely a feeling, Wu Duo might not have been so tenacious, but the peculiar sound he had heard compelled him not to give up easily. Chong Song hadn't inquired about the incident afterward, nor had Wu Duo flaunted it. Yet now, after the fact, he exclaimed, "Damn it, 200,000 is still fresh." Wu Duo did not call out to him, but continued searching. After checking the third floor and then the first and exit, he still failed to spot the middle-aged woman. It seemed she had already departed. Wu Duo glanced at his left middle finger, recalling it had been bitten by fertilizer. It was only after his finger, which had touched the green material of the bracelet, had come into contact with the fertilizer that he had heard the sound. Fertilizer might have been attracted to the black-glazed slag pot from the Yaozhou kiln, yet upon taking it to the antique market at Qishao Mountain, it showed no reaction whatsoever. This little rascal was rather perplexing. Moreover, when he helped Chong Song examine the bangle, his left middle finger had also brushed against it. Yet no sound had been produced. Was it because the bangle did not meet specific conditions? Or was it due to his lack of contemplation regarding its true nature at that moment? Wu Duo promptly resolved to give another try. In this jade stone market, there were countless treasures, with jade artifacts even more expensive than the black-glazed slag pot, not being hard to find. Just as Wu Duo was passing by the corridor outside the restroom on the third floor, he suddenly spotted the middle-aged woman again. Indeed, she still clutched that same handbag. It turned out that after exiting the shop, she had felt unwell and had gone to the restroom, which caused quite a stir, and now she had finally finished. Unbeknownst to Wu Duo, he approached her eagerly. "Excuse me, do you remember me?" "You?" The middle-aged woman glanced at Wu Duo. "What do you want?" "Well, I'm quite interested in your bracelet, but it was inconvenient to discuss it in the shop. Could I take another look?" Wu Duo asked. "Can you afford it?" The woman furrowed her brow. "If I like it, I shall buy it. You've already spent a considerable time in the shop. There are so many people here, and there are cameras. I wouldn't dare to seize it from you, he replied with a friendly smile. Just give me a minute, and I can make a decision. The middle-aged woman pondered for a moment. All right, I'll show it to you again. However, she firmly grasped one end of the bracelet, holding it out for Wu Duo to see. Wu Duo swiftly pressed his left middle finger against the gemstone and proceeded with a series of operations. He refrained from contemplating its nature and remained unresponsive. However, the moment curiosity sparked in his mind, a voice resonated within him. Realizing this, Wu Duo quickly reassessed the situation and made a decisive choice. Sister, I wish to acquire this item. However, could you possibly lower the price a bit? No way. 100,000 is my bottom line. The middle-aged woman promptly secured the bracelet. Look, I'm genuinely interested. A slight discount should be permissible, shouldn't it? If you're not buying, then stop the chatter. All right, given your firm stance, I shall not press further. We shall adhere to your stated price. Wu Duo's haggling was primarily motivated by his fear of overpaying and prompting her to make unreasonable demands. Can you truly purchase it? Indeed, if I like it. I am straightforward. I can transfer the fund right now. Ultimately, the two successfully executed the transaction. The middle-aged woman departed, yet Wu Duo remained in the Jade City. He ascended to the 5th floor, seeking a professional embedding studio, where he dismantled all 5 pieces. This action was undertaken to facilitate future transactions and minimize unnecessary complications. After all, the silver chain held little value. There are priorities in every matter, and before verifying other items, it was crucial to ascertain the authenticity of these few pieces. Wu Duo took a taxi to the most authoritative geological identification center in Dongshan province. The certification could be issued within an hour. Wu Duo awaited the results. If these were indeed emeralds of such clarity, he would reap a significant fortune. Wu Duo mused. Yes, the unique sound he had heard conveyed that this green material was emerald, cut and polished 80 years ago. The reason Wu Duo initially failed to recognize it as emerald stemmed from 2 primary factors. First, he had never encountered an emerald of such clarity, especially one that had not been oiled. Dubbed the king of gemstones, emerald stands alongside diamond, ruby, and sapphire as one of the 4 great gemstones. The most significant issue with emeralds is their susceptibility to fractures and impurities, making high clarity exceedingly rare. Consequently, a large number of emeralds undergo optimization, the most common method being oil treatment for fractures. The oiling of emeralds, like the resin treatment of turquoise and the heating of rubies, is internationally recognized as an optimization method that does not affect the determination of natural attributes. However, the values of oiled versus unoiled and raw versus artificially optimized stones are inherently different. In the store, Wu Duo had examined the stones with a powerful flashlight and magnifying glass, finding no indications of oiling. Second, the colors of these emeralds were rather distinctive. The green of emeralds and that of jadeite encompass numerous shades, yet, even when appearing to share a similar hue, the textures of the 2 materials yield differences in luster and light reflection. While it may be challenging for an untrained eye to distinguish, Wu Duo, being well-versed in the field, found it relatively straightforward. However, the shades of these emeralds were not typical of the conventional emerald palette. Rather, they bore a closer resemblance to the bright green of jadeite without any color roots, thus imparting an appearance akin to green glass. It is precisely due to these 2 points that Wu Duo was able to discern that it was not jadeite, yet he momentarily refrained from attributing it to emerald. However, upon hearing that distinctive sound, Wu Duo once more examined it fundamentally, and only then did he sense its uniqueness, although its basic characteristics still aligned with those of emerald. Opportunities are fleeting, and since he had the chance to encounter the middle-aged woman, Wu Duo decisively acted. Chapter 12. The Sound of Verification. During the waiting period, Wu Duo felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, when the certification document was finally issued, his unease dissipated entirely. It was indeed emerald. Moreover, there was no annotation regarding clarity enhancement. Possessing such clarity inherently, an untreated emerald is truly invaluable. Although the color may not reach the pinnacle of emeralds, it is still of a high caliber. Wu Duo felt a surge of excitement and took a moment to steady his emotions. These 5 emeralds were likely of the finest quality, originating from Colombia. Cut and processed 80 years ago during the Republic era, it remains a mystery why they were set on a silver base. Pairing emerald with gold is certainly not the most aesthetically pleasing choice, but platinum would be more fitting. Particularly for emeralds of this caliber, they deserve to be adorned with precious metals. The reason behind this choice seems irretrievable. During the transaction, the middle-aged woman mentioned that these emeralds were part of her mother's dowry, which she received from her before her passing. yet she could not clarify their specific origins. Wu Duo harbored little hope of uncovering the truth, considering that the mother-daughter duo mistook emerald for jadeite, indicating a degree of confusion from start. The 5 disassembled emerald stones weighed a total of 96 grams, equivalent to 48 carats. Wu Duo made a rough estimation that the value of emeralds of this quality would approximate around 50,000 per carat. Thus, the total price would exceed 2 million. What defines a gemstone? This is what a gemstone is. For some unknown reason, Wu Duo occasionally felt an overwhelming urge to converse with the fertilizer. Come here, fertilizer. Do you fancy this? At home, Wu Duo lifted an emerald and placed it before the fertilizer. The fertilizer approached but suddenly shrank back slightly, then fixed its gaze upon Wu Duo with wide eyes. You know what this is, don't you? Wu Duo asserted with a stern demeanor. However, the fertilizer relaxed and sat down comfortably. In this state, he was strong, yet he remained unperturbed. The gentle breeze caressed the hills while the bright moon illuminated the great river. Wu Duo was momentarily taken aback, then extended his left middle finger. You bit me, and I could hear a peculiar verification sound. You are certainly no ordinary dog. The fertilizer displayed a calm expression, steady as an old hound. Is a celestial dog your cousin? Is the wolf of Koemu your uncle? Do you abstain from meat because you committed too many atrocities in a past life? Or did you pursue enlightenment in this one, like a stray from a mental asylum? Wu Duo posed these 2 questions as he swiftly tapped the fertilizer's forehead with his left middle finger. Then he lost consciousness. Within 10 minutes, Wu Duo awoke, roused by the fertilizer's affectionate licking. Upon regaining consciousness, the fertilizer stood over him, barking twice in a friendly manner before turning to depart. Wu Duo could only smile wryly. The extraordinary ability emanating from the fertilizer had unexpectedly turned back to assess it, proving that one should not court misfortune. Wu Duo rose to his feet and made his way to the bathroom, washing his head and face thoroughly. He always felt that his dog, Huafei, could understand his words. However, Huafei could not speak, and its responses were limited to matters of interest. This dizzying experience left Wu Duo with a lingering sense of foreboding, as if the mysteries of the universe were beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to resist picking up Huafei, feigning a soothing demeanor while secretly inspecting the dog. No matter how he scrutinized it, Huafei remained firmly within the realm of canine nature. This was utterly unscientific and, in fact, more chaotic than conjuring an entire system from thin air. One must always strive to see the silver lining. Eventually, Wu Duo set Huafei down, but the moment it hit the ground, it transformed into a frenzied state, racing into the kitchen and signaling towards the cupboard containing its food. Wu Duo could only chuckle at the absurdity. After feeding Huafei, he lost his appetite and reclined on the sofa. His mind was still somewhat foggy as he pulled out his phone and began to scroll aimlessly. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a news headline: 5 employees poisoned after eating takeout braised pork. The article detailed an incident at an advertising company in Yaozhou, where several employees had ordered takeout from a certain restaurant while working overtime on a Saturday. 5 of them had ordered braised pork and subsequently exhibited symptoms of nausea and vomiting, which were later diagnosed as food poisoning by the hospital. The food safety authorities were already investigating the establishment, and the specific cause was still under verification. At that moment, Wu Duo realized he had also ordered braised pork from that very restaurant, but due to Huafei's interference, he hadn't consumed it. Indeed, there was something amiss. Sitting upright, Wu Duo called out to Huafei, who had just finished eating and was now resting in its dog bed. Thank you. Huafei remained still, wagging its tail in response. Determined to uncover the nature of this enigmatic creature, Wu Duo decided not to waste any more time on it and instead focus on verifying other matters. At the very least, Huafei was a dog that understood gratitude. Feeling a surge of clarity, Wu Duo began to survey his surroundings. He resolved to start by testing the items in his home. Earlier, in the midst of his chaotic thoughts, he had failed to have Huafei verify anything in the house. Now, he found it much more convenient to do so himself. Although he suspected that ordinary items wouldn't yield any extraordinary results, he was intrigued enough to begin with the sofa. He placed his fingers upon it, channeling his thoughts. No reaction. Next, he turned to a small wooden stool, beautifully crafted and at least 20 to 30 years old, originally belonging to Old Man Su. Testing it, he discovered it was made of elm and had been around for 29 years. Wu Duo was thrilled by the brief snippets of language conveyed to him through sound. This was indeed possible. Excitedly, he retrieved several of his cherished trinkets: a jade ring from the Republican era, purchased for a significant sum, and always a pleasure to handle. A late Qing dynasty snuff bottle adorned with pastel colors. A small treasure he had once discovered and later had appraised, and a shard of blue and white porcelain from the Ming dynasty, which he had skillfully shaped into an oval for easier admiration. Everything was responding. Wu Duo dashed about the room, energetically testing everything within reach, even examining the soil and the flower pots. Upon completing his endeavors, he took a moment to reflect. First, he concluded that unprocessed items could not emit sound, such as the soil in the pots or the Hatian jade seed material. Second, among the items capable of producing sound, those that had been processed and whose age surpassed his own could be distinguished. For instance, a sofa was disqualified, as it was evidently younger than himself. However, a small elm stool was acceptable, being a few years his senior. After summarizing these 2 points, Wu Duo felt a tinge of regret, as it appeared that jadeite rough stones would likely not suffice. Furthermore, he possessed a considerable understanding of jade and gemstones. Should he find fortune in the realm of stone gambling, it would be far more convenient than dealing with antiques, as even with accurate identification, prized antique pieces often commanded high prices. The current market was not as it once was, while exceptional items were not entirely absent. The chances of encountering a genuine bargain were rare. Nevertheless, he felt confident in avoiding counterfeit antiques. Those that remained silent were merely new imitations, younger than himself, while those that produced sound could be authentic, provided they were older. In Chapter 13, as he prepared to take action, Wu Duo noted a third point regarding the content derived from the sounds, which varied in length. Some were detailed, while others were brief. Artificially complex items and those of greater antiquity tended to yield longer responses, whereas simpler and more recent items resulted in shorter ones, irrespective of their value. For example, while an emerald gemstone was exorbitantly priced, it had been merely cut and polished in a straightforward manner during the late Republican era, thus offering scant information. In contrast, the craftsmanship of the small stool was equally simple and more contemporary, producing only a few words. However, a piece of Ming dynasty blue and white porcelain, despite being purchased for around 100, revealed several lines of information, and Wu Duo even discerned its specific origin from the Jiajing period, identifying it as a flared rim plate. With these 3 key points established, Wu Duo found himself somewhat fatigued from the mental exertion, lighting a cigarette to collect his thoughts. Yet, as he gazed at the fertilizer, he couldn't help but ponder further. The range of identifiable elements pertaining to this fertilizer might far exceed his own capabilities. Moreover, it required merely sensory perception for identification. His own limitations, reliant on contact through his bitten middle finger, suggested a transformation or diminishment of his abilities. Was it because he was human that he could only assess items that had undergone a certain degree of manipulation, and those that predated him? Additionally, the peculiar sounds he encountered swiftly morphed into familiar linguistic content. Could the original sounds have been the language of the fertilizer? However, these sounds were not akin to animal calls. Rather, they resembled the tones of metallic instruments, albeit with a melodious quality. Originally an atheist, Wu Duo found his beliefs challenged by a dog. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the fertilizer was indeed a dog. Just as he sought a moment of tranquility, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed the old moneybags. Had the pawn shop finally formalized its dealings? Ah, the rascal had even sent him good cigarettes and fine liquor. Wu Duo instinctively responded, "Did you receive it?" Yes, I received it. From now on, be prudent with your spending. The housing prices in Qizhou are rather steep, and one must save diligently to purchase a home and marry. Here lies the exquisite black-glazed ladle from the Yaozhou kiln, along with emerald gemstones." Wu Duo initially intended to speak candidly, yet upon witnessing Wu Daji's elation, he hesitated and pondered before saying, "Grandfather, is it acceptable for me to invest some effort in the antique trade?" This time, Wu Daji did not erupt in anger, but instead let out a long sigh. Little Duo, without profound insight, it is impossible to profit in the antique circle. Mere passion will not suffice. Do you recall the dark lacquered porcelain you saw in the last video? I stumbled upon it for merely 20 yuan, yet sold the Yaozhou kiln black-glazed ladle for 200,000. What? You sent me fine cigarettes and liquor for this reason, not because of my promotion? Wu Daji's voice rose sharply. Promotion is assured, and I did indeed find a bargain. Wu Duo replied sheepishly. That was mere luck. Furthermore, even if your discernment improves, various challenges and troubles may still arise. Grandfather, I harbor no grand ambitions. I do not seek fame or wealth. I merely desire a comfortable life with sustenance and some leisure funds. Antiques can be collected for appreciation, traded for profit, allowing one to lead a leisurely and contented existence. Wu Daji sighed once more. You have yet to enter the antique realm. You cannot comprehend. When your insight truly deepens, you will inevitably encounter various elements and individuals, and you will find it impossible to remain unscathed. The antique world is fraught with peril. Discernment is merely a foundation. Wu Duo took a deep breath. Grandfather, you have always cautioned me against delving too deeply into antiques. Were you once involved in this trade? You've long wished to ask. Haven't you? It's not too early, as my interest in antiques only blossomed during my university years. My previous work could only be deemed laborious. It lacked the deceitful intricacies of the antique trade. However, traveling extensively has afforded me some knowledge and insight. Rest assured, grandfather, I will not act recklessly. Why do you refuse to heed my advice? I do not wish to prevent you from engaging with antiques. There are opportunities in pawn shops as well. I merely caution against overexertion, fearing you may become ensnared. Wu Duo fell silent. Why the silence? Grandson, you are already in your 20s and can stand on your own. I cannot interfere excessively in your life. However, remember this. If ever you face uncertainty, inform me immediately. I will remember. Enough of this. Aunt Wang's well at the village entrance is broken. I must go assist. Which Aunt Wang? Wu Duo attempted to inquire, but Wu Daji had already ended the call. Wu Duo speculated it was likely the widow running the corner shop. Wu Daji's call did not alter Wu Duo's original intentions, yet it did bring him a measure of calm. He resolved to sell the emerald promptly. Firstly, to secure a sum of money as a gesture of goodwill towards the old financier, providing him with peace of mind. Secondly, to ensure he had capital to seize any valuable items that might catch his attention, thus avoiding financial embarrassment. As for further verification and appraisal of antiques, he felt he had acquired a general understanding, allowing for gradual progress in the future. The sentiment remains unchanged. There are indeed fine treasures in the market, yet the majority, once appraised accurately, yield no profit as they merely sell at market value, offering little in terms of benefit, unless it is something one is particularly fond of. For the purpose of collecting and appreciating its gradual value increase, the genuine finds are predominantly reliant on fortune, as one must encounter them to succeed. Furthermore, in my particular circumstance, the pursuit of treasure comes with certain obstacles. One cannot simply enter the market and examine each item individually, as it would be an exceedingly time-consuming and laborious endeavor. It is essential to possess a discerning eye to identify items that seem promising, and subsequently verify their authenticity to achieve efficiency. Thus, honing one's perception is imperative, necessitating continuous study and practice. On that day, Wu Duo refrained from venturing out. Instead, he sent a WeChat message to Yaozhou, inquiring about her interest in emeralds. After all, Yaozhou has been in the industry longer than he has and boasts a father who owns a shop. Yaozhou responded, Emerald? What is its quality? Wu Duo replied, It is of top-notch clarity and exhibits a vibrant green hue. Yaozhou requested, Please send me pictures and a video. Wu Duo produced one of the stones, capturing several images and a video. Shortly thereafter, Yaozhou called, expressing that such a green is rare, although it may not be of the highest hue. It is quite distinctive. If it is indeed an emerald, then its clarity is exceptional. Are you planning to send it to a pawn shop? She inquired. Sister Yaozhou, if you have connections, that would be ideal. Sending it to a pawn shop may lead to a reduction in price and yield minimal benefits for you. I've already obtained a geological inspection certificate, and there are no issues. Moreover, it is untreated. Chapter 14, A Small Request. Yaozhou replied, High-end emerald buyers require a GRS certificate. However, our provincial geological certificates typically do not pose problems, and I can authenticate them myself. The GRS certificate merely provides buyers with additional psychological assurance. The GRS is a Swiss gem certification authority, highly esteemed, with laboratories in various locations worldwide. So, you are quite interested, but would like to examine them first? Wu Duo inquired. Yes. How many do you estimate you can procure? What? Do you possess more than one of such a gem? I have 5, all available for sale. Oh, so many. Yaozhou appeared somewhat astonished. It seems like a set intended for a bracelet or necklace. Did you only acquire emeralds? After all, this is your field of expertise. Indeed, Wu Duo did not elaborate further. He had disassembled them primarily to avoid complications during resale, which was preferable to selling them in their original form. And it also allowed for individual sales. Let us arrange a time to meet tomorrow. Yaozhou concluded, suggesting they discuss specifics after inspection. The following morning, Wu Duo arrived at the Chisha Mountain Antique Market, specifically at Yaozhou, the agreed-upon location with Yaozhou. This was not unexpected for Wu Duo. Having made it clear that he did not wish to send items to a pawn shop, it was apparent that Yaozhou would not let such opportunities slip away to outsiders. Wu Duo arrived early, and, as Yaozhou had not yet arrived, Yao Zhuan had the shop assistants accommodate him, allowing him into a small room within the store. Wu Duo, who typically eschews tea for the unhealthier choice of cola, remarked, "Uncle Yao, no need for formality. Please have a taste. Or would you prefer to examine the items first? I consider myself knowledgeable about jade and jadeite, but I truly know nothing about emeralds." As we awaited Yao's arrival, I took it upon myself to finance the occasion. Yao Zhuan chuckled. "Xiao Wu, now that you have left the pawn shop, what are your future plans?" "I have yet to secure employment, but I am in no rush," came the reply. "Indeed, being able to handle such valuable items, you must not be short on funds." Their leisurely conversation continued in Yao's absence. "Ah, that sounds splendid, Uncle Yao. In a couple of years, you might even welcome a grandson and revel in familial bliss." Yao arrived fashionably late, apologizing. "I'm so sorry, Wu Duo. I was supposed to have the day off and left home early, but I encountered a rear-end collision on the road. The other party insisted on waiting for the police instead of proceeding with the expedited claims process. It's quite all right. I was thoroughly engaged in conversation with Uncle Yao and gained much insight. Yes, Xiao Wu and I get along remarkably well. It's a pity I have only one daughter. Dad, please refrain from such jokes." Wu Duo cleared his throat. "Sister Yao, let us examine the items first." Nodding, Yao opened her portable toolbox, revealing only a single KR 7329 magnifying glass. Wu Duo recognized this magnifier from his time at the pawn shop, typically used for evaluating paintings rather than gemstones. It could magnify up to 15 times and featured a fully enclosed, high-brightness LED light. "Sister, you actually use this magnifier." Tools are inanimate. It is the person who wields them that breathes life into their function. Yao began her appraisal, entering a professional state marked by agile and precise movements. After completing her evaluation, she did not speak immediately, but retrieved a high-precision scale for weighing. The weight aligned perfectly with the geological certificate. Subsequently, she consulted her phone, seemingly cross-referencing something. "Wu Duo, these 5 stones are indeed emerald from Colombia's old mines. Remarkable for their clarity. Although the hue is somewhat unique, it is quite pleasing, with an acceptable vibrancy." Setting her phone down, Yao nodded at Wu Duo. "From your tone, it seems you intend to acquire them all? To be precise, it would be my father purchasing them." Yao replied with a slight smile. "What is your psychological price point?" "Around 50,000, Wu Duo stated, referring to the price per carat, which required no further explanation for a professional like Yao. "The price range for my assessment will vary significantly. Each carat should fetch between 40 to 60,000, contingent upon market factors. Your offer is reasonable, yet not the lowest negotiable price. Sister Yao, please just tell me how much you can accept. If we settle on a single price, I can be flexible." Yao pondered for a moment. Yaozhou interjected, "Xiao Wu, acquiring all 5 will require considerable effort to turn a profit, and we may need to undertake further processing. I understand from Yao that ideally, these should come with a GRS certificate, which must be sent to a laboratory in Hong Kong. Just the certificate will cost several $100s, not including other expenses." Yao lightly tapped the table. 46,000. "Is that acceptable?" It was evident that this figure had been reached after careful consideration. In truth, Wu Duo's bottom line was even lower at 45,000. While it is always preferable to sell for a higher price, every transaction inevitably has its limits. However, Yao had yet to fathom Wu Duo's boundaries. She merely conducted a scientific calculation regarding quality and profit margins. "Allow me a moment to consider," Wu Duo said. Yao nodded. "This is the highest price I can offer," a gesture for an old colleague. "If we start from 40,000, it would be too tedious." "I will only consider whether I can meet this price," Wu Duo replied. Come, let's enjoy some tea." Yao Zhuan beckoned. After sipping a few cups, Wu Duo quickly calculated in his mind. 46,000, 48 carats, 220,008. After deliberation, he resolved to speak. "Sister Yao, according to your price, the whole amount is 220,000. I still need to round up the 8,000, correct? One must be clear, the extra can be included. The extra is negotiable. I value our friendship more." Wu Duo smiled at Yao Zhuan. "However, Uncle Yao, I have a small additional request. Would that be acceptable?" "Go ahead, Xiao Wu," Yao Zhuan encouraged. "Upon completion of our transaction, may I admire the fine items in your shop?" Xiao Wu, what a thing to say. Even if the deal falls through, I would not deny you the pleasure of viewing. There are many treasures in your shop, aside from jade. I see there are also scattered items, particularly in that safe chapter 15, preferring lacquerware over jade. Yaozhou Yuan gestured toward Wu Duo. You? Ha ha ha. Very well. I shall let you take a look freely. Furthermore, I shall not take advantage of you. For the rounding, I will gift you a piece of jade. I simply have a fondness for it. I hope you do not find it amusing. In other shops, if one is not a regular, they do not present their treasures. Moreover, I also wish to learn from you. No problem. Xiao Wu, I consider myself an old player as well. We can exchange insights more in the future. The transaction was completed pleasantly. The Yao father and daughter did not inquire about the provenance of Wu Duo's items, but they signed a formal contract that included specific clauses regarding rights and defects. After the conclusion, Yao mentioned needing to repair her car and departed early. Yaozhou Yuan invited Wu Duo to examine the items and suggested they have lunch together. Wu Duo recalled that he had already poured water and dog food into 2 bowls in advance. Thus he agreed. Inside Yuanju, there were indeed many fine old jade pieces. As Wu Duo appraised them, he summarized his findings. Simultaneously, he admired Yaozhou Yuan's expertise in jade, as the information he gathered closely aligned with Yaozhou Yuan's descriptions. Additionally, Yuanju displayed a small quantity of porcelain, but they were all common items. Yaozhou Yuan himself had collected a few porcelain pieces. However, compared to ancient jade, his knowledge of porcelain was considerably less refined. For instance, there was a blue and white guanine vase from the Kangxi era with a double circle mark, which Yaozhou Yuan insisted was an authentic Kangxi piece. Yet, according to Wu Duo's appraisal, it was merely a later imitation. The terms Old Kong and Small Kong are colloquial among porcelain enthusiasts. The former refers to authentic Kangxi porcelain, while the latter denotes Guangxu imitations of Kangxi wares. The Guangxu era saw a proliferation of such imitations, with many bearing marks that misleadingly claimed to be Kangxi. For players lacking sufficient skill, the imitation of the Kangxi era by Guangxu still possesses a certain degree of potency. However, if Wu Duo is unable to listen now, he may not necessarily surpass Yaozhou Yuan. Nevertheless, Wu Duo's strength lies in his extensive theoretical knowledge, enabling him to swiftly identify several points of reference, once it is confirmed to be of minor significance. It is akin to being presented with a problem you cannot solve. Yet when the question and the answer are both provided, along with your understanding of the relevant concepts, you are likely to discern a path to the solution. Yaozhou Yuan expressed his surprise. Little Wu, you are quite remarkable. When did you take up porcelain? Only in the past couple of years. I dabble in various aspects, possessing a general understanding of everything. Wu Duo replied modestly. Yaozhou Yuan chuckled. It seems I must learn from you regarding porcelain. Uncle Yao, please refrain from mocking me. Wu Duo responded. At this moment, having surveyed the items in the store, Wu Duo noticed that it was already noon. As he spoke, he casually picked up a lacquered pen holder. Upon lifting it, he immediately sensed its substantial weight. This pen holder could be made of bronze? Wu Duo pondered aloud, resting his left middle finger upon it. If it is not bronze, it must be of clay. Items from the currency earning period lack finesse, Yaozhou Yuan casually replied. The term currency earning period refers to the mid-1950s to the mid-1960s, during which many crafts were created to generate foreign exchange. The artistic style is reminiscent of the Republican era, but tends to be rather stiff due to mass production. At this moment, Wu Duo's expression subtly shifted. The core of this lacquered piece is significant. Lacquerware's exterior is composed of lacquer material, classified into solid core and hollow core, with the latter being more complex to produce while the former is simpler. The cores of lacquerware can vary widely: wood, bamboo, bronze, clay, and mixed materials, each with its advantages and disadvantages. For instance, wooden cores are lightweight but prone to cracking, often requiring a layer of hemp cloth adhered with lacquer ash. Akin to certain ancient furniture styles, lacquerware made of bronze and clay is comparatively heavier. This pen holder is a simple cylindrical shape with a robust lacquered surface, featuring a red exterior and black interior. The red lacquer is merely shallowly carved with a few slender bamboo stalks, quite simplistic in design. Wu Duo mused that the age of this lacquer pen holder aligns closely with the currency earning period, dating to the late 1960s. Yet astonishingly, the core is actually made of Zisha clay, and its age spans over 300 years. Typically, Zisha is predominantly used for teapots, and given the pen holder's shape, the core could not possibly be that of teapot. Perhaps due to its encasement, the only details Wu Duo could discern were the Zisha material and its age, lacking any further specifics. Uncle Yao, how much is this pen holder? Wu Duo inquired, holding the pen holder and gazing at Yaozhou Yuan. Not for sale. Oh, if you desire it, I shall gift it to you. This piece was merely acquired for display purposes. No, no, you are in business. It cannot be that way. You have already given me a piece of verdant jade. What is this pen holder in comparison? I insist, you must allow me to gift you something in return. Wu Duo contemplated for a moment and said, how about this? You need not gift me any jade artifacts. Let us consider this pen holder as purchased with a change. In this way, we both find satisfaction. Must everything be so meticulously divided? You young folks, let's agree on this. You still owe me a meal? Very well, as you wish, replied Yaozhou, who felt quite at ease. After all, no one's wealth simply falls from the sky. He had previously mentioned gifting a piece of jade, and a part with several thousand yuan would have been rather cumbersome. Now, with Wu Duo insisting on foregoing the jade for the lacquerware, he found himself with a valid explanation, having spent little to no money. Wu Duo's insistence stemmed from the purple clay within the lacquer piece. This material, over 300 years old, surely rivaled any modern jade artifact worth several thousand yuan. To take a step back, regardless of whether there was a surprise, the age alone warranted a gamble. Lunch was enjoyed at a mutton restaurant near the antique market at Qixia Mountain. As Yaozhou suggested, it was time to indulge. They ordered a roasted leg of lamb, along with stir-fried lamb with scallions, spicy lamb blood, and 2 vegetable dishes. Wu Duo was surprised when Yaozhou ordered roasted lamb kidney, which Wu Duo had previously declined. Yet, Yaozhou insisted, finishing them off himself. In truth, Wu Duo did not have a penchant for alcohol. His previous drunkenness was merely a reflection of his discontent. Thus, at lunch, he opted for a bottle of beer, while Yaozhou, who preferred not to drink beer, chose a bottle of liquor instead. During their meal, the two exchanged various topics. Yaozhou had only one daughter, Yao, who was married. His business thrived without any burdens weighing on his mind, and life was quite prosperous. This visit to Yaozhou's establishment allowed Wu Duo to further validate many of his previous observations, confirming the 3 characteristics he had previously summarized. On the way back, Wu Duo passed a fruit shop in his neighborhood and decided to step inside, purchasing a bag of fragrant pears and a bag of lychees. Upon arriving home, Huafei, his dog, glanced at Wu Duo and barked at the fruit he carried. Wu Duo first washed the pears and lychees before arranging them on a plate. He did not present the fruit right away. Instead, he took out the lacquer pen holder and smiled at Huafei, saying, "You will certainly enjoy the fruit, but first take a look at this." Since Huafei last assisted with the Yaozhou kiln's black-glazed ladle, he had not lent a paw to Wu Duo and remained as aloof as ever. Who knew what was going through the dog's mind? Wu Duo merely intended to test him once more. Noticing Huafei ignoring the pen holder and fixated on the fruit, he chuckled and tossed 2 lychees into Huafei's food bowl, saying, "Let us see if you can peel them." To Wu Duo's surprise, Huafei wasted no time, biting into 1 lychee skin, then widening the gap and successfully peeling it in half. "Well then, enjoy your meal," Wu Duo remarked, also indulging in a couple of lychees before he began to examine the lacquer pen holder. He aimed to remove the core, knowing the lacquer must be discarded. Wu Duo retrieved a handheld electric grinder. This type of grinder was common among many enthusiasts, easy to purchase, typically costing around a few dozen yuan, often shipped free of charge, and accompanied by a set of drill bits, grinding heads, and brushes. The versatility of this tool is remarkable when equipped with a drill bit. It can bore holes or enlarge them. When paired with a brush head, it transforms into an electric brush, perfect for cleaning walnuts or stringed instruments. And when fitted with a diamond grinding head, it is capable of shaping and polishing jade, beeswax, and wooden items. Wu Duo attached a large cylindrical diamond grinding head to his handheld electric sander, moistening the lacquerware in the process. This technique is not only beneficial for cooling, but also minimizes the dispersion of dust during the polishing process. Initially cautious to avoid damaging the inner core, Wu Duo soon discovered that beneath the lacquer layer lay a soft layer of burlap, as evidenced by the exposed lacquer dust. With this insight, he accelerated his efforts. The hues of purple clay are manifold. While the name purple clay suggests the significance of purple mud, there exists red mud, Benchon green mud, and many other classifications that can be further refined. There is no need to cut it into a Wu foam pipe or to truncate it for a fishing rod. After the myriad flowers and grasses wither, one must gaze upon the snowflakes as they fall. The inscription reads, recorded by Li Shen's poetry, crafted by the Stone Cloud Mountain Man by Juyi, styled Letian, composed poetry that resonates with clarity and simplicity. The identity of the Stone Cloud Mountain Man momentarily eluded Wu Duo, prompting him to examine the base of the pen holder. Chen Mingyuan. These 3 characters were relatively easy to recognize, and Wu Duo's familiarity with Chen Mingyuan facilitated his swift recognition. Chen Mingyuan, also known as Hufeng and the Stone Cloud Mountain Man, was a renowned master of Yixing purple clay during the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty. Celebrated for his exceptional craft, his prowess in purple clay teapot craftsmanship is foundational, but his most significant acclaim lies in his innovation, earning him the moniker Master of Floral Goods. The term floral goods underscores his penchant for creativity as he pioneered numerous new teapot designs inspired by natural forms, such as melon-shaped pots, plum branch pots, and silkware pots. Furthermore, he crafted ancient vessel shapes like dings, ju, and gu with purple clay, in addition to literary items like pen holders and water basins, as well as elegant decorative pieces featuring flora and fauna. Chun Mingyuan's illustrious reputation has led to an unending stream of imitations since the Qing dynasty, and the prices of genuine pieces have reached unprecedented heights at contemporary auctions. The most expensive purple clay teapots have fetched over 10 million, while a pair of purple clay duck figurines has been appraised at several million. Such occurrences are not uncommon during certain periods, as many porcelain items have been painted over, colloquially referred to as hanging robes in the industry. Undeniably, Chun Mingyuan is an indelible figure in the annals of purple clay history. His greatest achievement lies in the seamless integration of tea-drinking artistry and the refined aesthetics of literati culture, which has monumentally elevated the cultural and artistic value of purple clay. This exemplifies the allure of antiques. The essence of antiques resides in their antiquity as a foundation, while their enjoyment hinges on possessing aesthetic and artistic value. The distinction between antiques and cultural relics lies therein. Cultural relics primarily document and reflect history and may not necessarily possess artistic merit. Indeed, this is an item crafted by Chun Mingyuan himself. Wu Duo's understanding of this piece has significantly deepened compared to his previous knowledge of lacquerware. It seems he has gained a substantial advantage from Yaozhou. According to the agreement made at that time, it could be considered as having been purchased for 8,000 of my own. While it is indeed a fortunate gain, what if it turns out to be merely an ordinary zisha clay piece? Moreover, the average person would struggle to discern even a zisha clay item. How much could a lacquered pen holder, with decades of history, possibly be worth? In the world of antiques, what truly matters is one's discernment and knowledge. Discovering hidden treasures is commonplace, as is misjudging value. There is no question of one party taking advantage of the other, although Wu Duo relied not on sight, but rather on sound. Coming to terms with this, Wu Duo ceased to dwell on the matter, carefully rinsing the zisha pen holder with clean water, and after meticulously drying it, he began to appreciate its beauty. A master is indeed a master. The more he gazed, the more delightful it appeared. Chapter 17, a Liao. However, possessing such a valuable item in a rented space felt somewhat unsettling. With over 2 million in hand, should he consider purchasing a house first? Yet, the real estate prices in Qizhou are not modest. Even in the older neighborhood of Capanuan, near the western suburbs, the price exceeds 10,000 per square meter. Prime locations in the city command prices starting from 30,000, and one can only imagine the cost of school district properties and upscale communities. Contemplating the over 2 million, it sounds substantial, yet when it comes to spending, it feels rather tight. Furthermore, he also intended to save a sum for the old landlord, didn't he? After pondering for a while, Wu Duo decided to keep an eye on housing options. He would temporarily refrain from displaying the pen holder and seek a secure place to store it. As he regained his focus, Wu Duo turned around and was startled to find Huafei sitting nearby, tilting its head and staring at him. The unexpected sight indeed caught him off guard. "What are you doing?" Huafei stood up, shook its body, and then dashed towards the dining table where the fruit plate was, barking twice. "You're quite perceptive. Waiting for me to finish before asking for something?" Wu Duo remarked, placing a fragrant pear into the dog's food bowl. After a long day of cleaning and tidying up the pen holder, Wu Duo felt a bit fatigued. Once everything was in order, he lay down on the bed, intended to take a brief nap. The absence of work provided a sense of freedom. Nevertheless, Wu Duo still wished to find a job related to antiques to enhance his discernment and accumulate experience. His current method of appraisal was somewhat limited. Improving his ability to discern was fundamental to gaining a considerable advantage. Before he could rest for long, a knock on the door interrupted him. Wu Duo reluctantly climbed out of bed and approached the door. Hearing Su Yuren call out, "Is Xiao Wu at home?" "Mr. Su," Wu Duo greeted as he opened the door. "Not busy, I hope?" "Not at all, please come in." Wu Duo invited Su Yuren inside and offered him a seat. "I just washed some fruit. Would you like some?" "Thank you." "Xiao Wu, you're a jade appraiser at the pawn shop, right?" "Yes," Wu Duo replied, not bothering to mention that he had left the position. "Is there something you need appraised, Mr. Su? Is the black dog a German shepherd?" "Su Zhao then in Guit." "Come now." Mr. Su, don't exaggerate. A German Shepherd is a massive dog that would surely frighten anyone. All right, I believe you. However, it seems that only older folks enjoy keeping dogs. Why have you reversed the trend? Did you keep one when you were young, but no longer do so now? Do you know why people like to keep dogs? Wu Duo paused for a moment, taken aback. This is my first time keeping one, so I'm not quite sure. However, dogs possess the ability to guard homes and protect their owners, and they were quite endearing in our youth. Indeed, you once mentioned that dogs bring fortune. I believe in that as well. He must have faith. He adopted a fertilizer, and now his earnings exceed 2 million. Noting that these are merely superficial reasons and expressions, the deeper truth lies in the fact that dogs exhibit a subservient nature. Consider the terms associated with dogs: dog servant, sycophant, and those who leverage their owner's authority. Dogs, before their masters, display unwavering loyalty and servitude. Within the human psyche, the deference and submission of a servant can evoke a certain pleasure. My goodness, Su Di, have you ventured into the study of philosophy? Nonetheless, how does this relate to your past experience of raising dogs and your current abstention from it? The last dog I raised fundamentally altered my perspective. Su Yurin sighed and waved his hand, indicating he would not elaborate further. Wu Duo, upon hearing this, surmised that the dog had perhaps turned against him or even bitten him, thus refraining from further inquiry and instead resumed the interrupted conversation. Su Di, your discourse on dogs has veered off course. Did you summon me for an appraisal of an item? Oh, Su Di, your noble character truly serves as a model for us younger generations. Do not be so glib. Su Yurin opened a brocade box and asked, will you appraise this for me, free of charge? The square brocade box measured about 7 to 8 centimeters in length and 5 to 6 centimeters in width, containing a piece of white jade. It was a standard 4/6 plate, featuring a shallow relief of a bodhisattva. Wu Duo examined it closely and inquired, Su Di, does this patient know you are a rabbit by birth? Indeed, you know this as well? I was unaware at first, but the relief depicts Munju Shri, the guardian deity of those born in the year of the rabbit. Impressive, Xiao Wu. You can recognize various bodhisattva images? I may not recognize all, but I am aware that Munju Shri and Samanapadra ride a blue lion and a white elephant, respectively. Look, beneath this bodhisattva is indeed a lion. Su Yurin furrowed his brow, suggesting that this jade plate might not come cheap. Is it Heqian jade? If Heqian jade appears this white, even if it is Russian material, this piece would still be worth over 10,000. Wu Duo glanced at Su Yurin. May I speak candidly, Su Di? You may speak. Even if this is what you refer to as inferior material, the craftsmanship alone must exceed 100. No? Alas, this is machine carved. The pattern is set on a computer, and once fed into the machine, it produces it with a rapid succession of clicks. During polishing, it is placed in a vibrating barrel for mass production. This jade plate is still usable. It would make for a fine car ornament or something of the sort. Wu Duo could not help but ask, didn't he forget to give you the consultation fee? Did he? That would be rather unfortunate. This is acceptable, regardless of its value. It is still a gesture beyond what was owed, and it signifies thoughtfulness. Indeed, your words carry weight. Let's enjoy some fruit, Su Di. Wu Duo set down the jade plate, and after greeting, he picked up a fragrant pear and took a juicy bite, casually tossing a lychee to Huafei. At that moment, however, Wu Duo noticed something was amiss with Huafei. Chapter 18, Qianhui Mountain, Yunni Temple. Su Yurin did not look at Huafei, taking a bite of his own fragrant pear, remarking, autumn has arrived. This is quite soothing for the lungs. Yet Wu Duo set down his pear and picked up the jade plate, waving it at Huafei, asking, do you like this? Earlier, Wu Duo noticed that Huafei was indifferent to the lychee thrown at it, seemingly fixated on the table, as if it were gazing intently at the jade tablet. When confronted with the jade tablet that Wu Duo had brought, Huafei uttered a sound and raised its front legs, standing up, its little paws crossing and moving rhythmically for a moment. Wu Duo couldn't help but think that something was amiss. This creature could not possibly possess any discernible insight. With his own keen vision, he could easily ascertain that it was merely a newly crafted jade piece. Huafei had shown no interest in the Heqian white jade dog from the Song dynasty. So why the sudden fascination now? Su Yurin observed and commented, well, little Wu, it seems your expertise in jade appraisal has rubbed off on the pup. It certainly had its quirks. Although Wu Duo felt confident, he couldn't resist the urge to test the jade tablet with his middle finger. There was no reaction whatsoever. After all, if he misjudged such an object, it would render years of experience utterly futile. Su Di, what is the purpose of this jade tablet presented to you? Wu Duo then inquired of Su Yurin. It's from a teacher at the 15th middle school who spends long hours at his desk and suffers from cervical spine issues. Oh, Wu Duo nodded, refraining from further questions. However, Huafei trailed closely behind Su Yuren, even attempting to follow him out, only to be promptly scooped up by Wu Duo. This time, Huafei was not in a hurry and soon calmed down. After closing the door, Wu Duo set Huafei down, asking, "So, what's the deal? Is there nothing special about this jade tablet?" A flicker of confusion seemed to pass through Huafei's eyes before it slowly made its way to the doghouse and lay down. Wu Duo washed his hands, sat down, and lit a cigarette, lost in thought. He had this habit, charitably termed contemplation. Less charitably, it was often mere idle pondering. This jade tablet certainly did not qualify as a remarkable object, and the person who gifted it to Su Yi was of no extraordinary status. So, why did Huafei display such enthusiasm? Moreover, this enthusiasm was distinctly different from its previous excitement over the black-glazed residue. From Huafei's bewildered expression, it seemed still somewhat perplexed. After all, Huafei was merely a small puppy. Perhaps its abilities had yet to fully develop? Nonetheless, there must be something about this tablet that attracted it. Wait, Huafei is a vegetarian. Could it be that the image of the Bodhisattva on the jade tablet captivated its interest? Highly likely. With this thought in mind, Wu Duo retrieved a small wooden sculpture of Mithria from the bookshelf in his bedroom. This piece had been a gift from a shopkeeper when he made a purchase. The material was ordinary cypress wood, also machine-carved, yet it depicted a figure of the Buddha, presenting the statue before Huafei. The pup glanced at it, but exhibited no notable reaction, remaining rather subdued. Just under 10 miles from the chessboard garden, to the southwest, lies Qianhui Mountain, where a temple named Yunny Temple is situated halfway up the slope. Could it be that Huafei had ventured out on its own that day? Although the distance was not negligible, it was certainly within the realm of possibility. The enigma surrounding Huafei persistently swirled in Wu Duo's mind. He was, of course, eager to unravel the mystery, yet after experiencing a bout of confusion, he hesitated. Now that a new lead had emerged, Wu Duo felt a renewed sense of determination. After all, Yunny Temple was not far. Perhaps he could take Huafei there tomorrow, observe its reaction, while simultaneously inquiring further. When Wu Duo contemplates matters, he engages in profound reflection. Yet, once his mind is made up, he proceeds without hesitation. The following morning, Wu Duo once again placed the fertilizer into the dog cage and stepped outside. Qianhui Mountain is not particularly tall, with an elevation of merely 500 meters. The stone staircase leading from the foot of the mountain to the mid-hill Yunny Temple is broad and inviting. Situated at the southern slope of Qianhui Mountain, the temple's entrance is modest, yet there exists a spacious plaza between the entrance and the stone steps. Additionally, on both sides of the plaza, there are stone steps extending upward from outside the temple walls, leading to pavilions at the summit. On the northern slope of Qianhui Mountain, a cable car traverses from the peak to the base. Wu Duo ascended the stone steps from the southern slope to the entrance of Yunny Temple. He had visited Qianhui Mountain before, but had never approached the temple. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a large sign standing to one side, displaying 2 lines of text. Entry into the temple in improper attire is strictly prohibited. Pets are not allowed within the temple. It seems that having a dog within the temple premises is out of the question. Was he merely being overly imaginative? Wu Duo contemplated inquiring further, but there were no monks in sight near the entrance. After waiting for a while, he observed no monks entering or exiting. At this moment, he also took a closer look at the fertilizer. Although it had glanced at the temple gate a few times, its demeanor did not exhibit any significant abnormalities. Merely pressing its mouth against its paws, and once again displaying a bewildered expression, Wu Duo then carried the dog cage and began walking eastward from the plaza, wondering if there might be stray dogs in the nearby grove beside the stone steps. Upon reaching the eastern edge of the plaza, he encountered a bald man clad in a blue monk's robe descending the steps, seemingly around 40 years of age. Wu Duo's heart leaped with joy, and he hurried forward. "Master, pardon my intrusion. I wish to ask." However, before he could finish his sentence, the man suddenly raised 3 fingers, proclaiming, "Benefactor, your brow reveals 3 rays of Buddha light." Just as Wu Duo was about to interject, the monk shifted his hand position and continued, "Allow me to elaborate on your Buddhist destiny." "No, master, I primarily wish to inquire." Once again, Wu Duo was interrupted, this time not by the monk, but rather by the agitated barks of the fertilizer. Turning to glance, he noted that the fertilizer appeared quite incensed, baring its teeth and barking at the monk. This left Wu Duo momentarily bewildered. Soon after, a commotion erupted from the plaza behind him. Wu Duo turned to see a stout middle-aged man, accompanied by two burly youths. Sprinting towards them, the stout man shouted as he ran, "That's him, the fake monk. He swindled my wife out of several thousand." Wu Duo was briefly taken aback, while the monk reacted swiftly, suddenly pivoting and darting down the steps, circumventing Wu Duo. The stout man and his companions pursued relentlessly. Wu Duo found the entire situation absurd. When the world was happening, it turned out that the monk was merely an imposter. However, if the intention was to catch a fraud, why the early outcry? Wasn't that akin to startling a snake in the grass? Observing the stout man's frantic urgency, it felt as though this was not merely a matter of a few thousand yuan, but rather akin to a fake monk deceiving his wife in a scandalous affair. Chapter 19. The Treasure of the Town. As the interlude drew to a close, Wu Duo lightly tapped the dog cage, remarking, "You truly are remarkable, Huafei. You've recognized the false monk, haven't you?" Huafei merely shook its head and lay down again. Wu Duo lifted the dog cage, surveyed his surroundings, and then ascended the stone steps. Upon reaching the top, he noticed a relatively spacious platform adorned with several small stalls. Since he was already there, he thought it prudent to inquire with the vendors. With this in mind, Wu Duo approached the stalls. These vendors primarily sold distinctive handicrafts, including wooden bead necklaces, Buddha amulets, and incense burners. Wu Duo squatted before one particular stall, where the proprietor, a slender man appearing to be in his 30s, stood. Wu Duo chose this stall as the other vendors were predominantly older women, and he felt that a man might provide more reliable information. "How much for this bracelet?" Wu Duo asked, picking up a strand of approximately 20 round beads to initiate the conversation. "Ah, young brother, you truly have an eye for quality. This is my prized possession, authentic black meat, old sandalwood, consecrated by the abbot of Yunny Temple." The vendor grinned, revealing a set of rather white teeth. "We haven't opened for business yet today, but if you're genuinely interested, it's yours for a mere 1,000. Wu Duo internally chuckled. While he had yet to ascertain the material of the bracelet, the notion of paying 1,000 for a 20-bead strand of authentic black meat sandalwood was utterly absurd. Moreover, the fragrance was rather peculiar. Old sandalwood, like small-leaf red sandalwood, is primarily sourced from India. The grades range from yellow meat, red meat, to black meat. The black meat variety must have aged for over a century and be stored for decades post-harvest to achieve its effects. It appears somewhat darkened due to its oily core and high density, having undergone extensive maturation. Furthermore, black meat sandalwood generally possesses a potent aroma. Nowadays, true black meat material is quite rare, with most offerings being new stock. "Consecrated, you say?" Wu Duo seized upon this cue to inquire. "What exactly is the significance of Yunny Temple?" "Ah, Yunny Temple is a Pure Land sect temple dedicated to Amitabha Buddha, also known as the Buddha of Infinite Life." The vendor explained, eager to sell his wares. "In such a temple, it is unlikely that dogs will be kept, right? And I haven't seen any stray dogs around here. Indeed, it is improbable to keep dogs, given the absence of any in the vicinity. The management and sanitation of Qianhui Mountain are quite stringent. Strays would hardly find such a place appealing." As the vendor spoke, he glanced at the dog cage beside Wu Duo. "What? Are you hoping to have it consecrated? You're joking, right? How could a dog be consecrated?" Wu Duo replied. "Who says it can't? You could hang a tag on it stating it has been consecrated." The vendor then picked up a small wooden plaque, simply cut and polished, devoid of any markings. "Thank you, but I shall take a look around some more," Wu Duo replied, sensing there was little more to inquire. As he turned to leave, the vendor's displeasure was evident, but just then, an elderly lady squatted in front of the stall. Dressed simply and holding a string of prayer beads, she appeared to be a devotee. "Excuse me, sir, may I see that candle holder behind the stall?" she asked. The vendor ceased his conversation with Wu Duo and handed her the candle holder. Wu Duo intended to rise, but found himself captivated by a candlestick. Previously, he had not paid much attention to it. Yet, as the elderly lady held it aloft, sunlight illuminated it, causing it to shimmer with golden glints. "Auntie, you possess exquisite taste. This is indeed my prized possession." The vendor, undeterred by Wu Duo's lingering presence, repurposed his cherished item from the bracelet to the candlestick, remarking on its unique appeal. "Indeed, this candlestick is crafted from precious golden silk Nama wood and is a genuine antique from the Qing dynasty. A true treasure." The vendor chimed in cheerfully. "Aren't candlesticks typically sold in pairs?" the elderly lady inquired. "As I mentioned, this is an antique, and I only acquired this singular piece. There is little I can do," the vendor responded. "However, it can be used individually. Are there no other candlesticks available?" The elderly lady, clearly unimpressed by the so-called antique, insisted. What I require is a pair. Yes, yes. The vendor, recognizing her disinterest, swiftly retrieved a pristine pair of candlesticks from a large cardboard box beside him, wrapped in burlap. These are crafted from rosewood, exhibiting exquisite workmanship and an elevated quality. Upon seeing the elderly lady set down the solitary antique candlestick, Wu Duo seized it. Turning to the vendor, "May I take a look?" The vendor, preoccupied with the lady's transaction, merely nodded at Wu Duo before resuming his conversation with her. Wu Duo examined the candlestick closely. It stood approximately 1 foot tall, featuring a semicircular base, a cylindrical middle, and a dish-shaped top. Its overall design was rather simplistic, with minimal carving, save for a few subtle grooves. It indeed resembled golden silk Namo wood, though the quality of the material was average. Ancient wood, a product of nature's transformation leading to carbonization, is relatively lightweight, making it unsuitable for candlesticks, where stability is paramount. However, the base of this candlestick was reinforced with copper, adding significant weight and ensuring steadiness. After thorough inspection, Wu Duo affixed it to his left middle finger. Once Wu Duo had concluded his examination, the elderly lady completed her purchase of the new candlesticks and departed. "Brother, how much do you sell this candlestick for?" he inquired. "Look at you, with such discerning taste. Everything you desire is indeed my prized possession," the vendor replied, in a buoyant mood after the sale. "This is the only antique I possess. I acquired it at a considerable price." Wu Duo smiled, patiently awaiting further details. "Thus, I'll offer you the lowest price, and even 10,000 in yen." Wu Duo chuckled. Many are aware that golden silk Nanmu wood has been regarded as a precious material since ancient times, reserved exclusively for royal use. Consequently, the mention of golden silk Nanmu often evokes notions of substantial value. However, in reality, the prices of contemporary golden silk Nanmu crafts and those of ancient wood are relatively comparable, neither commanding exorbitant sums, though it greatly depends on their quality. For instance, a strand of round bead bracelets made from golden silk Nanmu with average quality can be acquired for merely a few dozen yuan. In contrast, those exhibiting exceptional quality and beautiful water wave patterns may reach hundreds or even thousands. Of course, there are also high-end collectibles, such as those featuring dragon gall patterns or abundant knots, which could exceed 10,000. Thus, even small items, when accumulated to a similar weight, differ significantly in value from entire logs or large pieces of furniture. Crafts can even be fashioned from scraps. Unlike in ancient times, where technological limitations and a closed market prevailed, the modern era offers a different landscape. This candlestick made from golden silk Nanmu, in terms of material value, is worth merely a few hundred yuan. Wu Duo is not haggling aimlessly. Chapter 20. The Dragon and Pearl Pattern Goblet. "Brother, are you truly interested in purchasing?" The vendor's brow furrowed upon hearing the mention of yen. Wu Duo responded earnestly. "Indeed, this is golden silk Nanmu, but your asking price of 10,000 is excessively high. This candlestick is made from rather ordinary wood, possessing only commonplace grain. A few hundred is a more reasonable offer." "Who said that? The golden silk is quite exquisite. Is that not why it is called golden silk Nanmu?" Wu Duo chuckled, explaining that when this wood is held up to the sunlight, it radiates a golden sheen. The vendor paused momentarily, retorting, "It is still different. You refer to the price of a crafted item, whereas this is an antique from the Qing dynasty. How can you ascertain it is from the Qing dynasty?" The vendor twisted his neck defiantly. "I have been in the wood business for many years. Surely, I possess some discernment. All right, I shall give you my final offer, 1,000. Fine, I shall take it. If not, then it is 200. Wu Duo, not one to linger unnecessarily, grasped the dog cage's handle and prepared to leave. "That is far too little." The vendor waved his hands dismissively. "Very well. You may continue your work. I shall take my leave." Wu Duo stood up and began to walk away. As he departed, he felt no apprehension about the vendor's potential refusal, recognizing that the initial price of 10,000 was evidently inflated. Moreover, having made an offer, he had expressed his intent to purchase. For antique vendors, they are not deterred by someone like Wu Duo who negotiates fiercely. Rather, they fear those who, like the elderly lady moments ago, simply inquire without asking for a price. Of course, this vendor is not primarily dealing in antiques. Yet he claimed to have acquired this item independently. Though not an antique dealer, the items he collects are likely not of high value. "I say, brother, why not a bit more?" Indeed, just as Wu Duo took a step forward, the vendor spoke again. Wu Duo halted, half-turning. "I raised my offer from a few hundred to 1,000 precisely because I dislike lengthy discussions." With that, he resumed his departure. 5,000. Is that acceptable? The vendor called out. As Wu Duo continued walking, one hand grasping the dog cage and the other raised in a dismissive gesture, the vendor exclaimed, "Good heavens. So you are in the same trade. Who is in the same trade with you?" "I am merely a craftsman," Wu Duo replied, feigning seriousness. "If you wish to sell to me, I shall not take that piece of wood. If you won't sell for 1,000, I can wait a couple of days. Today is merely fortunate. Take it, take it." "Alas, I acquired it for 1,000. It seems I have worked for nothing." "Acquired it for 1,000? Spare me the deception. Right next to the temple, you readily deceive a devoted old lady." Wu Duo, unfazed, proceeded to pay via QR code. The vendor packed the item into a plastic bag. With the transaction complete, he departed. Upon returning home, Wu Duo first released the fertilizer, poured water into his pot, and opened a bottle of cola, taking a couple of sips before picking up the candlestick. Another piece with hidden depths. In this day and age, is this the only way to uncover treasures? Indeed, the current antique market makes it exceedingly difficult to find valuable items right beneath one's nose. Firstly, genuine bargains are nearly non-existent. And secondly, who would wait for you to arrive? In truth, the finest treasures are predominantly displayed openly. Shopkeepers and stall owners are seldom novices, and thus they would not easily part with their valued possessions. While genuine items may be difficult to uncover, imitation pieces are increasingly abundant, owing to advancements in technology and the accessibility of information, which have elevated the quality of high-end replicas. Nevertheless, this moment is still exhilarating for Wu Duo. The candlestick in question is not from the Qing dynasty, yet it is not entirely modern. It dates back to the Republic of China. The base of the candlestick is sealed with copper, though it is not particularly heavy, consisting merely of a thin copper sheet. Concealed within this base lies a piece of porcelain. However, the information gathered thus far is scant. It is only known that a porcelain item resides within. Perhaps this is due to the inherent combination of copper and wood in the candlestick's design, which is quite intricate. Upon reflection, this hidden design is remarkably clever. If the wood used were of a dense variety, such as that of dark redwood, the copper seal base would appear incongruous, as it would be unnecessary and detract from the aesthetic, akin to gilding the lily. The porcelain is nestled within the semicircular base. From the outside, the thickness of the copper seal is not discernible. Thus, any additional weight from the porcelain may be erroneously attributed to the copper. In reality, the thin copper sheet does not contribute significantly to the overall weight. Such meticulous effort indicates that the concealed porcelain piece is likely of considerable value. Equipped with a small electric grinder, Wu Duo affixed a precision steel saw blade of a few centimeters in diameter to the chuck. He cautiously began to saw along the junction where the copper meets the wood, gradually deepening the incision. Soon, he glimpsed a piece of cotton fabric within a crevice. Using this depth as a guide, he sawed around the perimeter, ultimately removing a round section along with the copper. Inside the semicircular cavity lay a tightly packed bundle of white cotton. Extracting it was not overly laborious. He simply grasped one corner and gently pulled it outward. As he unwrapped the cotton, a stunning blue and white porcelain cup was revealed. It is a high-footed cup adorned with a dragon and pearl motif. One dragon chases a flaming pearl, while another playfully engages with it. The dragon is depicted in a vigorous posture, poised to devour the fiery orb. The dynamic portrayal exudes an extraordinary presence. The blue hue of the floral decoration is deep and rich, while the glaze possesses a soft, lustrous quality. High-footed cups emerged during the Yuan dynasty, also known as mounted cups, designed primarily for drinking while riding horses. The upper portion features a flared rim and a bulging belly, while the lower section boasts a handle-like pedestal. Although high-footed cups were produced after the Yuan dynasty, their distinctive form remained prevalent, albeit not exclusively for equestrian use. This particular cup measures approximately 11 centimeters in diameter and stands about 9 centimeters tall. Wu Duo refrained from immediately applying his left middle finger for appraisal, as nestled within the cotton wrapping of the high-footed cup was a small folded piece of Xian paper. Upon unfolding, it revealed a palm-sized note inscribed in small, elegant calligraphy. "By chance, I obtained a blue and white high-footed cup from the Yongla Imperial Kiln, much to my delight. In these tumultuous times, I shall keep it secret." It appears this item was hidden away during the Republic of China era, yet the identity of the individual remains elusive. Wu Duo once again picked up the high-footed cup, noting that the cobalt blue used in the decoration is likely derived from the famed Su Ma Li Qing. The Yongla official kiln blue and white porcelain indeed made extensive use of the Persian-imported cobalt, known as Su Ma Li Qing. The base of the cup reveals a yellowish clay, somewhat coarse, which is certainly not kaolin but rather mahjong soil. Kaolin was likely not utilized until the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty, while the early official kilns predominantly employed mahjong soil. Throughout the high-footed cup, no inscriptions were found. However, this does not impede its attribution to the official kiln. The standardized markings of the official kiln commenced only during the Yongle reign, and a significant portion of the official kiln wares from that era bore no inscriptions. Chapter 21. Yuan Blue and White Porcelain. At this moment, Wu Duo was filled with excitement. If this high-footed cup were indeed a genuine piece from the Yongle official kiln, it would be a tremendous fortune. At the very least, it would be worth more than those few emeralds. Let me ascertain its authenticity, Wu Duo thought, pressing his left middle finger against the cup. What? This is not Yongle Blue and White. This is Yuan Blue and White. Moreover, it is not the broadly defined Yuan Blue and White that includes domestic cobalt, but rather a refined example of Yuan Blue and White that employs the Suma leaching cobalt. Wu Duo's hands trembled slightly. He carefully set the cup down, then lit a cigarette, attempting to calm himself. Goodness, Yuan Blue and White, without any forewarning or hesitation. It appeared in my life, bringing me sheer delight. After finishing one cigarette, Wu Duo couldn't resist lighting another. The original owner from the Republican era had even made a mistake, wrongly identifying the exquisite Yuan Blue and White as Yongle official kiln Blue and White. Wu Duo was overly exhilarated, and only after regaining his composure did he realize this was quite normal. During the Republican period, Yuan Blue and White was largely unknown. Any literature, films, or lectures claiming that someone in that era recognized Yuan Blue and White are fundamentally misleading. The exquisite Yuan Blue and White pieces recognized today were often mistaken for Yongle or Xuan de Blue and White during the Republican era. It wasn't until the 1950s that an American named Pop began to unravel the study of Yuan Blue and White. This means that the now-renowned Yuan Blue and White had languished in obscurity for 6 centuries in the annals of Chinese history. Even today, the most concentrated and abundant collections of Yuan Blue and White are found in Turkey and Iran, as this Suma leaching cobalt was historically sourced from the Persian region. During the Yuan dynasty, merchants from this area brought Suma leaching to China, a nation renowned for its porcelain. They possessed the cobalt but lacked the porcelain-making technology, thus providing cobalt and commissioning porcelain. With this foundation, the Chinese began experimenting with Suma leaching to create blue and white wares, leading to the emergence of such pieces in the late Yuan dynasty. However, it never gained widespread popularity. In fact, domestic cobalt had long existed, at least since the Song dynasty's blue and white porcelain. The primary reason that blue and white was made from domestic cobalt did not flourish during the Song and Yuan dynasties is that the Song valued blue while the Yuan preferred white. The sky blue glaze and egg white glaze were the 2 defining representatives of porcelain in the Song and Yuan dynasties. It was not until the Ming dynasty overthrew the Yuan and stabilized its governance that, from the Yongle to the Xuan reigns, the official kiln began to produce blue and white wares in significant quantities using Suma leaching as cobalt. This also solidified the immutable status of blue and white porcelain in the annals of ceramic history, historically referred to as Yongxian blue and white. Following the Ming dynasty's Xuan period, the imported cobalt known as Suma leaching became depleted, and the original formula was lost to time. The rare Suma leaching blue and white that briefly emerged during the late Yuan dynasty was thus obscured. By the Republican era, references to Suma leaching within antique circles were limited to Yongxian blue and white. Even when Yuan blue and white, employing Suma leaching as a cobalt source surfaced, it was frequently mistaken for Yongxian blue and white. In fact, it was not until the 1980s and 1990s that the antique community in China became familiar with Yuan blue and white, let alone the general populace. The true awakening of Yuan blue and white in China came with the sensational sale of the Gaguzishan large jar in 2005, which set a record for porcelain auctions in China, fetching over 200 million, creating a stir. As Wu Duo gazed upon this exquisite Yuan blue and white goblet, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Once he regained his composure, he began to assess its value. Excluding Wu Duo's piece, how would one react if told that someone purchased a Yuan blue and white for a mere 1,000? Do not be quick to scoff, for it may indeed be plausible. Broadly speaking, Yuan blue and white should encompass the blue and white porcelain produced during the Yuan dynasty, within which items priced at 1,000 or even a few hundred do exist, often regarded with indifference. And upon viewing the actual object, one might find it rather insipid. To accurately appraise a piece of Yuan blue and white, one must first comprehend the value tiers of all such items. Fortunately, Wu Duo's theoretical knowledge is quite extensive. The most valuable yuan blue and white pieces are those that utilize Suma Li Qing as cobalt, adorned with narrative depictions of figures and crafted in large formats. Including the Gaguzishan jar, only 9 such pieces are known worldwide. The other 8 include the Zhaojun Chusai jar, the Zixianji jar, the Weiqi Gong Rescuing the Monarch jar, the Zhou Yafa Fine Willow Camp jar, the Jinxiani jar, the 3 Visits to the Thatch Cottage jar, the Baiwa Pavilion jar, and the Shaohe Pursuing Han Xian Plum Vase. These 9 pieces are held in the highest regard. Should any of them re-enter the market at auction, they would command at least hundreds of millions, with the potential for even greater estimations. Wu Duo has extensively researched and consulted numerous sources regarding these 9 narrative-decorated yuan blue and white pieces, which are likely products from the period after Zhu Yuanzhang took control of Jingdezhen. Although the timeline remains within the Yuan dynasty, they bear unique significance. Next are those yuan blue and white pieces that employed Suma Li Qing as cobalt, featuring various designs and exquisite forms. Approximately 300 to 400 such pieces are known globally, with the Topkapi Palace in Turkey housing 40 and the National Museum of Iran possessing over 30. Among these, larger forms undoubtedly carry greater value than their smaller counterparts. Wu Duo's goblet belongs to the smaller category. By analyzing auction records and related market insights, he estimates its value to be no less than 6 million. Conversely, the least valuable yuan blue and white consists of utilitarian ware made from domestic cobalt. This category varies in quality, featuring some aesthetically pleasing pieces with commendable blue hues, while others are exceedingly ordinary or even crude. Among the lowest grade yuan blue and white porcelain, pieces of certain artistic value may fetch thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. However, the coarse and unrefined common items, even if acquired for a few hundred, may hold little significance. Of course, this also depends on the context of the interaction and the environment. The yuan blue and white porcelain in question typically refers specifically to the Suma Li Qing variety, which is a narrower definition of yuan blue and white. Wu Duo conducted a final thorough inspection and found no flaws. This was a complete piece. After careful consideration, Wu Duo resolved to part with the high-footed cup. In truth, his decision was fraught with difficulty, as he had initially been reluctant to let it go. Chapter 22, Quanzhan Academy. Although Wu Duo had a deep appreciation for antiques, he was not one to cling obsessively to his collection. His current living situation required improvement, particularly in securing a residence that could safely accommodate his antiques. Additionally, he could not escape the allure of financial gain. When faced with the choice, selling the yuan blue and white high-footed cup was far easier and would yield a much higher price than parting with the purple clay pen holder. However, he was not particularly enamored with this type of vessel, created by the nomadic peoples of the steppes, even if it was an impressive example of yuan blue and white. Thus, despite the difficulty in making his decision, the comparative merits led him to this conclusion. After lunch, Wu Duo clarified his thoughts. This piece could indeed be consigned to a reputable auction house, yet he remained hesitant to pursue this avenue. Perhaps the words of Wu Daji from earlier had influenced him. He wished to avoid drawing attention from various quarters, at least for the time being. Although auction houses promise confidentiality regarding consignor's information, the notoriety of yuan blue and white porcelain meant that once it was auctioned, its reach would be vast, and it was uncertain who might inquire into its provenance. Wu Duo ultimately opted for Lao Pan, the head of the porcelain department at Qishan Pawnshop. He did not intend to pawn it. Rather, he sought Lao Pan directly. During their last conversation, Lao Pan had mentioned that if Wu Duo had any fine items, he should feel free to reach out. However, Wu Duo was keen on achieving a high price, and suspected that Lao Pan might not be able to manage the entire transaction on his own. Nevertheless, Lao Pan had significant connections within the porcelain circle of Qizhou, and enlisting his help to find a buyer should not pose a problem. The intermediary fee for such arrangements, according to industry norms, was typically 3% from the buyer and 2% from the seller. Wu Duo mused that, at worst, he could offer a little more as the seller to ensure Lao Pan put in the extra effort. After all, the cost would be negligible in comparison to the potential increase in value of such a significant piece. After contemplating this, Wu Duo lit a cigarette and prepared to call Lao Pan. It seemed that his fertilizer, likely a pet, disapproved of Wu Duo's smoking habit, as it always kept its distance whenever he lit up. "I'm sorry, Xiao Wu," Lao Pan chuckled. "I'm currently in my car. Just arrived at the parking lot of my community. What's on your mind? I have a piece of yuan blue and white porcelain. Are you interested in acquiring it?" "Director Pan? What? Could you repeat that?" "The exquisite yuan blue and white porcelain, featuring a dragon motif on a high-footed cup. Crafted from the clay of the Ma Tsang region and adorned with cobalt glaze of Su Ma Li Qing, is indeed flawless. Wu Duo spoke with a measured tone. Xiao Wu, can you handle this? Old Pan's words came out with a hint of urgency, followed by an explanation. It's not that I doubt your discernment. It's just that such items are exceedingly rare. Wu Duo understood that Old Pan harbored some skepticism, as he was well aware of Wu Duo's previous expertise in porcelain. Moreover, Yuan blue and white wares are distinctly different from others. Nonetheless, when it comes to Yuan blue and white, even if Old Pan harbored doubts, he would need to see it with his own eyes to feel assured. Shall we take a look together? I think that's a good idea. How about we schedule a time for tomorrow? Aren't you working tomorrow? I can skip work, as I have to be on duty for 2 consecutive days this weekend. This piece is quite valuable, Director Pan. Haha, Xiao Wu. Are you worried that I won't be able to handle it, and will end up taking advantage? Old Pan responded directly. Taking advantage is a colloquial term in their circle, referring to intermediaries who manage to sell a seller's item to a buyer for a profit, while keeping both parties in the dark. You speak as if I would think that way. Such a fine piece. You were the first person I thought of. It's all about trust. Based on your words, if I cannot manage it, I will certainly find you a suitable buyer. Wu Duo chuckled. It would be best if you could handle it all at once. Should you choose not to, I might slightly raise the price based on the established rules. That can be discussed later. Let us first examine the item. Where will be suitable? Old Pan pondered for a moment. You know the Quanzhong Academy by the shores of Mengshui Lake, right? Yes, it is quite famous. Then let us meet at 10 in the morning. I'll reserve a private room. Just call me when you arrive. All right. The next morning, Wu Duo arrived at the Quanzhong Academy by Mengshui Lake as planned. Mengshui Lake, located in the heart of Qizhou City, is a picturesque and freely accessible scenic area. Though referred to as an academy, it is essentially a tea house housed in a charming 3-story building, complete with a courtyard. On either side of the entrance, there hung a pair of couplets inscribed on wooden plaques, broad and expansive, lush and verdant, which conveyed a certain elegance. Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation? A young man in a blue cotton jacket greeted him at the entrance. Is there a Mr. Pan, around 50 years of age, who has reserved a room? Oh, you must be Mr. Wu, correct? Yes. Please follow me to the 2nd floor, to the Biao private room. Upon entering the room, Old Pan had already ordered a pot of king of oolong tea and 2 plates of dried fruits. Xiao Wu, your timing is impeccable. The refreshments and service at Quanzhong Academy are not inexpensive. And Old Pan had calculated in his mind. If Wu Duo indeed brought a genuine piece of Yuan blue and white, he would gladly foot the bill. If it turned out to be a counterfeit, then he would consider it a favor to help Wu Duo refine his eye, and the expense would fall to Wu Duo. After the server left, Old Pan closed the door, and Wu Duo even shut the window before revealing the high-footed cup. Before even touching it, Old Pan's eyes widened in astonishment. For someone of Old Pan's caliber, authenticating a genuine piece was not a daunting task. Indeed, for seasoned players, discerning the majority of common replicas available on the market is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in identifying 2 specific categories: the top-tier fakes among the counterfeits, and the genuine articles that remain obscure. Such discernment requires the expertise of a true connoisseur. Ah, Xiao Wu, you have certainly impressed me, Director Pan exclaimed, resting his hands on the table while cradling the exquisite goblet, inhaling sharply as he spoke. This could it possibly be an heirloom? You are correct, Director Pan. However, this piece has never seen the soil. It was hidden away in the beams of the house. I must inquire, what was your family involved in? My grandfather mentioned that there was once a second-rank official, though he cannot recall the dynasty or era. The patina on this item is remarkably beautiful, clearly a relic of the past. Moreover, it is in impeccable condition. Director Pan praised enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo surmised that his initial thoughts were accurate. Director Pan was merely indulging in flattery. As the saying goes, applause comes from the idle, while appraisal comes from the buyer. If he truly wished to purchase, would he be so effusive in his praise? Moreover, despite his numerous commendations, he had yet to inquire about the price. Chapter 23, The Elder Zhang. I initially intended to auction it, but recalling Director Pan's suggestion to reach out first if I had something valuable, I contacted you instead, Wu Duo remarked with a smile, aiming to maintain a low profile. Indeed, the wise prosper quietly. You can rest assured here. Director Pan then broached the subject of price, asking, how much are you hoping to acquire for this piece? The fair price is 8 million, not a cent less. Wu Duo had already contemplated this. This amount indeed exceeds his estimation. Yet such items differ from those with a price but no market. These treasures are elusive, even for those with wealth. A slight increase would still attract the discerning collector. A hint of surprise crossed Director Pan's face. Xiaowu, your offer is both precise and formidable. It is clearly above market value, yet not exorbitantly so. However, given my current resources, I find it challenging to produce 8 million at once. Alas, Wu Duo sighed dramatically. I had hoped to secure the best for you. Yet, I too have my own difficulties. I understand, Director Pan nodded. If you place your trust in me, I shall not disappoint you. I will not only strive to facilitate this transaction, but perhaps also cultivate a beneficial rapport. Wu Duo inclined his head respectfully towards Director Pan, thinking to himself that it seemed the director had prepared for both outcomes. Agreed. Director Pan set aside the goblet. Please keep it safe. We cannot afford any mishaps. I will make a phone call now. Wu Duo was taken aback. Director Pan? So soon? Let's give it a try. It may yield results. Director Pan replied with a smile, rising to dial his phone while pacing towards the window. Wu Duo carefully reboxed the goblet, placing it at the center of the tea table, lighting a cigarette as he pondered whether someone had previously sought Director Pan's insight regarding the Yuan blue and white porcelain. However, such items are indeed rare to encounter, and perhaps now they had identified the right connection. Those who can afford this Yuan blue and white goblet are certainly not of ordinary means. Nevertheless, Wu Duo remained vigilant, aware that wealth does not necessarily equate to virtue. He must respond flexibly based on the outcome of Lao Pan's phone call. All right, Director Pan, I shall forego excessive expressions of gratitude. Once the matter is accomplished, I will add a point to the customary arrangement. Wu Duo immediately focused on the crux of the matter. This additional point naturally implies that while the seller initially offered a commission of 2%, it has now increased to 3%. The significance lies in the considerable base amount. 2% of 8 million is 160,000, whereas 3% escalates to 240,000. However, this payment is indeed warranted, as it encompasses numerous elements. I have made my stance clear and shall not alter it. Wu Duo interjected. I heard during the call that we should schedule another time. Let us reconnect then. Very well. Wu Duo felt a sense of relief. Before Lao Pan answered, Wu Duo swiftly remarked, my schedule is quite flexible. Whatever arrangements they make will be fine. Lao Pan nodded and answered the call. At Quanho Academy, I have examined the items, and there are no issues. That is not appropriate. Allow me to treat you. Oh, very well. We shall wait for your arrival to discuss further. This was indeed remarkably decisive. It seemed a fortunate coincidence. The higher the status, the more approachable one appears. Those who revel in ostentation or carry an air of arrogance are unlikely to be significant figures. As the two enjoyed tea, smoked, and conversed, Wu Duo casually inquired of Lao Pan regarding practical questions on porcelain appraisal, to which Lao Pan responded earnestly. Beside Zhang Qingjin stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, of average build and unremarkable appearance, yet he spoke with propriety and moved with agility. Lao Pan referred to him as assistantly. After polite exchanges and introductions, the four took their seats. Zhang Qingjin glanced at the box placed in the center of the table and smiled, addressing Wu Duo, young Wu. Since this is our first meeting, may I audaciously inquire whether you had already determined it to be an authentic piece of Yuan blue and white before Director Pan's inspection? Zhang Qingjin nodded, maintaining his composure, initially casting a brief glance, and then extending his right hand to elegantly execute a flipping motion with the cup. 8 million. Wu Duo paused. I had mentioned this to Director Pan prior to your arrival. Chapter 24. The youth is fearsome. Zhang Qingjin chuckled. You are preemptively enhancing the buyer's collection. Indeed, Wu Duo affirmed with a nod. At this moment, Zhang Qingjin glanced at Lao Pan. After a slight pause, he continued, over a decade ago, at an auction on Hong Kong Island, I encountered a Yuan blue and white high-footed cup, comparable in size to yours, though with a different design. It featured a vine lotus pattern on the cup wall and water birds in a lotus pond at the center. The starting bid was 180,000, yet it went unsold. I hesitated and ultimately refrained from bidding. Oh, both Wu Duo and Lao Pan questioned in unison. Zhang Qingjin grimaced at the time. I believe that small-sized Yuan blue and white pieces held little significance, and I was also intrigued by an antique kiln piece, focusing my efforts on strategizing for that auction. The term antique kiln broadly refers to porcelain predating the Yuan dynasty, encompassing items such as the southern Qing and northern white kilns of the Tang dynasty, as well as the 5 renowned kilns and 8 famous folk kilns of the Song dynasty. That Yuan blue and white high-footed cup was auctioned again 2 years ago, and I, unfortunately, could not participate. I heard it fetched over 570,000. Lao Pan remained silent. Zhang Qingjin seemed to gain enthusiasm, sipping his tea and continuing. If we're to discuss the most exquisite blue and white porcelain, it should indeed be from the Kangxi era. Not to mention the exquisite quality of the clay, the lustrous glaze, and the exceptional craftsmanship. Even when merely observing the vibrant hues of the blue and white porcelain, the brilliance of the Kangxi blue and white, with its jade-like material and captivating azure tones, is undeniably impressive. Yet, why does it still fall short in comparison to the Yuan blue and white? The year of production is not of paramount importance. Rather, it is the unique spirit of the Yuan blue and white that captivates. This spirit emanates from the tumultuous circumstances at the end of the Yuan dynasty, intertwining with the prevailing sense of the era, the fervor of social strife between classes, and the artistic breakthroughs that were distinctly its own. Wu Duo, unable to contain his enthusiasm, spontaneously applauded. It was a purely instinctive reaction. The elder had spoken so compellingly that he almost regretted his own decision to part with it. Fortunately, he still possessed secret skills, bolstered by youth and the promise of time ahead. What else could Wu Duo say? The deal was struck. Today, he felt he had truly attended a masterclass. In the realm of art, when it comes to creation, innate talent seems to surpass the significance of later training. However, in the appreciation of art, the pursuit of knowledge and skill development becomes overwhelmingly vital, and such training, if pursued in solitude, would certainly not yield results as swiftly as when guided by a seasoned mentor. Observing this, Zhang Qingjin waved his hand dismissively, conceding that he owed Director Pan a favor. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Qingjin noted as Wu Duo signed the contract. Ah, young Wu, the antique trade has its own rules. I shan't inquire about the origins of this piece, yet it is clearly stated in the contract that should any discrepancies arise in the future. Well, where does young Wu stand now? An unemployed wanderer? Oh, are you contemplating establishing your own venture? Zhang Qingjin pondered. Among antiques, which category do you excel in? Is it porcelain as well? I am somewhat restless in nature, aspiring to reach lofty heights, and I possess a modicum of understanding across various categories. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingjin raised an eyebrow. If a typical young person had expressed such sentiments, he would not have thought much of it, likely considering it mere truth. However, having just witnessed Wu Duo transfer a piece of Yuan blue and white to him, Zhang Qingjin perceived an underlying subtext in Wu Duo's words. Once more, the phrase formidable youth surged in his mind. The midday banquet was arranged at the Zue Xianlu, situated not far from the Quanzhong Academy. The dishes were exquisite and abundant, and the gathering was filled with merriment. During the meal, Wu Duo gained immense insight, particularly regarding matters that were previously beyond his reach. He recalled the name of the Yaozhou establishment, located in the Dongshan Antique City directly across from the Qixia Mountain Antique Market. Occupying the finest position on the second floor, its expansive storefront remarkably conspicuous. Chapter 25, The Silent May Vase. Such an opportunity was one Wu Duo would never decline. He had longed for a chance to further validate his findings at Dongshan Antique City. The treasures there far surpassed those at the Qixia Mountain Antique Market. The Yaozhou stood out as a paragon among them. The manager of the Qixiang pawn shop, named Chun Yongjun, had previously been just a probationary employee to Wu Duo. With few encounters, yet he left a favorable impression, broad brows, large eyes, and a disposition of integrity. Elder Zhang's vehicle was a black Audi A8, dignified and understated. Although Wu Duo had visited Dongshan Antique City before, he had never entered the Yaozhou. Upon arrival, the head of the Yaozhou, Hu Yunda, was already waiting at the entrance. Wu Duo focused his gaze, realizing that this was indeed a piece of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, a maping adorned with cloud and dragon patterns. While the term may be used somewhat facetiously, it is worth noting that the maping originally served as a wine vessel. Its popularity surged during the Song dynasty, when it was referred to as a jingping due to the royal practice of sermonizing, which necessitated a celebratory feast. The wine vessels used at such banquets were shaped like these maping. Thus, the name jingping came into being. By the Ming dynasty, the aesthetic appeal of the maping had eclipsed its practical use, a transition reflected in the change of nomenclature from jingping to maping. The two pieces of Yuan blue and white porcelain, a wine bottle and a wine cup, exuded a sense of completeness. The maping is revered as the quintessential porcelain shape of the Huaxia culture, with nearly every notable kiln having produced one, making it almost impossible for anyone with a penchant for porcelain, including Wu Duo, to be unaware of it. Moreover, maping from the Yuan era typically exhibited a rather robust form, easily distinguishable from the styles of the Ming and Qing dynasties. They complement each other splendidly, As Wu Duo gazed at the Meiping within the glass cabinet, he mused that this piece was undoubtedly far more valuable than his own tall wine cup. Zhang Chengjin, noticing Wu Duo's intense focus, inquired with a smile, "What is it? Do you wish to handle it? Is that appropriate? I should wash my hands first." Wu Duo quickly replied, "There are those who claim that appreciating porcelain should be done without gloves to avoid slippage. However, in reality, there are circumstances where wearing gloves is necessary. The most common scenario is when someone prefers their possessions not to be touched directly. What else can be done but to don gloves and exercise caution?" Yet, he also wished to assess the piece directly with his left middle finger. Hence his compromise of first washing his hands. Zhang Qingjin chuckled, "Suit yourself, but the shop does require regular dusting. Once permitted to handle the piece." Wu Duo began his assessment using his limited expertise. The underlying clay revealed a natural fiery red, while the lustrous glaze exhibited a slight azure tint. The hue of the blue and white decoration was a deep, brilliant blue, with pronounced rust spots, and the dragon motif was executed with vigor and fluidity, embodying the quintessential characteristics of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Finally, Wu Duo pressed his left middle finger against the Meiping. No sound. He took a deep breath, carefully stabilizing the Meiping in the display case before pressing his finger against it once more. Yet after a full minute of contemplation, his mind racing with thoughts, there was still silence. What could this mean? Based on his prior experiences, this piece could only be a complete imitation. Moreover, it was not even a well-crafted imitation. Lacking the age of Wu Duo himself, who was in his 20s, Hu Yunda remained silent, observing quietly from the side. Wu Duo forced a wry smile. Acknowledging his lack of insight, perhaps I should refrain from making hasty judgments. I invited you here for the sake of discourse. Appreciating antiques can yield immense pleasure beyond mere examination. Chapter 26. The Pinnacle of Imitation. Zhang Qingjin glanced once more at the blue and white cloud and dragon Meiping and asked, "So, how far do you think this can go?" "Yongxian? I fear it may not even reach the Ming dynasty level. Can you be more specific?" Wu Duo pondered, considering that since it appeared younger than him, and taking into account the actual understanding of Yuan blue and white porcelain, it likely would not exceed 20 years in age. Nevertheless, he deemed it acceptable to share his thoughts. "It appears to be a rather flattering compliment." Hu Yunda softly cleared his throat. Elder Zhang couldn't help but glance at Hu Yunda. "Ikta, do you have something to say?" Hu Yunda's expression remained somewhat unnatural, yet he addressed the matter at hand. "Mr. Xiao Wu's discerning eye has truly astonished me. I scrutinized this exquisite imitation for a full hour back then, and I couldn't detect any flaws, let alone now." "Ah, that explains it." Wu Duo nodded. Such a precious piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain simply displayed in a glass cabinet. The security at the antique market can still be trusted. However, the old gentleman seldom visits, so it's more convenient to appreciate the genuine article at home. Hu Yunda interjected. "The cost of this imitation far exceeds that of ordinary antique porcelain. With all expenses combined, it surpasses 500,000. Wu Duo could not help but gasp. With such a high-quality imitation, how many people in the market can truly authenticate it? "There are no flaws," he stated candidly, as indeed, Wu Duo could not discern any discrepancies. After all, he could hardly admit that he had merely heard it from someone else. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chengjin displayed a look of approval, gently stroking his chin. "You heard in the morning and can authenticate it by afternoon? This isn't akin to selecting ripe watermelons." As Hu Yunda brewed tea, the three took their seats. Wu Duo's performance had genuinely astonished Hu Yunda. Thus, despite his outward politeness, there was no true respect felt within. However, Wu Duo's impressive appraisal immediately garnered Hu Yunda's newfound admiration. Nodding, Hu Yunda lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, simultaneously casting a sidelong glance at Wu Duo. Wu Duo, observing his demeanor, seemed to be aware of the painting's significance, which appeared to possess some extraordinary qualities. Wu Duo was undeniably a novice when it came to calligraphy and painting. In the world of antiques, there exists a saying, "Soft pieces disdain hard pieces. Hard pieces disdain miscellaneous items, and the black tiger is disregarded by all." Hard pieces mainly refer to porcelain and jade. Soft pieces pertain to calligraphy, paintings, and ancient texts. The authentication of calligraphy and painting is highly demanding, encompassing various aspects such as brushwork and artistic realm. How could an ordinary person comprehend such intricacies? In contrast to the specific craftsmanship of hard pieces, the difficulty of authentication indeed escalates. Historically, calligraphy and painting have been the creations of literati and renowned figures, while porcelain and jade are the works of artisans. Miscellaneous items primarily consist of bamboo, wood, ivory, horn, and small scholarly objects, as well as ancient coins, with many enthusiasts. Valuable items are relatively scarce, and the difficulty of authentication is comparatively lower. In the past, bronze artifacts also fell under the category of miscellaneous items. But due to various trading restrictions, they are now classified separately. As for the black tiger, it specifically refers to ancient stone inscriptions, which are even more elusive, with complex contents and ambiguous dates, requiring extensive scholarship to discern their nuances. The painting, measuring a considerable 8 feet in height, features a paper base with verdant landscapes, appearing to be in its original old mount. Zhang Qingjin warmly invited Wu Duo to come forward and appreciate it. The scene depicted distant mountains and nearby waters. A small pavilion nestled among the hills, with 2 figures standing face to face before the pavilion, an illustration of friends meeting in the deep mountains. Chapter 27. The Master's Work. Abundant in ghost-ridden pieces. After briefly examining the heart of the painting, Wu Duo began to scrutinize the signatures and seals closely. One must first gain a general understanding before proceeding to touch and listen attentively. In the 7th month of the Jiajing era, during the year of the Jichou, I sought a friend, but found none. On my return, I traversed through verdant mountains and clear waters, suddenly feeling as if I had encountered something remarkable. The resident of Hengshan. Below are 2 seals, both square and inscribed with white characters. One bears the name of Wen Zhengming, while the other is the seal of Wuyan Studio. Wen Zhengming's artistry is noteworthy. Although he entered the realm of painting relatively late, his subsequent fame became immense, exemplifying the notion of late bloomers. Why the delay? It is said that he was not particularly bright in his youth, not speaking until after the age of 10, which is rather unusual, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Nevertheless, his records from the imperial examination are likely genuine. He failed to pass on 10 occasions. Only after reaching the age of 50 did he finally achieve the status of a tribute student and was recommended for the Ministry of Personnel, where he served as a waiting scholar in the Hamlin Academy. However, he was not suited for an official's life, and after 3 years, he returned home, dedicating himself to the creation of art and the impartation of knowledge. His oeuvre encompasses a variety of subjects, including flowers, birds, figures, and landscapes. Yet his greatest accomplishments lie in the realm of landscape painting. The rise of Wen Zhengming's reputation coincided with the pinnacle of the Wu school of painting, rooted in Suzhou. The Wu school is renowned for its 4 masters of the Ming dynasty: Shenzhou, Wen Zhengming, Tang Yin, and Xiaoying. Shenzhou, the founder of the Wu school, was also the teacher of Wen Zhengming and Tang Yin, and following Shenzhou, Wen Zhengming emerged as the central figure of the school. If this painting is indeed an authentic work by Wen Zhengming, such dimensions could fetch millions at auction, a fact not difficult to ascertain. However, one can only perceive the surface. Ultimately, one must rely on auditory discernment. Fortunately, there exists a sound. The year of Jichou corresponds to the 8th year of Jiajing, or 1529, which marks the 60th birthday of Wen Zhengming. In terms of nominal age, he was actually 59. This date is accurate and provides a wealth of specificity. Wait, why does it seem so intricate? Wu Duo has indeed gathered detailed information, yet it raises the question, is this painting a genuine masterpiece or a mere imitation? The landscapes within the painting are attributed to Wen Jia, the trees and woods to Qin Chun, the pavilions and towers to Lu Shidao, and the figures to Zhu Lang. Only the inscription and seals are authentically in the hand of Wen Zhengming. This is an entire melange. It is essential to clarify the relationships among these individuals. Wen Jia was the second son of Wen Zhengming, while Qin Chun, Lu Shidao, and Zhu Lang were all his students. Could it be that during a celebration for Wen Zhengming, he mentioned his visit to a friend in July, prompting this group to collaboratively create a painting? Upon completion, Wen Zhengming might have deemed it satisfactory enough to inscribe and seal it himself. This is not beyond the realm of possibility. The reasons and timing need not be tied to a birthday celebration, but these individuals must have gathered at some point. The artistic legacy of Wen Zhengming continues unabated, with numerous disciples and relatives directly inheriting his style, forming a vast cohort of artists. He is revered as the leader of the Wu school. Furthermore, Wen Zhengming lived to the remarkable age of 90, truly embodying the status of a longevity deity, holding his position as the leader for an extended period. Among the surviving works attributed to him, a considerable number were executed by his descendants and students during his lifetime, a well-documented historical fact. Some disciples initially received the suggestion of Wen Zhengming to act as his ghostwriters. However, over time, they began to forge his paintings for personal profit. For instance, Zhu Lang, who imitated Wen Zhengming's works, gained a reputation for his forgeries. Some individuals would even pay him to produce a piece purportedly by Wen Zhengming, which they could proudly display in their homes. It is improbable that Wen Zhengming was unaware of his disciples' imitations, yet he approached the matter with remarkable integrity. To what extent was this integrity demonstrated? Once, a merchant from afar instructed a young boy to procure a copy of Wen Zhengming's painting from Zhu Lang's residence. However, the boy, unfamiliar with the area and knowing that the two houses were not far apart, mistakenly arrived at Wen Zhengming's home. Coincidentally, Wen Zhengming was home and met the boy, who mistakenly thought he was Zhu Lang. The boy conveyed that his master desired an imitation of Wen Zhengming's work. In response, Wen Zhengming accepted payment, created a painting, and inquired the boy, "I paint as Hung Shan, yet you seek a piece from the imitation artist, Zilong. Would that suffice?" Wen Zhengming, known as Hung Shan, and Zhu Lang, styled as Zilong, were thus entwined in a playful exchange. "You wish for a painting in the style of Zhu Lang. Yet I am Wen Zhengming, providing you with authenticity disguised as imitation. Would that be agreeable?" This tale, though possibly apocryphal, illustrates that Wen Zhengming's enduring position as the respected leader of the Wu school was not solely attributable to his artistic prowess. After hearing the story, Wu Duo found himself at a loss for words. "Little Wu, why is this painting displayed in Yaozhou?" He pondered. "I have sought opinions from many, yet they vary significantly, leading to considerable debate. Thus, I present it here for the discerning eye of a master." Observing that Wu Duo had likely finished his examination, Zhang Qingjin spoke up, providing clarity on the matter. Wu Duo, reflecting on the distinction of these ghostwriters from mere forgers, recognized that they were individuals deeply versed in Wen Zhengming's true teachings, possessing considerable skill. Moreover, the age of the works was unquestionable, and the paper and ink were authentic. Crucially, the inscriptions and seals bore the genuine mark of Wen Zhengming. "Do not hold back. You have scrutinized for quite some time, and I am eager to hear your thoughts." Wu Duo smiled, but remained silent. He understood that Zhang Qingjin was attempting to provoke him. "Mr. Hu, when have you encountered a brash young lad like me who comprehends the nuances of art?" "Yet," Zhang Qingjin interjected, "but we have not seen a youth in his 20s capable of discerning the intricacies of yuan blue and white porcelain." Upon hearing Zhang Lao's remark, the three exchanged glances and ultimately erupted into laughter. Chapter 28, Mentorship. Zhang Qingjin nodded with a smile, remaining silent. Hu Yunde gestured invitingly. This feeling, difficult to grasp without direct experience, enveloped the two esteemed elders as they awaited Wu Duo's insights, causing him to feel somewhat elated. In this verdant landscape painting, the mountains, rivers, woods, pavilions, and figures appeared to exhibit subtle variances in style, suggesting multiple hands had crafted them. Nevertheless, the overall composition maintained a harmonious coherence, indicating a shared grand style among the creators. Furthermore, the inscription seemed to bear Wen Zhengming's authentic signature, and the seal appeared credible as well. "Indeed, I share that sentiment." Hu Yunde pondered for a moment, noting the meticulous composition and the profound ambience of the artwork, which exuded an overall tranquility and subtlety. If they were to collaborate, their artistic styles would undoubtedly align closely, and effective communication would be paramount, necessitating a certain degree of mutual understanding. This is rather peculiar, as no contemporaneous artist of the same renown as Wen Zhengming could possibly achieve such a feat. What if Wen Zhengming and his disciples gathered together in a moment of inspiration? Wu Duo smiled faintly. After speaking, he promptly reminded himself to refrain from elaborating further. Should he pinpoint a specific individual, it would come across as pretentious and leave him unable to justify his remarks. Zhang Lao clapped his hands together in agreement. Indeed, if this were penned by Wen Zhengming himself, the finesse of his brushwork would surpass that of Song and Yuan dynasty paintings. Yet such meticulousness often diminishes the vitality of the strokes. The equilibrium achieved between these two elements should be remarkably stable. However, this painting exhibits a grand cohesion in style, while also displaying subtle variations in its subjects. It is entirely plausible that multiple disciples contributed to it. Zhang Qingjin gently waved his hand, questioning the nature of understanding. What does it mean to grasp something? And what does it mean to lack comprehension? Even if one does not fully appreciate the techniques of calligraphy and painting, possessing a certain level of artistic discernment is essential. With that foundation, delving deeper becomes an accessible endeavor. Time passed swiftly, and evening approached. Wu Duo had intended to appreciate the items in the shop, but now it seemed inconvenient. Welcome. Hu Yunda presented a business card, saying, "Feel free to contact me anytime, Mr. Xiao Wu. Please share your contact information as well. Mr. Hu, being older than me. You may simply call me Xiao Wu, without the Mr. Prefix," Wu Duo replied, taking the card and promptly sending a text to the number inscribed upon it. "Isn't that still calling me Mr. Hu? It sounds rather distant. How about I address you as Uncle Da from now on?" "That works," Hu Yunda chuckled lightly. Hu Yunda momentarily hesitated, but then responded affirmatively. However, he was not surprised, as he had witnessed Wu Duo's capabilities firsthand. The notion of mentorship is, in fact, a means of bolstering one's own strength. Opportunities may differ for each individual, yet those who can seize them are often the capable ones. Hu Yunda proposed treating Wu Duo to dinner that evening. Ultimately, it was Wu Duo who dined with Hu Yunda, who insisted on covering the expenses, emphasizing that since Wu Duo had visited the elegant Zhai, it was only fitting for him to extend his hospitality during their meal. Wu Duo did not insist further. For Hu Yunda, a meal held little significance. What mattered was whether the other party was worthy of sharing a table and engaging in jovial discourse. Once the dinner commenced, Hu Yunda and Wu Duo engaged in extensive discussions regarding antiques. Fortunately, Wu Duo possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, and with Hu Yunda holding him in high regard, the atmosphere remained congenial. After several rounds of wine and various dishes, Hu Yunda seized a moment to inquire, "Xiao Wu, where are you currently employed?" Old Pan's discernment is not lacking. Hu Yunda nodded, stating, "In the entire Qishiang pawn shop, only Chen Yongjun and I stand out in porcelain expertise. I have heard that General Chen is quite versatile, though I have not interacted with him personally. Chen Yongjun achieved early fame and indeed has a broad scope of interests. Yet his discernment in other categories does not match his prowess in porcelain." Hu Yunda took a sip of tea, pondering how such a talent could be allowed to slip away without earnest efforts to retain him. His discernment was indeed lacking. In the realm of antiques, keen perception reigned supreme among those immersed in this field, regardless of their background, wealth, or titles. It is the individual with the sharpest eye who commands the utmost respect when faced with an artifact. "Uncle Da, you may not be aware, but I previously worked in the jewelry and jade department, primarily appraising gem craftsmanship and jewelry," Wu Duo clarified. "My university major was gemology and material science." "I see." Hu Yunda chuckled awkwardly. "You wish to conceal your mentorship in porcelain and antiques. What mentorship? It's merely a personal endeavor, a journey of self-discovery," Wu Duo explained. "No need to justify. Concealing one's mentorship is quite common. Some reclusive experts prefer to remain in the shadows," Hu Yunda replied before inquiring, "By the way, where's your hometown, Xiao Wu? Do you have family there?" "My hometown is in Maoling County, and I have a grandfather still living there." Wu Duo spoke with a slight emotional tremor as he lit a cigarette. "I intend to sell this exquisite cup to purchase a house and have my grandfather come live with me. He has a courtyard in the countryside, and I wish to have a house with a garden as well." Chapter 29, The Cultural Relics Bureau Family Compound. "Oh," Hu Yunda's thoughts meandered. "Your grandfather must also bear the surname Wu?" Wu Duo was momentarily taken aback. "Of course. May I ask how your grandfather is addressed? What did he do in the past?" Hu Yunda continued his inquiries. "My grandfather's name is Wu Daji. He used to travel far and wide for work, eventually returning home to retire, where he raised me," Wu Duo succinctly introduced, omitting the fact that he was adopted. "Oh, no wonder you seem so mature for your age. It must have been quite a challenge for your grandfather to raise you alone." Hu Yunda sighed softly, refraining from further questions. Only then did Wu Duo remember that he had fed his dog, Huafei, before leaving, but had forgotten to prepare its food. The poor creature must be hungry. Thankfully, there was still water in its bowl, so it was not parched. "My apologies. I had a busy day and completely forgot. I will ensure you are well taken care of before I leave next time," Wu Duo said, promptly filling Huafei's bowl with food, followed by some fruits. Watching Huafei eat contentedly, Wu Duo smacked his forehead. "Oh no, I forgot the second rabies vaccine." However, he quickly reassured himself that such a remarkable dog was unlikely to contract rabies, and the deadline for the vaccine was approaching, so it could be postponed. With that, he chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. Huafei was now completely self-sufficient. Seeing the dog enjoy its meal, Wu Duo decided not to disturb it. He resolved to take Huafei for a walk tomorrow, as it was not ideal for the creature to remain indoors all the time. After washing his hands and wiping his face, Wu Duo entered his bedroom, powered on his computer, and began browsing property listings. It seemed that a house with a garden would ideally be a villa. Wu Duo currently had 10 million in hand. Yet purchasing a respectable standalone villa was beyond his means. As for townhouses, their price and quality varied significantly. Some were feasible, but often came with numerous drawbacks and poor value for money. Moreover, the renovation costs for villas were quite steep. Furthermore, the upscale residential neighborhoods where the villas are located lack the vibrancy and warmth of life, which does not sit well with Wu Duo. And Wu Daji may not find it to his liking either. It is often said that true wealth is only realized after 3 generations. And there is indeed a kernel of truth to that. Wu Duo, with a wry smile, lit a cigarette, contemplating that even if he had several times more money, he would likely share the same sentiments. Beyond the villas, there are alternative options. Some ground floor apartments in certain neighborhoods come with small courtyards. However, these courtyards are generally modest in size and often enclosed by iron railings, compromising privacy. Wu Duo, lacking experience in property acquisition, busied himself with searching for listings while simultaneously consulting various materials on Baidu and forums. Yet, he found nothing appealing. As night deepened, he decided to retire for the evening. Just as Wu Duo settled in a bed, a WeChat message from Chong Song pinged through, notifying him that his choice of bracelet was greatly appreciated by his girlfriend. Wu Duo replied, "Is it her birthday today? With your usual demeanor, are you already in Jiangling?" Chong Song responded, "What is going on?" Wu Duo teased, "What I'm about to disclose might shock you. I've already flipped it." Chong Song exclaimed, "Am I Lin Daiyu? So easily brought to tears. Spill it." Wu Duo continued. The 5 stones on the bracelet were indeed not jade, but rather high-grade emeralds. Chong Song gasped, "Emeralds? Those are as valuable as diamonds. How much did you pocket?" Wu Duo replied, "About 2 million, which isn't too extravagant." Chong Song retorted, "Are you kidding? 2 million isn't extravagant? All right then, I'm preparing to indulge." Chong Song added, "Come on. It's perfectly normal for buying a house to be tight at 2 million. And you want a courtyard? Isn't that essentially a villa?" Wu Duo clarified, "Not necessarily a villa. Some ground floor apartments also come with courtyards." "Oh, what's the situation?" Wu Duo recalled the family estate of the Cultural Relics Bureau in Qizhou City, conveniently located across from the Qizhou Museum, a place he had frequented for its exhibits. The estate boasts a favorable location, with ample greenery and solid security, typical of family estates. Our Bureau's director Wu, who is indeed a relative of yours, has a ground floor apartment there with a courtyard, and he recently mentioned wanting to sell, as he has purchased a property in the school district for his child and plans to move there soon. "What's the size? Is it fully owned?" Wu Duo inquired. Chong Song assured him, "The ownership is secure. The 3 buildings were constructed 10 years ago, essentially a direct purchase. I'm not sure about the exact area, but it should be a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, not small at all." Chong Song added, "However, I've heard he intends to prioritize selling to colleagues in the Bureau. Let me inquire tomorrow at work." After ending the call, Wu Duo searched for listings of the Cultural Relics Bureau family estate, but found no ground floor apartments with courtyards available. The properties in the estate can be broadly categorized into 2 types based on age. The 3 newly constructed buildings from 10 years ago, as Chong Song mentioned, and the older ones dating back to the 1990s. Neither the new nor the old buildings are high-rises. The old buildings have 6 floors, while the new ones also have 6, with the top floor featuring a sloped attic. A 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment on the 3rd floor was listed online at the highest price of $35,000 per square meter, totaling 130 square meters, priced at over $4.5 million. However, the price of $35,000 appears somewhat inflated. Although the location of the Cultural Relics Bureau's family compound is quite favorable, as Chong Song pointed out, the school district is mediocre, and there are no exceptional elementary schools in the vicinity. A first-floor unit without a yard will undoubtedly be inferior in value to a third-floor one. As for those with yards, it depends on how one values them. Not everyone is inclined to spend extra for the sake of a garden. The following morning, Wu Duo simply sautéed some peanuts and chopped scallions in a pan, then added a few strands of noodles. To his surprise, Huafei, his dog, seemed more intrigued by the aroma of the sautéed noodles than by its usual dog food, prompting Wu Duo to share a portion with it. This time, Su Yuren's words proved prescient. Whatever Wu Duo ate, Huafei would consume as well. After they had finished eating, Wu Duo attached a leash to Huafei, preparing to take it for a stroll. However, upon descending the stairs, he encountered Su Yuren once again. "Xiao Wu, are you taking your dog for a walk?" "Indeed." "Su Yi, have you eaten?" I have. By the way, don't forget to obtain a dog license." Chapter 30, A Scare. How could I, a law-abiding citizen, forget such a thing? Wu Duo replied, yet inwardly thought it might be best not to register Huafei. It wasn't merely about saving a few hundred yuan. Primarily, obtaining a dog license necessitated implanting a chip into the dog. Huafei was no ordinary canine. After being bitten by Huafei, Wu Duo had no intention of continuing rabies vaccinations, let alone the potential complications that could arise from implanting a chip and administering vaccines. As long as he was careful when taking it out and luck was on his side, he should generally avoid detection. To Wu Duo's astonishment, once outside, Huafei did not exhibit exuberance. It remained rather lethargic, ambling alongside him with an air of nonchalance. Well, if you behave this way, it's both safe and convenient. Perhaps I won't need to walk you in the future, and you can just stay at home. Yet, since they were already out, Wu Duo decided to take a stroll around the block, leading Huafei to the spot where it had previously stumbled into the wintergreen bushes. Upon seeing the wintergreen, Huafei attempted to burrow into it once more. Noticing this, Wu Duo thought, at least you aren't being lethargic now. Go ahead, and followed behind to observe. As Huafei entered the bushes, it lifted its hind leg against the very branch that had ensnared it earlier. It seemed to hold a grudge, despite appearing lackadaisical at times. It was still just a puppy. Wu Duo couldn't help but ponder what kind of aloof wisdom Huafei might possess once it matured. After marking its territory, Huafei accompanied Wu Duo for a few steps along the roadside, ultimately sitting on the curb and gazing at the passing vehicles. Wu Duo, one hand on the leash and the other lighting a cigarette, stood by the road for a moment. His attention was drawn to a particularly large Akita that approached with fierce determination towards Huafei. Just then, a young man in his 20s appeared on the crosswalk, running and shouting, "Hey buddy, watch out. My dog is feisty and has broken free. This is a dog, not a horse, and it's not broken free." Wu Duo thought, anxious about the possibility of Huafei being bitten by such a large Akita. He quickly stepped forward to ward off the leaping, snarling Akita, feeling somewhat apprehensive as he had no means of defense. Fortunately, the young man swiftly arrived, securing the Akita from behind. "I beg your pardon, did I startle you?" Typically, when the local mutts encounter my golden tiger, they are utterly terrified. Although the young man spoke courteously, there was an undeniable air of self-satisfaction about him. Just moments ago, he drove past, turned off his engine across the street, and attempted to make some repairs. Seizing the opportunity, the dog leapt from the vehicle. The leash slipped from his grasp, the collar snapped, and the dog dashed across the crosswalk. "No worries," said Wu Duo, glancing down at Huafei. At that moment, Huafei leisurely stretched, stood upright, shook his head, and regarded the Akita with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Indeed, it was mockery, or perhaps disdain would be a more fitting term. Huafei slightly tilted his head, letting out a drawn-out sound directed at the Akita. "Here we go again. Why didn't you confront me directly earlier?" Wu Duo observed the pretentious Huafei, both amused and exasperated. Suddenly, to Wu Duo's astonishment, the Akita began to tremble uncontrollably and, without warning, sank to its knees. The fierce demeanor had moments before vanished entirely. Then, an unmistakable odor wafted through the air. "It urinated," Wu Duo exclaimed, immediately scooping up Huafei and addressing the Akita's owner. "I'll take my leave now, my friend. Your dog has escaped and made quite a mess. Perhaps a visit to the veterinarian is in order." With that, Wu Duo hurried away. After all, there was no direct contact. This incident could not be blamed on Huafei. The young man stood there, utterly dumbfounded, before finally stammering, "What is the matter, Golden Tiger?" Golden Tiger? It turned out that before Huafei, this fearsome beast was merely a paper tiger. After Wu Duo carried Huafei further away, he couldn't resist ruffling its fur. "Impressive. You scared such a large creature into submission." Huafei emitted a sound that Wu Duo likened to a human scoff. "You huff just because someone calls you overweight." However, he mused, if Huafei were to accompany him to dog fights, wouldn't it dominate all other canines? With just a single sound, all the bullies, pit bulls, Rottweilers, and Caucasians would be utterly terrified. Wu Duo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Naturally, this was merely a jest. Taking Huafei to dog fights was out of the question. "Are you referring to Wu Di?" Huyunda nodded, indeed. A discerning eye can spot authenticity from a distance. It seemed Wu Duo was an orphan raised by his grandfather, Wu Daji. Wu Daji, given that he is referred to as grandfather, he must be around 70 now. It's improbable that Wu Daji could be Wu Di. Zhang Qingjin paused, sighing, "Before I met Wu Di, I never believed there could be any prodigies in the antique trade. It is a field that relies on keen observation, demanding relentless study and experience, without sufficient lessons learned. How can one develop discernment?" Yet, Wu Di stands as a living exception. Upon hearing this, Huyunda couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps it is precisely because Wu Duo is so young, yet possesses such astonishing insight, that I find them somewhat similar. Zhang Chengji nodded. Perhaps Wu Duo is yet another extraordinary talent. However, his temperament is far more amiable, unlike the aloofness of Wu Di. What about his employment? Let us wait and see. He may not be inclined to settle for a position at Yaozhou. If we were to suggest it and he declines, it would only lead to awkwardness for everyone. Hu Yunde chuckled. Nonetheless, I truly wish to befriend this young lad. Zhang Qingjin smiled as well. Indeed, I find this young lad quite likable. The two subsequently ascended to the pavilion atop the mountain, where they gazed northeastward, catching sight of the Capenuan community. This neighborhood, characterized by its overall rectangular layout and wide, straight pathways between the buildings, earned its name for resembling a chessboard. Chapter 31. Friends. I took note of this. The two then descended the mountain. Although Wu Duo had never owned a dog before, he felt that Huafei, his puppy, had shown little sign of growth over the past week. Aren't puppies supposed to grow quickly? Furthermore, it had quite the appetite. He wondered how large Huafei would be when fully grown, if its size exceeded the limits. Owning large or aggressive breeds was prohibited in the city. For instance, the Akita he had encountered on the road earlier was technically classified as a restricted breed, though its owner blatantly disregarded the regulations regarding dog ownership. Wu Duo intended to call Wu Daji to discuss the matter of purchasing a house, but then reconsidered, realizing he would likely have to explain where the funds were coming from, and he might end up being scolded. It seemed wiser to act first and inform later. He would purchase the house and then address any concerns. After all, once acquired, the investment would likely not lead to a loss. In the morning, he browsed property listings on his computer for a while, then took a brief nap after lunch. Upon awakening, he sipped a refreshing, sugar-free cola with fiber, letting out a burp that brought him a moment of profound satisfaction. Reflecting on the fact that most of his classmates were still tirelessly working, constantly scrutinizing their boss's expressions, he felt his own life was exceedingly pleasant. A modest prosperity, after all, was rather delightful. Just as he was indulging in his thoughts, Chong Song called. I inquired about Director Wu's place. It measures just over 130 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, facing east, with both the bedrooms and the living room basking in sunlight. Aside from the kitchen and bathrooms, the entire space boasts solid wood flooring. The wallpaper, however, had been defaced by his son and required replacement. His yard is quite sizable, over 40 square meters, with a cement path and a small gazebo he constructed himself. The original wall stood at 1.6 meters, but he had raised it to 2 meters, adding a wrought iron fence atop. Chong Song elaborated meticulously. I remarked, you frequently draft materials in the office. Your expression has become increasingly coherent. Wu Duo felt quite pleased upon hearing this. Don't flatter me. So, he is indeed willing to sell to someone like me? I heard he might consider it since I was a friend. However, the price was rather steep. Not only was the price high, but he also demanded full payment up front. What price is he asking? For a straightforward calculation at 130 square meters, it was 36,000 per square meter, plus taxes. The total would be approximately 4.67 million. I pondered whether you could even manage that amount. You wouldn't outright refuse me, would you? Am I really so unreliable? I negotiated on your behalf, but he said it was too early to discuss pricing. Wu Duo nodded, acknowledging the validity of this statement. It was prudent to confirm the purchase before discussing costs. All right, arrange a time with him to view the property. We can discuss it afterward. Wow, you really intend to buy it? You only have a couple of million. What about the rest? I could lend you a bit. But don't worry, I have the funds. I recently sold a piece of porcelain. Porcelain? Could it be that black spittoon? At that moment, I neglected to inquire. Yet it is evident that the matter does not seem promising. You misjudged that item. It is indeed an antique, though it holds little value. I have been engaged in other transactions. It is of no consequence, merely a coincidence. When purchasing a house, one seeks stability. As a kind-hearted individual, I implore you to assist me in arranging this. Once concluded, we shall go together, and you shall be generously rewarded. Your reward shall be substantial. Instead of a grand feast, perhaps you could give me a pair of golden toad towers, 4-sided. The golden toad towers are esteemed collectibles within the realm of iron walnuts. A typical 2-sided pair fetches several hundred, while the 3-sided ones are pricier, and the 4-sided are the rarest, with exquisite pairs commanding thousands. The decorative walnuts include the North China's hemp walnuts, the iron walnuts from Yunnan, Yaozhou, Sichuan, and Tibet, and the autumn walnuts from Northeast China. Both Chong Song and Wu Duo enjoy the iron walnuts. All right, if this house purchase materializes, I shall present you with a gift. Do not limit it to the golden toad towers. Even the cloudstone guanine will suffice. Wu Duo mentioned that the Cloudstone Guanyin is also a premium variety of iron walnuts, with a top-quality pair exceeding 10,000. I was merely jesting, and you took it to heart. It seems fortune truly smiles upon us. Ha ha ha. Chang Song laughed heartily, saying, wait for my news. After hanging up, Wu Duo noticed Hua Fei fiddling with a teething stick, a gift from the pet store when he purchased an assortment of items. However, Hua Fei should not yet be at the teething stage. He does not bite it, but occasionally plays with it. He has now firmly convinced himself that Hua Fei understands his words. What does this mean? To return home? Well, whenever you wish to depart, I shall escort you. Upon uttering this, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Hua Fei, unknowingly, seems to have become his companion. One would not typically provoke a large Akita dog, but for the sake of friendship, one might rise to the occasion. His self-indulgent sentimentality was abruptly interrupted by his phone ringing. Wu Duo glanced at the screen. It was Hu Yunda. Uncle Da, is it convenient for you to speak? Xiao Wu. Yes, I am at home. There's an auction next Tuesday. Are you interested? An auction? Which autumn auction is it? Typically, they do not occur this early. It is not from an auction house, Hu Yunda clarified. There is an antique shop on Fushue Street called Wengatang, which recently closed. They are now beginning to liquidate their inventory. The first batch of prime items will be auctioned, with the remainder to be sold in bulk. I vaguely recall that shop. Its facade was an imitation of ancient architecture and quite sizable. Why did it close? Alas, the venerable Su Wenshan passed away last year, and his two sons and daughter lack ambition. With financial losses, they began to consider selling off antiques and dividing the profits. Such occurrences are not uncommon. The legacy of antiques can indeed be quite challenging to preserve. Wu Duo sighed in sympathy. Very well. Uncle Da, I shall accompany you to broaden my horizons. Chapter 32. Purchasing a house. Do not be modest. Perhaps the items I have my eye on will require your discerning judgment. Hu Yunda interjected. This auction is exclusively for those who had business dealings with the late Mr. Su. You will be accompanying me. Agreed. It is settled then, Uncle Da. After concluding the call, Wu Duo calculated that even if he had set his sights on the property in the Cultural Relics Bureau's residential complex, he still had a considerable sum left after reserving the funds for the purchase. He felt confident about attending the clearance auction. As evening approached, Chang Song called, inviting Wu Duo to dinner. He mentioned that he had already coordinated with Director Wu of the Science and Technology Department to view the house on Saturday. Coinciding with their moving day, Wu Duo asked Chang Song to choose the venue. Chang Song replied, I'll treat you first. I've discovered a quaint little restaurant with a signature dish, 9 turns of intestines, and the proprietress is quite charming. How can you be so reckless? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Wu Duo jested in return, agreeing to the plan. Upon arrival, Wu Duo noticed that the proprietress at the cash register looked somewhat familiar. It was until halfway through the meal that he realized she resembled a certain celebrity, albeit with less striking features. Nevertheless, her natural beauty, devoid of makeup, was indeed captivating. Regular patrons affectionately referred to her as the intestine fairy, which made Wu Duo feel quite uncomfortable. The small eatery lacked private rooms, and many diners engaged with the proprietress, exchanging light-hearted banter without crossing any lines. The owner also served as the chef, a robust figure reminiscent of a black iron tower, skillfully wielding a spatula in his left hand and a cleaver in his right, occasionally peeking through the curtain. The two ordered 4 dishes and a soup. Chang Song enjoyed drinking white liquor and had a commendable capacity for it, surpassing Wu Duo in that regard. Wu Duo preferred to order 2 cans of chilled beer. What kind of porcelain have you been dealing with that has earned you such a fortune? Chang Song inquired in a hushed tone. Yuan blue in white high-footed cups. Wu Duo replied succinctly. Chang Song was taken aback, and Wu Duo briefly explained how he had stumbled upon a candlestick at a stall near Yunni Temple and inadvertently discovered its hidden value. He cautioned Chang Song to keep this information to himself. Chang Song, exhilarated, suggested that after viewing the house on Saturday, they should head to the Qishao Mountain Antique Market to try their luck. His enthusiasm was typical of the antique community whenever a legend of a hidden treasure emerged. It sparked considerable discussion and significantly boosted the enthusiasm of many to scour the markets. Such is human nature. However, it often seems that while others strike it rich, one might spend years without winning a significant prize. On Saturday morning, Chang Song picked up Wu Duo in his low-spec Passat as they headed to the Cultural Relics Bureau's residential complex. Chang Song preferred off-road vehicles and had enough money to purchase a more expensive car, but in the government sector, one must maintain a semblance of decorum and modesty. Upon their arrival, the moving company had yet to arrive. Director Wu, appearing to be around 40, carried himself with a composed demeanor. His wife was also present, exuding warmth and cheerfulness. After a brief introduction and pleasantries, Director Wu led Wu Duo to view the property. Although it was a second-hand house, Wu Duo was genuinely pleased upon inspection. The layout was sensible, and the communal area was minimal. Situated in the southernmost row of the residential complex, the front of the building featured only greenery and a courtyard wall, with no other buildings obstructing the light, ensuring excellent illumination even on the ground floor. The overall decor possessed an aura of antiquity, likely influenced by Director Wu's work at the Cultural Relics Bureau. Other than needing to replace the garish wallpaper painted by his son and the bathroom fixtures that he preferred not to use after someone else, the rest required no alterations. The most satisfying aspect remains the courtyard. It is square and adorned with a cruciform concrete path, with 4 patches of bare earth surrounded by half-meter-high flower walls. On the southern side, close to the courtyard wall, a 2-meter-wide platform has been constructed, with a pergola in the center. Adding a lounge chair beneath, it would create an exquisite retreat. "I must transport all the flower pots from within these small flower walls," remarked Director Wu. Indeed, Wu Duo nodded in agreement. The family had placed flower pots in the 4 patches of land, which felt somewhat superfluous. It would be better to plant flowers directly and perhaps add a pomegranate or osmanthus tree for good measure. After a careful inspection, Wu Duo inquired about the situation regarding the double gas and 3-line utilities, and after a brief contemplation, he decided to proceed with the purchase. The negotiation took place in the living room, involving Wu Duo, Chong Song, and Director Wu and his wife. Wu Duo initiated the discussion regarding taxes, expressing his preference not to bundle them, but to have each party pay their own. After all, the cost ultimately comes from the source, and it fundamentally boils down to the total price. Wu Duo simply disliked any disarray in the procedural aspects. Director Wu and his wife agreed to the separate tax payments, but were rather insistent on the price of 36,000 per unit area. In fact, had the taxes been included, they would have considered lowering the price to 35,000. However, with a separate tax agreement, Director Wu's wife interjected. There's a unit on the 3rd floor listed at 35,000, with taxes paid separately. I just inquired, and they indicated they could lower it. Wu Duo knew exactly which property she referred to. It was the one above, but it lacked a courtyard. To be frank, Wu Duo had not made any calls and was unaware of the specific location of that 3rd floor unit, as listings do not disclose exact unit numbers. He only knew it was also at the eastern end and was surprised it was indeed directly above. As for courtyards, they are a matter of personal preference. It was precisely because of his fondness for courtyards that he quoted a price of 35,000. However, despite his affection, he could not afford to go too high. Otherwise, he might as well purchase the 3rd floor unit. Wu Duo chuckled, addressing Director Wu and his sister-in-law. "You have quoted 36,000, and I haven't argued much." Director Wu glanced at Chong Song, who also smiled, stating, "I am merely the intermediary. The process of purchasing a home is inherently complex, and it is entirely normal for negotiations to yield various outcomes. I shall refrain from offering any opinions. Please make yourselves comfortable. I need to take a call," Director Wu said as he stepped outside with his phone. "I'll check if the moving company has arrived," his wife added before following suit. Wu Duo understood that they were likely to confer privately. Eventually, the couple acquiesced to the proposed price. "Little Wu, however, the transfer cannot occur in the next couple of days. We need to tidy up and take inventory," Director Wu's wife informed Wu Duo. "Is Monday feasible for the transfer?" "That works," Wu Duo mused, as it conveniently avoided clashing with the clearance sale scheduled for Tuesday. "Should I then remit a deposit?" "Exactly. That would be beneficial for both parties. Would a deposit of 50,000 suffice?" She indicated her desire for a deposit. "Very well," Wu Duo readily agreed, transferring the deposit of 50,000 and receiving a standardized receipt detailing the arrangement. Just then, the moving company arrived, prompting him to take his leave. With the impending joy of relocation, they hastened toward Qixia Mountain, eager for a fortunate find. Shortly after departing, Chong Song exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 33. The Ink Jade, Xuanwu Seal. The antique market at Qixia Mountain is most bustling on Saturdays. There are no stalls from Monday to Friday, and Saturdays are invariably livelier than Sundays, as many vendors display their goods for the first time on Saturdays. By Sunday, only the remnants remain. Regular patrons of the market are well aware of this, which is why they flock there early on Saturdays. However, starting from 2 years ago, the Qixia Mountain Antique Market adopted a practice akin to that of the old markets in Beijing and Tianjin. introducing a midnight flea market that commences at 3 o'clock on Sunday morning. This, in essence, serves merely as a gimmick to invigorate the market atmosphere. The midnight market is rooted in a specific historical context. When it comes to antiques, viewing them under natural sunlight is undoubtedly optimal. The flickering illumination of a flashlight diminishes the likelihood of accurate assessments. Nevertheless, the midnight market has proven to be quite effective, primarily because many individuals are drawn to this particular ambience. When Wu Duo and Chong Song arrived at the stall area, it was already past 9:30. The day was well underway, and the crowd was substantial. They began their exploration from the western end, moving eastward. The contemporary antique market is largely dominated by modern decorative items. The greatest advantage of the Qixia Mountain Antique Market stall area lies in the variety of antiques on display. Regardless of their authenticity, items such as Bodhi beads, bead strings, fruit pits, and various craft artifacts are concentrated in designated greenhouse sections. Initially, Wu Duo tried numerous items, yet he encountered no truly exceptional pieces. It wasn't that there were no old items, but age alone does not confer value. Many pieces are merely classified as old without significant worth. After browsing through a portion of the stalls, Wu Duo's best find was a blue and white jar from the Yaozhou period, adorned with the representative floral longevity motif of that era. This design features a group of floral patterns surrounding the jar, interspersed with the longevity character. Such embellishments are distinctive, elegant, and aesthetically pleasing. The jar was in pristine condition, yet the vendor firmly insisted on a price of 6,000, refusing to negotiate. This price aligns with market values, as a blue and white jar from the Yaozhou period with a floral longevity motif is indeed a mid-tier item. Observing this, Wu Duo chose not to pursue it further. Meanwhile, Chong Song was captivated by a piece of blue-white jade with a floral seal impression at another stall specializing in jade artifacts. As he scrutinized it, Wu Duo joined him. The most notable feature of the floral seal impression is its intricate script, which may consist of variant characters, symbols, or specific patterns. This style of seal impression was particularly popular during the Song, Jin, and Yuan dynasties. For instance, the renowned floral seal of Emperor Huizong of Song resembles a combination of a plus sign and an irregular variant, which when viewed collectively can be interpreted as the one person under heaven. Of course, the seal of Emperor Huizong is a handwritten creation, not a stamp. However, during the Song, Jin, and Yuan dynasties, from emperors to commoners, many took pleasure in crafting floral seal impressions. The floral seal impression in Chong Song's hand was quite simple in form, featuring a rectangular base and a bridge-shaped knob. Its dimensions were modest, with a length of approximately 3 centimeters on the long side and 2 centimeters on the narrow side. Upon inspection, Wu Duo recognized the jade as Hetian jade. Although he sensed it was not a new item, he could not ascertain its exact age. The content of the inscription remained elusive, viewed vertically. It vaguely resembled a complex, traditional character for leaf. The vendor, a young man sporting a small mustache, was quite the talker, claiming it was an artifact from the Song dynasty, purportedly belonging to nobility. When Chong Song inquired about the price, the vendor insisted it could not be less than 30,000. Wu Duo took it and listened closely, surprised to discover that this item indeed bore some age, dating back to the late Yuan or early Ming dynasty. However, it was merely an ordinary folk seal. Those who appreciate jade often refer to the adage that old is not necessarily better than new, especially in the context of such items. When comparing materials, a modern craft, if executed with finesse, may not be inferior to its ancient counterparts. The primary reason lies in the fact that such antiquities are rather commonplace, with craftsmanship that often lacks refinement, and having endured the passage of time, they frequently exhibit various damages. Even in the absence of significant flaws, minor nicks and scratches are inevitable. Moreover, an essential aspect to consider is that the acquisition cost of antiques can sometimes be quite low. Ordinary old items are relatively easy to procure, and consequently, their selling prices may not be high. Yuan Fong, what is your perspective? Chong Song inquired, noticing Wu Duo pondering over the item for a while. So what do you think it's worth? The vendor asked. 300, Wu Duo replied, his expression unchanging. Don't be ridiculous. This piece cannot possibly be from the Song dynasty. It follows the core style of the Ming era and is merely a common floral seal. The jade's quality is not pure, and it contains inclusions. It's only worth a few hundred. With newfound confidence, Wu Duo spoke more assertively. This sense of assurance was indeed quite exhilarating. Are you for real? Is everything you say genuine? Chong Song observed the change in Wu Duo. They had frequented stalls together before, but he had never seen him act so confidently. If you don't believe me, Let's go by your own assessment, Wu Duo chuckled, shifting his gaze to other items on the stall. Buddy, whether your word holds weight or not is inconsequential. You're simply asking far too much, Chongsong nodded. Yet he did not release his grip, beginning to haggle with the vendor. As Wu Duo continued to observe, he suddenly spotted another jade seal near the vendor's feet. It was sizable, with a square base measuring over 4 centimeters and a height exceeding 5 centimeters. It was dark, resembling ink jade, and featured a turtle-shaped knob. From a distance, it was difficult to discern its authenticity, but the turtle-shaped knob appeared somewhat unique, reminiscent of Xuanwu. Hey, could you bring that dark knob seal near your feet for me to examine? Wu Duo called out to the vendor. Come on, you two aren't specialists in jade seals. Are you? The vendor scoffed, retrieving it and leaning forward to hand it to Wu Duo. Wu Duo reached out to accept it. In the realm of antiques, it is generally advisable not to pass items directly from hand to hand. However, in practice at antique markets, aside from porcelain and larger items, such exchanges are quite common. Upon receiving it, Wu Duo examined it closely. It appeared to be a jade-like material, likely ink jade, but certainly not Hetian ink jade or black agate. Its weight was substantial, ruling out the possibility of it being coalescence. The seal knob indeed took the form of Xuanwu, characterized by a relatively long neck and tail. The carving was rather simple, not resembling modern electric engravings. As he scrutinized the inscription, he noted 4 characters, yet Wu Duo could not decipher them. Nor could he recognize the script, which seemed to be a form of seal script, albeit not the most common small seal. Regarding its age, it appeared to have been buried, though the time of excavation was difficult to ascertain. Well, my eyesight seems to be lacking, Wu Duo remarked as he pressed his left middle finger against it. Upon closer inspection, he calculated the age and found himself taken aback. It dated back to the late spring and autumn period. Chapter 34. The inscription. The ink jade Xuanwu seal, astonishingly, is an artifact of considerable antiquity. The jade seal has been known to be quite popular since the Warring States period, as evidenced by Su Qin's possession of the seals of the 6 states. In fact, recent archaeological discoveries indicate that the origin of jade seals can be traced back to the Western Zhou dynasty. They saw a significant development during the spring and autumn period, becoming quite common by the Warring States era. Moreover, this ink jade Xuanwu seal from the late spring and autumn period should, in strict terms, be referred to as the ink jade Xuanwu seal, for prior to the reign of Qin Shi Huang, all official and private seals were termed as 11. It was only after Qin unified the 6 states and Yingzheng proclaimed himself the first emperor that the emperor's seal was uniquely designated as 11. While those of the subjects were referred to as Yin, no wonder the seal's script appears peculiar. The characters, likely a form of bronze inscription, date back to the late spring and autumn period. The material of this ink jade Xuanwu seal is Fu Ping ink jade. Wu Duo pondered. It is no surprise that the material was not immediately recognizable. Fu Ping ink jade, sourced from central Shaanxi, primarily consists of microcrystalline limestone and has been mined since ancient times, with exquisite crafts still available in the market today. In antiquity, this type of jade was predominantly used for inscribing steels. Notable examples include Li Si's E-Mountain steel and Liu Gongquan's Mystic Tower steel, both originally crafted from Fu Ping ink jade. This ink jade Xuanwu seal is indeed very old, and Wu Duo has gathered substantial information. However, abundance does not equate to utility. The most pertinent details are threefold. First, it was carved in the late spring and autumn period. Second, it is made of Fu Ping ink jade. And third, it served as a personal seal. Other information largely revolves around these 3 points, such as the characteristics of the carving technique, the bespoke nature of personal seals, and a uniform ink color and fine, resilient jade quality. Yet, what Wu Duo yearned to uncover was the content of the seal's inscription, essentially the identity of its owner. Unfortunately, this was absent. The 4 characters inscribed in bronze script are exceedingly difficult to decipher, and without this crucial information, determining the seal's significance would require considerable effort from experts. It is worth noting that the value disparity between a renowned individual seal and that of an ordinary person can be astronomical. Nonetheless, being a high antiquity jade artifact from the late spring and autumn period, it could be worthwhile to acquire it at an appropriate price. At this moment, the vendor had lowered the asking price for a piece of blue-white jade flower seal to 6,000, while Chongsong had offered 3,000, resulting in a stalemate in their negotiations. Wu Duo interjected, prompting the vendor to pause the discussion with Chongsong and acknowledge Wu Duo's discerning eye for quality items on display. Let us not dwell on the trivial, he said. Let us settle on a basement price, 3,000. I must clarify, this is Fu Ping Ink Jade. You should be well aware that a large stone steel S material would not cost 3,000. Would it? Wu Duo pointedly remarked. This is merely a private seal, used by ordinary folk. What uses it to recognize the inscription? True nobility would never utilize common jade for their seals, he added. The vendor chuckled, brother. Let us not stray into other matters. I acquired this for 1,800. Do offer me a modest fee and round it up to 2,000. If you wish to negotiate further down, then perhaps it is best we part ways without distressing ourselves. Wu Duo glanced at Chong Song, contemplating the flower seal. But the price must be right. Chong Song and Wu Duo shared a tacit understanding. Wu Duo glanced at the stall owner and said, how about this? 2 pieces for a kick, and you quote me a fair price. This is already quite reasonable. I've practically let it go for just the trousers. 6,000 for that piece, and 2,000 for this one. Totals 8,000. Very auspicious. Wu Duo pondered for a moment and declared, all right, I'll make a final offer, both for 5,000. If you find it acceptable, we can proceed. If not, I won't hold you up from your business. You slashed almost half off. That 1T do, that 1T do. Come back another time, the stall owner replied, gesturing dismissively. Wu Duo and Chong Song decisively set their items down. Chong Song relinquished his because his mental ceiling was 3,000. If these items were from the late Yuan or early Ming periods, Wu Duo's suggestion of a few hundred would have indeed been a bold cut. Yet for such items, 3,000 was truly the upper limit. Had it not been for Chong Song's particular fondness for this rectangular piece with a bridge knob, he wouldn't have offered so much. As the two turned to leave, the stall owner clutched the pieces in his hands. Wu Duo caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and understood. A deal was struck. He promptly paid 5,000. This is a gift for you, he said with a smile to Chong Song after departing from the stall. You asked me to bring you something, and fortuitously, I present you this signed seal. Don't be ridiculous. I was just joking. While you've certainly found a treasure, it wasn't a windfall. Enough. I appreciate your gesture. Let me treat you to a meal at a quaint little restaurant. I promise I'll take you out for a grand feast another time. And since I'm giving you a gift, do not refuse. It's something you like, after all. It's not a random offering, is it? All right then. I want to be polite. Chong Song chuckled and continued. By the way, do you have any insights on this ink jade seal? I believe it dates back to the spring and autumn or warring states period. Even if it's just an ordinary private seal, its age is commendable. Moreover, considering the craftsmanship of the Xuanwu in this knife work, it's certainly worth 5,000 even on its own. Chong Song nodded. I said as much. The key now is to find someone who can identify the inscription. Wu Duo added, you're a history student too, don't look at me. I can't identify it either. Chong Song replied. The bronze inscriptions from the spring and autumn and warring states periods vary greatly. Almost every feudal state has its own style. Not to mention, even experts in pre-Qin history might not recognize them all accurately. What about Professor Gao Handai from the History Department of Dongshan University? He is an expert in pre-Qin bronze ware and inscriptions. Do you know him? I graduated from the History Department, so I certainly know him, but he wouldn't recognize me. Chong Song laughed heartily. However, I can give you a tip. With that mischievous look, it's unlikely to be a good idea. Chapter 35. Lacquered mud gold, Shakyamuni. Is that feasible? I've heard that Professor Gao is particularly amiable, and, given his level, it might just take a few words. Yes, but it seems there's a predominance of late Qing and Republican-era items, and things like small floral pieces and caps aren't particularly interesting. Indeed, I have a penchant for jade seals. The one we unearthed together last year with the pavilion knob is currently my favorite. Chong Song suddenly looked at Wu Duo. But what sort of elixir have you taken? Your skills seem to be improving. Were it not for you, I would have nearly been deceived by the vendor who kept mentioning Song Yu and demanding 30,000. He perceived our youth and initially quoted a high price. When I inquired about the vine, his price was not so inflated. I asked you, how did you manage to elevate your standards so remarkably? The transformation from quantitative to qualitative change signifies surpassing a critical threshold. What critical threshold, indeed? I sense that you are somewhat ensnared by an otherworldly aura. Chong Song was merely jesting, yet Wu Duo stumbled slightly upon hearing it. This misstep was inconsequential, yet it seemed as though he had inadvertently kicked over a thermos. Hastily, Wu Duo looked down to find that he had knocked over a bronze incense burner resting on the vendor's stall, which rolled a couple of times before coming to rest in front of the statue of Buddha. Everything's fine. Continue on your way, remarked the vendor. A man in his 50s with a ruddy complexion and a rather dignified appearance. Wu Duo chuckled, remaining seated for the moment. Do you have only bronze items at your stall? Indeed, feel free to browse if you like, replied the vendor. At this juncture, Chang Song felt a bit embarrassed. Is everything all right? I was just joking. No need for such a strong reaction. No, I was merely lost in thought, the vendor reassured. It's nothing to worry about. My stall features only bronze wares, not porcelain. If you aren't fond of bronze, there's no need to waste time here. Fate. Wu Duo mused with a smile as he continued to observe. Chang Song smiled back at the vendor, gave Wu Duo a pat on the shoulder, and moved on to the neighboring stall to inspect other items, having no interest in bronze. The incense burner earlier was inscribed, made during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty. Wu Duo could discern without needing to test it that this was a mere modern imitation, worlds apart from an authentic Xuande furnace. However, the bronze Buddha statue behind it appeared to have some age. It was a seated statue of Shakyamuni, crafted using the lacquer and mud gold technique. Both lacquer and gilding fundamentally serve to prevent rust and enhance the luster of bronze statues, as they are often objects of veneration. However, the lacquer and mud gold technique is significantly simpler than gilding, and naturally, it is less costly, resulting in a lower quality. Lacquer, being raw lacquer, is first applied to the cast bronze statue, and once dried and stabilized, a layer of gold powder mixed with raw lacquer is evenly brushed on. This layer resembles mud, hence the term mud gold. Gilding, on the other hand, also known as fire gilding, was achieved in ancient times through a heating method to separate gold from mercury, leaving the gold layer on the surface of the object. In essence, gilding is a complex and labor-intensive process that requires significant resources and, at times, it can be hazardous due to the toxicity of mercury. The lacquer and mud gold statue of Shakyamuni conveys a sense of a large-headed Buddha. However, its condition is poor, with substantial mud gold having flaked away, revealing patches of a purple-black lacquer beneath. Lacquer, in its natural state, is milky white, oxidizing to red, and over prolonged exposure, it can develop a purple-black hue. The so-called big-head Buddha is a colloquial term among collectors. In the Ming dynasty, some Zen Buddha statues were crafted with disproportionately large heads to accentuate facial features, resulting in an overall imbalance in proportion. This distinctive style has become a hallmark for identification. Wu Duo was not far from the statue and could easily reach out to touch it. Having examined it thoroughly and sensing its age, he extended his left hand to touch the bottom edge. A fleeting look of surprise crossed his face. Wu Duo withdrew his hand and said, "Sir, I would like to negotiate a price." The vendor replied, "Young man, I didn't expect someone of your age to have knowledge of bronze statues. This particular bronze Buddha, I would estimate to be from the late Ming period." The vendor chuckled. "However, this gilding," the vendor nodded, "if it weren't for its condition, I wouldn't even display it for sale. Thus, I'll let it go for 18,000. The seated statue of Shakyamuni, standing at less than 20 centimeters, is rather diminutive. Moreover, its craftsmanship appears somewhat rudimentary, indicative of common folk casting techniques. Such lacquered, gilded Buddha statues, if from the early to mid-Ming period, might fetch around 20,000. If late Ming, approximately 10,000. Wu Duo had fortuitously encountered similar circumstances at a pawn shop. That's excessive. You just mentioned it's from the late Ming period. Such folk-crafted, lacquered, gilded small statues from that era are not priced this way. The figures are quite clear in your understanding." The vendor gestured dismissively. "However, if I offer a fair price, you won't nitpick for other flaws, will you?" "Certainly not. If you agree on a round figure, I will purchase this Buddha. It's been a while since I've conducted such a smooth transaction. Let me find you a suitable box." The vendor then retrieved an appropriately sized brocade box, carefully placing the statue inside and wrapping it in 2 layers of plastic. Wu Duo transferred the funds, took the plastic bag, and bid farewell. Had Wu Duo not been attentive, he would never have realized that this statue was gilt rather than merely lacquered. It was from the early Ming period, not the late. This statue had undergone 4 re-gilding transformations during the Ming dynasty. Besides the original owner, the subsequent 3 had re-gilded the statue thrice, layering lacquer and gold over the original gilt. The final re-gilding occurred in the late Ming period. Thus, the craftsmanship seemed less refined because the originally exquisite technique was concealed beneath successive layers of lacquer and gold. Concurrently, its age would not appear as advanced. Chapter 36. The Taihatong Bao in Slim Gold Script, Truth and Deception Entwined. If it were a finely crafted gilt bronze Buddha from the early Ming period, its value would be significantly higher than the current situation. As Wu Duo pondered while carrying the plastic bag, he glanced over at a nearby stall only to realize that Chang Song had vanished. This fellow, who boasted about finding treasures, had missed out, and Wu Duo wondered where he had gone. "Where is he?" Wu Duo surveyed his surroundings. No sign of him. Wu Duo continued walking forward, still not spotting Chang Song. He decided to explore on his own and thought to call him if he remained absent for much longer. After about 10 minutes, while browsing at a stall, Chong Song reappeared. Wu Duo was unaware of his arrival until he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. With a mysterious expression, Chong Song said, "I have something to show you. Where did you wander off to?" Wu Duo rose and followed Chong Song to a relatively secluded corner. Chong Song fished something out of his pocket, clenching it in his hand. "I just encountered a guerrilla dealer, and we found a place to transact." The term guerrilla dealer is akin to street hawker, referring to those who lack a fixed shop or stall, instead peddling items they have scavenged to shopkeepers or players. However, street hawkers often have connections with tomb raiders, possessing a variety of questionable goods. Guerrilla dealers frequently meander through antique markets. If one encounters a person who mysteriously inquires if they seek any particular items, they might just be a guerrilla dealer. Of course, they could also be con artists. Indeed, a fortunate find. Chong Song spread his palm to reveal what he held. Wu Duo glanced at it and saw silver coins, yuan daitu, 4 in total. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that there was nothing particularly special about them. 3 were from the 8th year of the Republic, and 1 from the 9th, all of the standard variety. Wu Duo refrained from further authentication, relying on his own judgment to believe they were genuine. As previously mentioned, those who collect soft coins often look down upon collectors of hard coins, and the latter disdain those who collect miscellaneous items. Moreover, collectors of high-quality miscellaneous items typically scoff at coin collectors. Although rare coins do exist, most are relatively inexpensive and accessible, particularly grounded in everyday life. Additionally, within the numismatic community, those who focus on ancient coins often regard silver coin collectors with disdain, while silver coin enthusiasts look down upon those who collect copper coins. For players with even a modest foundation, identifying silver and copper coins is generally easier than discerning ancient coins. Thus, Wu Duo scrutinized the coins and was able to ascertain their authenticity. However, the value of yuan daitu varies significantly based on the edition. Some have fetch prices upwards of 1 to 2 million, while the less valuable ones, like the 4 in Chong Song's possession, are worth around 800 each. "How much did you pay for them?" Wu Duo mused, realizing that although not exorbitant, a small profit is still profit. Even a sparrow has meat. 3,000 for all 4, Chong Song declared, a smug expression crossing his face. "Did I hear you correctly?" Wu Duo was somewhat baffled. "Wasn't that the market price? Where was the profit?" "This is merely an appetizer. Given their decent condition, I acquired them at market price," Chong Song continued, producing a large coin. "The real treasure lies here." The coin he revealed was a Taihe Tongbao, its diameter exceeding 45 centimeters, worth 10 cash, appearing quite hefty. Such large and thick ancient coins possess a unique allure when held. Moreover, the patina on this particular coin was thin and uniform, with a slight golden hue, indicative of the exquisite rust found in northern dry pits. "Wow!" Wu Duo's eyes lit up at the sight of the Taihe Tongbao worth 10 cash. There are indeed 2 variants of the 10 cash coins. One is the early thick type, while the other is the later version that has been reduced in size and thickness, essentially a nominal value designed to extract wealth. The Taihe Tongbao is a relatively rare ancient coin, with the early 10 cash version being the most scarce among them. Today, a well-preserved specimen could command a value of several hundred thousand. The Jin dynasty was a regime of ethnic minorities, yet the currency they issued predominantly featured Chinese characters. Wang Yanjing, strictly speaking, cannot be considered a true calligrapher. However, he harbors a profound admiration for the slender gold script of Emperor Yaozhou. Despite the antagonistic relations between their respective dynasties, it does not preclude one emperor from being an admirer of another who has long passed. His affection for this script transcends mere admiration. He dedicated himself to mastering the slender gold style, ultimately achieving a level of artistry that is almost indistinguishable from the original. For instance, the British Museum houses a copy of Gu Kaiji's Nu Shijin II. The original for the Eastern Jin has been lost, and this is a Tang dynasty replica, which bears an inscription. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, many art catalogs attributed this inscription to Emperor Huizong, but later dissenters argued that it contains a character gong that is intentionally missing a stroke. However, Emperor Huizong never omitted strokes when writing gong, leading to the strong possibility that it was inscribed by Wang Yanjing, as his father was named Wang Yin Yunggong, and the missing strokes served as a euphemism. In Chong Song's possession is a rare coin from the Taihe Tongbao series, inscribed in the slender gold script, exhibiting exquisite beauty. "How much did you snag this for?" Wu Duo inquired. Though he had yet to verify further, he could at least ascertain that this coin appeared promising. Chang Song extended 4 fingers. For 1,000? Wu Duo asked. Chang Song scoffed. Why do you always linger around the 1,000 mark? Given its condition, it should be worth at least 800,000 or even 1,000,000. I acquired it for 40,000. That's a 20-fold increase. Indeed, even 40,000 would constitute a significant find. Wu Duo nodded. Let me examine it closely. As he held it in his hand, Wu Duo focused his thoughts, preparing to listen. At this moment, there was silence. What the hell? Wu Duo's eyes flared with indignation. You've been swindled. What? Chang Song exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of concern. I thought you found it quite admirable just now. I didn't scrutinize it closely. Wu Duo returned the Taihe Tongbao to Chang Song and asked to see the 4 yuan to Tuo coins once more. Upon inspection, these 4 coins proved to be authentic. Astonishingly, the fraudster had orchestrated a clever ruse, using inexpensive, genuine items as bait, with the true objective centered on the Taihe Tongbao. Moreover, they had not even suffered a loss on the authentic yuan de Tuo, as it was priced according to market value. Let us not dwell on authenticity for now. We must locate that swindler. Wu Duo urged. How many are there? He asked immediately. What was he wearing? As Wu Duo spoke, he set off towards the back entrance of the market. Can you truly assert that it's a counterfeit? Chang Song inquired, but Wu Duo remained silent, prompting him to follow. Dressed in a beige jacket, jeans, and a crew cut, the two advanced briskly, with Wu Duo adding, isn't he part of the swindler gang? Even if he unearthed these items from his hometown, he should possess some understanding. Even if he lacks knowledge, he should have channels for authentication. He mentioned he urgently needed cash, Chang Song replied, slowly sensing the gravity of the situation. In the world of antiques, strategy relies heavily on atmosphere. Once ensnared in its grasp, one's judgment becomes clouded. From an outsider's perspective, certain scenarios may appear humorous, but for those embroiled in the situation, the experience diverges significantly. For within lies the dual forces of greed and the allure of chance. The constant desire to uncover hidden treasures can be a potent psychological influence, blinding one's vision and igniting a fervent gambler's instinct in an instant. The two individuals first arrived at the back entrance of the Qishao Mountain Antique Market, only to find no trace of the figure in the yellow jacket. They then searched throughout the market, eventually reaching the front entrance. Yet still no sign of the yellow jacket. Wu Duo sighed, paused at the side of the entrance, and offered a cigarette to Chang Song, lighting one for himself as well. It seemed they would not find the person. If he had successfully evaded them, he would have disappeared even faster than a rabbit. Chang Song, feeling agitated, repeated his inquiry. Are you truly certain? Wu Duo replied. I am fairly confident that it is merely a new imitation. If you remain uneasy, you could always have it appraised at the place where the box was acquired. Wu Duo's mention of the box was a colloquial way of referring to a professional coin appraisal institution. If it were genuine, the coin would be sealed in an appraisal box, accompanied by a label. Given Wu Duo's recent expertise, Chang Song was inclined to believe him. There was merit in Chang Song's reasoning. Unless they could procure tangible evidence of the yellow jacket's fraudulent intent, it would be challenging for Chang Song to pursue the matter further. If this Taihe Tongbao were regarded as an imitation art piece, the value of art is not constrained by the laws governing commodity prices. How much does a sheet of rice paper cost? What is the price of ink and paint? Why can some artists sell a single painting for hundreds of thousands or even millions? Because it is a work of art. Ancient art is art. Modern art is art. Imitation art is also art. Furthermore, 40,000 yuan is not an exorbitant sum. The critical issue lies in the significant disparity between this amount and the genuine price of a Taihe Tongbao, which is tenfold higher. Conversely, purchasing a high-quality replica of an ancient coin could indeed be considered reasonable within the context of imitation art. Previously, Wu Duo and Chang Song, as theoretical antique enthusiasts, had seen much but bought little, engaging in small transactions. They had never incurred such a substantial loss as they did today. Chang Song had been overly exuberant, eagerly proclaiming his intent to uncover a treasure, yet instead, he had fallen into a pit. Is that how we will leave it? Chang Song felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. I think we should report it to the police. What if there are other related cases? Perhaps we could uncover an antique fraud ring? Wu Duo suggested. This matter must be classified as fraud. Otherwise, it would be deemed a mere transaction dispute, and that would lead nowhere. All right, I'll heed your advice and treat this dead horse as though it were alive. Chang Song sighed again, lamenting the so-called tuition fees of life. Cautiously, Wu Duo proposed. Why not first consult an authoritative coin appraisal institution to have this Taihe Tongbao reevaluated? Once you obtain the appraisal report, you can then proceed to notify the police. This will provide a solid foundation, and the authorities may temporarily retain the coin as evidence. Fine, let us proceed with that plan. I will reach out to the appraisers this afternoon. After this ordeal, neither of them felt inclined to continue their exploration, and they departed from the Chisha Mountain Antique Market. Wu Duo offered to treat Chang Song to lunch, but Chang Song replied that he wished to rest and find some peace, suggesting they reschedule for another time. In the realm of antiques, terms like making a mistake, taking medicine, and paying tuition are rarely positive. Although Chang Song's experience did not reach the level of a grievous error, it was certainly more complex than merely taking medicine, and there was no doubt that he had incurred his tuition fees. The term mistaken judgment typically refers to individuals with a discerning eye who, due to momentary carelessness or external influences, make errors in appraisal, an occurrence marked by its randomness and not indicative of their usual capabilities. Although it was not a personal loss for him, Wu Duo felt a similar discontent, which even dulled the joy of having discovered 2 hidden treasures in succession. Upon returning home, he carefully placed the inked jade Xuanwu seal in a safe spot and then displayed the lacquered, gilded Buddha statue on the coffee table. Sitting on the sofa, he gazed at the statue, knowing well that it was adorned with gold leaf. However, he pondered whether to immediately remove the multiple layers of lacquer. Even if he decided to proceed with the removal, how could he ensure that the original gilded surface remained intact? This task was beyond his capabilities. He would first need to consult with a professional. Regaining his composure, Wu Duo lit a cigarette. Where's Huafei? His thoughts were a bit muddled. He nearly forgot about the little dog. It was not in its usual spot in the living room. Rising, he ventured into the bedroom, only to find Huafei lying quietly beneath the computer desk. Are you all right? Wu Duo gently touched the dog's body, finding it cool to the touch. A quick examination revealed bright eyes and a natural demeanor, indicating it was not unwell. What are you doing down there? Be careful not to touch the power strip. He scooped up Huafei and brought it to the coffee table. Come, let me show you this Buddha. Previously, Huafei had shown interest in the jade pendant depicting the Bodhisattva Puxian, yet had reacted indifferently to the wooden carving of Maitreya. Now, Wu Duo was curious to see how it would respond to the seated statue of Shakyamuni. He placed Huafei beside the coffee table. The dog stood still, gazing intently at the statue, motionless. Wu Duo crouched down beside the table. Do you recognize it? Huafei did not respond, continuing to observe for over a minute before slowly turning and heading back toward the bedroom. What does this mean? Wu Duo looked at the statue before turning to follow the retreating Huafei. Although it still appeared to be a plump little white dog, Wu Duo suddenly sensed an extraordinary presence emanating from its gaze. Chapter 38. The Resurrection of the Gilded Form. This presence was complex and difficult to articulate. It was profoundly stirring. Wu Duo, caught off guard, stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing onto the floor. In that instant, his hand instinctively reached out to steady himself against the nearby coffee table, but instead he inadvertently brushed against the statue of Shakyamuni. Thud! The statue fell to the ground. The apartment Wu Duo rented was not adorned with wooden flooring, but rather had a surface resembling marble, often referred to as terrazzo, which was nearly as hard as stone. The statue's impact produced a considerable sound, causing Wu Duo's heart to tighten. Huafei, hearing the noise, turned around calmly, seemingly unfazed. Wu Duo hurried over to inspect the fallen statue. It had landed on its back, but cracks were already visible on the front. Upon turning it over, the cracks on the back were even more pronounced, and near the bottom and one shoulder, 2 chunks of lacquer had chipped away. The lacquer was quite thick, clearly formed from multiple layers fused together. Where the lacquer had fallen away, there gleamed the glint of gold. Wu Duo's heart raced as he tentatively attempted to pry at the edge of the chipped lacquer. As a result, along the fissures, the lacquer shell was meticulously peeled away in fragments. Ultimately, a gilded statue of Shakyamuni Buddha appeared before us in its entirety. The golden body was restored. Wu Duo conducted a thorough examination, and aside from a few minor blemishes caused by slight impacts, the statue remained remarkably intact. To think it was unveiled in such a manner. This could also be attributed to the age of the statue and its preservation method. As the lacquer shell had grown somewhat brittle, Wu Duo carefully repositioned the gilded statue onto the coffee table and glanced at the fertilizer. Has it already grown weary of its new dog bed so soon? Wu muttered. After revealing the golden form, the exquisite craftsmanship of this early Ming dynasty gilded Shakyamuni Buddha statue became evident. Wu Duo checked the auction records and estimated based on the current market conditions that, despite its smaller size, the statue was worth several $100,000. However, since the statue had been restored to its original golden state in Wu Duo's possession, he had no intention of parting with it. At least for now, he wasn't in need of money and wouldn't sell it in the short term. The fertilizer had transformed. More precisely, it was evidently growing, even though it had been less than 10 days since he took it in. It possessed a naturally calm demeanor, which had only deepened and evolved. Furthermore, it no longer favored the large, soft dog bed. Yet, why did it prefer to lounge beneath the computer desk? Wu Duo's computer desk was a simple, elongated design, reminiscent of old-fashioned school desks. The space beneath it was ample in length, but somewhat narrow. There was also a dining table in the house with more room underneath, yet seemed the fertilizer had little interest in that. Lost in thought, Wu Duo couldn't help but grimace. He had become too engrossed, and the burnt-out cigarette had singed him. He extinguished the cigarette and shook his head with a wry smile. Alas, the myriad wonders of the fertilizer had always been a mystery. Perhaps it was best to let nature take its course. However, observing its current state, it seemed likely that once it reached adulthood, it would no longer wish to remain with him. Generally, dogs mature by the age of 1. He wondered if fertilizer would mature even sooner. After lunch, Wu Duo lay down on the bed, while the fertilizer nestled beneath the computer desk once more. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a deep slumber, only to awaken and find the sky outside dimming. He had inadvertently slept until evening. Wu Duo reached for his phone and checked the time. It was not merely evening, but the following morning. Moreover, there were 2 missed calls, both from Chang Song, who had called the previous night. He had slept so soundly that even the ringtone had failed to rouse him. Wu Duo got out of bed, fed the fertilizer, and provided it with water before heading to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Lacking an appetite, he skipped breakfast and only drank a box of milk. Had he perhaps indulged in revelry the night before, ignoring 2 calls? One cannot gloat over a lucky find. From Chang Song's tone, it seemed yesterday's events had been completely resolved, as if he were fully rejuvenated. Wu Duo had likely fallen into a deep sleep and truly hadn't heard a thing. "I have good news for you," Chang Song exclaimed excitedly. "Guess what? It turns out to be an antique scam syndicate. This group operates with remarkable organization, launching attacks from various angles, employing coins as bait. They typically use genuine yuan shirkai, silver dollars, or Mexican eagle coins worth several hundred as decoys, paired with a highly valuable ancient coin, which is merely a sophisticated counterfeit designed to deceive. Have you had it appraised? Did you file a report? Indeed, I must commend your discernment. This counterfeit is exceptionally convincing, and the average person would struggle to distinguish it." Chang Song, undeterred by any embarrassment, remarked that the police had been monitoring them for quite some time. Yet their leader had yet to surface, indicating that the final net had not yet been cast. "Therefore, we must maintain strict confidentiality." Wu Duo pondered for a moment, questioning. If the net has not yet been cast, why would the police divulge so much information? "I anticipated you would inquire," Chang Song chuckled. "What do you think I do? After all, I am the deputy director of the office at the Cultural Relics Bureau. I reported the case alongside the head of the relic inspection team." "Goodness, you make it sound as though a deputy director were akin to a deputy ministerial-level inspector. I might even rank higher than a minister. Now is the time to cultivate relationships with potential talents like myself. That shows your foresight." Chang Song laughed heartily, suggesting they dine together at noon. He offered to inquire about Professor Gao Handa's elective course. "All right, decide what you wish to eat." Wu Duo felt uplifted by Chang Song's enthusiasm. At noon, Chang Song did not hold back, selecting a seafood restaurant and ordering a live Australian lobster, which cost Wu Duo nearly 3,000 yuan. However, Wu Duo had recently experienced a fortunate streak, so this minor expenditure did not weigh heavily on him. Chapter 39, House Acquisition, Case Progress. That would be tomorrow afternoon, right? Upon hearing this, Wu Duo realized his current tasks were rather pressing. Yes, if you find tomorrow inconvenient, next week will suffice. After all, it occurs weekly. Chang Song continued while eating. "We agreed to transfer the property with Director Wu tomorrow. Let us see if we can complete it in the morning. If so, I'll attend in the afternoon. All right, since you treated me to the lobster today, when you move into your new home, you must treat me to a king crab feast. Initially, when I offered a treat, you exhibited a semblance of propriety, but after being swindled out of 40,000 yuan, you've completely let go. I relish hearing such words." Chang Song casually handed Wu Duo a cigarette, inquiring, "Why haven't you found a girlfriend yet?" "I simply haven't encountered the right one." "Oh, didn't you have a sweet girl during university?" "What sweet girl? You mean Mrs. Nyo? When did I ever mention that to you?" "You're fabricating stories." Wu Duo brushed off the ash from his cigarette. "Do you think I'm like you, changing girlfriends as if they were mere decorations?" Upon hearing this, Chang Song began to sing, swaying his head. "The one I love most deeply, yet who has hurt me the most profoundly. I have no authority to choose my path, tightly closing my heart-s door. I suspect that must be your situation. What song is that? I've never heard it before. It's a song by A-May, quite old actually. I hadn't heard it before either. Our office director, a somewhat older lady, sings it well. Chong Song paused, adding, you and know, but when I sing with the senior comrades in our bureau, they often belt out songs like borrowing 500 years from heaven. When I sing something youthful, they look at me as if I'm a fool. What did you sing? Surely it couldn't be that bad? The young man from Daitian? Wu Duo laughed heartily. Indeed, for he stood at the forefront of a whirlwind, grasping the turn of time, while here it seemed reduced to merely a street corner, bustling with numerous bubble tea shops. The two enjoyed their meal, dispelling the shadow of the previous day's deception involving Chong Song. The next morning, Wu director's wife called, arranging to meet Wu Duo at the Chizhou City Real Estate Transaction Hall in an hour. Upon arrival, Wu Duo found her already waiting at the entrance. Old Wu had to attend work, as the director was present for the weekly meeting on Monday, leaving him unable to escape. After all, the property title bore only my name. All right, sister, Wu Duo addressed her in front of Wu director. In his absence, she naturally became big sister. Upon entering the transaction hall, Wu Duo initially considered seeking assistance from a local agency, but Wu director's wife waved him off, stating that the current service windows were quite efficient. Indeed, the self-service options for printing materials and copying documents were commendable, with clear guidelines for filling out forms. And the queue was orderly. The tax window also provided excellent service, though some details regarding taxes were best left unmentioned. In less than an hour, everything was completed. According to their prior agreement, the total property price was $4,550,000, and after deducting a $50,000 deposit, Wu Duo promptly transferred $4,500,000 to Wu director's wife. This house, previously a property certificate, was now being issued as a real estate certificate. Wu Duo had anticipated waiting several working days to collect it, but the staff informed him that it could be retrieved immediately, after less than 10 minutes. The new certificate was in his hands. Let us go, Xiao Wu. I'll take you to the house, Wu director's wife said, driving a small Polo to the Cultural Relics Bureau's residential compound. They first completed the handover procedures with the security and property management. Then she guided Wu Duo around the house, transferring the water, electricity, and gas cards. Upon inspection, Wu Duo observed that the house was quite bare and clean. All the furniture had been removed, including fixed appliances such as the air conditioner, gas water heater, range hood, and even the ceiling fixtures. Wu Duo had rushed into this purchase, not considering these details at the time, and had intended to replace them anyway. It would have been better had they removed the toilet, but alas, it remained. As they entered the study, Wu Duo discovered an empty room with a long, low table against the wall. It was not tall, requiring a low stool or cushion for use. He approached to examine it closely. It appeared to be made of solid wood, likely beech. Sister, did you forget to take this beech table? He inquired. Oh, Xiao Wu. You know your woods. Yes, it is beech. It's a low meditation table. I practice Buddhism and often copy the Heart Sutra, Wu director's wife explained, mentioning that the table was a second-hand purchase and did not match the new decor of the house, as she had ordered a new one. Consider this a gift to you. I have no objections. You may take it now if you wish. Leaving it would be troublesome. If you don't want it, perhaps find someone to take it away. In truth, Wu director's wife initially intended to sell it herself to a second-hand furniture collector. Her new home has been beautifully renovated, and she has purchased new furniture and appliances. Aside from the high-end furnishings and the recently acquired large LCD television that she intends to use, the remaining furniture and appliances are either being given away to foster goodwill or sold for profit. Even dismantling them is preferable to leaving them behind for Wu Duo. Initially, she forgot about a particular item in the study, but once she calculated the total from selling all the old furniture, it came back to her. The person collecting the old furniture suggested that she could simply keep it, but Wu's wife was displeased and insisted on an additional 50 yuan. The collector was unwilling to offer more than 10. This disagreement created an unpleasant atmosphere, and Wu's wife, in a fit of anger, declared that she would keep it herself, refusing to let him benefit from it. Despite her seemingly cheerful and devout demeanor, this trivial matter revealed her greed and resentment. Wu Duo, oblivious to this dispute and unconcerned with such trifles, merely acknowledged her words. Ultimately, Wu's wife handed Wu Duo the keys before leaving, reminding him that the cable and internet services had been transferred to the new residence, and that he would need to set up a new account if he wished to use them. Wu Duo nodded, thinking that he didn't require cable television, as he relied on a streaming device, and establishing a new internet connection would be no trouble at all. After Wu's wife departed, Wu Duo promptly contacted a security company registered with the police. Since the place was now his, he was in no rush to fill it with furniture and appliances, but he deemed it essential to change the locks immediately. When the technician arrived, Wu Duo had nowhere else to sit but on the wooden altar table. This altar table appeared to have some age to it. After scrutinizing it for a while, feeling somewhat idle, he decided to test its surface with his left middle finger. Chapter 40. The infatuated girl beside him and the seasoned bureaucrat on stage. After his examination, he found that this beechwood altar table did not evoke much surprise. In fact, it was even newer than he had anticipated, dating back to the 1950s, far from the Republican era. After all, Wu, as the head of the technology department of the Cultural Relics Bureau, would surely appreciate a genuinely antique item. Wu Duo recognized beechwood because, while it is not classified as an esteemed hardwood, it was widely used in classical furniture from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Although Wu Duo lacked practical experience, he had perused numerous books and materials on antiques. This altar table was a replica of the Qing dynasty style. The term beechwood is predominantly used in the South, as it is not sourced from northern regions. Some of its characteristics resemble those of elm, leading northern individuals to refer to it as southern elm. Thus, Wu's wife was somewhat surprised when Wu Duo identified the wood, though he himself was not entirely certain. A security technician arrived promptly, a sprightly young man. Wu Duo had already clarified over the phone that he needed to replace the locks on both the front security door and the courtyard security door, totaling 2 sets. The original security door was of excellent quality, and Wu Duo found the idea of replacing the entire door cumbersome, so he opted only to change the locks. Once the young man completed his work and departed, Wu Duo glanced at the clock. It was exactly noon. He had yet to have a meal. Huafei remained curled up beneath the computer desk. As Wu Duo prepared to feed him, a thought crossed his mind. It enjoys lounging beneath this elongated table. And that particular table truly is quite suitable. Extracting the ink jade Xuanwu seal, Wu Duo procured the ink paste and white paper, directly imprinting it onto the paper. After a brief moment of drying, he exited his residence with the paper in hand. Dongshan University boasts several campuses in Qizhou, with the literature and history buildings situated in the central campus, not particularly close to Qipon Garden. However, as Wu Duo stepped out shortly after 1 o'clock, traffic was sparse. The central campus is quite expansive, and as Wu Duo navigated while inquiring, he arrived at the entrance of classroom 101 in the literature and history building at 1:45. At this juncture, the classroom was sparsely populated, with most students seated in the rear half. Wu Duo settled into a seat at the far edge of the front row, ensuring that even if Professor Gao Handa concluded his lecture and departed immediately, he could still intercept him. At 1:55, with 5 minutes remaining before the class commenced, the influx of students began to increase. "Hey, you're occupying my seat." Wu Duo, engrossed in his phone, was suddenly startled by a bright, melodic voice. Looking up, he beheld a girl with a ponytail, her smooth forehead exposed. Her eyebrows were dark and lustrous, her eyes sparkling, and her prominent nose complemented her fair complexion, rendering her quite vivacious. Though autumn had set in and the air had turned cooler, she donned a pair of short denim shorts. Was this an attempt to showcase her fair, slender legs? "Classmate, this is a public lecture hall, and it's an elective course. How can it be that I've taken your seat?" Wu Duo retorted. "Such a sharp response? Well, I just thought you were rather handsome and wanted to strike up a conversation." The girl replied as she navigated through a row of seats to sit beside Wu Duo. "You don't mind if I sit next to you, do you?" Wu Duo chuckled inwardly, thinking that even if he minded, she would remain. "Of course not," she continued, extending her hand. "Let us introduce ourselves. I'm Ning Shui, a senior from the mathematics department." Wu Duo, unable to refuse, shook her hand gently, feeling her smooth and delicate touch. "Hello. Is it common for someone from the mathematics department to attend an elective on artifact appreciation?" She inquired further. "You haven't revealed your name or department yet." "I'm merely auditing, a member of the public. There's no need for you to know my name," he replied. "Oh, you truly are a diligent learner." Ning Shui playfully poked Wu Duo's arm with her finger. "Hey, you already know my name, but haven't shared yours. That feels rather unfair." Wu Duo instinctively recoiled his arm, pondering that although Ning Shui was quite attractive, she seemed a bit peculiar. Could there be some underlying mental issue? Perhaps she had faced some emotional turmoil during her university years, such as heartbreak. As the professor arrived, announcing the commencement of the class, Wu Duo observed someone entering the doorway and casually remarked. However, when he discerned the identity of the newcomer, he was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the elderly cadre he had encountered commenting on the black-glazed slag bucket? Indeed, it was Professor Gao Handa, who gracefully ascended the podium. Wu Duo was filled with frustration. First, he was approached by a girl who appeared to have some mental quirks, and now he discovered that the esteemed Professor Gao Handa, whom he had hoped to consult, was someone he had previously encountered. If he could compare a slag bucket to a revered artifact, how could his academic prowess be anything but questionable? Surely, he could not be just an academic charlatan. Beside him sat a young woman with a penchant for admiration, while on stage stood the seasoned elder, Professor Gao. For a fleeting moment, Wu Duo felt a temptation to drift away. Yet, upon reflection, he hesitated, unwilling to squander the effort it took to come such a long distance. He decided to remain patient and listen for a while longer, curious to discern the caliber of this esteemed professor. At that moment, Ning Shui ceased her distractions and withdrew a notebook crafted from wild horse leather from her backpack, unfurling it with intent and uncapping her fountain pen. Few students employed fountain pens these days, and she appeared genuinely committed to attentively taking notes. We often speak of balance. In essence, if viewed as a measuring tool, weight represents the scale's weight, while balance refers to the beam itself. The balance is predominantly crafted from wood, which is prone to decay, making it challenging to find surviving artifact from the spring and autumn period to the Warring States era. Conversely, weights are typically made of bronze, and we shall examine one shortly. Professor Gao projected an image, revealing an artifact from the National Museum of History, a bronze weight from the Qi state during the spring and autumn period. It bore a semi-spherical shape with a round knob on top, and inscribed upon its belly were the words, Left Bo Jun, Shili Da. Here, Left Bo Jun refers to the overseer. Shili is a geographical location in Qi, and it denotes the name of the artisan who cast it. As Wu Duo gazed at the inscription on the bronze weight, he was struck by a thought. The characters resembled those found on the ink seal of the black jade Xuanwu. However, during the spring and autumn and Warring States periods, the number of script forms was relatively limited, and there was no standardization across the realms. Even among the bronzes and inscriptions, variations existed between the feudal states. Wu Duo's understanding of ancient scripts was scant. He was merely relying on instinct. Chapter 41. Seeking Guidance at the Clinic. As the lecture progressed, Wu Duo gradually recognized the profound expertise of Professor Gao Handa. Concurrently, he regained his composure. It is often said that specialization leads to mastery. Professor Gao primarily focused on the inscriptions of pre-Qin bronze artifacts, which could explain his unfamiliarity with porcelain. Upon reflection, the shape of that crude vessel, while not resembling the elegant forms of porcelain, bore resemblances to certain bronze vessels, albeit lacking in grace. Furthermore, his assertion regarding the antiquity of the piece was indeed accurate. It was merely the reason for his subsequent departure that remained unclear. Engrossed in the lecture, time seemed to slip away, and before long, the class concluded. After the session, Professor Gao exited swiftly, but Wu Duo, strategically positioned, approached him seamlessly. To his surprise, Ning Shui also followed suit. "Excuse me, Professor Gao," Wu Duo began with a smile. "Excuse me, Professor Gao," Ning Shui echoed like a parrot. "Do you have any questions?" Professor Gao inquired kindly, turning his gaze to Wu Duo. "You seem somewhat familiar. Are you a student from the history department?" "Apologies, Professor Gao. I'm not a student from Dong University. I'm merely auditing the class." "Oh." Professor Gao did not press further about where he had seen Wu Duo before. Yet he appeared intrigued. "You seem quite young. Are you currently employed or studying at another institution?" "I left my previous job and am seeking new opportunities. I thought I might take this chance to enrich my knowledge," Wu Duo replied. "Your course on artifact appreciation is exceptional. It is both profound and accessible, illuminating my understanding. I often attend." Gao Handa nodded slightly, acknowledging that it is indeed beneficial for young individuals to engage in learning. In such a spacious classroom, Wu Duo was initially inclined to discern the situation, but he paused, questioning the merit of competing with her. He then smiled and said, "This classmate, feel free to pose your inquiries first. I shall wait for you to finish before I present my own." "Very well, then, ladies first," Gao Handa remarked, casting a glance at Ning Shui. Surprisingly, Ning Shui did not ask a single question. Instead, she posed a multitude. Many of her inquiries were theoretical in nature, easily resolvable through a bit of research. Her barrage of questions consumed a full 20 minutes. At last, when she declared she had no further questions, Gao Handa glanced at his watch and addressed Wu Duo. "Young man, do you have as many questions as she does?" "I have just one question." "Then let us proceed swiftly. I have other matters to attend to and wish not to be late." Wu Duo glanced at Ning Shui, only to find that she lingered, seemingly intent on hearing his question. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be an issue, but considering her previous behavior, Wu Duo hesitated to present his query in her presence. After a brief moment of indecision, Gao Handa checked his watch again and inquired of Wu Duo, "Is this question particularly complex?" "Not really, but it requires some reference material. I have an appointment for a chiropractic session today. If I don't leave soon, I will be late. Here is what we can do. Since it may take time to explain, you could take pictures and videos and send them to my email. I will review them and respond accordingly." Gao Handa stated, "My email and office phone number can be found on the Dongda University website." I was hoping to consult you in person, Professor Gao. Where do you go for your chiropractic treatment?" "To a clinic in Qipon Garden Community, near the western suburbs." "It's quite a distance." "Very well, then." As Gao Handa spoke, he took strides towards the door and swiftly exited the classroom. "What?" Upon hearing this, Wu Duo immediately jogged after him. "Professor Gao, are you heading to Dr. Su Yurin's clinic?" "I know the place. Please take care. And I hope to consult you again soon." Watching Gao Handa as retreating figure, Wu Duo felt a surge of relief. This made things more convenient. Simultaneously, he realized that Gao Handa's earlier appearance near Qipon Garden Community might also have been to visit Dr. Su for treatment. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Duo stepped out of the One Sure building and paused briefly at the entrance, taking a moment to familiarize himself with the path he had taken. As it was his first visit, just as he was about to step forward, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. It was Ning Shui, who had caught up with him. "See you next class, handsome," she chirped before giggling and darting away. "Your forehead startled me." Wu Duo chuckled wryly to himself as he departed the Dongda campus. Before arriving at Dr. Su's clinic, Wu Duo stopped at a fruit shop and purchased a large bag of sugar tangerines. Upon entering, he noticed the nurse at Su Yurin's clinic appeared quite bored. While Dr. Su was busy behind the curtain, Wu Duo called out, "Dr. Su, I brought some tangerines. I've left them on the table." "Huh? Xiao, doctor." Su recognized his voice immediately. "What brings you here?" "Just a small matter, nothing urgent. I can wait until you finish." "All right." Dr. Su continued his work without further ceremony. "Hey, your tangerines are for Dr. Su only. I can't have any?" the nurse teased. The young nurse, not yet 20, playfully smiled at Wu Duo. "You're teasing me again," she said. Wu Duo chuckled softly and leaned closer to her, whispering, "Are you giving Professor Gao a massage?" The nurse nodded. "How did you know?" "Just a guess." Wu Duo replied, "I'm going out for a smoke." After stepping outside, he waited, peering through the large glass door until Su Yurin and Gao Handa emerged from behind the curtain, before re-entering. "Xiao Wu, what brings you here?" Su Yurin inquired while washing his hands. "I'm looking for Professor Gao." "Oh, young man, you've come all this way for him?" Gao Handa laughed heartily. "I'm Wu Duo, not exactly pursuing him. Su Yi is my landlord, and I reside in this neighborhood," Wu Duo explained, producing a piece of white paper imprinted with characters. "I noticed you were particularly eager today," Su Yurin remarked, but was interrupted by Wu Duo. "Su Yi, may I borrow your space for a moment?" "Sure, sit and ask away," Su replied with a smile at Gao Handa, adding, "This kid really loves to learn." Wu Duo silently appreciated Su Yurin for his support, as he often jested about being unrefined. Today, however, he had offered a helping hand. As Wu Duo and Gao Handa settled down, Su Yurin dismissed the nurse for the day. Gao Handa, upon seeing the inscription, immediately noted, "This is the bronze script used in the state of Qi during the spring and autumn period, nearly identical to the inscriptions on the bronze weights I introduced today." Wu Duo felt a surge of pride. It seemed his instincts were quite accurate. "Where did this inscription come from?" Gao Handa then inquired. Wu Duo scratched his head. "Well, it's a bit inconvenient to explain, so perhaps I should refrain." Gao Handa waved his hand. "Many come to me for bronze inscriptions, often only with rubbings." Initially, Wu Duo intended to share more, but since Gao Handa had expressed it that way, he opted to hold back. "Thank you, Professor Gao. And what about this inscription?" he asked. The 4 characters in bronze script read, "Qi Easy Pie." "What?" Wu Duo grasped the pronunciation but remained puzzled. Gao Handa chuckled. "Zhong and I, M-O-Z. Tao Zhu and Yi Dun. Do you know who they are?" "I do. Zhong and I and M-O-Z refer to Confucius and Mozi. Tao Zhu is Fan Li, and Yi Dun is considered half a disciple of Fan Li, who started from scratch." "Indeed." Gao Handa picked up a pen and wrote on Wu Duo's paper, explaining. Qi Easy Pie was the alternate name of Fan Li during his time in the state of Qi. It is mentioned in the records of the Grand Historian. Biographies of King Gojin of Yukolan family set sail from Qi, changed his name, and called himself Qi Easy Pie. The Book of Han, treatise on wealth and commerce, also refers to Fan Li as Qi Easy Pie and later as Zhugang. Wu Duo was taken aback. On one hand, he was astonished by Gao Handa's effortless recall of historical texts. More importantly, this ink jade seal had once belonged to Fan Li. The value of this artifact had just skyrocketed. The illustrious Fan Li, who aided Gojian in conquering Wu with 3,000 Yu soldiers, advocated for strategic prudence, and was renowned for his deep affection for the beautiful Shi Shi, was indeed a figure of immense wealth and wisdom. What is wrong? Gao Handa observed the unusual expression on Wu Duo's face and inquired, "Little Wu, it appears you have a genuine interest in antiquities. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. While collecting is indeed a noble pursuit, one must not overstep legal boundaries, particularly concerning bronze artifacts. The laws governing such items have become increasingly stringent and clear. One must tread carefully. Rest assured, Professor Gao, my seal and the bronze artifacts are unrelated," Wu Duo replied. Oh. Upon hearing this, Gao Handa pondered whether it might be Fan Li's jade seal. Yet, it could also be a product of later fabrication, Wu Duo responded vaguely. Gao Handa nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that during that period, bronze seals were predominant, with gold seals being quite common. As for jade, I am not particularly well-versed. Should you wish to gain a clearer understanding, I recommend consulting relevant experts. Understood, Professor Gao. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. If you are available, I would like to treat you to dinner tonight, Wu Duo suggested. There's no need for such formality. I am merely a teacher. It is my duty to impart knowledge and clarify doubts, Gao Handa remarked. He then regarded Wu Duo and suddenly tapped his temples lightly. I just remembered, we met that morning. A laborer was selling a piece of black-glazed porcelain, and you seem to have taken a moment to observe it, correct? Oh, that was you, Wu Duo exclaimed, pretending to have a moment of realization. I left shortly after. You appear to linger. Indeed, I had come to seek Dr. Su, but I arrived over half an hour early. Not want to call him. I simply strolled nearby. Gao Handa explained. As for that black-glazed porcelain, I sensed it had some age, but I'm ultimately an amateur in ceramics, and given the prevalence of scams, I chose not to linger. Wu Duo couldn't help but smile slightly. He had initially thought Gao Handa was an accomplice, unaware that he too suspected it to be a ruse. Very well, little Wu, let us forego dinner. If you wish to discuss matters of antiquities, you may find me at Dongda. Gao Handa rose to leave. Dr. Su, I shall take my leave. Sure, little Wu, at your young age, you're becoming increasingly sophisticated, Su Yuan remarked while peeling an orange. Quite sweet. I'm just dabbling, Wu Duo replied. Dr. Su, I didn't realize your medical reputation was so prominent that even professors from Dongda seek you out. Have you struck it rich, then? So generous. Su Zhao then, Dizet. I have always been generous. I once had a nickname, Lavish. Wu Duo retorted playfully. Enough of that. By the way, the rent for the fourth quarter is due. Rest assured. It won't escape your notice, Wu Duo replied thoughtfully. However, Dr. Su, this may be my last rent payment. Once I settle the final quarter, I shall have to move. What is the situation? Su Yuan inquired. I recently purchased a property in the Qizhou Cultural Relics Bureau dormitory. Once I have settled in, I shall invite you over for a visit, Wu Duo announced. Su Yuan was taken aback, nearly dropping his orange. Where did you acquire the funds for a house? Fortune smiled upon me. I stumbled upon a great opportunity. Primarily, I have a grandfather back home whom I wish to bring here to reside with me. The antiquities business is indeed thrilling, Su Yuan sighed. Very well. Under these circumstances, I shall treat you to dinner. You possess a commendable filial spirit when your grandfather arrives. Do let me know. I would like to meet him. Of course. What would you like to eat? Choose a restaurant, Wu Duo replied. Subsequently, he picked up the ink jade Xuanwu seal, opened a bottle of cola, lit his cigarette, and began to savor the moment with great contentment. Antiques possess a singular allure, primarily derived from the opportunity to engage in a dialogue with the ancients. To my astonishment, this exquisite ink jade Xuanwu seal is indeed a relic of Fan Li. Wu Duo gradually allowed his imagination to wander. Fan Li, upon bidding farewell to King Gojin of Yu, ventured across the seas to Qi, adopting the moniker Qi Zi Pai, where he amassed wealth, thus transitioning from politician to a merchant. This square ink jade seal, adorned with a Xuanwu knob, resonates with the essence of water within the five elements. It embodies the principle that the highest virtue is akin to water, which nurtures all living things. Furthermore, water symbolizes wealth, aligning perfectly with Fan Li's present identity. The Xuanwu also represents winter among the four seasons, serving as a harbinger of longevity. Fan Li may have intended this as a means to retreat and prolong his life. The mere association of this ink jade Xuanwu seal with the revered sage of commerce undoubtedly elevates its value significantly. Wu Duo's reverie was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his mobile phone. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Hu Yunda. Chapter 43, An Unexpected Encounter. Wu Duo answered the call, aware that Hu Yunda was likely to discuss the upcoming auction at Wengutang. Good evening, Uncle Da, he greeted. Ah, young Wu. You remember tomorrow's event, I trust? How polite of you. Would you like me to give you a ride? No need, Uncle Da. It would be too circuitous. What time does it start? It begins at 9, with the morning session running until noon, and the afternoon session commencing at 2, likely concluding before 5. In that case, arrive at Wengutang by 8:50, and we shall meet at the entrance. Very well. See you tomorrow, Uncle Da. Wu Duo did not inquire further, as he required no preparation. After hanging up, Wu Duo glanced once more at the ink jade Xuanwu seal, musing and conducting some research. He focused particularly on the name Qi Zi Pai. Why would family choose such a moniker, even if he sought to remain anonymous? Adopting a more appealing name would have been simple enough. The literal interpretation of Qi Yi translates to wine pouch, whilst Zi Pai refers to skin, thus together meaning wine pouch skin. This name is rather mundane. The information he uncovered presented varied interpretations, as historical records from the spring and autumn period are scant. Many narratives entwined with the likes of Shishur and Wu Zishu abound, yet remain largely speculative. Wu Duo found the plethora of theories somewhat confounding and decided not to delve deeper, for aside from family himself, other interpretations might merely be conjectural embellishments. Nonetheless, Wu Duo contemplated some well-known brands, such as Dog Doesn't Care Buns or Fool Sunflower Seeds. At first glance, these names appear rather pedestrian, yet they possess significant cultural resonance. Family, revered as the sage of commerce, bore the name Qi Zi Pai, which could be seen as a precursor to these unpretentious yet successful brands. The name Qi Zi Pai effectively generated considerable publicity and brand recognition, becoming synonymous with the Fan family enterprise, which is indeed intriguing. These past few days have been tightly packed and bustling, and with the auction looming tomorrow, Wu Duo prepared for bed early that night. Fertilizer, his dog, lay peacefully beneath the computer desk in the bedroom, as both man and dog settled into a tranquil slumber. The next day, upon arriving at Wengutang at 8:40, Wu Duo noticed Uncle Da had not yet arrived, prompting him to light a cigarette while he waited. Wengutang, a grand establishment with 2 floors, boasts an architectural style reminiscent of antiquity. The sides of Fu Shui Street have been designated for vehicular parking, and Wu Duo observed that the vicinity of Wengutang was already packed with vehicles, predominantly of a more dignified nature. Thus, a striking red BMW Z4 stood out conspicuously among them. The vehicle in question is, in fact, more economical compared to those surrounding it. Not to mention, beside the Z4 is a Bentley Bentayga. Its conspicuous color and model make it stand out. Shortly thereafter, Hu Yunda approached, greeting, Xiao Wu, have you arrived early? There was no parking nearby, so I opted for the underground parking next door. In no time, he added, I haven't even finished a cigarette. Wu Duo chuckled as he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray atop a nearby trash bin. Hu Yunda led Wu Duo to the entrance, where a registration desk was set up on the inner side, manned by a man and a woman exhibiting a commendable professionalism. Hu Yunda produced the invitation, signed it, and informed them that Wu Duo was his companion. They had enlisted several individuals from the auction company to assist in the proceedings. Hu Yunda leaned in and whispered to Wu Duo, but before he could finish, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit strode confidently toward them. Mr. Hu, it's been a while. Mr. Su, you look well. Today's event seems quite professional. The middle-aged man glanced at Wu Duo, inquiring, and who might this be? Allow me to introduce you. Hu Yunda smiled, raising his hand. This is Mr. Su Hamao, and this is Wu Duo, my friend and an experienced player. Greetings, Mr. Su. Wu Duo offered a polite nod. Hello, Su Hamao replied, slightly surprised, then turned to Hu Yunda, saying, Mr. Hu, please make yourself comfortable. We will commence shortly. I must attend to some arrangements. You carry on, Hu Yunda replied. Wu Duo surveyed the surroundings. The first floor hall was devoid of shelves or counters. Centrally positioned toward the rear was a round table, neither too large nor too small, adorned with a thick layer of carpet, presumably the display area for the auction items. Surrounding the hall were 8 round tables, each equipped with teapots, tea sets, and assorted snacks. After Su Hamao departed, Hu Yunda exchanged a knowing smile with Wu Duo, remarking, This is the eldest son of Mr. Su. The younger brother and daughter are not well acquainted with the antique world. I suspect he is handling the accounts backstage, ensuring mutual oversight. Subsequently, numerous individuals approached Hu Yunda to greet him, and as he responded, he gestured toward an empty table, indicating for Wu Duo to take a seat. Just as Wu Duo settled in, someone rushed over from across the room. "Hey, handsome, what a coincidence. From a distance, I thought I was mistaken, but it truly is you." Wu Duo focused and realized it was her Xiaohua. He nearly uttered the name, but caught himself. What an unexpected encounter. "My name is Ning Shui, not Xiaohua. What a poor memory you have." Ning Shui plopped down beside Wu Duo. "Now, you ought to reveal your name." "This area is occupied. I must save a seat for someone else," Wu Duo replied, glancing at Hu Yunda, who was still engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman. "I too am saving a seat for someone. Conveniently, a table with 4 chairs suits us perfectly." Wu Duo managed a wry smile. Just then, he noticed another acquaintance approaching the table. "Mr. Chun?" Wu Duo stood up involuntarily. The newcomer was none other than Chun Yongjun, the general manager of Chixiang Pawn Shop. "And you are?" Chun Yongjun remarked, vaguely recalling Wu Duo. "Are you an employee of Chixiang Pawn Shop?" "I once was." Wu Duo rose to his feet, an instinctive reaction. Having exchanged pleasantries, he settled back down with an air of composure. Facing him was Chun Yongjun, with Ning Shui seated beside him. "How should I address you?" Wu Duo inquired. "I see. Xiao Wu, you are from the jewelry and jade department," Chun Yongjun remarked, struggling to recall Wu Duo's name. However, upon hearing it, a spark of recognition ignited within him, for he was the one who signed off on the retention of employees post-probation. "So your name is Wu Duo?" Ning Shui chimed in with a giggle. "Uncle Chun, I owe my presence here to you." "Xiao Shui, do you know Wu Duo?" Chun Yongjun asked, intrigued. "It seems fate has brought us together," Ning Shui responded playfully, poking Wu Duo's arm. "I must say, you have quite the audacity. Attending an auction even after losing your job. Mind your own business." Wu Duo silently cursed, suppressing his irritation, merely clearing his throat instead. At that moment, Hu Yunda approached. "Chun, you've brought Xiao Shui along as well." "Hello, Uncle Hu." Ning Kui greeted respectfully. "I came with Uncle Chun to broaden my horizons." Chapter 44. The Chixiang Brothers, the Shuang Shui Sisters. "Who is Xiao Wu with you?" Chun Yongjun extended his hand for a solemn handshake with Hu Yunda. Wu Duo mentally applauded Hu Yunda for elevating his status in the presence of the former general manager. "Ah, my father left yesterday, sneaking off to the mountains to see my sister." "Sneaking?" Hu Yunda chuckled. But Ning Shuang has always been quite resolute, a graduate of Yenjing University. And despite her privileged background, she endures such hardships. "Uncle Hu, are you implying that I am not capable?" "Not at all. You are quite impressive as well. Excelling in mathematics Olympiads and being admitted to Dong University's mathematics department. That's remarkable." Hu Yunda complimented. Ning Shui was about to interject, but the auctioneer's voice resonated from the stage. "Distinguished guests, may I kindly request your attention as the auction is about to commence." Upon hearing this, Ning Shui burst into laughter. "Who is this auctioneer? Referring to us as distinguished guests?" Wu Duo remained silent. Listening intently, he noted that both Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun seemed well acquainted with Ning Shui's father, prompting him to reflect on a particular individual, Ning Yuanqi, the true proprietor of Chixiang Pawn Shop. In reality, the chairman of Chixiang Pawn Shop was Ning Yuanxiang, who happened to be Ning Yuanqi's younger brother. However, Wu Duo had gleaned bits of information indicating that Ning Yuanqi was the actual mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, Ning Yuanqi possessed extensive connections within the antique circle, while Ning Yuanxiang's expertise lay predominantly in finance. Wu Duo had not heard much about Ning Yuanqi, nor had he visited the pawn shop. Yet, he had gathered more information about Ning Yuanxiang, who appeared to have only one son. Thus, it was likely that Ning Shui and her sister Ning Shuang were indeed daughters of Ning Yuanqi. Ning Shui's affinity for antiques was likely influenced by her father. Otherwise, how could a young girl, majoring in mathematics, take such an interest in antiquities? She was not only enrolled in a course on artifact appraisal, but also accompanied Chun Yongjun to the auction. Her sister, Ning Shuang, seems rather extraordinary, though her exact profession remains a mystery. Amidst the auction, Wu Duo briefly pondered this thought before swiftly redirecting his attention. Wen Gutang had curated a selection of antique collectibles for this auction, enlisting the expertise of auctioneers and staff without offering a preview or catalog, nor disclosing the total number of items available. In essence, their approach was straightforward. Present an item, observe it, and then auction it. Given this method, it was likely that only a limited number of pieces would be auctioned in a day, suggesting that they had not prepared extensively. Many seasoned experts present had anticipated this. as Su Winshan's two sons and daughter were not adept in the antique trade, having hastily liquidated numerous items, including some of lesser value, which they aimed to sell in bulk. The first item displayed on the round table was a substantial piece, a nearly half-meter-tall, pastel-painted, double-handled vase. With a flared mouth, elongated neck, and ample belly, the neck and foot bore a blue and white entwined branch motif, while the body showcased a large expanse of pastel landscape painting. Due to its size, two staff members jointly handled the vase, rotating it for optimal viewing while ensuring it rested securely on the table's cloth to prevent any mishaps. 8 square tables, each accommodating 4 individuals, saw only 30 attendees at the auction, with some, like Wu Duo and Ning Shui, being escorted in. Approximately 20 individuals took turns examining the vase, while others remained at their tables, either disinterested in porcelain or indifferent to such a form. Wu Duo approached to take a closer look. Upon noticing the blue and white seal marked Ji Zhai on the base, he inquired with the staff if he could touch it. After receiving an affirmative response, he felt reassured. A few others were also inspecting the base mark, allowing the staff to lay the large vase horizontally on the round table for better access. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Duo gently pressed his left middle finger against it for a moment. Indeed, it was a masterpiece crafted by the renowned Guo Baochang. To discuss Guo Baochang is to inevitably mention another figure, Yuan Shikai. Guo Baochang, styled Shiwu and known as Ji Zhai, was a master of porcelain during the late Qing and early Republic eras, a prominent collector of antiques, and once served as the general supervisor of ceramics under Yuan Shikai. In preparation for Yuan's ascension to the throne, Guo dedicated several years at Jingdezhen to produce a series of imperial porcelain for him. This collection is famously known as Hongxian porcelain, named after Yuan Shikai's era of reign. Hongxian porcelain can be considered a near-official kiln, with craftsmanship that even surpasses some late Qing official kiln pieces. It is said that Guo invested over 1 million taels in both manpower and resources to produce these exquisite items. However, following Yuan Shikai's demise, this batch of Hongxian porcelain became dispersed. The marks on Hongxian porcelain primarily include Hongxian Yanji and Zhu Rintangji. Today, Hongxian porcelain remains highly sought after among collectors, yet genuine pieces are scarce, while counterfeits abound. While Guo Baochang was crafting the Hongxian porcelain for Yuan Shikai, he concurrently produced a batch of exquisite porcelain, which bore the mark of Ji Zhai. The term Ji refers to a type of wine vessel. Guo Baochang adopted the name Ji Zhai because he possessed a rare bronze Ji, although the true value of Ji Zhai porcelain cannot compare with that of Hongxian porcelain. Its rarity has led to a significant increase in market prices in recent years. The auction process was straightforward. After announcing the starting bid, participants could openly raise their offers. The bidding was conducted live, and registrants were present on site. Xiao Wu, what is your perspective? Hu Yunda inquired with a smile towards Wu Duo. There is no doubt about its authenticity, Wu Duo replied succinctly. Upon hearing such unwavering confidence, Qin Yongjun glanced at Wu Duo, as he was unfamiliar with him, only knowing of his previous association with the jewelry department. Despite Hu Yunda's overt endorsement, Qin Yongjun was cautious, aware of the need for discernment beyond mere hearsay. Chapter 45. Overconfidence in Subsequent Bids. Hu Yunda remarked nonchalantly, I concur. Qin Yongjun chuckled, noting that the first item often serves as a significant opening piece. If the initial offering were to face skepticism, would the auction not falter? Clearly, both Hu Yunda and Qin Yongjun were reluctant to make a bid. They both silently acknowledged that the first auction item often commands a higher starting price to establish a solid foundation. As anticipated, the starting price was set at 1 million, inviting participants to increase their bids. However, increments less than 10,000 seemed rather undignified. The auctioneer, a youthful man in his 30s, spoke with a playful demeanor. The large vase was indeed sold, with the gavel striking at the initial bid of 1 million. In terms of market trends, the expected range for this vase should be between 800,000 and 1 million. While future appreciation could be anticipated, it remained a matter of immediate transaction. This individual appears unfamiliar, Qin Yongjun remarked, glancing at the successful bidder and then back at Hu Yunda. Not from the industry, Hu Yunda replied. I have had prior dealings with Old Master Su and some other business engagements. At this moment, Ning Shui grew quiet, adopting an earnest demeanor, intent on learning diligently. The second auction item was once again a porcelain piece, a large plate. The auctioneer introduced it as a Kangxi Famille rose flower and bird pattern plate. The Famille rose plates are emblematic of the Kangxi period's imperial kiln. The primary distinction between Kangxi Famille Rose and its Ming Dynasty counterpart can be summarized in two words: depth and nuance. While the colors of Ming Famille Rose were generally applied flatly, Kangxi Famille Rose artfully distinguished shades, creating a gradient from the delicate pink of the peach tip to the vibrant red of its body, showcasing a strong layering effect akin to that of powder colors. In truth, even single-colored blue and white porcelain from the Kangxi era emphasized layers, which is precisely why Kangxi blue and white is renowned for its exquisite tonal variations. The base mark of this large plate bore the blue and white double circle and 6-character regular script, made during the Kangxi reign of the Great Qing. Nearly everyone in attendance raised their bids for this plate. The time spent observing the item was considerable, and Wu Duo thought it prudent to wait until the end to confirm his assessment. After the appraisal concluded, Chen Yongjun appeared visibly satisfied. Wu Duo was the last to take action, and his approach was rather simple, as it merely required the use of his hand, with a single finger sufficing. This exquisite Kangxi 5-color flower and bird pattern plate, if deemed authentic, would possess a market value far surpassing that of the Zhizhai-style powder-painted landscape vase. Yet astonishingly, its starting bid was set lower, at a mere 880,000. An item with a low starting price does not necessarily indicate a low value. Moreover, the more sought after an item is, the less it fears a low starting bid. Clearly, confidence in the Kangxi 5-color flower and bird pattern plate was high among the bidders. Hu Yunda displayed a look of uncertainty, then slightly inclined his head to observe Wu Duo. Wu Duo coughed gently, subtly gesturing towards Hu Yunda beneath the table. Understanding the cue, Hu Yunda relaxed, comfortably lifting his teacup. The first bid of 880,000 was promptly met with an affirmative response. To Wu Duo's surprise, the second bid was called by none other than Chen Yongjun, seated directly across from him, who raised it to an astonishing 1 million. Upon witnessing this, Hu Yunda quickly tapped the table, cautioning, "Mr. Chen, exercise prudence." Chen Yongjun glanced at Hu Yunda, questioning his hesitation. Hu Yunda, uncertain yet unwilling to dismiss the authenticity of the piece, found himself at a loss for words. Wu Duo, noting Hu Yunda's proactive warning and recognizing Chen Yongjun as a semi-acquaintance, interjected quietly, suggesting that if one were to deceive, aging the piece post-production would be necessary. The intricacies of post-production embellishments could be quite misleading. The body, glaze, and base mark were all in order. Only the decoration posed a challenge. If the painting and aging techniques were sufficiently refined, differentiation would indeed be exceedingly difficult. Impossible, Chen Yongjun retorted, his confidence unwavering. By this point, the price had escalated to 1,110,000, and Chen Yongjun was prepared to bid again. Wu Duo softly added, "A plain plate from the Kangxi Imperial Kiln, with post-production embellishments from the late Qing to early Republican era." Chen Yongjun hesitated for a moment, then flashed a slight smile at Wu Duo before raising his hand again, stating 1,200,000. Seeing Chen Yongjun's determination, Wu Duo felt it prudent to refrain from further commentary. He had already done his utmost. Hu Yunda had previously mentioned that Chen Yongjun was a youthful prodigy, somewhat arrogant in his talents. Yet, he had also noted that Chen Yongjun was exceptionally skilled in the realm of porcelain. How could he have overlooked this piece, which featured post-production embellishments? In truth, this post-production work was executed by a master of antique imitation, capable of crafting pieces that could easily deceive the untrained eye. Additionally, given that this item had aged over a century, its surface had developed a genuine luster akin to that of a clamshell. Wu Duo relied on his auditory senses to discern the truth. Were it otherwise, even a top-tier appraiser might falter when faced with such a piece. Hu Yunda, observing the situation, chose to remain silent. He exchanged glances with Wu Duo, and they both subtly shook their heads in unison. The competition for the Kangxi 5-color flower and bird pattern plate was fierce, culminating in a final bid of 3,280,000. However, the winning bidder was not Chen Yongjun. He halted his bidding at 2,600,000. He believed that even if the plate were authentic, its market value hovered around 3 million, and shortly thereafter, another bidder raised the offer to 2,880,000. Upon the announcement of the price of 2,880,000, he paused briefly before decisively relinquishing the opportunity. After sipping his tea, he turned to Wu Duo and, lowering his voice, inquired, "May I ask how you arrived at your judgment?" Wu Duo chuckled, pondering the question. While it may sound somewhat pretentious, it is, in truth, readily comprehensible and acceptable. Who would readily disclose their secrets of appraisal? Chen Yongjun nodded in agreement, saying, "If you refrain from sharing, allow me to express a few thoughts as a token of our renewed acquaintance." Does General Hu still regard my humble skills with any esteem? Chen Yongjun flashed his signature confident smile. As a footnote, clam luster typically appears on the surface of colored glazed porcelain, manifesting as a colorful film-like substance. When viewed in the light from the side, one can observe faintly shimmering, multicolored halos surrounding the pigments. It derives its name from the iridescence reminiscent of that found within clam shells. The formation of clam luster is influenced by both external physical and chemical factors, as well as the intrinsic properties of the glaze itself. Generally, the emergence of clam luster requires several decades. Chapter 46, The Unintentional Slap in the Face. Wu Duo politely acknowledged. Then I thank you, General Chun, for your instruction. Meanwhile, Ning Shui picked up a pen and began to take notes. Chen Yongjun continued. In general, back-painted porcelain only exists in polychrome pieces, and the determination of back-painting can indeed be discerned by sound. Wu Duo silently noted. No wonder. He was truly listening. A dull sound typically indicates back-painting, while a clear sound suggests a minimal likelihood of it being so. Chen Yongjun elaborated. Of course, sound is merely a fundamental aspect. One must also consider other characteristics for a comprehensive judgment. Regarding that polychrome, floral, and avian plate, it seems you discerned a clear sound. General Chun? Hu Yunda remarked, seemingly stating the obvious, yet with utmost seriousness. The sound is undoubtedly fine, and the layers of polychrome are impeccable, with the presence of clam luster, as well as the flawless circle foot, glaze, and markings. How could it possibly be back-painted? Chen Yongjun sighed. Alas, the competition is too fierce. Securing it at a high price holds little significance. General Hu, do not forget that if it were indeed back-painted, the time between the second firing of the glaze and the first would be considerable. At that moment, the original clay's heat would have dissipated, rendering it incomparable to normally fired glaze. General Chun, your point holds some merit, yet it remains a matter of probability. The likelihood of back-painted porcelain producing a dull sound is high, while the chances of normally fired glaze yielding a dull sound are low, with a greater chance of clarity. However, it is not an absolute certainty. Appraisal cannot be so simplistic. Even a 1% chance could lead one astray from the truth. Chen Yongjun smiled once more. Did I not mention? Sound is merely a foundational aspect. It must be combined with other characteristics. This issue cannot serve as the sole basis. Hu Yunda chuckled. At that point, the auction concluded, with the hammer price set at 3,280,000. Both Hu Yunda and Chen Yongjun momentarily fell silent. These two are indeed experts, and their spirited debate has greatly benefited Wu Duo. However, Wu Duo had already discerned it to be back-painted, which is the true foundation. With this knowledge, seeking out discrepancies became far easier than for the two experts. Coupled with Wu Duo's considerable theoretical knowledge, he indeed identified a significant issue. As the next auction item had yet to be presented, Wu Duo, unable to contain himself amidst the ambience, spoke up. Since Mr. Chun has mentioned clam light, I shall add my thoughts as well. This clam light is predominantly observed in pastel porcelain. It may or may not appear in polychrome ceramics. However, if it does manifest, its richness will invariably vary with the age of the piece. This large platter exhibits clam light, yet its intensity seems somewhat insufficient. If it were an artifact from the Kangxi era, it should not be so insipid. At this, Hu Yunda and Chen Yongjun were momentarily taken aback. Wu Duo then elaborated. Moreover, I noticed that both Uncle Da and Mr. Chun refrained from touching the pigments during their appraisal. I did, and the texture felt rather unusual. Hence, I stand by my assertion. Of course, Wu Duo's intention was not merely to touch, but rather to listen. Suddenly, with a forceful slap on the table, Chen Yongjun exclaimed, we must indeed scrutinize the clam light. The 8 immortal tables were spaced apart, and their voices were subdued amidst the ongoing discussions. Thus their exchange had initially gone unnoticed. However, Chen Yongjun's abrupt action elevated the volume, drawing attention from those around them. Everything is fine, everything is fine. Hu Yunda quickly rose to gesture. I am merely engaging in a discussion with Mr. Chun. Once seated again, the third auction item was introduced. Still, it was porcelain. It was a porcelain 3-piece set. However, as porcelain is a significant category in antiques, and when Gutang does not adhere to conventional norms, the gathering was not overly astonished. This piece was indeed a plain vessel. Come, let us take a look. Hu Yunda, barely settled, rose once more. Meanwhile, Chen Yongjun's demeanor faltered, his face alternating between crimson and pallor. The Kangxi 5-color flower and bird pattern platter had not been successfully bid upon. While advocating for genuine artifacts is commendable, he felt compelled to critique the younger Wu Duo. Ironically, it was Wu Duo who ended up providing the critique. Notably, Wu Duo had been an employee at the Qishang pawn shop, having completed his probationary period without being retained. Wu Duo did not intend to embarrass Qin Yongjun. He was not so ostentatious. Rather, his inclination was towards Hu Yunda, who had heeded his advice, thus he naturally wished to support Hu Yunda's stance. Simultaneously, being youthful and spirited, upon discovering a significant point of contention, his desire to express it became increasingly difficult to suppress. The intent to undermine was unintentional, yet the outcome remained the same. At this moment, Wu Duo followed Hu Yunda to examine the third auction item. Observing Qin Yongjun's state, he contemplated softening the situation with a few words, but upon reflection, realized that anything he said might yield the opposite effect. Thus, he remained silent and gently departed from the 8 immortal table. The third auction item was indeed a plain vessel, a sweet white glazed moon flask. This moon flask, viewed from the side, appears flattened, yet from the front, it is perfectly round, resembling a full moon. Its neck features 2 ears, creating the illusion of embracing the moon. The moon flask's prototype can be traced back to the horse-hanging bottles of the Song and Yuan dynasties, where its flat shape was suited for hanging on horseback, and the double ears were designed for fastening. The moon flask saw its most prolific production during the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, with a considerable number also crafted during the Qianlong period. However, the Qianlong moon flasks were predominantly blue and white. The moon-hugging vase, characterized by its gourd-shaped mouth and the presence of rui ears on either side of its neck, boasts a subtly engraved dragon motif on its belly, with the dragon appearing robust and spiraling in flight. When one thinks of a sweet white, glazed moon-hugging vase, the mind immediately wanders to the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. This sweet white glaze is indeed a creation of the Yongle era, often described as white as congealed fat and pure as newly fallen snow, evoking a genuine sense of sweetness. However, this particular sweet white, glazed moon-hugging vase bears no mark. After Wu Duo's appraisal, he found no sweetness in it either. It is, in fact, a folk kiln imitation from the Qianlong period, and the glaze used is not the authentic sweet white glaze. The true Yongle sweet white glaze, in reality, is not purely white. Ning Shui did not follow Hu Yunda and Wu Duo when they left to examine the vase. She remained seated after Qin Yongjun vacated his position. Chapter 47. Good Horses. Where? Wu Duo glanced at her, offering a polite smile, choosing not to elaborate. Those who understand you require no explanation, while those who do not find explanations futile. When conversing with someone newly acquainted, the necessity of explanation hinges on its worthiness. Clearly, Wu Duo adhered to the principle of speaking sparingly in Ning Shui's presence. Judging by the expressions of Hu Yunda and Qin Yongjun, they, like Wu Duo, were not optimistic. As the auction commenced, the auctioneer continued to refer to the item as a Yongle sweet white, glazed moon-hugging vase with an engraved dragon motif. However, at the outset of today's auction, the auctioneer had already issued a statement clarifying that all lots merely represent the views of Wengatang and do not guarantee accuracy or validity. This disclaimer was even printed on the invitation cards. Such unconventional auctions, even public auctions by major houses, often lack authenticity guarantees, which is entirely normal and is explicitly governed by law. According to Article 61, Paragraph 2 of the auction law, if the auctioneer or the entrusting party states prior to the auction that they cannot guarantee the authenticity or quality of the auction items, they shall not bear liability for defects. Ultimately, one must rely on their own discernment. Once the items were viewed, and without intention to bid, time became idle. Hu Yunda was about to speak when Qin Yongjun interjected, looking at Wu Duo. Xiao Wu, I truly did not anticipate your profound understanding of porcelain. I've reflected on your earlier remarks, and you indeed hit the nail on the head. I have learned from you. Wu Duo was taken aback by Qin Yongjun's rapid emotional adjustment and his expression of agreement, even admiration. In truth, while Qin Yongjun was undoubtedly proud of his talents, what does it mean to be prideful? It is to boast over those perceived as lesser. Qin Yongjun exemplified this. He only exhibited pride towards those he deemed inferior, never towards those who surpassed him. If one were to be prideful in comparison to someone more accomplished, it would not be mere pride but rather arrogance. At the very least, in the case of a large plate adorned with Kangshi's multicolored floral and avian designs, Wu Duo was indeed more knowledgeable. Your words are too harsh. Qin, a wise person may contemplate 1,000 thoughts and still make an occasional error. A foolish person, however, will invariably glean some insight from their 1,000 ponderings. I merely stumbled upon this by chance. Ning Shui, upon hearing Wu Duo's words, pouted and jabbed at her notebook several times with her pen. Heh! Chun Yongjun waved his hand, leaning in and lowering his voice. If you must insist on such humility, then allow me to inquire further. What is your perspective on this sweet white glazed moon-hugging vase? Wu Duo smiled faintly, and since the two esteemed seniors showed no interest, he surmised that his perspective would likely align with theirs. If you truly regard me as a senior, then please do share your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo felt compelled to respond. After glancing around, he whispered, "This is white glaze, not sweet white glaze. In terms of age, it differs from Yongle by over 3 centuries. The term Yongle sweet white glaze is merely colloquial. A more precise designation would be sweet white porcelain. This is because such glaze is transparent rather than a white coloring agent. The effect of sweet white glaze arises from the combination of transparent glaze and a white body. Yongle sweet white porcelain typically has a very thin body, often allowing light to pass through. The thinness is crucial to showcase the harmony between the body and glaze. The clay used for Yongle sweet white is meticulously selected, as it must eliminate coarse particles and impurities that affect purity, while minimizing iron content. Only with a glaze of exceptional transparency can a high degree of whiteness be achieved." Upon hearing Yu Yao's comment, Chun Yongju nodded while glancing at Hu Yunda. "Mr. Hu, I now believe what you have said." Hu Yunda, with a broad smile, remained silent. Chun Yongjun continued in a hushed tone. "In fact, the processing of this piece's clay has been done remarkably well. Yet to compensate for a slight deficiency in whiteness, an additive was incorporated into the glaze. The primary issue lies in the fact that it is white but lacks luster. For you, this is a flaw, but for many present, discerning the crux of the body-glaze relationship may prove elusive." Hu Yunda sighed softly. Chun Yongjun waved his hand, stating, "This is not merely a matter of body and glaze. The clarity of the incised dragon pattern is also excessive." Hu Yunda nodded in agreement. "If we consider which era best imitated Yongle sweet white, it would undoubtedly be the Jiajing period." Wu Duo, having perused relevant materials, interjected, "However, the greatest issue with the Jiajing imitations of Yongle sweet white lies in the lack of finesse in the foot restoration." Both Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun acknowledged this with nods, with Hu Yunda adding, "Thus, the market now sees items that are Jiajing restorations made to appear vintage, masquerading as Yongle pieces." Wu Duo could not help but shake his head in dismay. The world of antiques is indeed profoundly intricate, setting aside the deceit and treachery involved. The technical realm is flooded with high-quality imitations, where the cunning often surpasses the skilled, making it an arduous task to guard against deception. At that moment, the sweet white glazed moon flask was finally auctioned off. Its price, while not exorbitant compared to genuine Yongle sweet white pieces, certainly represented a significant investment for a replica from the Qianlong period. "May I inquire," he asked, "why you chose to apply for the jewelry and jade department rather than the porcelain department?" Wu Duo pondered for a moment, responding, "Mr. Chun, even now, I believe my discernment in jade surpasses that of porcelain." This statement was unequivocally true. Wu Duo's expertise in jade had been honed through 4 years of formal study and training, complemented by his keen insight. Additionally, his assessments of porcelain today did not rely solely on visual acuity. Chun Yongjun reflected, in departments such as jewelry and jade and luxury goods, the disparity in skill levels is minimal. Moreover, performance outweighs mere eye for detail. However, the porcelain department is distinct. Experts like you are indeed rare, but you are here to oversee it." Wu Duo replied, "And we have someone as skilled as Director Pan at the helm of the porcelain department." Chun Yongjun chuckled softly. "Xiao Wu, it seems you are not inclined to seek a new establishment for yourself." Upon hearing this, Hu Yunda also glanced at Wu Duo, and even Ning Shui appeared intrigued. "Not at all, Mr. Chun. I indeed wish to find a position, but it is quite challenging to locate a reputable establishment related to antiques." Wu Duo replied candidly. "To be frank, Qixiang Pawnshop is indeed a commendable place. If another establishment of comparable strength were to offer me a position now, I would likely accept. However, I cannot pursue an opportunity at Qixiang." Chun Yongjun did not respond immediately, furrowing his brow while lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Wu Duo continued, "It is rather uncomplicated. It is merely because." At that moment, the 4th auction item was presented, and someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "What a magnificent horse!" This interruption halted Wu Duo's discourse. Chapter 48, Tang Sankai. Filled with indignation. After Wu Duo rose, Hu Yunda, Chun Yongjun, and Ning Shui followed suit. "We must go and examine the auction items," Chun Yongjun remarked. Offering no further comments, only sighing inwardly. What a pity that I only now appreciate Wu Duo's discerning eye. Otherwise, how could I let such a talent slip away? Yet, Wu Duo was far from impulsive. Chen Yongjin understood, as did Hu Yunda. Wu Duo interjected, "A good horse does not go hungry. Otherwise, it would not be a good horse. Even a dragon in shallow waters can be mocked by shrimp, and a tiger fallen to the plains can be bullied by dogs. A good horse does not necessarily find good opportunities. It is merely that your current momentum affords you the pretense of grandeur." Ning Shui attempted to poke Wu Duo's arm again, but this time he deftly evaded her. He chose not to argue further, focusing intently on the fourth auction item. This was indeed a horse, a three-color ceramic horse, Tang Sankai. Tang Sankai is not porcelain but rather earthenware. It is glazed pottery, often referred to as glazed ceramic. The term three-color is merely a general classification, as glazed ceramics can exhibit a multitude of hues. However, the most prevalent and common colors on a single piece are yellow, green, and white. During the Tang dynasty, there was a tendency for lavish burials, and Tang Sankai is a quintessential funerary object. As a funerary object, it boasts a rich variety of forms, including everyday items, figures, animals, and architectural models, encompassing a diverse array. Anything that could be enjoyed in life had an equivalent in the afterlife. Among all these forms, animals were the most common, with horses being the most represented. It is evident that horses were essential tools for transportation and labor during that era, needed in warfare, agriculture, freight transport, and riding. Tang Sankai was discovered relatively late, only beginning to appear in the antique market in large quantities during the Republic of China period, and has since become a highly sought-after collectible. The notion of its late discovery stems not only from the substantial excavations that occurred at the time, but also from the fact that ancient people did not engage in the collection or appreciation of such items. Even during the flourishing antique craze, the distance from the Tang dynasty to the Ming and Qing dynasties was considerable. Even if someone were to excavate Tang tombs during the Ming and Qing periods and discover Sankai wares, they would be discarded as worthless, with the focus being on extracting other burial items. Some may argue that many antiques, often unearthed from tombs, are indeed funerary objects. However, the ancients also collected and appreciated items from burial pits. This is because Tang Sankai is not merely a funerary object, it is exclusively a funerary artifact. Many accompanying burial items were not originally intended as grave goods. For instance, various bronze wares, porcelain, jade artifacts, and jewelry were initially utilized as everyday utensils or decorative pieces, only to be interred later as grave offerings. In contrast, Tang Sankai pottery was crafted solely for the purpose of burial. Its fragile ceramic body, coupled with poor waterproofing and toxic lead glaze, renders it unsuitable for regular use, with any alternative applications being mere coincidences. The practice of burning paper horses alongside burial Sankai pottery horses is fundamentally similar. However, since the Republican era, Tang Sankai has surged in popularity, and today, collectors exhibit no qualms about regarding it as anything other than a decorative item, often displaying it in their homes. Consequently, replicas of Tang Sankai have proliferated. The formula for its clay and glaze has long been public knowledge, and due to the relatively low firing temperature and easily sourced materials, the quality of imitations has significantly improved, with top-tier replicas possessing all the characteristics of genuine articles. The primary flaw tends to lie in the aging process. After more than a millennium, achieving an authentic appearance proves to be a considerable technical challenge. The Tang Sankai horse before Wu Duo is modest in size, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in height and length. Many Tang Sankai horses exceed half a meter in height. The majority of its body features a brown-yellow glaze, with the saddle displaying a white and green pattern, mirroring the horse's face. Additionally, the tail and hooves are finished in white glaze. This represents the most common tricolor combination. A variation in color or the presence of rare glaze hues would significantly enhance its value. The horse is depicted in a standing posture, which is among the most typical representations in Tang Sankai. Rarer poses, such as drinking or hoof-licking, naturally command higher worth. The clay exhibits a somewhat coarse texture, with minor pits, cracks, and areas of glaze loss. Considering all these factors, even if this Tang Sankai horse is authentic, it would belong to a lower echelon in terms of quality and value. Nonetheless, in the current fervent market for Tang Sankai, this piece could still fetch a price in the region of $1 million. Wu Duo initially examined the item with great care. Regrettably, a lack of discernment left him unable to identify any flaws. In truth, his theoretical knowledge of Tang Sankai pales in comparison to that of other antiques. He noticed Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun exchanging glances, their expressions not only pessimistic but tinged with indignation. Ultimately, Wu Duo felt compelled to tap the piece with his middle finger, yielding a silent response. Suddenly, he grasped the reasoning behind its diminutive size, common glaze color, and ordinary design. It was simply the easiest to replicate. Upon returning to his seat, Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun simultaneously turned their gazes toward Wu Duo. They had both seen through the facade, but, for reasons unknown, felt compelled to hear Wu Duo's thoughts. Wu Duo offered a wry smile, noting that he was not significantly older than them. Hu Yunda tightened his grip on his teacup, furrowing his brow and speaking in a low voice, asserting that it could not possibly be a relic from the venerable Su Wenshan. Chun Yongjun scoffed, condemning the irresponsible heir who, lacking in talent, had somehow procured this inferior item, thus tarnishing the reputation of his revered ancestor. The first item, a large vase adorned with the Zhizhai style of pastel landscapes, is indeed genuine. The second, a grand plate featuring a multicolored floral and avian motif, bears the glaze of the Kangxi era. The third, a sweet white glazed moon-holding vase, although a high imitation, is an old replica from the Qianlong period. Each of these pieces holds some connection to antiquities. However, the Tang Sankai standing horse is unequivocally a modern imitation, devoid of any collectible value. Nevertheless, in Qizhou, Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun possess unparalleled expertise in ceramics. While they may accurately assess these items, others attending the auction may lack such discernment. The auctioneer unambiguously announced the Tang Sankai, yet the starting bid was surprisingly modest, set at only 200,000. It seems they had ulterior motives. They surely recognized the inauthenticity of the piece. And although it was clearly stated that authenticity is not guaranteed, should future disputes arise, they could reference the bidding price. This starting bid is far removed from the typical market value of Tang Sankai. Simultaneously, given the popularity of Tang Sankai in the market, a low starting price could incite fierce competition, potentially leading to a significantly inflated final bid. Chapter 49. The Secrets Behind the Porcelain Panel Paintings. Wu Duo even sensed that there might be some arrangements made by the Su siblings, perhaps involving show bidders specifically targeting items with such low starting prices. Of course, this was merely a suspicion, and Wu Duo had no intention of scrutinizing who the shills might be. In any case, none of the three of them would bid on this piece. Surprisingly, this Tang Sankai horse fetched an astonishing price of 1,800,000. It is worth noting that even if it were genuine, it would not command such an amount in the current market. Although Tang Sankai horses have occasionally sold for several million, each piece is distinct in value. The successful bidder was a tall, dapper middle-aged man, exuding an air of grandeur, who, upon the fall of the hammer, smiled slightly and nodded to those nearby, uttering a few words of acknowledgement. He shares the same name as Boss Gu. Chun Yongjun chuckled at Hu Yunda. It is merely a coincidence in name. Hu Yunda glanced at Wu Duo, as if to explain or introduce, saying that Boss Gu Guozide is a prominent figure in the Qizhou collection circle, quite affluent indeed. Wu Duo immediately grasped that Hu Yunda was teasing him, suggesting that this Boss Gu has likely squandered a significant amount of money. It is said that due to his zodiac sign being the horse, he has a particular fondness for equine art, owning several paintings of horses by the esteemed artist Bai Hong. In fact, he even possesses 2 works by Han Gan, Hu Yunda remarked. Chun Yongjun chimed in, stating that he has seen one of Han Gan's horses, which pales in comparison to those from Suzhou. As for the so-called works of Bai Hong, one can surmise their quality without viewing them. The horses at the Fragrant Grass Ferry and cattle by the Green Poplar Dyke are indeed famous works by Han Gan, a master of horse painting from the Tang dynasty, with very few surviving works, most of which are held in major museums worldwide, such as the horses in the pasture at the National Palace Museum in Taipei and the Zhao Yi at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in the United States. If this Boss Gu were to acquire 2 of these, it would indeed be akin to a small cow riding a rocket. Hu Yunda waved his hand dismissively, noting that even imitations of Suzhou paintings are merely ancient replicas of ancient works. It seems this Boss Gu prefers fresh pieces, much like this Tang Sankai. Wu Duo remained silent, reflecting on how perfectly the conversation had hit the mark. He had not anticipated that the two would be so sharp-tongued. The next item up for auction would be the final piece of the morning session. After this, we would take a brief respite before continuing in the afternoon. We certainly should not exhaust our esteemed guests, should we? The auctioneer made a preliminary announcement before presenting the last item. This final piece was a porcelain panel, indicating that the morning session had a cohesive theme. For pieces of porcelain and 1 piece of 3-color glazed pottery, all belonging to the expansive category of ceramics. The rectangular porcelain panel measured 55 by 33 centimeters, adorned with a delicate powder-colored snow scene. In the upper right blank area of the snow scene, there was an inscription. The larger characters read, Snow Scene of Liang Garden, while the smaller script transcribed a poem by the Ming Dynasty poet Tang Yin. Snow blankets Liang Garden. Birds are rare. Warmth emanates from the closed door of firewood. The earthen pot brews pine flower wine. Just now, the stream brought crabs home. The signature concluded with, in the winter solstice of the Ren Shun year, painted by Su Ren. Additionally, there was a red seal, produced by Su Ren. Upon examining the piece, Wu Duo pondered the identity of the artist behind this powder-colored snow scene. Su Ren was one of the prominent figures among the 8 friends of Zhushan. In the Republican era, the most valuable porcelain could be categorized into 2 main types, one being the Hongxian porcelain and Zhizhai porcelain by Guo Baochang, and the other being the porcelain panel paintings of the 8 friends of Zhushan. It appeared that the auction had been cleverly arranged, with the first and last items of the morning session belonging to these 2 categories. The porcelain panel painting began to gain popularity during the late Qing dynasty, with the 8 friends of Zhushan fully elevating this art form. In earlier years, the works of the 8 friends of Zhushan did not command high prices due to their relatively recent production. However, in recent years, their significance has grown, and their unique artistry has garnered the admiration of an increasing number of collectors, naturally inflating their market value. The 8 friends of Zhushan comprised a small group of ceramic artists active in Jingdezhen. However, they were not limited to just 8 individuals, as there were over a dozen representative figures. Thus, the term 8 friends of Zhushan is merely a designation, similar to how the 8 eccentrics of Yaozhou does not refer to only 8 individuals. The artistic achievements of the 8 friends of Zhushan in porcelain panel painting primarily lie in their innovative painting techniques. For instance, depictions of human portraits had not previously been seen on ceramics, nor had techniques such as ink splashing or water dotting from paper paintings been applied to porcelain. This artist, Su Ren, originally named Su Chu, was renowned for pioneering the genre of powder-colored snow scenes in Jingdezhen. His works in porcelain panel painting featured snow scenes most frequently and were the most representative of his contributions. Without even touching the piece, Wu Duo, relying on his discerning eye, felt inclined to believe this was indeed an authentic item. However, there was a significant issue with this auction piece. It was not fully visible. The edges of the porcelain panel were obscured, and the reverse side was also concealed. Thus, he could not examine the junction of the body and glaze or the condition of the porcelain itself, as this panel was a finished product already set into a redwood frame. Nonetheless, for seasoned experts, this presented no insurmountable challenge, as they could assess the glaze and powder colors to make a determination. The only difficulty lay with those whose expertise had not yet reached a certain level. In response, the auctioneer provided an explanation, clarifying that this was an original frame from the same period, crafted from exquisite old mahogany, with craftsmanship of the highest caliber. To dismantle such a piece would indeed be rather amateurish. Not dismantling it was the correct decision, and for Wu Duo, this appraisal was hardly a challenge. Indeed, this porcelain panel was a work from 1932, aligning perfectly with the year of the Ren Shun in the inscription. As for the mahogany frame, it was meticulously inlaid in 1937. Although it was a few years later, one could still consider it a contemporary original frame. But wait, there was more. Behind this porcelain panel lay a hidden secret. Upon hearing this revelation, Wu Duo felt his heart race slightly. This was a significant opening. Chun Yongjun was the first to speak, demonstrating his adeptness at navigating this situation seamlessly. Is Mr. Chen planning to make a bid? Hu Yunda inquired with a smile. Not particularly interested. I'm ambivalent, Chen Yongjun replied, glancing at Hu Yunda. I want to contest your remarks. Hu Yunda waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am here representing Yaozhou. I fear this item won't yield any profit, so I want to exert myself. At this moment, Wu Duo interjected with a smile. Both esteemed seniors are well-versed in high-end art. As for me, I cannot afford the exorbitant pieces. Since you both lack interest in this exquisite item, I shall give it a try. Chapter 50, The Dove. Chen Yongju nodded. Please proceed. Hu Yunda then pondered aloud. This porcelain panel should not fetch more than 500,000. The mahogany frame and inlay craftsmanship are commendable, but overall, 600,000 would be the absolute ceiling. I will keep that in mind, Uncle Da. I will be judicious, Wu Duo responded. At this point, Ning Shui murmured something softly, but Wu Duo did not catch what she said. A Republic-era powder-painted snowy landscape porcelain panel, accompanied by an original mahogany frame. Starting bid, 580,000. The auction commenced, with the auctioneer announcing the opening price. Upon hearing this figure, Wu Duo thought it quite high. Subsequently, bids rose to 600,000. Wu Duo decided to hold off for the moment, waiting to see if anyone else would raise the stakes. Intending to make his move when the auctioneer called out for the first, second, and third time. Indeed, bids trickled in, reaching 650,000, at which point there was a temporary lull. Just as the auctioneer announced 650,000 for the second time, Wu Duo raised his hand and declared, 660,000, 670,000. Someone immediately countered. Wu Duo remained patient, waiting until the auctioneer called 670,000 for the second time before proclaiming 680,000. The other bidder hesitated slightly before raising it to 690,000. Wu Duo could not help but glance across several tables at this individual, a neatly groomed man, appearing to be in his 30s. Uncle Da, Mr. Chun, do you recognize this person? Wu Duo asked quietly. You suspect he is. Hu Yunda traced an imaginary character on the table with his finger. Chen Yongjun added, greed leads one to swallow an elephant. Do not follow this price. Let him have it. Let us try again, Wu Duo suggested, turning his body and raising his hand to call out. One last bid. 700,000. He then lowered his head, picked up his teacup, sipped leisurely, feigning nonchalance. The auctioneer cleared his throat and gestured toward Wu Duo, indicating that this gentleman was determined to secure his prize. Wu Duo raised his hand above his head and waved at the auctioneer, inquiring if there would be any penalties for doves. Such auctions are relatively informal, allowing for spontaneous exchanges between bidders and the auctioneer. However, Wu Duo's mention of doves momentarily took the auctioneer aback. Ning Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Doves? Those who release doves are merely those who win bids but fail to make payment. Nonetheless, this auction did not require a deposit. It merely required immediate signing and registration to establish a legally binding contract. Should one choose not to sign or register after winning a bid, no financial loss would ensue. Only a tarnished reputation among peers, leading to embarrassment. Wu Duo, already somewhat obscure, was made to sound like a habitual offender by his mention of doves. Almost all eyes turned to his table. Hu Yunda and Chen Yongjun exchanged amused glances. Who would have thought this lad possessed such a trick? If he truly did release doves, we would be utterly humiliated in front of our colleagues. The auctioneer wore an awkward smile, responding, Sir, you truly have a sense of humor. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the auctioneer finally called out, 70,000, going once. The man did not bid again. Wu Duo's tactic of feigned disinterest was audacious, yet the outcome was favorable. The hammer fell at 70,000. The exquisite porcelain painting of a snowy landscape by He Shiren was now Wu Duo's possession. Staff approached the table for him to sign the registration. Wu Duo swiftly filled out the required materials. At that moment, the auctioneer approached him, exclaiming, Sir, you were indeed joking. Wu Duo pointed at the man who had raised the bid and replied, I feared he might be reluctant to admit his offer if I spoke too freely. The auctioneer cleared his throat with a light cough, remarking, If you like it, money is but a trivial matter. True joy is priceless. Wu Duo responded with a non-committal grunt, choosing silence thereafter. Upon winning a bid, one could either make immediate payment and take the item or settle at the end of the event. As he planned to participate in the afternoon session, Wu Duo felt no urgency. As the event concluded, Chen Yongjun declared, Let me treat for lunch. Today, I have truly come to know Wu Duo. I have no objections. Hu Yunda replied with a smile. I believe it should be him treating, Ning Shui interjected, pointing at Wu Duo. Wu Duo nodded eagerly. You have spoken rightly today. I appreciate it. Firstly, in front of Uncle Da and General Chun, I am the junior. Secondly, having won a bid this morning, it is only fitting that I treat. What do you mean by you have spoken rightly? Ning Kueskofet. Wu Duo did not engage further with her. Hu Yunda waved his hand, saying, It was General Chun who proposed treating. Young Wu, are you not stealing his business? Uncle Da, it is indeed my turn to treat. As I have learned so much from you today. Wu Duo's words were sincere. The difference in learning is substantial when guided by a master. Do not be so modest. I find you somewhat inscrutable, Chen Yongjun remarked, nodding. Very well, it shall be you, but I will select the venue. Is it far? Shall we need to drive? Hu Yunda inquired. No, it's not far. Just walk for 10 minutes through 2 small streets, Chen Yongjun replied. Eventually, he led them to the entrance of a restaurant. This establishment was nestled within an old courtyard from the late Republic era, featuring private rooms inside and a shaded area outside. At the center of the courtyard stood a well. The early autumn afternoon still bore a hint of warmth, and the well's water, having chilled the watermelon, was both cool and sweet, a delightful little specialty of their family. The restaurant's signature dishes were braised meats, beef, pork head meat, whole chickens, and ducks, all bursting with flavor, complemented by a selection of seasonal vegetables. Wu Duo savored the meal with great enthusiasm, while Hu Yunda also found the flavors commendable. To Wu Duo's surprise, Ning Shui indulged in several pieces of the richer pork head meat, claiming it was to replenish collagen. Unable to restrain himself, Wu Duo remarked, "Isn't it true that pig trotters and skins are rich in collagen? While pig trotters and skins indeed contain collagen, the body primarily converts it into amino acids upon digestion." Leading him to counter, "By your logic, consuming fatty meat doesn't really replenish collagen either, does it? I simply enjoy pork head meat, all right?" At that moment, Chun Yongjun lit a cigarette and shifted the topic. "This is an old establishment. It has been here since I was a teenager. Though back then it was merely a braised meat stall. I was an apprentice at Shangbao Zhai on Fushua Street. The owner, knowing my poverty, would intentionally give me a little extra when I came to buy meat for a treat." Chapter 51. He also possessed the ring of Lu Zigong. The current owner is the son of the original proprietor. Chun Yongjun continued, "This courtyard is under my name. I rent it to him." Wu Duo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Chun Yongjun was quite sentimental. Typically, those with pride harbor a tender spot within, though they seldom reveal it. Chun Yongjun then turned to Wu Duo. "When I gained recognition in the antique circle of Qizhou, I was hardly older than you. Over 20 years have flown by. I am aware of my inherent flaws, and thus, I must advise you, to achieve significant progress, one must temper arrogance and impatience." Wu Duo pondered briefly and realized that Chun Yongjun likely perceived him as somewhat hasty for acquiring that porcelain painting at a price well above market value, which prompted his counsel. "I appreciate your advice, Mr. Chun," Wu Duo acknowledged, though the crux of the matter remained unspoken. During the meal, Ning Shui was rather quiet. After they finished dining, she surprisingly announced her departure, stating that her afternoon class was crucial and she couldn't skip it. It turned out she had her own car. The road was relatively clear at noon, and the BMW sped away with a roar, its red silhouette quickly vanishing from sight. Wu Duo's impression of Ning Shui was not particularly favorable. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling that beneath her surface, she might be far more complex than she appeared. At this moment, the restaurant was sparsely populated, with a few patrons scattered across the tables. Shortly after they settled, a tall figure approached their table. "Mr. Hu, Mr. Chun. Enjoying your leisure time? I see. I haven't had a chance to catch up with you this morning. It has been a while since we last conversed." Upon observing, Wu Duo realized it was none other than the esteemed Mr. Guajida, who had previously acquired a Tang Sankai piece. With a cheerful demeanor, Guajida took a seat at the vacant spot left by Ning Shui. The table, originally set for 4, now had an empty chair. Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun both greeted him with warm smiles. "And who might this young friend be?" Guajida inquired, casting a friendly glance towards Wu Duo. Wu Duo found the term young friend rather irksome. What a peculiar expression. It seemed to lack refinement or elegance, yet some in their circle, oblivious to its absurdity, favored using it for those significantly younger than themselves. "Greetings, Mr. Gua. My surname is Wu, and I am here to broaden my horizons alongside these two esteemed seniors. You may call me Xiao Wu," he replied. "Ah, Wu Xiaoyu." Wu Duo suppressed a sigh, forcing a smile. "The porcelain panel you acquired at the auction was truly impressive. Although the price was somewhat steep, the works of the Zhushan 8 friends possess immense potential and are bound to appreciate in value within a few years." Guajida continued, "You are far more audacious, Mr. Gua. Securing a Sankai horse is indeed commendable." Hu Yunda interjected, "Ha, what can I say? I am both a horse enthusiast and born in the year of the horse." Guajida, seemingly oblivious to Hu Yunda's omission of Tang in his mention of Sankai, revealed a hint of self-satisfaction as he produced a white leather cigarette case. "Here, esteemed experts, do indulge. These are special supplies from a friend. Come, Wu Xiaoyu. You must try as well." As he exhaled a plume of smoke, Guajida casually raised his left hand, shaking it slightly. Wu Duo had already noticed the exquisite white jade ring adorning his left thumb. Its luster and density suggested it was of high quality, likely originating from Hetian jade. Moreover, the outer surface bore a relief carving, though its clarity was diminished by the jade's brilliance. "This white jade ring is remarkable. It appears to be a recent acquisition of yours, Mr. Gua. I do not recall seeing you wear it before," remarked Chun Yongjun, who sat closest to him, unable to resist commenting on the ring's presence. Discovering a piece by Lu Zigong is indeed a rare feat, especially one featuring a horse." Guajida nonchalantly removed the ring and placed it on the table. "Lu Zigong!" exclaimed Wu Duo, Hu Yunda, and Chun Yongjun in unison. I would appreciate your esteemed opinions on this. And Wu Xiaoyu, do take a look as well. Chun is quite the versatile connoisseur. Please go ahead, Hu Yunda gestured. Chun Yongjun accepted the invitation, examining the relief closely. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips as he scrutinized it again before placing it back on the table and signaling to Hu Yunda. After a brief inspection, Hu Yunda smiled and remarked, Mr. Gua, do not let Wu Xiaoyu's youth deceive you. He possesses a solid background in gemology and a keen eye for antiques. Oh, I sense that Wu Xiaoyu was extraordinary. We are all growing old. Truly, the younger generation is pushing the older one aside. Guajida turned his gaze towards Wu Duo, inviting him to appraise the piece. Noticing the expressions of Chun Yongjun and Hu Yunda as they examined the ring, Wu Duo surmised that it likely lacked merit. He picked up the ring, and at first glance, the relief appeared quite intricate. Surrounding the exterior of the ring, there exists a vivid interplay of distant and close perspectives. In the far background, one can discern the majestic mountains and forests, while in the foreground stands a city gate. Between these two realms are intricately carved 3 horses. One has arrived at the city gate, another has just galloped out from the woods, and the third is mid-stride on the road. On the blank side of the city wall, 3 small characters are inscribed in seal script. Zigangji. Is there any need for further authentication? Wu Duo finds himself both amused and bewildered. The legendary 100 steeds indeed. There is no need to elaborate on Lu Zigong, a master of jade craftsmanship, unparalleled in history. The ring depicting the 100 steeds, commissioned by Emperor Wanli, was a test of his extraordinary jade skills. The form is that of a jade ring, while the content is the artistic representation of 100 steeds. To carve 100-gallon horses on such a small jade ring is a daunting task. Furthermore, it is a challenge set forth by the emperor. Failure could have dire consequences, potentially even endangering one's life. Nevertheless, Lu Zigong succeeded. He sculpted only 3 horses, yet they convey the impression of an unending stream of steeds rushing from the mountains into the city gate. Not to mention 100 steeds. One could even say 1,000. Emperor Wanli expressed his satisfaction, accepting the ring and rewarding Lu Zigong. Although Lu Zigong ultimately met his demise at the hands of Emperor Wanli, he had successfully passed this trial. This 100 steeds ring, if it indeed existed in the past, has likely been lost to time, and to this day, no news of any related artifacts has surfaced. Should this ring resurface today, being both a creation of Lu Zigong and favored by Emperor Wanli, it would undoubtedly command a price in the billions, with collectors vying for ownership. Chapter 52. The Inkstone of Zhonglao. However, the 100 steeds ring in Guajida's possession is hardly connected to Lu Zigong. It is not even a fine imitation, but merely a new reproduction. While the craftsmanship is commendable and the patina well executed, Lu Zigong's jade creations have never ceased to be replicated since his lifetime and continue to be imitated even hundreds of years later. Apart from high-quality reproductions of specific pieces, Lu Zigong's representative works have become synonymous with certain forms, such as the Zgang brand. During the flourishing Qinglong era, the imitation of Lu Zigong reached its zenith, yielding numerous exquisite copies. If this ring is indeed a product of the Qinglong era, it would hold considerable value. However, as a mere new imitation, its worth would primarily reflect the cost of the jade material. Fortunately, this white jade ring is crafted from Hetian's seed material, boasting first-rate whiteness and jade quality. Even as a modern fine craft, it could still be valued at several hundred thousand. Bosqua, this Lu Zigong 100 steeds ring is indeed historically significant, yet it has remained elusive in the annals of history, with no reports of any surviving pieces. Wu Duo remarked casually as he set down the ring. In such a context, remaining silent while examining another's possession could lead to misunderstandings, yet one cannot state outright the inaccuracies, as it is indeed unfounded. Subsequently, Guajida turned to the side to Chen Yongjun. Mr. Chen, what are your thoughts? I procured this at a considerable price from Yanjing. The original owner's ancestors had ties to Empress Cixi's family, and it is said that it was a gift from her. Indeed, his family now resides near Beibing Meisai Hutong. Furthermore, it is said that this place once housed treasures privately collected by Emperor Qianlong. Empress Dowager Cixi had a penchant for jadeite, while items made from Hetian jade were often overlooked. Yet another captivating tale unfolds. Those within the antiques trade are renowned storytellers, weaving narratives that are both vivid and compelling. Some even recount their experiences as if they had lived alongside the ancients, reborn in the present day. Have you had anyone examine this ring? Chun Yongjun inquired once more. Absolutely, the original owner responded without hesitation. I arranged for an evaluation through the Huaxia Ancient Jade Appraisal and Collection Association, with the president personally conducting the assessment, and a certificate has been issued. Guajida pulled out his phone. Here, Mr. Chun, although I didn't bring the certificate, I took a photograph of it. Additionally, this is a picture of me with the president. He is not only an expert in ancient jade appraisal, but also a master jade carver. Wu Duo began to feel a pang of sympathy for Chen Yongjun, who was now enveloped in a cloud of spittle. There are many appraisal associations, yet only a few are reputable, and obtaining a certificate is often quite easy, costing little more than a few hundred yuan. Wu Duo had previously only heard tales from the antique circle, where certain wealthy individuals are foolishly extravagant, creating entire showcases of replicas in their homes. However, he struggled to fully believe this, for there are indeed those who earn substantial sums through skill and intellect. Such individuals typically possess common sense. How could they possibly be so naive when it comes to antiques? Confronted by Guajida, he suddenly began to understand. Even with talent and intellect, the antique trade is uniquely specialized, and ignorance can easily lead one astray. Many enter this realm haphazardly, lacking the depth of research, the accumulation of knowledge, or the ability to trace origins, yet they fantasize that Lady Luck will favor them. Is it possible to discern the ever-changing world through a foggy lens? They are not foolish. Rather, they are ensnared by illusion. Oh, Qin Yongju nodded. You make a valid point. Nature calls. I must visit the restroom. I need to go as well. Huyunda followed suit. Guajida, though somewhat inept in the antique domain, could still perceive this subtle exchange. It was clear that Huyunda and Chun Yongjun held little optimism. Mr. Gua, it would be prudent to keep this piece concealed. Wu Duo felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Indeed, exposing it to experts would be quite embarrassing. Clearly, whose assertion was not unfounded, though young. Your discernment is remarkable. Guajida, however, misinterpreted the underlying tone as flattery and handed his business card to Wu Duo, stating, We are all enthusiasts here, regardless of stature. Let us exchange ideas whenever the opportunity arises. At that moment, someone greeted Guajida from a distance, prompting him to excuse himself from the table where Wu Duo sat. The afternoon session commenced. Based on the morning's proceedings, it was anticipated that the afternoon offerings would be limited as well. His comment was intended to prompt a sale, but he still needed to maintain decorum. Moreover, this was a scholar's inkstone, which Qin Yongjun had little interest in. Wu Duo was even less inclined to compete for it, especially considering that auction items typically fetched market value or even exceeded it, leaving little room for error. This particular piece was an Akang inkstone, renowned among the 4 great inkstones of China: the Akang, the Xian inkstone, the Taoha inkstone, and the Qingni inkstone, with the Akang being the most illustrious. Boasting a history of over 1,000 years since the Tang dynasty. The form of this square Duan inkstone is quite simple, characterized by its flat and straight edges without any intricate carvings. The design of the handheld inkstone features a hollowed base, creating a wall-like foot that allows for easy handling. This style was particularly popular during the Song dynasty. Although its prevalence diminished in subsequent eras, it continued to be produced. From the front, while this square Duan inkstone boasts excellent material, its age appears to be no later than the Qing dynasty, rendering it somewhat unremarkable. Moreover, Wu Duo had yet to hear anything definitive that would illuminate the unique qualities of this inkstone. However, before he could glean any insights, the inscription carved on the back of the inkstone revealed its significance to him. The 16-character inscription, rendered in a cursive script, conveys a profound simplicity. The interplay of firmness and softness must be balanced. Excessive softness leads to weakness, while excessive rigidity results in breakage. The inscription is signed, Guo Fan, followed by a seal, Zeng. It dawned on him that this might be a possession of Zeng Guo Fan. No wonder the content of the inscription felt somewhat familiar. It reflects Zeng Guofan's discourse on the principles of heaven and earth, aptly applicable to the art of inkstones and calligraphy. Nevertheless, one cannot conclusively attribute this inkstone to Zeng Guofan based solely on the inscription and seal. Chapter 53. The Challenge of Succession. Huyunda scrutinized the inkstone closely, and Wu Duo also handled it. However, even after examining it, Wu Duo could not definitively ascertain that it was indeed a former collection of Zeng Guofan. This situation bears some resemblance to Fan Li's ink jade Xuanwu seal. However, it lacks the distinctive certainty of age and inscription that would allow for a conclusive association. The production and inscription dates of this square inkstone do align with the lifetime of Zeng Guofan. Yet, it is essential to note that he did not personally carve it, nor did he possess such skills. He was merely its user and collector. The information available to Wu Duo does not provide clear evidence of Zheng Guifan's ownership. Most critically, Zheng Guifan had a passion for inkstones and had owned and utilized numerous pieces. During his lifetime, several imitations surfaced, as his esteemed position and reputation allowed for higher prices when his name was attached. Such items, while related to a renowned figure, were not crafted by their hands. And given their relatively recent age, the likelihood of forgeries during his lifetime remains high. To ascertain authenticity, one would need to uncover evidence of a well-documented lineage. For instance, a previously auctioned Duan inkstone that belonged to Zheng Guifan fetched nearly 3 million due to its prior ownership by the esteemed late Qing collector Shinshiyu, who had also commissioned the noted artist Wu Changshua to add an inscription. Both the inkstone's details and the inscriptions of Zheng Guifan and Wu Changshua were later chronicled in the Book Shun's inkstone collection. That is what one calls a well-documented legacy. Upon returning to their seats, Chen Yongjun sighed, realizing that he could not overestimate the inkstone's significance and decided to refrain from further commentary. Hu Yunda turned his gaze toward Wu Duo. Wu Duo spoke, affirming that it was undoubtedly a late Qing artifact, crafted from superior purple Duan material, with inscriptions from the same period. However, confirming these attributes still does not guarantee authenticity. In that case, Chen Yongjun remarked, why concern ourselves with authenticity? Yet, it is essential to verify. If both the inkstone and the inscriptions can be traced to their respective era, it would indicate that no counterfeit has been produced for sale. Wu Duo pondered the interface, contemplating the possibility that it might have been replicated elsewhere. However, as long as this piece was not a mere imitation, that sufficed. Hu Yunda nodded in agreement. As the auction commenced, the inkstone was announced with an opening bid of 800,000, yet surprisingly few responded. After one individual met the starting price, Hu Yunda raised the bid by a mere increment, settling at 801,000. The number 9, a harbinger of fortune, seemed promising. The afternoon auction carried a somewhat auspicious air. Wu Duo mused that this could be linked to the nature of the item at hand. Inkstones were not particularly sought after in the realm of antiques, classified as minor items, with fewer high-value pieces in circulation. Despite the allure of having once belonged to Zheng Guifan, the initial asking price was still considerable. Concurrently, it aligned with Wu Duo's earlier speculations. One could not definitively ascertain its provenance as Zheng Guifan's collection. Should it merely be a late Qing dynasty Duan inkstone, such pieces were abundant in the market. And without Zheng Guifan's association, its value would plummet. Wu Duo nodded, internally acknowledging that while this was true, a foundational investment was essential. Financial resources were imperative. The auction proceeded. The subsequent offerings prompted Wu Duo to shake his head repeatedly. Following the inkstone, a painting by Qiu Ying, one of the four masters of the Ming dynasty, was presented, yet it turned out to be a counterfeit from the Republic of China, a classic example of a backdoor forgery. Suzhou paintings and backdoor forgeries could be considered the two most notorious categories of Chinese art forgeries. Suzhou paintings, despite their fraudulent nature, still held some collectible value. Originating from the Ming dynasty's Wanli to the Qing dynasty's Jiaqing, a group of folk artists in Suzhou made a living through such forgeries. Viewed today, they could be seen as attempts to emulate the ancients. Moreover, the craftsmanship was often of high caliber, with some even being classified as masterpieces, albeit marred by the blemish of imitation. Many museums, including the Palace Museum and several overseas, had once collected numerous Suzhou paintings believing them to be genuine. In contrast, backdoor forgeries had a shorter history. During the Republic era, numerous antique shops proliferated around the Diamen area, which is adjacent to the Forbidden City. Under the guise of having sourced works from the Qing court, the majority were, in fact, imitations. Though their history was brief, they maintained a certain level of quality, with some employing aged silk and ink from the Qing court, commissioning skilled artists to replicate famous works. For instance, the popular court paintings by Lang Shining were executed by Ma Jin, while landscapes attributed to Tang Yin were imitated by Qi Kuan. The backdoor forgery of Qiu Ying's landscape, while not fetching the value of an authentic piece, was still a significant profit compared to other backdoor works. The individual who secured the bid was less knowledgeable than Majida, having mispronounced Qiu Ying's name. Although the auctioneer had clearly stated Qiu Ying, he mistakenly repeated the name after the bid was won, suggesting a habitual error. Following the backdoor forgery, a Western Zhou-style jade stone was presented, larger than an adult's fist, with its greenish hue accentuated by several golden-yellow inclusions. This piece ultimately became the first to go unsold at today's auction, much to the auctioneer's surprise. As Wu Duo assessed the jade material, He felt no need for further deliberation. He thought it would have been preferable to use authentic Haitian jade or Northeast river-worn jade for imitation. Instead, it was crafted from Qinghai jade, and regardless of the aging technique employed, the material's texture was simply inadequate. This piece was rather striking, especially for those unacquainted with the field. It bears a resemblance to the allure of Yuan blue and white porcelain. The mere mention of Yuan blue and white evokes a sense of immense value, akin to the legendary tales of Gue Guzi descending from the mountain. When it comes to Tianwang stone, it is said that one tael of Tianwang is worth 1,000 taels of gold. In reality, disregarding other origins and focusing solely on Tianwang from Shoshan stone, the disparity in quality is considerable. If we limit our discussion to shades of yellow, the variations are abundant, from golden yellow, chestnut yellow, loquat yellow, to chicken oil yellow, among others. Furthermore, the differences in texture and layers add further complexity. Within Tianwang, there are pieces exceeding 100,000 per gram, while others may be priced at just over 1,000 per gram. The lesser quality pieces need not be mentioned. Such items are likely reserved for individuals like Majida. Are they not? Chapter 54, Yielding. The sage prays for longevity and prosperity. This indeed serves as an additional merit. In this auction, individuals like Majida are in the minority, and among them, there are also those who harbor no fondness for jade and stone. Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun are acquainted with one individual, named Luo Yuza. Wu Duo perceives Luo Yuza to be around 27 or 28, possessing a somewhat youthful charm, though not unpleasant to behold. Luo Yuza's father established a business in tire molds and mechanical components. While this may not sound particularly prestigious, the family now boasts a conglomerate worth several billion, collaborating with numerous Fortune 500 companies globally. The square jade seal is an authentic Ming dynasty artifact, inscribed with the words Changzijun. Thanks to the character Zi in Luo Yuza's name, Hu Yunda was able to fetch a good price. However, Luo Yuza's competitor is the same man who formerly contended with Wu Duo over ceramic painting. Wu Duo is almost certain that this individual is a shill. At that time, Wu Duo's bid had already surpassed market value, and it seemed the man intended to further inflate the price. Wu Duo faced an awkward situation, but ultimately ceased bidding upon the auctioneer's subtle hint. Observing Luo Yuza competing against the shill, Chun Yongjun furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What is going on? Hu Yunda interjected. I've conducted a transaction with him, though we aren't well acquainted. I know this fellow. He possesses good discernment and is quite astute. Even if he doesn't grasp the item at first glance, he should be able to comprehend the situation. The current price is becoming rather outrageous. Just as Chun Yongjun's whispered words faded, Luo Yuza called out to the shill. All right, I yield. It's yours. Yield? The shill momentarily failed to comprehend. What do you mean, yield? A mischievous smile appeared on Luo Yuza's face, revealing dimples. He then stood up and directly made his way towards the restroom on the side of the auction venue. There was no turning back. Yielding meant yielding. The shill had won the bid. This was more frustrating than the previous jade song that had gone unsold. In the restroom, Luo Yuza was truly relishing his freedom, while the shill feigned delight at having won the bid. Chun Yongjun couldn't help but smile knowingly. Hu Yunda chuckled as well, recognizing that although Luo Yuza had acted impulsively, his timing for withdrawal was rather precise. Uncle Chun, Mr. Hu, this table is quite advantageous. I shall take a moment to enjoy some peace. Luo Yuza remarked, glancing at Wu Duo. What should I call you, my friend? Wu Duo, a pleasure meet you. Wu Duo mused that Luo Yuza's manner of address suggested a certain familiarity with Chun Yongjun. Luo Yuza, a pleasure indeed. Luo Yuza inquired of Chun Yongjun. By the way, Uncle Chun, I missed the morning session. Did I miss anything of significance? Not much, merely some porcelain, which may not pique your interest, Chun Yongjun replied, glancing around to ensure no one else was focused on their table. What if you inadvertently win a bid at a high price? Luo Yuza jested. That will be a pigeon. Chun Yongjun retorted with a smirk. Upon hearing the term pigeon, the other three men could not help but chuckle. Do not laugh. I speak sincerely. They may find a stooge. But must I be the pigeon? Indeed, Brother Luo, you were absent this morning, and that stooge was also testing my patience. When I placed my final bid, I asked the auctioneer if I could pigeon, and that prompted the stooge to withdraw, Wu Duo explained. Ah, so that is how it was, Luo Yuza exclaimed, shaking hands with Wu Duo. Fellow connoisseur, let's exchange insights more often. Indeed, Wu Duo responded, holding a favorable impression of Luo Yuza. The next auction item, which took a moment to present, suggested that the auctioneer needed to recalibrate his enthusiasm. This item was also the final one of the day. 5 pieces have been auctioned in the morning and 5 more in the afternoon, making a total of 10 items prepared by Wengatang. However, compared to the morning session, the afternoon's performance had been somewhat lackluster, leaving the outcome of this last piece to be seen. Gratitude to all esteemed patrons for your support of Wengatang. The auction has been a resounding success. I trust that this final centerpiece will not disappoint you. The auctioneer rallied his spirits for the introduction of the last item. The penultimate piece was referred to as the final piece, which the auctioneer, in his ignorance, misnamed. Yaozhou rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed by the last item. From his distant seat, Wu Duo noted that the final piece could not be displayed on the round table, for it was a table in itself, a substantial one at that. Indeed, it was the heaviest item among all the offerings today. In actuality, this was not merely a table, but a case. The distinction between a table and a case does not lie in height or size, nor in function, but rather in one detail. If the legs are recessed beneath the tabletop, it is a case. If the legs are positioned directly beneath the corners of the tabletop, it is a table. This was a flat-top case, measuring 182 centimeters in length, 59 centimeters in width, and 83 centimeters in height, crafted from Hainan yellow rosewood. Hu Yunda appeared particularly intrigued by this Hainan yellow, flat-topped case, studying it attentively for an extended period. Wu Duo then overheard Luo Yuze ask, "Did Ning Shu go to see Ning Shuang?" Ning Shui did not inform me. It seemed that Luo Yuze's father, alongside Ning Yuanqi, had some acquaintance with Chen Yongjun. After Wu Duo took his seat, the two did not shy away from discussing this. Chen Yongjun chuckled and remarked to Luo Yuze, "Ning Shui mentioned this morning that Wu Duo was present. She left after we had lunch together, and you arrived only in the afternoon." "Ah," Luo Yuze exclaimed, a look of chagrin crossing his face. "I texted her at noon, saying I would come in the afternoon. Clearly, she was avoiding me." Chen Yongjun reassured him. "Ning Shui is still pursuing her studies. She does not possess your freedom." Wu Duo scratched his head, pondering, could it be that Luo Yuze has feelings for Ning Shui? He silently admired Luo Yuze's boldness. Chapter 55, Grafting. "Uncle Duh, you do not intend to make a bid, do you?" "I am interested, but it depends on the price. I think it would be best to pass." Wu Duo had no need for subtlety when it came to Hu Yunda. "Oh." This exclamation was not only uttered by Hu Yunda, but also echoed by Chen Yongjun and Luo Yuze. Hu Yunda expressed skepticism, waiting for further elaboration. Chen Yongjun was perplexed. The sea yellow wood of this flat-top table appeared flawless in both material and craftsmanship. Meanwhile, others in the auction house observed this table, and discussions flared at various tables. Wu Duo responded directly, stating that if the sole criterion was the yellow rosewood material, it might suffice. However, under such circumstances, it would likely be challenging to secure it at a reasonable price. Naturally, Hu Yunda was not solely influenced by the sea yellow wood. He suspected it to be a product of the Qing dynasty's Guangzhou craftsmanship, which explained his keen interest. When discussing classical furniture from the Qing dynasty, one cannot overlook the significance of Suzhou and Guangzhou styles. Historically, during the Ming dynasty, Suzhou's craftsmanship reigned supreme. Yet, as the Qing dynasty progressed, Guangzhou's craftsmanship ascended to prominence, ultimately becoming the leader in the field. The reason for this shift lies in the aesthetic preferences of the Manchu royal family. Despite their efforts to assimilate into Han culture after conquering the Central Plains, the royal family found it challenging to appreciate the elegance and refinement of Ming-style furniture, which was characterized by grace. In contrast, the Manchu royalty favored grandeur and opulence in their furnishings, a taste that Guangzhou craftsmanship catered to splendidly. Consequently, numerous artisans from Guangzhou found their way into the Qing palace's workshops, leading to the establishment of a dedicated Guangzhou woodcraft division. Indeed, Wu Duo affirmed that this piece was originally a product of mid-Qing Guangzhou craftsmanship. Originally, the table's surface dated back to the mid-Qing period. Yet the four legs were clearly a later addition from the Republican era, a composite piece. Although still made from sea yellow wood, the incongruity was evident. Hu Yunda expressed astonishment, inquiring how such details could be discerned. Wu Duo admitted that he could not visually identify the discrepancies, but could detect them through auditory clues, making it easier to identify issues afterward. Firstly, if this were indeed a piece from mid-Qing Guangzhou craftsmanship, the legs would be more robust, and the overall style would exhibit a greater sense of grandeur. Furthermore, Guangzhou furniture was known for its lavish use of materials, aiming for uniformity. Thus, the patterns on the legs did not quite match those of the tabletop. I suspect that the table's legs were damaged during the Republican era and were replaced, resulting in noticeable traces of repair. Despite Wu Duo's earnest explanation and the undeniable fact that the table did not possess its original legs, his argument still felt somewhat tenuous. After all, his expertise in classical furniture paled in comparison to his knowledge of jade and porcelain. Nevertheless, Hu Yunda had witnessed Wu Duo's extraordinary perceptiveness on several occasions, leading him to place a degree of trust in his insights. Moreover, the two issues Wu Duo raised were indeed valid. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Yunda ultimately decided to forego the piece. Some items available for auction today were certainly not bequeathed by the esteemed Su Wenshan. It was likely that the siblings Su Heima and Su Heima were attempting to pass off imitations. However, Hu Yunda had a faint recollection of this sea yellow flat-top table, suspecting it might have been part of the old gentleman's study during his lifetime. After relinquishing his pursuit, he added, the old master might have discerned its true nature. Yet, as a personal possession, it was not without merit. Wu Duo interjected, remarking that merely the exquisite sea yellow wood alone would command a price of 2 to 3 million, even in modern furniture. After commenting, Luo Yuza turned to Wu Duo and said, my brother, it is no wonder these two esteemed seniors are your table mates. Your discernment is remarkably keen. Wu Duo waved his hand dismissively. Speak a bit louder. The three of them paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Indeed, Wu Duo's discernment was not to be underestimated. Chun Yongjun chuckled, adding, Yuza, you truly ought to learn from him. Uncle Chun, do you not know me? My greatest virtue is my humility and eagerness to learn. Wu Duo replied. That aspect, I must admit, has eluded my observation. The four of them ceased their playful banter and engaged in casual conversation for a while. After the gathering dispersed, Wu Duo and Hu Yunda went to settle their payment and collect the items they had successfully bid on. Wu Duo felt there was no need for further modesty. Thank you. Initially, Wu Duo had anticipated that Luo Yuza would drive a luxury car, at least something worth over $1 million. To his surprise, he discovered that Luo Yuza was driving a Skoda Karoq, priced at merely over 100,000. Brother Luo, what do you primarily do nowadays? Wu Duo casually inquired as they got into the car. Quite low-key, aren't you? Well, as for cars, I neither use them to flaunt wealth nor to attract romantic interests. They merely serve as a means of transportation. Besides, I prefer to invest in exquisite antiques rather than squander millions on a vehicle. Luo Yuza explained, aware that Wu Duo had referred to him as low-key because of his car choice. I enjoy a degree of freedom, primarily working as a broker. Huh? What do you mean? Wu Duo queried, puzzled. Antiques, my friend. I deal in them. And you? What are you up to? I just became unemployed and am currently searching for a job. Unemployed? With your keen eye, how could you lose your job? At Qishan Pawn Shop. Do tell. You sat at the same table as Uncle Chen today. He praised you highly. How could I let you go? Ah, I see. If you genuinely wish to find a job, why not consider working at Mr. Hu's Diazai? Luo Yuza suggested as he made a turn. Or with your discerning eye, you could easily manage on your own. I am aware of my own capabilities. My discernment still requires refinement, Wu Duo replied. Diazai could indeed be an option. I just wonder if they would accept me. My brother, you are too close to the situation to see clearly. Just look at the way Mr. Hu regards you. I dare say he would welcome you with open arms, lest you think Diazai too humble for your talents. Is that so? You could trust my judgment. By the way, Brother Luo, how does it feel to drive this car? I have no strong feelings about vehicles. As long as it runs, I'm content. Why do you ask? Are you considering purchasing one? Not at the moment. I don't even possess a driver's license and find driving cumbersome. Then are you merely grasping for conversation? Luo Yuza laughed heartily. In truth, Wu Duo was contemplating whether or not to approach Daizai, but his thoughts drifted, leading him to speak on unrelated matters. Chapter 56. The Ink Mirror Heart. All right, just stop by the roadside. I live in this neighborhood. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Luo Yuza parked the car and glanced outside. Is this Qipon Garden? My brother, you just spent 700,000 on a porcelain plate. How can you still reside in such an open, older community? Do you really dare to keep your valuable items at home? I am about to move, relocating to the Municipal Cultural Relics Bureau's residential compound. Oh, I know that place. It has quite a bit of character, situated near the City Museum and Zhongshan Park, with lush greenery, making it a much safer choice. Do visit when you have the time. Drive carefully. Before leaving today, I prepared an ample supply of dog food and water for Huafei, ensuring it would not go hungry. Upon returning home, Wu Duo shared some fruit with it. Gently stroking Huafei's head, Wu Duo tilted his head and remarked, why haven't you changed at all? Aren't you growing? After finishing its meal, Huafei shook its head and playfully tapped Wu Duo's hand with its paw before ambling away with its plump body, while its physical form remained unchanged. Its demeanor seemed to have evolved considerably. From the exuberance displayed during their first encounter to its now composed and mature demeanor, it was evident that Huafei had grown wiser. "Hey, Huafei, we'll be moving soon. I bought a new house with a yard," Wu Duo called out to Huafei's rear. In Huafei's gaze, there flickered a hint of affection, warming Wu Duo's heart unexpectedly. "This dog." With a smile, Wu Duo rose to his feet, lit a cigarette, and directed his eyes toward the porcelain painting. The secret of this porcelain artwork lay between its back and the mahogany frame. According to the information Wu Duo had gathered, a paper ink mirror, a piece from the mid to late Ming dynasty, was nestled within. This ink mirror, also known as a tulipan, represents a simplistic form of mounting for paintings, eschewing elaborate silks or scrolls, simply resting a layer of rice paper behind the artwork. Nowadays, collectors often encase ancient ink mirrors in glass frames for better protection and an air of refinement. However, due to the barrier of the porcelain and mahogany, Wu Duo gleaned little information, only the time period and a general context. Most importantly, the author's identity remained unknown. Without knowing the author, the value remained elusive. Nonetheless, Wu Duo surmised that anything concealed within the porcelain painting of the 8 Friends of Zhoushan must possess a value exceeding that of the painting itself. Although the works of the 8 Friends were not as highly valued in their time as they are today, they were certainly not trifles, especially considering their Ming dynasty origins. Hence, it was worth the investment. Wu Duo continued to ponder. The porcelain painting was completed in 1932, with the mahogany frame added in 1937, suggesting that the ink mirror was also concealed within at that time. Such hidden treasures must have compelling reasons behind them. For instance, the Zixia pen holder by Chunming Yuan was wrapped in lacquerware in the 1960s out of fear of the Four Olds campaign. Meanwhile, the Yuan blue and white chalice concealed within a dark wood candlestick had its provenance documented on a piece of paper, albeit with the owner mistakenly identifying it as a Yongxin piece. In this case, correlating the timeline, Wu Duo speculated it might have been hidden to prevent it from falling into the hands of Japanese invaders. In 1937, the Japanese had begun their incursion into central China, first breaching the Lugo Bridge, followed by the Shanhai Pass. At that time, the porcelain painting could only be considered a craft, likely of little interest to the Japanese. Moreover, if displayed on a wall, it might not attract scrutiny. Yet, the precise circumstances of that era remained shrouded in mystery. Gazing at the porcelain painting, Wu Duo recognized that this piece was embedded with meticulous precision, far beyond the capability of his small electric grinder to address, unlike previous instances. Moreover, who exactly are the prominent figures of the Zhoushan 8 Friends, and what their classic work, the snowy landscape? This is indeed a matter of substance, including the exquisitely crafted old mahogany frame, which Wu Duo is reluctant to damage. Ideally, after extracting the ink painting, it could be restored. This would necessitate finding a skilled craftsman. Should I inquire with Hu Yunda? He must surely know experts in this field. However, upon reflection, this would not be advisable. Hu Yunda was present at the scene and is aware of the efforts I invested in acquiring this porcelain painting. If I asked him to find someone, the communication between him and the craftsman would be unavoidable. How could I explain my knowledge of the concealed artwork? Or why would I pry open a perfectly intact frame? It would be difficult to justify. If I were to seek a craftsman unfamiliar with my identity, the explanation would be far simpler, perhaps even unnecessary. Simultaneously, it would be prudent to prepare in advance, swiftly concealing the items after extraction, ensuring the craftsman remains oblivious. Ultimately, Wu Duo resolved to enlist the help of Yaozhou, who operates a shop at the Qishao Mountain Antique Market and likely knows relevant artisans. Having made up his mind, Wu Duo suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He had not dined, and the night had stealthily enveloped the surroundings. Lacking the motivation to cook or venture out for a meal, he opted for takeout. After finishing his dinner, he did not hastily call Yaozhou. It would be more appropriate to contact him during the day when he was at the shop. He browsed online, investigating the building materials and home furnishings market, first checking wallpaper in bathroom stores. They would need to reapply wallpaper and replace the bathtub and toilet. As for furniture, it would be best to procure a complete set from a single store. This, too, warranted a personal visit. Appliances were straightforward. Local appliance stores offered home installation for air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions, and gas water heaters, so he made a detailed list of preferred brands. In the yard, it would be ideal to introduce some flowers and greenery. This was not urgent and could be addressed later. Goodness, suddenly life feels so full. All thanks to a touch of newfound wealth. Stretching his limbs, his phone buzzed. He noticed an unfamiliar number, yet it was from Qizhou. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. "Hello, handsome, This is Ning Shui. Surprised, are you? How did you get my number? Is that really a question? Do you have something to discuss? Nothing much. Just feeling a bit full after eating. Did you think I was infatuated? At least we should foster a pleasant atmosphere for our conversation, rather than remaining icy. All right, let us get to the point. Tell me, did you see Luo Yuza this afternoon? He should be pursuing you, yet you're asking me? Feeling a twinge of jealousy? How can you be so self-satisfied? With your demeanor, encountering Luo Yuza must feel like you prayed before the Buddha for 500 years in your past life. If you're of sound mind, perhaps you should celebrate with a bottle of champagne. Why is your tongue so sharp? Were you merely putting on an act in front of Uncle Chun and Uncle Hu? Enough already. Is there anything else? Could you do me a favor? I cannot. You. I haven't even specified the favor yet. And I'm not asking you to do it for free. I'm far more concerned you might expect me to assist without recompense. Forget it. You're too clever. Rest assured, I would never pursue you relentlessly. I simply thought of you as a potential source of assistance. Since taking it slow is futile, I shall be candid. Chapter 57. The Mirror of the Heart and the Sale of Porcelain Plates. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo connected the dots from previous events and thought, goodness. You intend for me to be a human shield to reject Luo Yuza? This was not merely clever. It was exceptionally astute. Assisting with this task was not particularly challenging. And as I mentioned, it wouldn't be without reward. After all, you have a penchant for antiques. I could bestow upon you a delightful treasure. No negotiations. Wu Duo abruptly terminated the call and powered down his phone. Lighting a cigarette, he meticulously reflected on the situation, and in an instant, everything became clear. Ning Shui was not simply infatuated. She was a cunning little enchantress. Their serendipitous encounter in the large classroom, where she casually mentioned reserving a seat, was perhaps a playful jest. However, Wu Duo's quick-witted response and striking appearance likely sparked her idea of having him impersonate her boyfriend to rebuff Luo Yuza. It was also possible that she had just conceived the notion of using a human shield when she fortuitously crossed paths with Wu Duo. To serve as a shield, one must at least possess something superior to Luo Yuza, and Wu Duo evidently outshone him in looks. Furthermore, one must be astute, otherwise, the ruse could easily unravel. Ideally, the shield should not be an acquaintance to avoid unnecessary complications. Wu Duo fit all these criteria perfectly. Thus, she initially sought to establish a rapport with Wu Duo, intending to get to know him better. However, she needed to gauge his character, ensuring he was not of dubious nature. Ultimately, while Wu Duo was indeed earnest, he exhibited a marked aversion to her. Thus, she could only suggest they reconvene in class next time. At that moment, Wu Duo was merely a backup option. Unexpectedly, they encountered each other again today, both recognizing Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun, which clarified her intentions. For it was then that she discerned Wu Duo not only surpassed Luo Yuza in attractiveness, but also possessed remarkable insight. This provided her with two significant advantages. She deliberately acted in a manner that suggested closeness to Wu Duo in front of Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun, such as nudging his arm, so that the latter two would serve as witnesses, confirming their prior acquaintance. This afternoon, she intentionally avoided Luo Yuza, creating an opportunity for Wu Duo and Luo Yuza to meet. Should they cross paths, subsequent actions would be facilitated. That evening, she sought to test the waters once more. Unfortunately, Wu Duo proved to be exceedingly astute, prompting her to lay all cards on the table while enticing him with the promise of an antique as a reward. The mathematical mind she possessed truly was remarkable. She could dissect even the simplest matters as methodically as solving an equation. However, the one silver lining for Wu Duo was that it appeared Ning Shui truly harbored no romantic intentions towards him. With this thought, he powered his phone back on, intending to inform Luo Yuza about Ning Shui's interest in him, thereby preventing any potential misunderstandings. Upon powering up, two messages flashed on the screen. One was a missed call notification from Ning Shui. The other was a text message from her. The content of the message expressed sincerity. I didn't expect you to be so principled. Please don't think too poorly of me. If you're unwilling, so be it. I advise you not to inform Luo Yuza. He is too insistent, and otherwise, I wouldn't resort to such drastic measures. Yet, Wu Duo indeed refrained from disclosing this matter to Luo Yuza, not out of compliance with Ning Shui, but because he genuinely could not fathom how to articulate it. After a day of turmoil and a night of contemplation, Wu Duo found himself utterly exhausted and quickly fell into a deep slumber upon retiring to bed. The following morning, he dialed Yaozhou to discuss the situation. Naturally, he could not divulge the entire truth, merely mentioning that it pertained to an old family heirloom. His grandfather had hinted that there might be a hidden piece of soft film inside, which he wished to extract. Yaozhou chuckled, affirming that Wu Duo had indeed come to the right person. I have a long-time collaborator who specializes in jade inscriptions. The precision required for embedding and dismantling jade characters far surpasses that of porcelain plates. The jade inscription screen, he explained, consists of carved jade characters embedded in a wooden board, typically serving as decorative hangings. Wonderful, Uncle Yao. I would appreciate it if you could arrange a time for me. Wu Duo replied eagerly. Just bring your items over. I'm at the market, and so is he. He has a workshop there, as an old acquaintance. He'll take care of you right away. All right then, please give him a heads up. I shall head over immediately. Upon reaching the Qishao Mountain Antiques Market, Yaozhou guided Wu Duo to the newly established shop area in the southeast corner of the market, a relatively secluded spot primarily occupied by processing shops. The master craftsman, who appeared to be in his 60s, donned reading glasses as he examined the porcelain plate. With his specialized skills and a few simple tools, he deftly removed the porcelain plate in under 10 minutes. This was an antique craft from the Republic era, meticulously embedded with rosin. As the porcelain plate was lifted, a small mirror frame beneath it was revealed, fortunately facing downward. Wu Duo had come prepared. He had brought a large tote bag corresponding to the plate as dimensions. He carefully lifted the mirror heart, swiftly placing it into the bag and sealing it securely. The master craftsman, well-versed in protocol, did not even glance at the underside of the plate after its removal. Noticing Wu Duo's keen gaze, Yaozhou understood the situation. The craftsman had intentionally turned his back during the extraction. Once Wu Duo had organized everything, the craftsman inquired, "Shall we proceed with the restoration as usual?" "Yes. Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all. This is my line of work. However, the restoration will require a couple of days, as we must first remove the residual rosin, and the embedding work necessitates a level of finesse that surpasses the disassembly process. It must be sturdy, after all." "Very well. Shall I leave it with you for now? Would you prefer to calculate the labor cost upon collection? As a friend of Boss Yao, we can settle that when you collect it. I'll write you a receipt." Wu Duo accepted the receipt, and Yaozhou spoke again. "Xiao Wu, you are undoubtedly keeping the soft film. However, do you have any intention of parting with the remaining porcelain plate? Uncle Yao, are you interested?" "Indeed. To be candid, a few days ago, a client inquired about a porcelain plate after purchasing a landscape screen embedded with Dushan jade from me. The 8 Friends of Jushan is a premium porcelain piece. All right. If you want it, how could I refuse to sell? Excellent. Let us keep it here for now. Come, let us sit in my shop." "Of course." Wu Duo nodded. Entering the inner room and closing the door, Yaozhou poured a cup of tea for Wu Duo. "Xiao Wu, my discerning eye for porcelain may falter slightly, but do take a look at this snowy landscape painting. The item is flawless. To put it plainly, I would offer you a full refund if it were otherwise. Such is my confidence." Chapter 58, The Elegy of the Green Vine. "All I wanted was a straightforward answer. Yet I didn't expect you to say that," remarked Yaozhou, giving Wu Duo a thumbs up. "I would rather pay a premium than purchase a counterfeit. You can rest assured about my items, Uncle Yao. This is not our first business transaction." "Very well," Yaozhou replied with a beaming smile. "Now, young Wu, do provide a price." "Uncle Yao, you decide," Wu Duo responded. The phrase "you decide" is a customary tactic in the antique trade, flattering words on the surface while maintaining a playful demeanor, yet ultimately, the price will be what it is. Any reduction would lead to disputes. However, Wu Duo wasn't employing tricks on Yaozhou, nor was he trying to be polite. He was uncertain about the price himself, and wished to first gauge Yaozhou's thoughts, even though Yaozhou was unaware of the item's provenance. This porcelain painting framed in red would typically command around 600,000, but Wu Duo had auctioned it for 700,000. At least an extra 100,000 spent. Wu Duo had no intention of insisting on the 70 or even 60,000 price. He knew Yaozhou likely couldn't afford that. Yet, he also couldn't set the price too far below market value. Although he had acquired a Ming Dynasty ink painting as a bonus, that was a separate matter. If the porcelain painting was priced too low, it would be an outright loss. After that client mentioned the porcelain painting, I truly researched its market value. This snowy landscape you have, along with the old redwood frame, should cap out around 600,000, Yaozhou pondered. Wu Duo remained silent, waiting for a but Yaozhou continued, "That client is quite knowledgeable, and I cannot afford to waste my efforts, can I?" Wu Duo chuckled. "I understand, Uncle Yao. You may find 60,000 a bit steep, but I cannot go too low either. How about we find a figure between 50 and 60,000? You can propose a number. What does that sound?" "Young Wu, you are indeed forthright. Since you are so direct, I shall not be stingy either. 56,000 it is." I will cover the labor costs for disassembling the porcelain board as well. How does that sound? Yaozhou, being an old hand in the trade, certainly understood the implications. Finding a middle ground was not merely a casual affair. It had to be a well-considered figure. Agreed, Wu Duo replied without hesitation. The price was acceptable, especially considering the Ming Dynasty ink painting, which could be sold promptly after extraction. For Yaozhou, it was not solely about this single transaction. He and that client surely had an ongoing relationship. On the spot, Yaozhou transferred the funds to Wu Duo. They then proceeded to the master craftsman's shop, where they exchanged receipts and completed the transaction in person. Yaozhou even hoped to keep Wu Duo around for a chat, and perhaps a meal, as he was intrigued by the fine goods Wu Duo continuously brought. Upon returning home, Wu Duo immediately laid out the ink painting on the table. Now, the painting, which had cost him 14,000, would reveal whether it indeed bore any flaws. It depicted orchids in ink, featuring extensive white space. The depicted orchids, though rendered with only a few strokes, initially appeared as a tangle of wild grasses. Yet upon closer inspection, they evoked a sense of clarity and awakening. A meticulous examination revealed a bold and expressive use of ink, showcasing the artist's remarkable style. Amidst the foliage, several orchids flicker in and out of view, while one floats delicately in the air, exuding a unique charm, yet remaining connected to the whole. On the blank space to the left, a poem is inscribed. However, it is challenging to decipher, as it is written in cursive script and lacks a signature. Fortunately, there exists a seal bearing the 4-character inscription, Qingting Daoshi. Wu Duo is able to recognize it. Su Wei. Indeed, this is Su Wei's ink wash painting of orchids. Although Wu Duo's knowledge of calligraphy and painting is limited, he cannot possibly be unaware of Su Wei's renowned Qingting. In a surge of excitement, Wu Duo extends his left middle finger and listens once more. Indeed, it is Su Wei's ink wash painting of orchids. Moreover, the cursive script above, a 7-character poem celebrating the orchid, is also Su Wei's composition and calligraphy. Do not be surprised that spring does not belong to you. A single fragrance suffices to overshadow 1,000 reds. It always prompts one to pluck towards Han Nyang's sleeve, not to become a mere mortal in the scent of musk. This is truly remarkable. Su Wei, whose courtesy name is Wenchang, and who is also known as Qingting Daoshi, was born in Tianqi and lived as a commoner in Shaanxi. He held numerous titles, at least a dozen. Su Wei is a legendary figure, one of the 3 great talents of the Ming Dynasty. The other 2 are Xie Jin, who presided over the compilation of the Yongle de Dian, and Yang Shun, who penned the lines about the rolling Yangtze River and the heroes washed away by its waves. Su Wei was renowned from a young age. The tales of the prodigious Su Wenchang are still widely recounted today. A talent is not simply an appellation. His poetry, prose, calligraphy, and painting are all exceptional. However, despite his self-assessment, claiming that his calligraphy is first, poetry second, prose third, and painting fourth, it is his painting, which he ranked last, that has gained him the most fame in later generations. Su Wei is a pioneer of the expressive ink wash style. Although he was not the first to paint in this manner, he achieved the highest level of success, and his bold ink techniques are unparalleled. Su Wei's artistic style influenced many painters in the Ming and Qing dynasties, such as the 8 Great Mountain Men and Shi Tao. He garnered a multitude of admirers in later years, including Zheng Banqiao. Another admirer expressed, "I wish I had been born 300 years earlier to grind ink and prepare paper for Qingting." This admirer was Qi Baishi. In addition to poetry, prose, and painting, Su Wei held a title that is not easily associated with these arts, military strategist. This is no exaggeration. Su Wei was well-versed in military tactics and strategies, having advised the renowned anti-Japanese minister Hu Zongxian in repelling the Japanese pirates, achieving remarkable victories. In 1937, over 300 years after Su Wei's death, the Japanese again invaded China. This ink wash painting of orchids, unbeknownst to whom, was preserved within a wooden frame. This singular artwork embodies Su Wei's unparalleled achievements in poetry, calligraphy, and painting, deserving to be hailed as the resplendent song of Qingting. As Wu Duo gazed upon this ink wash painting of orchids, he suddenly felt a twinge of insecurity regarding his rented accommodation. Though the mirror is less than half a meter wide and less than a foot tall, if auctioned, it could easily fetch over 10 million. While reveling in the artwork, Wu Duo could not help but reflect upon the unfortunate conclusion of Su Wei's life. It was far from pleasant. Suffering from mental illness, he attempted suicide multiple times, tragically killed his wife in a fit of rage, and spent time in prison. After his release, he wandered aimlessly, ultimately succumbing to poverty and illness, dying alone, without even a mat on his bed, in desolation. With a sigh, Wu Duo carefully placed the exquisite painting into his tote bag. After some contemplation, he decided to store it atop the wardrobe. Even if a thief were to invade his home, it would remain inconspicuous and well-ventilated. Once secured, Wu Duo pondered the next step. He needed to expedite the arrangements for his move. Chapter 59, Moving. Wu Duo contemplated the moving process for a while, but soon felt that leaving such a precious artwork atop the wardrobe was rather unwise, prompting him to retrieve it once more. For the following week, Wu Duo busied himself with matters concerning his new abode. He installed fresh wallpaper, replaced the bathtub and toilet, fitted the light fixtures, and acquired as well as installed all necessary appliances. He procured an array of furniture, kitchenware, bedding, and various daily necessities. As the residence was on the ground floor, the previous occupant had installed sturdy security bars on the windows, which he deemed sufficient and opted not to replace. Importantly, Wu Duo also purchased a substantial safe. Before acquiring the safe, he was entirely unaware of the market trends, only to discover a significant disparity in prices among various models and qualities. After thorough research and comparison, he settled on an imported fireproof safe, equipped with fingerprint verification, standing an impressive 8 meters tall and 1 meter wide, with an excellently designed interior space. This hefty apparatus weighed 800 kilograms, leading Wu Duo to whimsically wonder if it might compromise the floorboards of the basement below. Clearly, he was overthinking. The price tag was substantial, exceeding 200,000. After spending such a hefty sum on a safe, Wu Duo couldn't shake the feeling of having lost his senses momentarily. However, he quickly reminded himself that he possessed a Su Wei painting, valued in the millions, and anticipated the need for secure storage for valuable antiques in the future. Thus, investing in a high-quality safe was indeed a necessity to ensure peace of mind. Despite utilizing eco-friendly furniture, Wu Duo kept the windows open to air out any lingering odors throughout the process. One afternoon, after the safe was installed, his home was nearly complete. The following day, he contacted a cleaning service to thoroughly tidy up the new residence, while simultaneously scheduling the move. On the third day, bright and early, he seized the opportunity before the morning rush to commence the moving process. In truth, there was not much to relocate, as he had rented Mr. Su's property, which was largely furnished with the essentials provided by the landlord. His own possessions primarily consisted of antique jade, clothing, shoes, notebooks, electronic devices, and essential tools, along with the crucial fertilizer. The two workers from the moving company found it amusing. They charged by the vehicle, regardless of the quantity of items, irrespective of whether the load was full. This move was simple, with few belongings and no cumbersome items. Wu Duo insisted on personally carrying a travel suitcase and a dog cage down the stairs. The suitcase contained the meticulously packaged Su Wei painting, a gilded Buddha statue, a purple clay pen holder, and a jade seal. These treasures far outweighed the value of mere cash. As for the fertilizer in the dog cage, he felt reassured carrying that himself as well. Finally, everything was in order. Wu Duo secured the door of his new home and opened the dog cage to release the fertilizer, saying, "Familiarize yourself with your new surroundings while I tidy up. First, secure your valuables in the safe, then hang what needs to be hung, install what requires installation, and organize everything appropriately." Though the items may seem few, this endeavor consumed a considerable amount of time. Wu Duo lit a cigarette and strolled into the yard, anticipating that his dog, Huafei, might be roaming about. However, it was nowhere to be found. Instead, the dog appeared quite content, stretching its body, squinting its eyes into slits, and gently wagging its tail. "I knew you would like this." Wu Duo chuckled, remarking that this space was far more spacious than his old computer desk. He intended to place Huafei's dog bed underneath to avoid disruption. Yet, Huafei seemed to have grown disdainful of the dog bed, refusing to allow it to be set down. Wu Duo pondered for a moment and, considering the wooden floor, suggested, "Well, you can simply lie down." In the afternoon, Wu Duo ventured out once more, making his way to the flower and bird market, located beside the old Zhongshan Park, not far from the Cultural Relics Bureau's residential area. He purchased 2 saplings, 1 osmanthus and 1 pomegranate, along with several flower seedlings. The patches of earth in his yard could not remain idle. He also acquired a Schwanda blue and white large dragon jar to serve as a fish tank, purchasing several pairs of goldfish and fish food. Of course, the Schwanda jar was merely a craft from the market. Should it have been a genuine imperial kiln piece, using it to house fish would indeed be a gross misuse. Wu Duo had never raised fish before, so whether they would thrive remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it would at least add charm to the yard, being placed beneath the pergola. The setting included the pergola, the fish tank, the pomegranate tree, the old man, the plump dog, and the chubby maid. This tableau vividly depicted the indulgent lifestyle of the affluent in the old society. Nowadays, everything is available, except for the chubby maid, who generally refers to servants. If the maid has grown plump, it is evident that the household enjoys a prosperous existence. After bustling about in the yard, he took a shower, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. Wu Duo pulled out his phone, intending to initiate a video call with a wealthy landlord, only to find the call disconnected. He then received a message stating, "Busy now, I'll call you tonight." Goodness, where could he be indulging himself? Shortly thereafter, a call from Chong Song came through. "Have you gotten everything sorted?" Chong Song had visited once during this time and was aware that Wu Duo had moved this morning. "I just finished up. I was thinking of inviting you over tomorrow." "No need for tomorrow. I'm driving over right now." "Don't prepare anything. I brought plenty of food, both raw and cooked. It's Friday. Let us enjoy a good drink, and I'll sleep over at your place." "All right. What about your girlfriend?" Wu Duo inquired, surprised by Chong Song's sudden enthusiasm. "All right then, come on over." Chong Song arrived with several large bags filled with provisions: a whole chicken, a fish, pork ribs, tenderloin, an assortment of vegetables and fruits, along with some ready-to-eat dishes and fried snacks. "Goodness, my fridge isn't even plugged in yet," Wu Duo exclaimed. "Perfect timing. We can plug it in and store everything." He remarked, "We'll need to get the pots and pans going." "What is called warming a pot?" "This is what warming a pot truly means." "Do you know how to cook?" he asked, bemused that Chong Song had even ventured to the supermarket. "Can you really call it cooking here?" "This is what we call culinary art." The two busied themselves once again, with Wu Duo taking the lead as the chef while Chong Song assisted. The chicken went into the oven, half of the ribs were braised, and for convenience, the fish was steamed. They sliced the meat, stir-fried some garlic shoots and celery, smashed a cucumber, and arranged a couple of ready-to-eat dishes along with fried snacks. With drinks poured, they commenced their intimate home feast. During mealtime, the fertilizer, known as huafei, wandered around. Chong Song picked up a chicken bone to offer it, but Wu Duo quickly intervened, stating that it is a vegetarian. Wu Duo then attempted to offer a piece of cucumber, only to retract it, realizing that garlic was used in the preparation, which is not suitable for huafei. "Goodness, are you really that particular? It seems you are raising a Buddha." Upon hearing this, Chong Song's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 60, The Flea Market. "It's just a matter of habit. You enjoy your meal. I will find something else for him." Although Huafei had already consumed dog food, seeing it meandering nearby, while Wu Duo and Chong Song dined, they decided to offer it some post-meal fruit. "Where did you acquire this dog? It certainly has an air of distinction about its eating habits." This was Chong Song's first encounter with Huafei. "It wasn't a purchase. It was fate. We crossed paths on the road." "No wonder you've been finding such fortunate bargains. Isn't it said that dogs bring wealth?" "Perhaps so. Hence my intention to treat it well." Wu Duo nodded. The secrets of their fortune were not to be disclosed, but kindness towards Huafei was imperative. As their meal approached its conclusion, a video call from the old moneylender interrupted them. Once connected, Chong Song leaned closer. "Wu Grandpa, you look rather rosy. Have you had a bit to drink this evening?" "Ah, Chong Song, is Wu Duo at your home?" Wu Duo waved his phone around. "What do you mean my home?" "It's my newly purchased house, Grandpa. When shall we move in together to enjoy family bliss?" "You bought a house?" Wu Daji exclaimed in surprise. "Let's not dwell on that. Where did you procure the funds? Are you again dealing in antiques?" "Indeed. I was fortunate enough to stumble upon a piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain." "Yuan blue and white? What type of vessel?" "A high-footed cup adorned with the pattern of a dragon amidst clouds." "You recognize this type, do you not? In pristine condition? How did you come by it? Did you sell it to someone?" He did not directly suggest it. However, one of his associates, General Hu Yunda, is responsible for Daizai, and we have exchanged quite a bit of dialogue. I believe if I propose it, he would likely agree. Hu Yunda must be around 50, correct? "Approximately. I didn't inquire further, but likely in his 50s. Wu Daji pondered for a moment. "In that case, do not rush to propose. I will visit Qizhou in a couple of days, and we can discuss it in person." "Very well," Wu Duo replied. "There is no rush. We shall deliberate further when you arrive." "Wait a moment," Wu Grandpa said. "Do not misunderstand. I too wish to make fortunate finds, yet luck seems to evade me. Both of you should not indulge too much. At your young age, focus on more significant matters." Wu Daji concluded before ending the call. Chong Song offered Wu Duo a cigarette and lit one for himself. "I say, the old gentleman seems a bit off today, doesn't he? That's just how he is. At times, he can be quite stern, yet he has always been indulgent towards me. never lifting a finger against me since childhood. But why do I suddenly feel like he understands antiques? Chong Song inhaled thoughtfully. That is indeed a possibility. However, he has never mentioned it to me. I suspect he may have experienced some misfortune with antiques in his youth, which has led to his aversion to my deep involvement in the field. By the way, do you think the old gentleman enjoys studying the I Ching and feng shui? Yes, but I have little interest in such matters. Chong Song appeared hesitant to speak further. Wu Duo glanced at him. If you have something to say, then speak freely. It's just a trivial matter. Let us drink. Chong Song took a sip of his drink and swiftly changed the subject. The two indulged until past 10, tidied up the remnants of their evening, and then reclined on the sofa to watch an episode of a documentary on antiques before finally retiring for the night. The following morning, Wu Duo awoke first, glancing at the clock, which read 8:30. As he was washing up, Chong Song emerged from his room and approached Wu Duo, exclaiming, "It's Saturday. Let us hit the market. Let me rest for a moment." "I'm not in the mood to move today," Wu Duo replied. "I've heard of a great place." "What place?" "Chili Fort Flea Market." ISNT, that primarily a venue for selling old furniture? Wu Duo rinsed his mouth, spitting out toothpaste foam. Even items from the Republic era are rare. Listen to me. I've been told that in recent weekends there have often been vendors selling antiques. And the Cultural Relics inspection team has even come to check. And you want me to go with you after the inspection team has been? Are you trying to set me up for a sting operation? Come on. Chong Song pushed Wu Duo playfully. They didn't find anything. If they found nothing, then there is probably nothing valuable to be had. You just don't want to go, do you? It's not that I don't want to go. It's just uninteresting, Wu Duo sighed. I'd rather head to Qixia Mountain. Think of it this way. If they can rent a stall and set up shop, it means there is a market and buyers. The inspection team might not have found issues, and it could all just be old goods collected from various places, not excavated relics. These vendors are not just dealing with tomb raiders. You had this plan from the moment you arrived, didn't you? Chong Song chuckled. I was hoping to rely on your discerning eye. By the way, how's the case involving the 40,000 yuan you were swindled out of? We're about to wrap it up. While I was inquiring about the matter with the head of the Cultural Relics inspection team, I heard about the Chili Fort Flea Market. Let us go. All right, let us go then. Wu Duo prepared some snacks and drinks, while Chong Song swiftly washed his face and brushed his teeth, and the two ventured out. They first stopped at a nearby bun shop for a simple breakfast. Then Chong Song drove directly to the Chili Fort Flea Market located in the eastern suburbs. Some flea markets are essentially antique markets, like the Panjiayuan Flea Market. Others, like the Chili Fort Flea Market, are simply flea markets. The Chili Fort Flea Market primarily sells old furniture, which is not necessarily classical. In addition, there are also old bottles, scales, abacuses, and other items that might not qualify as antiques but can still be considered vintage. Originally the site of a Qizhou printing plant number 4, the area was transformed into a flea market after the plant's closure. Aside from the repurposed factory buildings, several large tents were erected within the premises. On weekends, provided the weather is fair, designated areas for stalls can operate. Vendors of old furniture primarily set up inside the buildings and tents, while the stall area mostly features smaller trinkets. Wu Duo and Chong Song headed straight to the stall area, where they indeed encountered vendors displaying porcelain and other antique wares. Chapter 61. You speak of Ru Kiln, and so do I. These stalls were somewhat scattered and not in prominent locations. Wu Duo and Chong Song first strolled leisurely, and then they each sought out a stall to examine. Wu Duo squatted down in front of one particular stall. The items displayed were quite eclectic, and the stall owner was a dark-skinned man wearing a baseball cap and a wrinkled windbreaker, casually holding a cigarette between two fingers, which dangled beside the folding stool he sat on. For those who frequently visit antique markets and possess keen observational skills, it becomes apparent that a certain type of vendor differs from others, not in appearance or verbosity, but in the absence of the shrewdness typically associated with merchants, replaced instead by a reassuring aura. In truth, the stall might be rife with counterfeits, yet haggling over prices proves to be quite challenging, with some items marked at fixed prices. This vendor belonged to that category. Moreover, his use of local dialect further instilled a sense of reliability. Brother, care for a smoke? Just finished. No need to be polite, my friend. Could you show me that double fish jade pendant by your feet? Wu Duo inquired. What do you mean by my friend? You are the real boss here. The vendor chuckled as he handed it over. Upon examining it closely, Wu Duo initially found it appealing from a distance. But upon closer inspection, the craftsmanship left much to be desired, resembling a double fish pendant from a certain television series. Many items at this stall initially appeared enticing, prompting Wu Duo to consider several pieces, yet he ultimately set them aside. The vendor remained cheerful and patient throughout. Finally, Wu Duo's gaze rested on a Celadon Narcissus basin at the vendor's feet. Hesitating for a moment, he requested the vendor to retrieve it for him. Let me take a look. Although referred to as a basin, this oval Narcissus basin had a maximum diameter of only 20 centimeters. The hesitation arose because it clearly embodied the classic shape of Song Dynasty Ru ware Narcissus basins. Genuine Ru ware, produced for merely over a decade, was a royal kiln designated by Emperor Huizong of Song. Given its antiquity, fewer than 100 pieces are known to exist worldwide today. Thus, encountering Ru ware at a street stall means one should regard it as a mere imitation. However, not all imitations are created equal, and there are varying degrees of quality. Moreover, many older imitations have persisted through subsequent dynasties. Upon further inspection, Wu Duo thought, this at least warrants a more thorough examination. The basin featured an oval mouth, deep walls, a flat bottom with a narrow raised edge, and 4 cloud-shaped feet. Its entire surface was adorned with a Celadon glaze, with the glaze fully enveloping the feet. The bottom exhibited 6 traces of support nails, seemingly larger than usual. The presence of support nail marks indicates it was fired using support nails, allowing the foot to be fully glazed, with only 6 contact points revealing the body beneath. Given the yellow body exposed at the support nail marks, it appeared somewhat loose, suggesting a thicker body. When viewed in sunlight, the glaze exhibited a slight translucence, and when observed at an angle, it displayed a subtle resemblance to orange peel texture. Despite this, the flow of the glaze was not particularly pronounced, and its quality could be described as warm and gentle. Quite a commendable imitation, with Wu Duo's current expertise. Determining the precise period of imitation proved challenging. What is the price? He decided to inquire before proceeding further. The stall owner appeared quite composed. Yet one could not be too cautious. Who knows what he might discern after hearing a few words? Brother, you truly possess an admirable discernment. After perusing so many items, you only inquire about this one piece. The man chuckled, revealing a set of neat teeth that, against his dark complexion, appeared remarkably white. Wu Duo also smiled, awaiting further discourse. However, the man did not provide a direct quote. Instead, he countered, "What do you think it could be dated to?" Wu Duo, without hesitation, replied, "It seems to be from the Republic of China era." He spoke freely, without a moment's pause. This Celadon Narcissus basin did not resemble a new imitation. Claiming it as such would risk exposure. Hence, he casually mentioned the Republic of China. "This is from the Yaozhou period," the stall owner asserted earnestly, waving his hand. Most Republic-era imitations of Ru were characterized by a slightly excessive sky blue, not this pale hue. The term sky blue in ancient times referred to a shade we now recognize as blue. Similarly, blue and white porcelain is essentially blue floral porcelain. Sky blue denotes a celestial azure. However, the fired sky blue can manifest in numerous variations. The highest grade of Ru ware's sky blue glaze approaches the clarity of the sky post-rain. The aspiration of Ru ware's sky blue is akin to the long-lost chai kiln, embodying that ethereal sky blue cloud breaking through. It is said that the sky blue from the chai kiln surpasses that of Ru ware, yet, with no surviving artifacts, one cannot ascertain its quality. Before him, Wu Duo noted that this Narcissus basin was significantly paler than the transparent sky blue, though it was not an ordinary shade of blue. A term like light azure would be more fitting. When the stall owner mentioned Yaozhou, Wu Duo was not taken aback. As the Yaozhou and Qianlong eras had produced the highest quantities of Ru ware imitations throughout history, with both imperial and folk kilns creating replicas. If it were an official Yaozhou imitation, the stall owner would surely not display it so openly. As for the market price of a Yaozhou folk kiln imitation of Ru ware, Wu Duo was uncertain. "Please provide your price," he requested, simultaneously pulling out his phone to conduct some research. "Fine, let us skip the pleasantries. Let us settle on 10,000, came the reply. Wu Duo logged into a reputable platform to review auction records. Indeed, Yaozhou folk kiln imitations of Ru were commonly priced between 10 to 20,000. How could this possibly be from the Yaozhou period? Wu Duo interjected. "The glaze color from Yaozhou does not match this." The stall owner clarified. "The glaze color of official imitations does not resemble this, yet does exist in folk imitations. If it were an official imitation, I would not present such a price." Let me take another look. Wu Duo decided it was time to deploy his ace in the hole. Consequently, Wu Duo was utterly taken aback. This was not from the Yaozhou period at all. Instead, it dated even earlier, Ming Dynasty, specifically an official imitation. The only period for Ming Dynasty official imitations of Ru ware's sky blue glaze is the Xuanda era. There are no alternatives. Realizing this, Wu Duo's theoretical knowledge caught up with him. Indeed, Xuanda official imitations of Ru were crafted at the Imperial Kiln in Jingdezhan, characterized by slightly larger shapes, heavier clay, and a glaze that tends to be more transparent. The orange peel texture on the glaze surface is also a typical feature of Xuanda official imitations. However, in this instance, it is not particularly pronounced. Moreover, Xuanda official imitations of sky blue Ru were come in two glaze colors, one resembling sky blue and the other this light azure. The latter is comparatively less valued than the sky blue. As for the price, it is also relatively lower. Yet, this is an official imitation, and more importantly, a Xuanda official imitation. 10,000 would indeed be a monumental oversight. In truth, Wu Duo was not well versed in the market dynamics of the Xuanda official imitation Ru, where, yet he dared to assert, without any research, that it would not be inexpensive. Though internally exhilarated, he managed to maintain a facade of composure, constantly reminding himself to remain calm. However, in the midst of this tranquility, an unsettling intuition suddenly emerged. There was something amiss with the vendor. Chapter 62. A circuitous journey. A greater leak. 10,000 is far too high. It seems to me that this is merely worth a few thousand. Wu Duo steadied himself and proposed a counteroffer. It was not exorbitant. This piece was a fine specimen of Yongzheng period imitation, bearing a hint of Xuanda official style. The vendor was resolute, asserting that it should rightfully be valued at 20 to 30,000, and he was not inclined to engage in lengthy negotiations. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo experienced a moment of clarity. The vendor had inadvertently illuminated the very point that struck Wu Duo as dubious. This vendor, clearly knowledgeable, had designated it as a Yongzheng imitation rather than a Xuanda official imitation. Just moments ago, he himself had acknowledged its resemblance to the Xuanda style. In reality, the exquisite Yongzheng imitation Ru shares numerous similarities with the Xuanda official imitations. Both possess a somewhat thick body, a translucent glaze, large foot ring marks, and insufficient crackling. Given these parallels, one would expect the vendor to initially assert its considerably higher value as a Xuanda official imitation, at least to intimidate potential buyers. Yet he did not attempt to daunt Wu Duo, simply labeling it as a Yongzheng imitation. This was utterly perplexing. The more Wu Duo pondered, the more he scrutinized the water lily basin in his hands. After all, should there be any damage or high-level repairs within the past 20 years, he would not discern them. Nevertheless, he could find no evidence of tampering. I shall contemplate further, Wu Duo muttered, examining the piece closely, his hands inspecting while his eyes scrutinized. In the realm of antique trading, haste is ill-advised. One must observe meticulously. The vendor lit another cigarette, but reiterated, "The price is fixed. If you wish to negotiate, it is best not to bother." Wu Duo acknowledged with a hum. He recognized that the vendor would not budge on the price. He could discern no apparent issues. Perhaps it was best to acquire it. It was not overly expensive. At the very least, it represented a foundation of Xuanda official imitation Ru ware, even if it had flaws, such as being broken and reassembled. How much could one truly lose on 1,000? Once this opportunity passed, it might not arise again. What if the vendor had simply misjudged? Very well. I shall take it, Wu Duo decided. He retrieved his phone, opting to either transfer or scan. Scan away, the vendor responded. The transaction was settled. The vendor placed the item in a silk box and wrapped it in a thick plastic bag. As Wu Duo held the item, he mused that he had nearly exhausted the offerings at this stall and considered exploring others. Just as he was about to rise, the vendor lowered his voice. "I say, are you interested in some underground merchandise?" Indeed, he was a dealer in illicit goods, concealing them from plain sight. "What type?" "There are porcelain and bronze pieces," the vendor replied, glancing around. Currently, Wu Duo was the only customer at this stall. Most visitors to the Chili Fort antique market primarily sought old furniture. "How many items do you have?" "Not many. Just one of each at the moment." "What about the bronze?" "From which dynasty?" Curiosity compelled Wu Duo, for it is now impossible to display the bronze artifacts from the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties in the market. What is presented is openly declared as craftwork. Genuine transactions occur only within a select circle. Alas, such thoughts are futile. How could there be so many from the 3 dynasties? Among 10 pieces, 9 are counterfeit, and the last is likely a composite. The vendor chuckled, remarking that acquiring even a single piece from the Han dynasty would be commendable, albeit unfortunate as it is missing 1 ear. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo mused. 1 ear? I am not the black cat detective, so let that notion go. He then inquired about porcelain. The vendor smiled. The same as what you purchased. Another imitation of the Ru kiln from the Yongzheng period, merely an unrefined piece? The vendor shook his head. It means the same, just stating it as an imitation of the Ru kiln. However, this unrefined piece is an imitation from the Xuande period. It is far rarer than the Yongzheng imitation you acquired. Although only unrefined pieces are available in the market, the value is substantial. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo paused momentarily. Finally comprehending, why did the vendor refer to this Xuande imitation of the Ru kiln as a Yongzheng imitation? Because he believed that there were no refined pieces of the Xuande imitation in circulation, only unrefined ones, which are excavated artifacts. Wu Duo was unaware of the reality known to the vendor. All publicly discovered Xuande imitations of the Ru kiln are excavated artifacts, often bearing soil stains or white spots, even if they have been unearthed for a considerable time. In contrast, the piece Wu Duo possessed was evidently a relic. There are indeed numerous refined pieces from the Yongzheng imitation. Even so, the vendor could have deceived buyers with the Xuande imitation, as many are oblivious to such details. However, the Chili Fortress flea market had recently been visited by an archaeological inspection team, causing the vendor to exercise caution. Before engaging in a transaction with Wu Duo, should he attempt to mislead with the Xuande imitation? What if Wu Duo discovered that all Xuande imitations are unrefined and, disregarding specific circumstances, reported him? Although this particular piece was undoubtedly legitimate, it would still be a troublesome affair. Feigning contemplation, Wu Duo lit a cigarette and promptly logged into an authoritative information platform on his phone. To his dismay, he found no records of any trading items of the Xuande imitation of the Ru kiln. This was Wu Duo's knowledge gap. He was aware of the characteristics of Xuande imitations, but was ignorant of the fact that no refined pieces had ever appeared in circulation, let alone their market value. Furthermore, there were no public trading records for the Xuande imitation of the Ru kiln, as they are predominantly excavated artifacts, and their numbers are scarce, with transactions often occurring off the books. The piece Wu Duo held was, remarkably, a relic of the Xuande imitation of the Ru kiln, an exceedingly rare exception. Unexpectedly, the situation had become far more significant than Wu Duo had initially anticipated. The thought exhilarated him, especially since he had already secured the piece. Could it be? He pondered. Refined pieces of the Xuande imitation are rumored to be in the possession of certain prominent collectors. Well, now I'm one of those prominent collectors, he mused. I did not intend to argue with you on this matter. In the realm of antiques, certainty is elusive. However, I have never heard of such a thing. The vendor waved his hand dismissively. Are you interested? Wu Duo nodded. Where can I view the goods? Would you consider this price? Wu Duo inquired. The vendor nodded thoughtfully. The minimum is 200. I only mentioned it because I sensed a connection with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought it up, he said with a mysterious smile. My head may not be perfectly round, but it is quite symmetrical. Wu Duo, holding a plastic bag, stood up. I should take my leave now. You seem busy. We can chat another time. The vendor, momentarily taken aback, realized Wu Duo had no interest in lingering. All right, come back when you have time. The items from the raw pit inherently carried significant risk, and with the vendor quoting 2 million, it was evident that Wu Duo, having already struck a substantial deal, would not consider acquiring such a high-risk item at such an elevated price. However, through the vendor's 2 million quote, Wu Duo gained a rough understanding of the market for Xuande official imitation Ru ware. If a mere excavator could quote such a high price, the actual market value of Xuande official imitation Ru ware must be at least double that figure, as such counterfeit goods typically required at least half their value to cover the associated risks. Furthermore, acquiring items from the dirt diggers would yield even lower prices. Most importantly, the piece in Wu Duo's possession was not from a raw pit, but from a mature pit, a veritable heirloom. Therefore, its actual market value was likely to be double that of raw pit items. Lacking effective references, Wu Duo could only make a rough estimation. This experience truly imparted valuable knowledge, firmly etched in his mind. Knowledge gained from books is often superficial. True understanding comes from practice. This transaction proved far more beneficial than all the information he had previously gathered on Xuande official imitation Ru ware. As Wu Duo departed the stall, intending to visit Chang Song's booth, his phone rang. It was a call from Huyunda. Wu Duo briskly walked to a large tree on the side of the market area before answering. Uncle Duh, he said. Xiao Wu, is it a good time to talk? Yes, I'm at the market, just found a quiet spot. Oh, at Qixia Mountain? No, I'm at the Chili Fort Antique Market. There are quite a few new antique stalls. Speak about your matters, Uncle Duh. No need to be polite. Wu Duo thought to himself that there must be more to this call. Huyunda wouldn't have contacted him for such a trivial matter. I definitely want to go. Wu Duo mused, recognizing that such gatherings, centered around artifact appraisal, offered a chance to witness remarkable items, engage with antique connoisseurs, and expand his network. As for Elder Zhang, he meticulously considered every detail. Young people might fear being looked down upon, leading to hesitation. However, Wu Duo was not one to retreat. He always weighed the pros and cons, pondered deeply, yet remained resolute. Once he made up his mind, he would forge ahead. Despite the elder's strong opposition to his deepening involvement in the antique trade, he pressed on. Haha, I sense you harbor some aversion towards her. However, Ning Shui is not a bad person. She is just a bit quirky, making it hard to discern her true thoughts. She's also quite interested in antiques, albeit lacking in discernment. So, she's going? If she goes, would you also attend? Just inquiring, Wu Duo replied. Rest assured, Ning Shui will not attend. But her sister Ning Shuang will be there. Ning Shuang's absence raises a question about the strained relationship between the two sisters, but Wu Duo inquired further. Not all, was a response. Their bond is quite strong. Since childhood, Ning Shui has been fearless and unmanageable, save for her elder sister, who can rein her in. Ning Shui's reluctance to attend this event stems from her aversion to such gatherings. Wu Duo, curious, recalled hearing her mention at Wenga Hall that Mr. Ning had gone to the mountains to visit Ning Shuang. What exactly does Ning Shuang do? He asked. When it comes to Ning Shuang, she is indeed remarkable. Her beauty and intellect are equally matched. At the tender age of 17, she secured a place in the archaeology program at Yenjing University, excelling in both her coursework and practical assessments. Upon her graduation last year, she underwent 6 months of specialized training, subsequently joining the National Archaeological Team. Her passion for archaeology is genuine. The last time Mr. Ning visited her was due to an injury she sustained during a field project. Hu Yunde seemed particularly fond of Ning Shuang, yet he noted that her injury was not severe, a mere scratch on her face, which she assured would not leave a scar. She forewent a visit to the hospital, opting to disinfect the wound and apply ointment herself, determined to continue her work. However, Mr. Ning was anxious, fearing for her appearance, and hurried to her side. Wu Duo nodded, choosing not to inquire about Ning Yuanxi's wife, who had passed away many years ago, leaving him without a new partner. His loyalty stands in stark contrast to that of his brother, Ning Yuanxiang, who is more flamboyant. Despite being sisters, Ning Shuang and Ning Shui exhibit vastly different temperaments. Uncle De, your trust in me is evident, yet it seems Ning Shuang possesses quite an astute perception. Wu Duo expressed his growing interest in this aspect. Indeed, Hu Yunde sighed, noting that despite her youth and gender, Ning Shuang had been influenced by her surroundings and her years of dedicated study and practice in archaeology, endowing her with keen insight. It was said that she would bring an artifact to the upcoming exchange event. By the way, Uncle De, if I attend, must I also bring something? Wu Duo inquired. If you have something suitable, it would be best to bring an item that is distinctive, though not necessarily expensive, was the advice given. Understood. When exactly is it next week, and where will it be held? Wu Duo asked. It's scheduled for Saturday and Sunday. Old Ning has reserved the Cuiyun Mountain Villa in the southern suburbs. However, it seems Sunday will be more of a leisurely day filled with fishing, card games, and casual dining, Hu Yunde replied. All right then, I'll leave it at that for now. I'll contact you later. After ending the call, Wu Duo looked up to see Chang Song approaching him. As Chang Song drew near, he offered Wu Duo a cigarette. What are you up to? He asked. Before Wu Duo could respond, Chang Song leaned in closer and whispered, I must say, there are indeed some intriguing items here. Would you care to take a look? Just as Wu Duo was about to reply, Chang Song interjected, pointing at Wu Duo's bag. First, tell me what you bought? Chapter 64. A look at the Gouet. Chang Song discreetly gestured toward a stall in the distance. It was situated far from where Yu Yao had purchased the Narcissus Basin, in a relatively secluded area. From afar, the vendor appeared to be an elderly man. Bronze artifacts, he declared, from the Western Zhou period. I suggested to my companion that we might be able to take a look together, and he agreed. Chang Song's excitement was palpable. In truth, Chang Song harbored a strong aversion to items from the Lomi pits, for they were undeniably troublesome. Moreover, he was employed at the Cultural Relics Bureau. Yet, upon hearing about the prospect of acquiring bronze artifacts from the 3 dynasties, especially in a face-to-face transaction, a stirring excitement ignited within him. Wu Duo felt similarly. However, viewing items in a museum and engaging in actual trade were 2 entirely different matters. Even if one merely observed without purchasing during the transaction, the allure remained potent and stimulating. The market for bronze artifacts, despite experiencing fluctuations, has continuously captivated a segment of collectors with its unique charm. Especially the bronze pieces from the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, noted for their finely crafted copper devoid of sand holes, exuding a strong tactile quality. The meticulous craftsmanship derived from time-intensive casting, and their functional design as ritual vessels, featuring exquisite patterns and reasonable structures. More importantly, these artifacts carry profound historical and cultural significance, providing an unparalleled spiritual satisfaction. During the Republic of China period, bronze artifacts were categorized as miscellaneous items, and their quantity and collector base paled in comparison to the major categories of painting, calligraphy, and porcelain. Nevertheless, the bronze pieces from the three dynasties were the most valuable among antiques. In Lilikang, a Western Zhou bronze ding could be exchanged for 10 or 8 pieces from the Qianlong Imperial Kiln. Although the Qing Imperial Kiln was not particularly prosperous at that time, antique dealers specializing in it found it difficult to amass wealth. By the 1980s, a significant shift in market dynamics emerged, with bronze artifacts gradually declining in value. In the 1990s, one could not even mention the Qianlong Imperial Kiln. A single snuff bottle from the Qing dynasty could be traded for a small bronze artifact from the Western Zhou. Regardless of market fluctuations, a devoted subset of collectors remained unwavering in their passion for bronze artifacts. However, the regulation surrounding these items has tightened considerably, resulting in a scarcity of eligible trading pieces and making bronze artifacts increasingly rare. Occasionally, genuine items from the three dynasties can be spotted at foreign auctions, but the antique market is primarily inundated with replicas. Furthermore, collectors typically do not part with their possessions easily. Transactions occur within their own exclusive circles. Thus, for newcomers wishing to delve into the world of bronze artifacts, only sheer luck in encountering a hidden opportunity may provide a chance. Wu Duo lit a cigarette and glanced at Chang Song. Are you capable of handling this? Chang Song also lit one. What do you mean? Are you suitable for trading items from the Lomi pits? By that logic, you're not suited either. Chang Song flicked the ash from a cigarette. Well, I think purchasing is illegal, but merely observing and discussing shouldn't be a problem, right? I genuinely cannot resist the urge to see. Just looking, not buying? That's the plan for now. Chang Song curled his lip. You see, I'm merely an office clerk, not a frontline archaeologist. In fact, even frontline archaeologists might not encounter a three dynasties bronze artifact in their lifetime. Observing without purchasing is not a significant issue. However, if your superiors were to find out, you could be in trouble. If I happen to stumble upon it while browsing the market, what then? Fine, if you think it's no issue, then I certainly have no problem. Wu Duo nodded. In the antique trade, who hasn't come across dubious items? Let us first see what is available. Where shall we look? He mentioned that it was right in his box, just behind stall. Will I be so intrigued if I had to go elsewhere to see? Chang Song replied. What? The stall owner is so audacious? Wu Duo was equally taken aback. If that is the case, as long as no transactions occur, it truly is of no consequence. No wonder Chang Song was so keen to persuade him. Let us go. Chang Song took the lead. As they walked, Wu Duo remarked, it wouldn't be counterfeit, would it? Using the guise of a genuine artifact to deceive people. That is precisely why I called you. I need your discerning eye. Moreover, if it truly is genuine, having two people is better than one for thoroughness. Chang Song chuckled. You're quite clever. You had this all figured out from start. The two arrived at the stall. Wu Duo interjected, Old man, are we really just looking at things here? What is the matter? A calm individual finds peace anywhere. An unsettled person finds no peace anywhere. You two simply enjoy it, right? Wu Duo thought to himself. This old man is quite astute. He truly has a keen eye for people. Subsequently, Wu Duo and Chang Song circled to the back of the stall. This stall was rather secluded, with a wall on the right and a tree on the left, with a neighboring stall beyond the tree. Behind the stall was also a wall, but there was a meter-wide space between the wall and the stall, where Wu Duo and Chang Song squatted down. The old man casually opened a silver suitcase beside him, facing the wall, positioning himself sideways to shield one side, allowing Wu Duo and Chang Song to view from the other two sides. Inside lay a bronze gui, small, with a diameter of about 13 or 14 centimeters and a height of less than 20 centimeters. It was round, open at the top, with a ring foot and two handles. The body bore a beast face design, adorned with significant green patina, appearing quite natural. The gui is an important food vessel. In a place like Gui Street, the name itself indicates a dining area. The gui also holds significance as a ceremonial vessel, often used alongside the ding during rituals. Wu Duo couldn't ascertain if it dated back to the Western Zhou, but he could tell it was not a modern imitation. Just as he was about to reach out to examine it, Chang Song picked it up first, inspecting the bottom, where he found 2 characters inscribed, Father Ding. Though these characters were in bronze script, Chang Song recognized them after a brief pause. He frequently organized and compiled materials at the Cultural Relics Bureau, and the occurrence of parental names on bronze artifacts was quite high, so he generally knew them. Additionally, the 10 celestial stems, Jia, Yi Bing, Ding, Wu Ji, Gung Xenrun, Gui, also appeared frequently, and Ding was not difficult to recognize. Father Ding implies it was cast for his father, whose name was Ding. Judging by the name Ding, it was likely that his father was the 4th among his siblings. After placing it down, Wu Duo did not pick it up again, instead directly pressing it against his left middle finger. It is indeed not modern, but neither is it from the Western Zhou. Chapter 65, The Venue of Li Longji. This bronze gui is surprisingly from the Tang dynasty. More precisely, it is a high-quality imitation of a Western Zhou bronze gui from the Tang dynasty. This is no ordinary imitation. It is an official replica produced from a specialized workshop established by the emperor. Historically, there have been 3 emperors who had a fondness for bronze artifacts and commissioned official replicas: Tang Xuanzong Li Longji, Song Huizong Zhaoji, and Ming Xuanzong Zhu Zhanji. The first 2 emperors changed their reign titles, while Zhu Zhanji had only one, Xianda. Among them, Li Longji is the most representative. During the Kaiyuan era, Emperor Li Longji established a specialized official imitation workshop in Zhurong, located in the southwestern part of Su, to concentrate on the meticulous replication of bronze vessels from the esteemed 3 dynasties. Once this workshop was inaugurated, it not only flourished during Li Longji's lifetime, but also continued unabated for over 2 centuries. Its culmination occurred in the year when the Southern Tang's last sovereign, Li Yu, was granted poison wine by Emperor Taizong Zhao Guangyi of the Song dynasty. As for Emperor Huizong Zhao Ji, whose primary vocation was that of an artist and whose secondary role was that of an emperor, he excelled in the realms of calligraphy, painting, and antiquities. Zhao Ji was also a distinguished collector of bronze vessels. The renowned Xuanhe Bogu II documents the royal collection of over 800 bronze artifacts from the 3 dynasties, displayed in the Xuanhe Hall. Every piece depicted in the Xuanhe Bogu II has been faithfully replicated, with many having undergone multiple iterations. During the late Qing and early Republican periods, the bronze vessels from the 3 dynasties became exceedingly sought after, with both authentic and replicated items in high demand. At the Liuli factory, numerous replicated bronze vessels from the 3 dynasties were produced, a significant portion of which were from the Xuanhe official imitations. In the Ming dynasty, another artistically inclined emperor emerged, the Xuande Emperor Zhu Zhanji, the esteemed grandson of the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di, who initiated the prosperous Yongxian era. Zhu Zhanji's artistic prowess was equally remarkable, as evidenced by the exquisite Xuande kiln and Xuande furnace. He, too, held a fondness for the bronze vessels of the 3 dynasties, with the Xuande period's official imitations reflecting a commendable standard. When discussing imitations, one cannot overlook the Qianlong Emperor. However, the quality of the high imitations of the 3 dynasties during his reign pales in comparison to the official imitations produced under Li Longji, Zhao Ji, and Zhu Zhanji. Upon discovering that the piece in question originated from the Kaiyuan period's official imitations, Wu Duo discerned the reason behind its remarkably natural patina. This bronze gui, though not from the 3 dynasties, was still an authentic piece, hailing from a Tang pit. Nevertheless, Wu Duo's extensive knowledge led him to understand that the official imitations of bronze vessels from Li Longji's era were purely antiquarian, crafted not to deceive, but to honor the past. Typically, official imitations bore the seal of the supervising official. However, Wu Duo found none, which piqued his curiosity. The exterior was unlikely to bear such markings, nor would the decorated areas featuring beast masks or Taotai patterns be randomly inscribed. The high ring foot adorned with cloud patterns would also remain untouched. The most probable locations for inscriptions were the base and the belly wall. Yet, the base had already been cast with the inscription Fu Ding, suggesting that further inscriptions would mar its aesthetic integrity. The belly wall became the focal point of his scrutiny. Just as Wu Duo continued his meticulous examination, Chang Song had already begun to negotiate a price. Given that this was an authentic piece, time was of the essence. One could observe and inquire simultaneously. The elderly vendor accepted a cigarette offered by Chang Song, taking a couple of puffs before stating, "Today, I brought this piece to test the waters. The antique market here is rather obscure, unlike Qixia Mountain. However, Qixia Mountain is crowded and chaotic, and I would hesitate to take such items there. Since fate has brought us together today, I'll present you with my lowest price. I'm all ears. Chong Song exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, 100. No bargaining. If it is not feasible, then the time spent has not been insignificant. It is best to close it quickly. The price disparity among the bronze gué of the Western Zhou dynasty is quite substantial. In this particular instance, the small size and commonplace design, coupled with the unappealing green patina, render it rather unremarkable. However, the presence of an inscription is its most commendable feature. When assessing the value of bronze artifacts from the three dynasties, inscriptions are of paramount importance. Prior to the Warring States period, inscriptions were predominantly cast, whereas post-Warring States, they became more frequently engraved. Generally speaking, the greater the number of characters in the inscription, the more desirable the piece. Unique content is also highly valued. For instance, the Mao Gong Ding, revered as a national treasure, boasts nearly 500 characters. However, this is not an absolute rule, as exemplified by the Hodawu Ding, which possesses only 3 characters yet is still considered a national treasure due to its historical significance as a sacrificial vessel for the mother of the Shang King, Wu Ding, and its considerable size. In contrast, the Fu Ding Gué in question lacks remarkable qualities. Its 2-character inscription is rather ordinary, suggesting a typical valuation of around 1 million. However, if one were to discreetly acquire a subpar item, it would not suffice to merely follow a slightly lower market trend, as it would be challenging to find a buyer. Would it not be wiser to seek out a reputable auction house? It is not as though one is being overly demanding. Furthermore, presenting such an item from a mere flea market and then quoting a price of 1 million feels rather out of place. Although Chong Song initially approached the situation with a mindset of merely observing rather than purchasing, he shook his head in disapproval at the exorbitant price. Let us refrain from discussing it for now, he suggested to his friend, and set it aside for negotiation. At that moment, an individual passed by the stall, prompting the elderly vendor to comment. Coincidentally, Wu Duo noticed a small patch of green patina on the upper curved section of the Fu Ding Gué, which appeared slightly different from its surroundings. He instinctively scratched it with his nail, discovering that this small patch was looser than the rest. Wu Duo understood. Have you finished looking? Chong Song inquired as the vendor suggested they set it aside for negotiation. Good. Wu Duo nodded and withdrew his hand. The two circled back to the stall, where the elderly vendor promptly placed the Fu Ding Gué into a black plastic bag and secured the box. 100? Wu Duo glanced at the elderly man. The price stands regardless of your ability to purchase it. I might consider a slight reduction to 99, the vendor replied earnestly, as these items are not easily found. I have been here for 3 weeks. If I do not make any significant sales today, I shall simply seek other avenues. Wu Duo understood the situation and smiled, while Chong Song remained puzzled but also smiled. However, Wu Duo felt somewhat unsettled by the vendor's comment regarding their purchasing power. Old man, if this piece is indeed a genuine artifact from the Western Zhou, your price is justified. Upon hearing this, the vendor raised an eyebrow, realizing that Wu Duo was not merely an observer but an informed buyer. Young man, whether you buy or not is another matter, from your tone. It seems you believe it cannot reach that price? If I am not purchasing, how could I recklessly suggest it could not reach that price? Wu Duo replied. However, old man, we might discuss the market value. A bronze gué of this nature, if it were a Tang dynasty imitation of the Western Zhou, would be worth significantly less. The vendor's expression shifted abruptly before he broke into a smile, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. I must admit my oversight. I apologize. Since you're not purchasing, I kindly request you to extend your hand. Chapter 66, Progress. Wu Duo mused. Indeed, he was aware of the manipulations involved. This is merely a deception. A Tang dynasty official's imitation of a Western Zhou bronze vessel, stripped of its original supervising official seal, has been artificially aged and rusted to be sold as an authentic Western Zhou piece. The line between truth and falsehood is inherently blurred, and with such minor alterations, it remains a product of a burial pit, indeed highly misleading. I merely mentioned it casually, the old gentleman replied, and then departed. Thank you. The old man felt relieved. It was time for me to pack up as well. Wu Duo nodded, glanced at Chong Song, and then rose to his feet. The two subsequently exited the Chili Fort Antique Market. Aren't you going to take another look? I noticed you were eyeing a stall earlier, Chong Song remarked. However, I have inspected the rest, he continued as they walked. Chong Song nodded in agreement. Once in the car, as he started the engine, he inquired, from your earlier remarks, does that mean this Father Ding Gué is a Tang dynasty imitation? Indeed. His suggestion that I might not afford it irked me, prompting my slight retort. Wu Duo frowned, reflecting that he should have remained more composed. What was the point of provoking him? I gained nothing from it. and he will not cease his duplicitous ways. Chong Song sighed. The antique trade is inherently murky. This group, astonishingly, escaped scrutiny last time. I suspect that apart from this old man, the other items are not on display. They must be shifted elsewhere. This old man knows how to assess people. He conceals just one item, waiting for the right moment. Wu Duo looked at Chong Song. What? Has your sense of justice been ignited, compelling you to assist the inspection team in their duties? If I were to do so, wouldn't that be a bit troublesome? Chong Song scratched his head with one hand. Whether to act or not bears its own rationale. Ultimately, it depends on your own conviction. However, it seems futile. In my view, once we depart, they will promptly leave as well and will not conduct business here again. Is it merely because you called out to the old man? Even without my provocation, they wouldn't linger, as the Father Dingue has been exposed. Yet no deal was made. Chong Song pondered. You suggest this old man can read people. Doesn't he realize we are merely browsing without the intention of purchase? He perceives you as such, yet believes there is potential in me, for I bought an old imitation of rue from another stall and inquired about burial pit goods. Afterward, I received a call, and then you came looking for me. There is communication among them during this process. Goodness. Chong Song slapped the steering wheel. How did I not notice this before? Your observation is keen, and your reasoning is meticulous, young man. In life, one need not fear ignorance or a lack of skill, but rather the stagnation of growth. Wu Duo, following suit, echoed the sentiment. You have indeed made progress. However, from whom have you learned this? From the old moneybags. As he once advised me. Wu Duo lit a cigarette, reflecting on his grandfather, feeling a twinge of nostalgia, particularly as he is set to visit in the coming days. When he arrives, I will host a gathering to welcome him. Sounds good. I'll treat you to lunch today. First, let me see that old imitation of rue where you acquired. Upon returning home to the Cultural Relics Bureau's residential compound, Chong Song listened to Wu Duo recount the authentication and transaction process of the Xuanda official's imitation rue ware, his expression filled with envy. You truly have a knack for this. How did you manage to uncover such a find? I genuinely learned something valuable this time, and is far more than just a simple bargain. Seizing opportunities may occur but once. Yet, the knowledge gained can benefit one for a lifetime. This sentiment resonates deeply. Chong Song glanced at the time and suggested they head out for a meal, reminding Wu Duo that he would have to treat generously. Before retiring for the night, Wu Duo examined his collection, contemplating what to bring to the upcoming weekend exchange meeting. He was certain he would include Fan Li's ink jade Xuan Wu seal and Su Wei's orchid and grass painting, though he preferred to keep them discreet. The gilt Shakyamuni Buddha statue from the early Ming dynasty, given its religious significance, felt somewhat unsuitable as an exchange item, especially since the attendees might not be familiar with it. Nonetheless, he regarded the Zishak teapot as a minor piece, and he did not consider himself an expert. Since it was an exchange meeting, he felt compelled to contribute something meaningful. Fortuitously, he had recently gained a deeper understanding of the Xuanda official imitation rue kiln, and he planned to research further, confident that he would not be at a loss for words. Coincidentally, as he had just acquired a water lily basin, who you called him. Thus, he decided to bring the water lily basin along. With his choice made, Wu Duo retired for the night. After a restful slumber, he woke up and freshened up before heading to the yard. He checked on the transplanted pomegranate and osmanthus trees, feeling satisfied with their condition, and observed the goldfish in the large tank, all alive and well. Excellent. Wu Duo stretched lazily, and Huafei, his pet, also emerged from the house, appearing quite lively today. It seemed to be adjusting well to the new environment compared to their old home. As Wu Duo picked up Huafei, he suddenly noticed that it seemed to have grown, appearing slightly slimmer, yet with a more pronounced frame. Goodness. So, this is how much you expanded? Huafei, nestled in Wu Duo's arms, let out a couple of soft whines and playfully pawed at his arm, prompting Wu Duo to set it back down. Huafei then began to wander around the yard. Wu Duo observed it again. Although it appeared a bit thinner than before, overall, it remained quite plump. After preparing some dog food for Huafei, he decided to step out for breakfast and asked if Huafei wanted to join him for a stroll. He ventured out towards the old Zhongshan Park, which was not far from the family compound. There, he found a quaint breakfast shop renowned for its savory pastries, offering only 2 fillings, pork with scallions and beef with celery. The pastries were pan-fried, and each morning, their aroma wafted through the air, drawing long lines of eager customers. With no pressing matters today, he thought he would indulge in some. Upon arrival, he found a queue of several people ahead of him and joined the line. At that moment, a girl in a white tracksuit emerged from the park, her hair short, yet capable of being tied up. She possessed a tall and graceful figure, and from a distance, Her running form exuded a refreshing elegance. It appeared she had just finished her morning jog, as she gradually slowed down after exiting the park, ultimately positioning herself behind Wu Duo, likely to purchase a pastry as well. Chapter 67. The Original Owner. Wu Duo, upon seeing her, was struck by a sudden realization, and an adjective sprang to mind: bright-eyed and full of grace. The girl's features were exquisitely refined, harmoniously balanced, but all of it paled in comparison to the radiance of her eyes. She offered Wu Duo a polite smile, given that they were neighbors. As the line progressed, it was finally Wu Duo's turn to order. "Sister, I would like 4 beef and celery dumplings and 4 pork and scallion ones as well." The proprietress swiftly packaged the 4 beef and celery pastries, informing that the pork and scallion ones were not yet ready, asking to wait a moment. "All right." Wu Duo took the bag containing the beef and celery pastries and stepped aside, addressing the girl behind him. "You may go ahead." "Thank you," the girl replied as she approached. "Sister, I would like 2 beef and celery dumplings." "My dear, we have run out of beef and celery. The pork and scallion will be ready in a couple of minutes." A flicker of disappointment crossed the girl's face. "Are there no more beef and celery dumplings?" On one side of the shop, a middle-aged woman was busy preparing the dumplings while the boss was responsible for frying them. This old establishment only serves breakfast, with 3 individuals bustling about each day. "I'm afraid we don't have any beef filling today. We'll prepare more tomorrow," the proprietress remarked with a smile. "The pork and scallion are quite delightful as well. I know I used to come here often, but I can't handle too much scallion filling. Please continue with your work," the girl said, retreating to one side, seemingly ready to leave. "Beautiful lady, if you don't mind, I can share my beef and celery dumplings with you." "I am indifferent," Wu Duo offered, merely wishing to sample both flavors. Whether he had 2 of one or the other made little difference. The girl glanced at him, appearing slightly hesitant, and did not respond immediately. "Really, it's no trouble at all, and I haven't tea paid yet. You can just give the money to the proprietress," Wu Duo reassured. "All right, then thank you," the girl replied, her shyness fading. "Sister, I will pay for 2. Wu Duo handed his bag to the proprietress, who adeptly retrieved 2 dumplings with tongs, placed them into a new bag, and handed it to the girl with a smile. "Young man, I remember you. You had breakfast at the bun shop next door yesterday. After tasting my dumplings, you might not wish to have buns again. You remember that? But she mentioned she used to come here often. How come you don't recall? Surely, she hasn't been here in the last couple of years, right, young lady?" "Yes. It's been about 7 or 8 years," the girl confirmed as she accepted the bag, nodding to Wu Duo and expressing her gratitude before turning to leave. She reached the roadside and hailed a taxi, departing shortly thereafter. Following that, the pork and scallion dumplings Wu Duo ordered were ready, and he paid for them. Indeed, the dumplings here are exceptionally delicious. The golden, crispy exterior encases a tender and fragrant filling. Both flavors are delightful, with the pork and scallion being more aromatic, while the beef and celery offers a better texture. "I remember that girl. She was a high school student 7 or 8 years ago, usually coming once a week. Always early in the morning after her jog in Zhongshan Park," the frying boss remarked to the proprietress. "I wouldn't have remembered. But one day a foreigner came to buy dumplings when you weren't here, and this girl spoke English fluently, helping me translate." The boss chuckled. Upon hearing this, the proprietress remained silent, but Wu Duo couldn't help but smile. Yet, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her before. Though he couldn't quite recall where. If he couldn't remember, he decided to let it be. As Wu Duo approached the entrance of the family compound, he suddenly sensed someone trailing behind him. He swiftly turned around and, a few meters back, indeed found a man. The man donned a fitted black suit, his physique well-proportioned and exuding strength with each stride. Sporting a crew cut and possessing sharply defined facial features, he appeared to be in his 30s. In broad daylight, Wu Duo halted, watching as the man approached. Noticing Wu Duo's steadfastness, the man also slowed his pace, stopping in front of him to retrieve a cigarette, light it, and take a drag before speaking. "Brother, do you reside in this Cultural Relics Bureau compound?" His accent suggested he was not a local. "Are you asking for directions or seeking me?" Wu Duo inquired directly. The man chuckled. "Someone wishes to meet you. Is it convenient? You must inform me who it is." Wu Duo replied. "A few days ago, you acquired a piece of black jade with the Xuanwu seal, still in your possession, I presume?" "How do you know?" Wu Duo exclaimed, taken aback. "Tracing you down was no simple task, especially with your recent relocation. However, as long as you still possess it, that is what matters. Do you realize how precarious that item is? You say it is precarious, yet I consider it legitimate." Wu Duo thought to himself, recognizing the futility of denial when confronted directly. Nevertheless, The item was neither stolen nor illicitly obtained, as it was purchased openly at an antique market. The man waved his hand dismissively. If you believe it to be legitimate, then you need not fear meeting the original owner. Original owner? Wu Duo echoed. Indeed, the Xuanwu seal belongs to him. The man extinguished his cigarette, stating plainly, since we have traced a definitive lead in Qizhou, we could have involved the authorities. But the original owner prefers to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Wu Duo pondered, realizing that avoiding this matter was unlikely. Where shall we meet? You or the junior? I shall not impose. You choose the location. Right now? Now would be preferable, as his patience is limited. Where is he? Strolling in the park over there. Very well. Let us proceed directly to the park. The morning exercisers have dispersed. You are a clever individual, the man remarked, patting Wu Duo on the shoulder. Wu Duo frowned and quickly brushed the man's arm aside. Unexpectedly, the man seized Wu Duo's wrist, twisting it behind him. What do you wish to spar? Wu Duo would not yield so easily. Just as he prepared to counter, he suddenly felt his wrist loosened, followed by a thud. Turning around, he was astonished to see the man being restrained by an elderly gentleman, forced to kneel. Grandfather, when did you arrive? Wu Duo exclaimed with delight. The elderly man was none other than Wu Daji. After their video call 2 nights prior, Wu Duo had indeed sent him the address. But Wu Daji had not mentioned when he would come. Just arrived and already witnessing you in a predicament. Wu Daji scoffed. What is this man as purpose? I do not know him, Wu Duo began, but Wu Daji interjected. That simplifies matters. This constitutes a public disturbance. We shall call the police. Please let me finish, Wu Duo urged. I initially did not recognize him, but a few days ago, I purchased an item at the antique market, and he approached me claiming the original owner wished to discuss something. A cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead, yet he maintained his composure. Old sir, I merely offered a friendly gesture by patting his shoulder, and to my surprise, he reacted swiftly. Release him, Wu Daji commanded. His hand, descending from the man's nape to firmly grasp one of his wrists. With a swift pull and a flick, the man stumbled backward, colliding against the wall of a nearby residential compound. The man seemed to relax slightly. Old sir, there is a reason for this. What he possesses is an item belonging to my family. Wu Daji glanced at Wu Duo. What item are we referring to? It is a black jade Xuanwu seal. From which era? Spring and autumn. Wu Daji's expression shifted dramatically as he promptly handed the small travel bag in his other hand to Wu Duo. You wait here for a moment. He then lifted the man's wrist with assurance. Do not worry. We shall provide an explanation. Let's speak privately. Recognizing he was at a disadvantage, the man followed Wu Daji a distance away, behind a roadside tree. Wu Daji whispered to him. Li Tianfeng has come from Yinjing? The man was taken aback. Old sir, you know him? Where is he? Who exactly are you? Right now, it is I who inquires, not you. Where is Li Tianfeng? Over there, in Zhongshan Park. Let us discuss the matter of the black jade Xuanwu seal. Rest assured, I have no interest in his belongings. Grandfather, I should accompany you, trust me. By the way, where's the item? In the safe at home. Very well, do as I say and wait here. With that, Wu Daji ended the call. Wu Duo, feeling somewhat restless, lit a cigarette, watching from a distance as Wu Daji and the man departed, pondering whether the old money gentleman was acquainted with the original owner. Wu Daji and the man entered the park, where the man immediately made a phone call. 5 minutes later, they arrived at a secluded pavilion in a corner of the park. Wu Daji approached the pavilion, while the man kept watch from the outside. Inside stood another elder, younger than Wu Daji, perhaps in his 60s, dressed in a blue cloth jacket and round-toed cloth shoes, tall and slender with a gaunt face. Seventh Master? Upon recognizing Wu Daji's approaching figure, the elder's body trembled slightly, and he stepped forward. What brings you here? Tianfeng, it has been many years, yet you still possess such charm. Wu Daji smiled faintly. Let us discuss this within the pavilion. As they entered, Li Tianfeng's face was filled with nostalgia, while Wu Daji appeared quite at ease, directly taking a seat on the stone bench beside the stone table. 20 years have passed. Who would have thought we would meet again in this lifetime? Li Tianfeng also sat down gently opposite Wu Daji. Let us address the matter at hand. Wu Daji gestured. How did you lose your chi leather? Through a moment of carelessness, I drunkenly placed it on my bedside, and before I awoke, my fearless little grandson took it outside. Li Tianfeng recounted the ordeal with a bitter smile. Wu Daji listened, realizing the circumstances. Fortunately, despite its wandering, you managed to track it down. Seventh Master, this individual is the child I have adopted, who refers to me as his grandfather. No wonder he possesses such discerning eyes. You are mistaken. I have never taught him. What? How can he have such insight at such a young age? Perhaps it is merely coincidental. Wu Daji interjected, rest assured. The inked jade Xuanwu seal is yours, and I shall certainly return it. Can I not trust you? Li Tianfeng gazed at Wu Daji and remarked, Seventh Master. Wu Di disappeared without a trace overnight years ago. You must know something. I am unaware of his whereabouts. Wu Daji waved his hand dismissively. I am merely a distant cousin, not his father. In truth, I have been searching for him all these years, Li Tianfeng sighed. How do you intend to find him? I am starting from his Qing Tian Panlong seal. You lost your own inked jade Xuanwu seal, and yet wish to locate his Qing Tian Panlong seal? Listen to me, Seventh Master. I have indeed obtained some clues. This is not the place for discussion. Let us arrange another time. Wu Daji chuckled. You wish for me to return your inked jade Xuanwu seal first, don't you? Li Tianfeng gently shook his head and chose to remain silent. Very well. Let us meet this afternoon. You choose the time and place, and I will bring the items to meet you. All right, Li Tianfeng nodded. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I will be waiting for you in the lobby of the Dongshan building, where I reside. After we meet, we can discuss matters in my room. Agreed. I shall take my leave now. With that, Wu Daji departed from the pavilion. The man waiting outside approached the pavilion after Wu Daji left. Mr. Li, can this person be trusted? Seventh Master is a man of his word. Li Tianfeng inhaled deeply, surprised to encounter an old acquaintance in Qizhou. Seventh Master? Who exactly is he? Xiaoman, you know of Beiqi and Enlu, right? The man referred to as Xiaoman's mouth fell agape. Wu Qixing? Qi Liudo? He is indeed Wu Qixing, the king of tomb robbers from the northern faction. Then it is no disgrace to have fallen into his hands. Xiaoman instinctively touched the back of his neck. Mr. Li, I won't suffer any lasting effects, will I? In his eyes, you are not worth such concern. A check? Xiaoman was taken aback. Didn't he promise to return it to you? He agreed to return it, but not without conditions, Li Tianfeng smiled. If we wait for him to speak, it may not be so easy to settle. Mr. Li, I heard that Wu Qixing retired from the game years ago. Some people are quite active in the circle, yet wield no real influence. Others, however, seem to exist beyond the world. Yet once they emerge, they can rally countless supporters. Do you think the title of Master is used lightly? Chapter 69. Appraisal of Treasures, Heavenly Grade. No worries, we could talk later. Wu Daji forcefully patted Wu Duo's shoulder. You rascal. This house has a pleasant environment. Let's go inside and take a look. Upon arriving at Wu Duo's home, he first prepared tea for Wu Daji, while Huafei sauntered out from the study. Why do you even have a dog? Wu Daji knelt down and beckoned to Huafei. I found it. It possesses quite a spirit, so I decided to keep it. Huafei, upon seeing Wu Daji, began to circle around him, as if taking a deep breath. Wu Daji stroked Huafei's head. This dog is remarkable, a white dog with yellow ears, not an ordinary creature. Ah, you think so too? My former landlord, Mr. Su, has said the same. What does he do? Wu Daji settled onto the sofa and raised his teacup for a sip. The rascal is quite generous. It seems he has made quite a fortune. Huh. Come, let me show you the room I have arranged for you. Has someone slept in this room? Upon entering the bedroom prepared by Wu Duo, Wu Daji wrinkled his nose. Indeed, Chong Song was here the other day. I'll change the sheets and pillowcases for you right away. Just look at Chong Song. He is a civil servant with a stable job. Wu Daji strolled out of the room and made his way to the study, where he noticed the large safe tucked in the corner. This rascal has quite the ambition, acquiring such a sizable safe. The inked jade Xuanwu seal is inside as well. Perfect. You can also take a look at some treasures I've recently acquired. More? Didn't you sell everything? I only sold a portion. The good things I've recently obtained are far more than just one or two. Wu Daji examined each item with care. Did you really find all these treasures? Yes. Where in the market could one find so many undiscovered items? And even if they existed, how could they possibly end up in your hands so easily? Well, there are hidden gems within. For instance, the purple clay brush holder was wrapped in lacquerware during the Four Olds campaign. This painting by Su Wei was concealed within a porcelain panel during the War of Resistance. Your discerning eye, is it honed through self-study? Has no one guided you? You have known them for only a few days. Wu Daji sighed softly. It seems that innate talent cannot be dismissed. Wu Duo hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal to the old financier that he learned through listening. After some thought, he decided against it. The matter was too extraordinary and difficult to articulate, so it was better not to burden him. Besides, whether I tell him or not, the end result remains unchanged. Wu Daji stepped out of the room and walked into the yard. Surprisingly, Huafei followed him around. The pomegranate tree thrives, but the osmanthus tree is on the verge of perishing under your care. Wu Daji observed, just in time for me to assist you for a couple of days. Wu Duo produced a cigarette, offered one to Wu Daji, and lit it. Grandfather, when will you move in? I never said I would move in. Wu Daji took a puff of the cigarette. I could come and stay for a few days each year. Huh? I have grown accustomed to living in the village. Wu Daji glanced at Wu Duo, acknowledging his filial piety, yet he insisted on ensuring his comfort. Right? But, well, you don't heed my advice either. I told you not to delve deeply into antiques. Yet here you are, fully immersed and unable to extricate yourself. Wu Daji gently tapped off the ash from a cigarette. I have aged, and you have matured. Wu Duo fell silent, quietly taking a few puffs of a cigarette. So, you knew the original owner? Wu Duo inquired. I suppose so. I had dealings with him in Yinjing. Wu Daji lit another cigarette. How much did you pay for it? The sum was not substantial. There was also a piece of blue-white jade seal. The two together cost only a few thousand yuan, and I gifted that seal to Chongsong. A few thousand yuan? Wu Daji chuckled in disbelief. Not to mention anything else. That ink jade Xuanwu seal was the seal of the merchant sage Fan lived during his time in the state of Qi. You have a solid grasp of the law. Wu Daji nodded. Rest assured, I won't let you toil in vain. However, the item must be returned to him, as it is not merely an antique. It carries significance. Grandfather, were you ever involved in the antiques trade? I have told you repeatedly that I was not. I merely traveled extensively and encountered a few individuals from the antiques realm. Wu Duo ceased his inquiries and lit a cigarette. Wu Daji continued. In the 1980s, the antique trade in Huaxiao began to revive, and by the 1990s, it had flourished. The Beijing-Tianjin area, due to its historical and cultural richness, became particularly prosperous. Within the antique circles of this region, a prestigious elite gradually emerged. They were either immensely wealthy collectors or individuals of notable intellect and discernment, or those with deep-rooted connections and extensive networks. Wu Duo could not help but interject. An elite circle? Is it inaccessible to the average person? Wu Daji nodded. Indeed, this is the case across all professions. Each has its own elite circle. Among the same trade, numerous bosses abound, yet they often exclude the lesser lights. Wu Daji continued. Within this esteemed circle, there are 4 individuals renowned for their exceptional discernment, each possessing a unique reputation. Guanjiu, Li Tianfeng, Jiang Yihao, and Wu Di. Interestingly, each of their names contains a character for heaven, leading to their formal title, the Celestial Appraisers. When one mentions items appraised by the Celestial Appraisers, it holds more weight than any authentication certificate. Wu Duo could not resist interjecting again. And what of the ink jade Xuanwu seal? Ah, young man, always so eager. Wu Daji said affectionately, casting a kind glance at Wu Duo. The ink jade Xuanwu seal, originally belonging to Fan Li, is a prized possession of Li Tianfeng. At this point, Wu Daji raised his teacup to drink, fully aware that Wu Duo would undoubtedly have a plethora of questions. No wonder his assistant speaks with a Beijing accent. Wu Duo pondered, such an important item. It has gone missing. Even tigers have their moments of rest. Back in my day, ahem, Wu Daji set his cup down. Drink slowly, and you must also ask your questions at a measured pace. Please, take your time. I shall wait until you finish before I inquire further. Wu Daji nodded, his gaze becoming more enigmatic. The 4 individuals I mentioned were listed in order of age. Guanjiu is the eldest, now in his 80s, nearing 90. I am unsure if he still lives. He is of Manchu descent, a branch of the Guerjia clan, and his grandfather was a noble during the Qing dynasty. Having been surrounded by fine objects from a young age, his discerning eye is thus cultivated. It is said he possesses a white jade seal with a tiger motif, once belonging to Han Xin of the Western Han dynasty. Li Tianfeng is a few years my junior, now in his 60s. His father was an apprentice in an antique shop during the Republican era, and he was among the first cohort of university students after the restoration of the college entrance examination. He studied history and possesses a sharp intellect. After graduation, he enjoyed frequenting antique markets, accumulating his expertise and wealth during the abundant opportunities of the 1980s. This ink jade Xuanwu seal, I have heard, was discovered by him at a stall on Shenyang Road in Tianjin towards the end of the 1980s. Wu Daji paused for a moment before adding, as for Jiang Yihao, she is a woman. A woman? Wu Duo could not help but exclaim, this child is quite formidable. In her possession, it is said, lies a red jade vermilion bird seal, crafted from the now extinct Ghanaian first-grade Southern Red, and it is a personal seal of the renowned jade master, Lu Zigong. Some have spread tales of its mystique, claiming that the vermilion bird's eyes bear an inscription of Zigong, only visible from a particular angle. Wu Duo glanced at Wu Daji, pondering her enigmatic nature. Although I know little about her, She must be younger than Li Tianfeng, though the exact age remains unclear. We have arrived at our ancestral home, Wu Duo remarked as Wu Daji paused once more. Wu Di, he continued, is not merely an enemy's enemy. You have studied the discussions of the Qin, with the forging of the spear and the casting of gold into the hands of the 12 golden men. Such a spear. Oh, Wu Duo nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Wu Daji squinted, realizing that he was indeed our kin, a distant cousin of mine. If you were to meet him, you would be compelled to address him as uncle. Goodness, Wu Duo exclaimed. Where is this uncle of mine? Given that he is the youngest in the esteemed treasure appraisal hall, he must possess remarkable prowess. Wu Daji picked up a cigarette, intending to speak, but first lit it, inhaling deeply. Wu Di is a prodigy. His fame rose before he even reached 30. He was the top student in the sciences from our Dongshan province and enrolled in the chemistry department at Hucking University. Yet, inexplicably, he became captivated by antiques during his studies. From that moment, there was no turning back. Then he possesses the Azure Dragon? Wu Duo inquired, realizing that with the 4 mystical beasts, only the Azure Dragon remained. Indeed, the Qing Tian Panlong seal, the finest among Qing Tian stones, and a personal seal of Wang Shiji from the Eastern Jin dynasty. Wu Daji chuckled. You truly are infatuated with antiques. How come I have never heard you mention this relative before? Where is he now? Wu Duo pressed. Merely a distant relative. We do not interact often. Wu Daji sighed. He is even more mysterious than Jiang Yihao, who reportedly settled in Hong Kong. Wu Di, however, has seemingly vanished without a trace. Vanished? Yes. As if he evaporated from the world. Wu Duo lit a cigarette as well. I fear that his fate may be dire. Stop saying such things. Wu Daji suddenly raised his voice. Wu Duo was taken aback. All right, I shall leave it at that for today. If you insist on delving into the world of antiques, I cannot dissuade you, but I advise you to reflect deeply on it. Wu Daji waved his hand. I am weary. I shall lie down for a while. Wu Duo stood up, rubbing his nose. Grandfather, you still wish to keep secrets from me. If you were not once part of this elite circle, how could you know so much? You cheeky rascal. Even if I am no longer in the circle, I still have friends within it. Wu Daji paused. Moreover, these tales I've shared are merely hearsay. Do treat them as legendary stories. Well, you're always right, Wu Duo shrugged. You rest now. I will prepare lunch. As for dinner, Chang Song mentioned he would host a welcome gathering for you. Let him arrange the restaurant. Wu Daji contemplated. Let us contact Chang Song tomorrow. I must return the MO Xuanwu seal this afternoon, and I wish to retire early tonight. Very well, you go rest. At noon, a grandfather and grandson dined at home. In the afternoon, Wu Daji set out with a voyeur Zhongyin, while Wu Duo accompanied him to the taxi. Huafei lay languidly beneath the table, barely glancing at Wu Duo. I can't help but feel you resemble a cat, Wu Duo remarked, initially inspired by Huafei's lazy demeanor. However, upon closer inspection, he indeed sensed a feline quality in its features. Huafei swatted Wu Duo's hand away with a paw, repositioning itself to present its backside. Its tail appeared to have grown considerably longer, and Wu Duo noted that the fur at the tip seemed to have thickened, giving it a subtle arrow-like appearance. Chapter 71, The Clue. Wu Duo picked up his phone and promptly dialed Wu Daji's number. Why don't you come over to play? He suggested. After confirming the location and name, he hung up. That old moneybags, finishing up without a word, had dashed off to play billiards instead of heading home. Wu Duo left the house and made his way to the billiards club, which was a mere 10-minute walk from the residential complex. The billiards club spanned 2 levels. The first floor featured traditional Chinese black 8 and 9 ball tables, while the second floor was dedicated to snooker tables. To his surprise, Wu Daji was on the upper level playing snooker with a girl. Hey, this is my grandson. Isn't he handsome? Wu Daji introduced Wu Duo to his companion. The girl, who was neither particularly beautiful nor unattractive, had a medium build, wore her hair in braids, and was dressed in denim. You weren't exaggerating. He really is quite handsome, she remarked. Ignoring her, Wu Duo settled onto a high stool at the side, lowered his head, and lit a cigarette. Grandfather, you truly have exquisite taste. Wu Daji paused his game, rummaged through his pocket, and produced a crumpled 100 yuan note. All right, you can leave now. This is extra as a tip. The girl laughed and accepted the money before departing. Wu Daji turned to Wu Duo and said, Come, let us have a game. The loser treats the other to barbecue. I'll even give you a 30-point head start. At this hour, when dinner was being served, the number of players was sparse, and snooker tables were less occupied compared to the Chinese black 8 and 9 ball tables. On the second floor, for snooker tables were available, with Wu Daji and Wu Duo at the easternmost table, leaving 2 tables vacant, while a young man practiced alone at the westernmost table. No need for your generosity, Wu Duo replied, selecting a cue and picking up the chalk. During his high school years, Wu Duo had played on small tables at roadside stalls. But it was only in college that he encountered the larger snooker tables. Nonetheless, he frequently watched top-tier matches online, particularly those involving renowned players like Fire Teacher and Xiao Te, which enabled him to discern varying skill levels. This was his first time playing billiards with Wu Daji, and to his astonishment, the old man not only played accurately, but also maneuvered the balls adeptly. Seizing upon Wu Duo's defensive error at the start, he managed to score over 70 points in one breath. Had it not been for an unfortunate static electricity incident during a low shot, he would have exceeded the score with a single red ball. Unable to continue scoring, he left Wu Duo in a snooker position. As Wu Duo assessed the angles for a potential shot, he exclaimed, "I must ask, grandfather, when did you hone such skills? Is it truly enjoyable to dominate me so?" Wu Daji smiled, remarking that life is akin to a game of billiards. One may lack skill but still be favored by fortune. Had it not been for the static interference, you might have missed your opportunity, he mused. Are you suggesting that my fortunate catch was purely serendipitous? Furthermore, such luck may not be a constant companion. One cannot entirely rely on luck, yet presently you find yourself devoid of viable strategies, Wu Duo retorted, shrugging off the need for contemplation. He aimed at a rough direction and struck the cue ball with a decisive force. To his amazement, after ricocheting off 2 cushions, the white ball not only freed the other balls, but also pocketed one. Moreover, it landed in a position that allowed for a direct shot at the 8-ball. Ha! Wu Duo beamed at Wu Daji, acknowledging the prowess he had just exhibited. Given your confidence, 100 would hardly suffice, especially if this were to be broadcasted to a larger audience. It could easily attract hundreds. 100? Hardly impressive. It's more like 1,000, Wu Duo exclaimed, momentarily halting his aim as he regarded Wu Daji. You truly are a master. It is inherently your domain, and yet your execution is so flamboyant. Flamboyant? Hardly. Just a seasoned player, Wu Daji interjected. As for the earnings, let us split them equitably. Wu Duo waved his hand dismissively. No, I insist you keep it all. You require a companion for your games, while I have my own finances to manage, having already secured a home. Initially, I intended to share everything with you, but I feared you would squander it and end up needing to pay tuition. Tuition? That seems highly improbable, Wu Daji replied. You have scarcely begun your journey. Do not presume that mere insight will guarantee success. The antiquities realm is not only deep, but murky. Not merely murky, but also tainted. And not just tainted, but perilous. Wu Duo, opting to cease playing, settled next to Wu Daji, offering him a cigarette and lighting it. Grandfather, I understand your sentiments. Speak freely. Taking a deep drag, Wu Daji suddenly remarked, Li Tianfeng mentioned he has acquired some leads on the Qing Tian Panlong seal. Ah, the one belonging to Uncle D? You seem quite familiar with him. Wu Daji chuckled. If I were to divulge the details, might you feel compelled to pursue it? Wu Duo exhaled a smoke ring. Not necessarily. I am not so arrogant. One must act within reason. Wu Daji nodded in agreement. Precisely. Now do share the leads. Wu Duo glanced around to ensure their conversation remained discreet. Are you not acting within reason? If the leads are too vague, it will be a waste of time and effort. Acting within reason is one thing, but at least let me indulge in the thrill of hearing about it. Wu Daji contemplated, then quietly began, during his quest for the lost ink jade Xuanwu seal. He heard that the Qingtian Panlong seal once surfaced in a small town not far from Huangshan. Which Huangshan? Is it the one that claims, once you return from Huangshan, do not gaze upon the peaks of you? Indeed. So, did he go searching for it? That is not vague. It is uncertain, and the trail has gone cold. Wu Duo sighed, realizing that this was nearly equivalent to having no leads at all. Wu Daji hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively. Isn't it enough for you to have had your thrill? Now let us play. In the end, Wu Duo lost the game, and Wu Daji insisted that he treat him to barbecue, specifically requesting a more down-to-earth establishment. Wu Duo found a spacious courtyard for barbecuing, filled with small square tables and abundant skewers of meat arranged on stainless steel plates. The aroma of cumin and chili powder wafted through the air. Wu Daji ordered a barrel of draft beer, proclaiming that his grandson had achieved success and deserved a celebratory drink. In a large glass, the amber liquid and frothy white foam swirled together. After toasting, they drank heartily. Wu Duo closed his eyes as he gulped down the drink, while Wu Daji's gaze wandered elsewhere. Chapter 72. An impromptu assessment. You eat and drink first. I have some matters to attend to. After finishing his drink, Wu Daji suddenly stood up, and walked toward the table a few meters away. Two men occupied that table. One was around 40, with a flat-top haircut and a somewhat sinister appearance. The other, in his 50s, had a round face and a slightly portly figure. Their attire was quite ordinary, blending in with the ambience of the barbecue courtyard. The table was cluttered with skewers of meat and other delicacies, yet they were drinking cola instead of alcohol. Wu Daji approached their table and sat down without greeting them. The flat-top man and the round-faced man both turned to look at Wu Daji, but remained silent. Wu Daji smiled at the flat-top man and said, "Aren't you a bit too cautious?" Then he turned to the round-faced man and added, "What about you? Are you hiding something?" Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, and the flat-top man replied, "Old gentleman, do you have any advice?" The round-faced man looked at the flat-topped man with a puzzled expression. The flat-topped man, taken aback, quickly reached into his bosom and produced a jade piece the size of half a chicken egg, presenting it with both hands. "This is indeed a genuine artifact from the fire pits in the northwest. What do you think?" "Looks good," Wu Daji replied casually. "I'll take it." The flat-topped man quickly insisted, "You are too polite. How can I allow you to return this? Consider it a token of our meeting. I hope you won't disdain it. Since you call me senior, how could I take advantage of you? I will borrow it for a while." "Thank you," Wu Daji concluded, taking the item and rising to return to Wu Duo's table. Upon arriving at Wu Duo's side, Wu Daji unfolded his hand and said, "Now, let me see how sharp your eyesight truly is." "Huh?" Wu Duo scratched his head. "Have you encountered an acquaintance again? Just because someone opens their mouth doesn't mean they have valuable jade. No more nonsense. You have 1 minute." Wu Duo took the piece, examining it closely. "Since we only have a minute, just determine its age," Wu Daji added. Wu Duo wasted no time. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "This is from a northern Song dynasty, or more precisely, the Liao dynasty in terms of craftsmanship. However, grandfather, this should be from a burial pit." "You clever boy. Well done." Wu Daji nodded, impressed that he could ascertain the item's provenance so quickly, even under the circumstances. Hee. Wu Duo grinned with pride. Wu Daji picked up a yellow jade camel and returned to the flat-topped man's table. The flat-topped man quickly stood, and Wu Daji placed the yellow jade camel in his hands, saying, "My apologies for the intrusion. Tonight, this table is on me." "Huh?" The round-faced man's eyes flickered with panic. "The tasks we have scheduled for the day after tomorrow have already been arranged." The flat-topped man waved his hand dismissively. "Such a small matter, he wouldn't think twice about it. I believe he merely wishes to evaluate the young man at the table, having spontaneously decided to borrow something, and fortuitously, I happened to bring one. That's good," the round-faced man said, soothing his chest. "Then let me take care of their table. You see, my grandfather has traveled far and wide. Encountering an acquaintance is nothing unusual. The two of them can indeed be considered connoisseurs of antiques. Upon inquiry, it just so happened that they had something on them." Wu Daji gazed at Wu Duo, noting that what truly mattered was that his discerning eye was no mere boast. Wu Daji had serendipitously discovered these two individuals and acted on a whim. While the average person would hardly perceive anything amiss, Wu Daji could discern the truth with just a glance. One was the eye of the team. The other was the financier. The so-called eye is the soul of a tomb-robbing team, possessing the ability to locate graves and evaluate artifacts, while the financier serves as the small proprietor, initially investing in equipment and paying wages. These two were relatively part of the upper echelon of the team. The lower tier consisted of the laborers and those who performed the heavy lifting. The profession thrives in the shadows, hence many archaic terminologies persist, such as the term fire pit, which refers to well-preserved tombs. Now do you believe me? This is not a blind impulse. Wu Duo took a sip of his drink, stating, "Without the right tools, how could one undertake the delicate work of porcelain?" Wu Daji nodded, contemplating the matter. "If you are determined to navigate the antique trade, working at a shop would be beneficial. At least there is a solid foundation, better than floundering alone. I have indeed heard of him. He has a certain reputation." Wu Daji lit a cigarette, cautioning, "It is best not to speak of family matters in front of outsiders. You are my only grandfather, so that means we should refrain from mentioning you." The cheeky lad, sometimes understanding, does not necessitate verbal expression. "Let's drink." Wu Duo did not pursue the conversation further and raised his glass. The grandfather and grandson enjoyed their drinks heartily, fortunate that they were consuming beer, particularly draft beer, which did not hold much potency. "Grandfather, it seems that it has taken an interest in you. Even dogs possess a certain sensitivity. I am your grandfather, and as a newcomer, it is only natural for it to seek familiarity." Yet before Wu Daji could finish his thought, the fertilizer dog decisively turned its tail and walked away. You wounded its pride. Wu Duo laughed heartily. Chapter 73. The Bird Feeder. I shall not argue with you further. I'm off to wash up and sleep. Wu Daji was indeed weary from the day's labors and had indulged in drink that evening. Wu Duo, lacking intolerance for alcohol, quickly fell asleep after a shower. The following morning, Wu Duo awoke and, upon stepping outside, found Wu Daji tending to the flowers and plants in the yard. Noticing Wu Duo's arrival, Wu Daji remarked, "When time permits, we ought to purchase some fertilizer. The flowers will thrive." "All right," Wu Duo replied, then inquired, "What would you like for breakfast, grandfather?" "There's a delightful pastry shop nearby. I had a good meal there yesterday. Shall we try it again? Then let us go. After all, we have been busy and are quite hungry." The grandfather and grandson ventured out, queued, and enjoyed breakfast at a small table in front of the shop. With nothing pressing on their agenda, they decided to stroll together to the flower and bird market to buy fertilizer. This market, not far from the Cultural Relics Bureau's residential area, was modest in size, being an old market already earmarked for demolition within 3 years. Situated in a bustling district, it was lively every day. After purchasing the fertilizer, they passed by a stall specializing in thrushes, and Wu Daji approached to take a look, amusing the birds. Wu Duo, lacking interest in the birds, stood aside, lighting a cigarette while waiting. Before long, an elderly gentleman arrived at the stall, carrying a bird cage, and began to inspect the birds. Wu Duo, having nothing to occupy his time, glanced at the cage and found himself captivated. Inside the cage was a lively myna, which suddenly flapped its wings and exclaimed towards Wu Duo, "What are you staring at?" Startled, Wu Duo chuckled. This bird had quite a personality. In truth, it was the exquisite craftsmanship of the birdcage that drew Wu Duo's attention. The cage was intricately crafted from purple bamboo, and the perches appeared to be made of ironwood, topped with a beautifully designed copper hook. Upon hearing the myna's call, the old man turned to Wu Duo and smiled, explaining that the bird was not addressing him, but merely repeating 2 phrases. "Hello," and "What are you staring at?" The myna ceased its raucous calls and began to peck at its feed. Wu Duo then examined the feed container within the cage. Just below the opening, he noticed a horizontal inscription in elegant blue and white characters, made during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty. This item, without needing further scrutiny, was evidently a modern imitation of a renowned artifact. The Xuande imperial kiln's bird feed containers are highly esteemed, particularly those in blue and white porcelain, forming a unique category among the famed Yongle blue and white wares. However, genuine examples are exceedingly rare. In truth, a considerable number of bird feed containers were crafted during the Xuande period, yet many were destroyed due to subsequent calamities. Emperor Xuande, Zhu Zhanji, was known for his diligent governance and had little inclination toward women. Instead, his leisure pursuits revolved around birds and insects, entertaining birds and crickets. The emperor had a fondness for parrots and even commissioned special blue and white toad-shaped feed containers for them. Additionally, he enjoyed cricket fighting, so it follows that there were also imperial cricket containers. The Forbidden City houses a solitary imitation Ru kiln cricket container from the Xuande period. Why have so few Xuande bird feed and cricket containers survived? They were destroyed by the emperor's mother. Although it is not inherently troublesome for an emperor to indulge in the amusement of birds and crickets, such interests could easily be exploited by local officials, leading to corruption. Moreover, Emperor Zhu Zhanji passed away at a relatively young age, leaving the throne to the 8-year-old Zhu Qizhen. Consequently, Zhu Zhanji's mother, the Empress Dowager, decreed the destruction of all bird feed and cricket containers within the palace. Historical records indicate that her orders extended to all leisure items deemed unnecessary. Furthermore, those items that had been prepared by the Jingdezhen imperial kiln but not yet delivered to the palace were also smashed and buried. In 1993, numerous shards of bird feed and cricket containers were unearthed, providing corroboration for the historical accounts. Today, the surviving genuine pieces consist of those bestowed by the emperor and those that escaped from the imperial kiln, and the quantities of both are regrettably limited. As Wu Duo gazed at the feed container in the birdcage, he mused that the old gentleman had quite discerning taste. Although it was a modern artifact, it nonetheless emulated a product of considerable renown. Merely gazing at the birdcage prompted thoughts of the birdseed container, and before he knew it, Wu Daji had purchased a thrush, along with the vendor's birdcage. "Come on, this bird is splendid." Wu Daji beckoned to Wu Duo. "Grandfather, you wouldn't keep it at my house and make me tend to it, would you?" Wu Duo chuckled ruefully. "Well, now I have a dog, a tank of fish, and now a bird. I'm nearly running a zoo. If you don't like it, you can always release it." Wu Daji replied with a smile, leading the way with the birdcage in hand. Wu Duo had no choice but to follow. Once they exited the flower and bird market, Wu Daji remarked, You were so engrossed in the vendor's birdseed container that you didn't even notice the one in my birdcage. Wu Duo paused momentarily, realizing he had indeed overlooked it. However, upon scrutinizing the birdcage held by Wu Daji, he found it markedly inferior to the vendor's. It was merely constructed from ordinary wood and appeared quite old. Why does the birdseed container in your cage look so peculiar? Wu Duo inquired, glancing at the container affixed to the side of the birdcage. It bore little resemblance to a conventional birdseed container. Rather, it was a small blue and white flat vase, reminiscent of the military canteens of yore, with a narrow opening suitable only for the birds to drink water. Take a closer look. Wu Daji halted by the roadside, elevating the birdcage. Wu Duo examined the small vase, noting its delicate blue and white design depicting a serene landscape. As Wu Daji lifted it, Wu Duo could just discern the markings on the bottom. Leaning down and tilting his head for clarity, he discerned the 4 characters in blue cursive, Chenghuan Yanji. Though labeled as cursive, the characters were rather haphazard, especially the character for year, which slanted awkwardly and appeared quite careless. This cannot possibly be a Chenghua piece. Wu Duo straightened up, questioning. You didn't buy this bird solely because of that, did you? Who said it was a Chenghua item? Wu Daji retorted, just yesterday I praised your keen eyesight, and today you reveal your true colors. Chapter 74, Many Years. Wu Duo hastily kept pace, pondering that this indeed did not resemble a new item. However, it was not a birdseed container, nor was it from an imperial kiln, hence it could not be anything of significant value. Why the silence? Wu Daji chuckled as they walked. Walking alongside him, Wu Duo voiced his thoughts. Grandfather, this is undoubtedly an antique, but it is neither from an imperial kiln nor of substantial worth. I never claimed it was from an imperial kiln or of significant value, Wu Daji interjected. In fact, this is a snuff bottle, albeit without its lid. Due to its relatively large opening, it has been repurposed as a birdseed container. No, a bird water container. A large opening? Wu Duo pondered, realizing that while it appeared small, it was indeed large in comparison to a typical snuff bottle. Wu Duo struggled to comprehend the snuff bottle and hesitated to reach into the birdcage to investigate further. Since it is a snuff bottle, it cannot be from the Chenghua era. Snuff had not even entered China during the Chenghua period. Wu Daji replied, it seems you not only failed to grasp its significance, but your knowledge on the subject is also lacking. Snuff is an imported product that only entered China during the late Ming dynasty, initially in the form of tribute. Snuff bottles must have emerged even later. Grandfather, do enlighten me, Wu Duo chimed with a grin. During the late Kangxi period, numerous exquisite pieces imitating the Chenghua blue and white porcelain emerged from folk kilns. Among them, a particular snuff bottle crafted in the Chenghua style stands out as a true masterpiece. Wu Daji, without further ado, elucidated a notable characteristic of the inscriptions on these snuff bottles. The character for year is written in a slanted, cursive manner, resembling the character for many. This was indeed something I had not previously encountered. Although Wu Daji possesses a wealth of theoretical knowledge regarding porcelain, it is impossible for anyone to be thoroughly versed in every aspect, particularly concerning items from folk kilns. Such snuff bottles from the Kangxi era are colloquially referred to as duanyaner among seasoned collectors. Wu Daji explained that the character for year, resembling the character for many, should technically be called duanyan, without the diminutive suffix. However, this nomenclature originated from Beijing, perpetuating the pronunciation. How enlightening. You may not have extensive exposure to snuff bottles. Wu Daji continued, recounting his earlier experiences with snuff, which granted him some familiarity with these artifacts. The duanyaner, being an exquisite imitation of Chenghua blue and white porcelain from the Kangxi era, has garnered considerable attention, resulting in a plethora of replicas, especially from the late Qing dynasty to the Republican period. Listening now, one might suspect that the Chenghua pieces they have encountered are merely later imitations of the Kangxi duanyaner. This particular piece in the birdcage, regardless of its body, glaze, hue, and artistry, is quite remarkable and should indeed be from the Kangxi period. However, due to the presumption that it is not from an official kiln, it has been underestimated and treated carelessly. This is a genuine duanyaner snuff bottle. Although it may not be of the highest quality, I estimate its current market value to be around 100,000, even accounting for the absence of the original lid, which may reduce its worth. After all, I only spent a modest amount on this bird earlier. I understand now, Wu Duo nodded. What have you comprehended? The opportunity to find treasures is not determined by their size. One only regrets not studying enough when the time comes to apply that knowledge. Quite poetic indeed. Wu Daji nodded in agreement, noting that the world of antiques is vast and profound. No one can encompass every detail. Each has its strengths and weaknesses. One must remain humble and diligent, for learning is a lifelong endeavor. I understand, Wu Duo nodded once more. What else have you grasped? You were undoubtedly a master in your earlier days. Even if you're no longer in the antiques field, your expertise is still relevant. However, something must have transpired to instill in you a desire to withdraw, thus discouraging me from entering the antiques realm. Yet now, I find myself entrenched. You cannot extricate me. So I implore you to guide me, helping me avoid unnecessary detours. You clever rascal, if only you applied this intelligence to your studies. Had you enrolled in Yinjing University or Huaqing University back then, would you find it so difficult to secure a job now? My uncle, after all, is a distinguished graduate of Huaqing University, yet he too ventured into the antiques trade. And what was the outcome? Wu Daji fixed his gaze upon Wu Duo, pondering the idea of remaining unseen in life and death. Do you aspire to that as well? I understand. This marks your third realization. Wu Daji chuckled in exasperation. Come, let us continue our discussion. Among the four esteemed masters of antique appraisal, only my uncle lacks any background. His success rests solely on his keen eye. Wu Daji, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, then let out a sigh, acknowledging the truth of the matter. He chose not to elaborate further. The birds circled above the courtyard, then took flight into the distance. Did you truly let it go? Wu Daji leaned against the doorframe, lighting a cigarette. Was it not you who spoke of releasing it? It is said to be a release of life, yet might lead to demise instead. Indeed, it is a snuff bottle from the Kangxi era, originating from the folk kilns of Jingdezhen, where the imperial kiln is situated. One can only hope for the best. Wu Daji raised his gaze to the sky. You mentioned attending some exchange meeting over the weekend, did you not? Then I shall postpone my departure until next week. So soon? That one tea do. I have other matters to attend to. Wu Daji waved his hand dismissively. After lunch, I shall accompany you to meet your former landlord. Did you not mention he treated you well? He had also suggested meeting me upon my arrival, hadn't he? Indeed. Wu Duo chuckled. Just in time for you to learn about health preservation from him. What health preservation? Isn't it merely about quitting smoking and drinking, maintaining a balanced diet, and leading a regular life? If living is to be so constrained that one cannot enjoy oneself, what good is longevity? I am quite astonished. Chapter 75, Seizing the Opportunity. Wu Duo mumbled and then entered the house. Wu Daji smiled faintly and strolled around the courtyard for a while longer. In the afternoon, Wu Duo did not notify Su Yuren in advance, hailing a cab and heading to Companion Community with Wu Daji. Before leaving, Wu Daji insisted they could not arrive empty-handed, purchasing 2 boxes of donkey hide gelatin, which he was rather willing to spend on. You're certainly spending quite a bit, but isn't this gelatin primarily for women? Wu Duo remarked casually. Who said that? Both men and women can consume it. For men, it enhances vitality and vigor. Wu Daji replied. Did you not say he values health preservation? Smoking and drinking do not contribute to that. Vigor. Wu Duo found it amusing and exasperated. Fine, you bought it. So be it. Upon arriving at the clinic, Su Yuren was indeed present, though he was attending to a patient, a small boy weeping inconsolably in his mother's arms. Upon seeing Wu Duo and Wu Daji, Su Yuren greeted them briefly and invited them to sit. It turned out the small boy had dislocated an arm. Su Zhao then, with a magician's flair, produced a piece of chocolate from his pocket and placed it on the table, suggesting, without any needles or medicine, that whoever could seize the chocolate first would claim it. The boy's cries subsided as Su Yuren feigned eagerness, exchanging a knowing glance with the boy's mother, who then set the boy down to compete. As the boy raised his uninjured arm, Su Yuren swiftly reached for the chocolate, prompting the boy to become frantic. In that instant, Su Yuren adeptly repositioned the boy's dislocated arm with a quick motion. How brave! There, your arm is fine now, and the chocolate is yours. The boy's mother expressed her heartfelt gratitude. After the mother and son departed, Wu Duo applauded enthusiastically. Truly, Master Su is a miraculous healer. Do refrain from flattery. Su Yuren turned to Wu Daji. Is this your grandfather? Yes. Wu Duo then proceeded to introduce them to one another. Brother Su, I am truly grateful for your care of Wu Duo here. He is young and inexperienced, and I hope you will be more forgiving, Wu Daji said with a smile, shaking Su Yuren's hand. You flatter me, Brother Wu. Young Wu is a fine lad, and you have educated him well. After a few moments of pleasantries, Wu Duo handed over the keys, fully transferring the property matters to Su Yuren. Due to the lengthy delay, Su Yuren felt somewhat embarrassed and offered to refund some money. However, Under Wu Duo's firm insistence, he ultimately did not proceed with the refund. In this brief interlude, Wu Daji engaged in conversation with a young nurse at the clinic, even offering to read her palm. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of the patient, their dialogue might have ventured into the realm of fortune-telling. That evening, Wu Daji, Su Yuren, and Wu Duo shared a meal together. Su Yuren insisted on treating, motivated by Wu Daji's long journey as a guest in his home, and also as a means to justify Wu Duo's early departure from his rental agreement, having paid a considerable amount in advance. The following day, the grandfather and grandson remained indoors, tending to plants, feeding the dog and goldfish, and casually watching television to pass the time. In the evening, Chang Song invited them to dinner, during which Wu Daji not only urged the two young men to support one another, but also inquired about matters concerning the Cultural Relics Bureau. On the third morning, Wu Duo expressed a craving for the pancakes from a particular shop, but Wu Daji advised against indulging too frequently. If you must satisfy your craving, opt for the beef and celery filling, he suggested. But I find the pork and scallion much more fragrant. Wu Duo scratched his head, perplexed at the need for such caution over a simple pancake. Wu Daji explained that during the preparation of the pork and scallion filling, they might have used water infused with the husks of poppies as seasoning. Although the quantity was minimal, frequent consumption was ill-advised. He elaborated, the husk of the poppy is indeed a component found in many cough syrups, yet there are stringent regulations regarding its dosage in medicinal contexts. However, its use as an ingredient in food is explicitly prohibited. While it may enhance flavor, regular consumption is undoubtedly detrimental. You discerned all this from just one bite? Wu Duo questioned in disbelief. What's the not to notice? In our hometown, Old Wong, who sells cooked meat, adds it when stewing. Then why not include it in the beef and celery filling? Wu Duo inquired. This substance diminishes the distinctive gamey flavor of beef, Wu Daji replied. Is it reducing the gamey taste while enhancing the aroma a good thing? Wu Duo was confused. This could lead customers to suspect the use of inferior beef. What if someone reports them and inspections occur? The beef itself is fine, but what if the poppy husk is discovered? Wu Daji cautioned, advising Wu Duo to reflect for a moment before voicing his doubts. Wow, so this is an illicit operation that has been running for years, Wu Duo mused, frowning. What defines illicit? What defines legitimate? Wu Daji shook his head. Come, let us eat there once more. Didn't you say you wanted to eat? Wu Daji remarked. Having it once or twice is harmless. Just refrain from making a habit. He glanced at Wu Duo. What? Are you contemplating reporting them? When Wu Duo initially spoke of an illicit operation, the thought of reporting crossed his mind, believing it could be scrutinized through a simple test of the filling. However, upon observing Wu Daji's demeanor, he was inclined to seek his perspective. Wu Daji offered no opinion, merely stepping outside. Following him, Wu Duo walked toward the pancake shop, only to find it under inspection by enforcement officers. Now the opportunity to report them had vanished. Wu Daji remained unperturbed, knowing full well that the meat served there was of superior quality, far better than that used at the neighboring bun shop, whose meat filling, heavily spiced, betrayed its inferior quality by the aroma wafting during steaming. Are you implying that the bun shop? It is not without possibility. Although the steam bun shop is undoubtedly a target of the pie shop's vigilant defense. Wu Daji glanced at Wu Duo and asked, who do you think is more unscrupulous? Wu Duo fell silent. After all, these were merely two modest breakfast establishments. In the antique trade, profits can soar into the millions, and the unpredictability of human nature is ever present. Are you attempting to enlighten me, or are you merely dissuading me? Ultimately, the decision lies with you. Wu Daji stood by the roadside, lighting a cigarette. You should no longer harbor naive thoughts of quietly profiting and living a simple life. Yet the difficulties of this path are beyond your imagination. Then let us not dwell on it. Where there is a mountain, there is a way, and where there is water, a bridge can be built. Wu Duo exclaimed fiercely, isn't the road forged by human endeavor? Your impulsive demeanor only heightens my hunger. Wu Daji exhaled a long plume of smoke. Since we cannot dine here, let us go to McDonald's for a burger. Chapter 76, The Silver Teapot. Wu Duo regarded Wu Daji's aged visage, his heart a tumult of emotions. Ever since Wu Daji arrived, he has often used various topics to impart wisdom. And although Wu Duo was youthful and impetuous, he could sense his elder's earnest intentions. However, he had embarked on the path of antiques and treasures, a journey he could not abandon midway. Very well, let us go to McDonald's. Subsequently, Wu Duo led Wu Daji to a nearby McDonald's. In the following 2 days, Wu Daji refrained from offering advice. The two of them spent their days exploring scenic spots, occasionally visiting the local market, and, in the evenings, they would engage in conversation at home. Early on Friday morning, they set out once more to visit Tiangong. Tiangong is a town nestled in the southern mountainous region of Qizhou, known for its bustling market every Friday, predominantly featuring local specialties. Wu Daji was intrigued upon hearing this. The Tiangong market enjoys a certain reputation in Qizhou, situated by the river and alongside the provincial road, buzzing with activity. Wu Duo was also quite taken with such a market, as some local delicacies like persimmon cakes and mountain walnuts were delightful. Moreover, there were often some old artifacts on display, which, while not necessarily antiques, were still quite fascinating to behold. The two meandered through the market. At a stall run by a middle-aged couple selling hawthorn fruits, a small wicker basket was piled with a collection of copper coins. Upon seeing this, Wu Duo crouched down in front of the stall. The bright red hawthorn fruits and the greenish rusted coins presented an enticing contrast. These coins were likely unearthed from their fields. Wu Duo mused, pondering that they might be unaware of their true value. Perhaps he could uncover a hidden treasure. Wu Daji, noticing Wu Duo rummaging through the coins, smiled and inquired about the price of the hawthorn fruits. Unfortunately, after sifting through for a considerable time, Wu Duo found nothing of interest. Though many Song Dynasty coins were present, they were all of common varieties. As they departed, Wu Duo purchased not a single coin, while Wu Daji did buy 2 pounds of hawthorn fruits. Once they left the stall, Wu Daji spoke up. "You are aware of the Chuhua Yuanbao Buddha statue coins, correct?" Of course, Wu Duo replied. "They are exquisite ancient coins, with a single piece fetching upwards of 1 million. In 1988, these coins were also sold at stalls for just a few yuan each." "Really?" Wu Duo responded. "Aren't these coins discovered beneath the pagoda at Wutai Mountain?" In truth, there exist numerous variants of the Chunhua Yuanbao Buddha statue coins. The most esteemed version was personally orchestrated and inscribed by Song Taizong Zhao Guangyi following his conquest of Taiyuan, and it was enshrined to the Yin Jiao Temple on Mount Wutai. The subsequent versions were replicated by many affluent individuals, resulting in the creation of not only coins of gold but also of silver. Upon hearing Wu Daji's account, Wu Duo concluded that it must indeed pertain to the batch enshrined at Mount Wutai. Indeed, Wu Daji nodded. After the pagoda collapsed, during its restoration, over 1,000 Buddha statue coins were unearthed from the base, only to be discreetly appropriated by laborers. Wu Duo had a vague awareness of this situation. Otherwise, the Chunhua Yuanbao Buddha statue coins would not have partially infiltrated the market. However, the laborers lacked the discernment. Wu Daji lamented. Some individuals possessing these Buddha statue coins sold them at nearby markets for mere trifles, while others exchanged them for everyday items like towels and soap. "Are you well acquainted with such details?" Wu Daji continued. "The stall owners initially sold them for a few coins each, and later raised the price, yet it never exceeded 10 coins. During this time, tourists from Guangdong purchased some, which eventually found their way into the markets of Hong Kong and the international arena." Wu Duo interjected. "I never anticipated unearthing anything of such value from that heap. I merely hoped to find something of slight worth, yet I found not a single coin, only those mundane ones used for shopping in the Song Dynasty." There had indeed been instances of inflation during the Song period, rendering coins from such times rather unremarkable. Wu Daji chuckled in silence as the two continued their stroll, accumulating various items along the way. Wu Daji even assisted Wu Duo in selecting a cutting board, asserting that it was ideal for chopping vegetables. However, the item was excessively heavy, being a thick, round log, and Wu Duo was reluctant to carry it. "Isn't this a splendid find? In your youth, consider it a means of exercise. At my age, I still manage several bags." Wu Duo grimaced. "I figured you out. You are deliberately putting me through this ordeal. Then you must endure the challenge." Wu Daji raised his hand. "Go on, lift it." At that moment, the vendor of the cutting board remained unresponsive, but a nearby matron was amused, unable to suppress her laughter. Wu Duo glanced at the woman, offering a wry smile. This matron's stall was filled with an array of dried fruits, with bags of sunflower seeds, peanuts, pine nuts, and walnuts laid out. While these items were unremarkable, as she laughed, she casually picked up a water kettle that had been resting behind her. The kettle, likely made of silver and cloaked in a darkened leather casing, was certainly not a new item. Standing less than 20 centimeters tall, it had a flattened, oval shape resembling a pouch. The upper part of the kettle featured a concave design, with a spout at one end. Above this concavity was a slender, arched handle. The spout was adorned with a round, cap-like lid, attached by a silver chain to the opposite end of the handle. The kettle's surface was not smooth. Rather, it bore 2 horses, not carved but rather embossed through meticulous hammering, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. This silver kettle is indeed remarkable. Wu Duo approached her stall and squatted down, stating directly, "Auntie, this kettle is quite beautiful. Is it for sale?" This was not an antique market, so Wu Duo was straightforward. Indeed, he nodded. "This kettle is lovely and much more convenient than a chopping board." The aunt chuckled. "Young man, this kettle is made of silver, so it isn't inexpensive. Did you purchase it?" he inquired. "No, it's an old kettle passed down through generations in my family, meant for storing wine." "Ah, so you drink from it?" The aunt's face flushed slightly. She did indeed enjoy drinking. While this hobby was quite normal, bringing a wine kettle to the market to take sips occasionally could be seen as somewhat inappropriate. "It's homemade fruit wine. After a long day at the market, it helps to lift my spirits." She blushed and asked, "How much are you willing to pay for this kettle?" "Your item. You should set the price," he replied. After a moment of contemplation, the aunt remarked that silver held some value and the craftsmanship was quite good. Though it may be a bit old, it's an antique. The older, the more valuable. It must date back to the Qing dynasty, right? Why don't you consider a price, and I'll take a closer look. Wu Duo smiled. "All right," the aunt agreed, handing over the silver kettle. Wu Daji stood nearby, tilting his head as he watched Wu Duo negotiate this unexpected transaction. Upon closer inspection, even with limited insight, Wu Duo could discern that the horse depicted on the kettle was modeled after a Tang dynasty horse. It was a horse in mid-dance, adorned with a floral ribbon around its neck, holding a wine cup in its mouth. Dancing horse with a cup. This bore historical significance. It echoed the verses of the banquet song, with head down, drunken as mud. Such grand dancing horse birthday parties ceased abruptly in the 14th year of the Tianbao era, coinciding with the outbreak of the Lushan Rebellion. Emperor Xuanzong of Tang was forced to flee Chang'an, and these dancing horses fell into the hands of Lushan, specifically under the command of General Tian Qingxi. For those who had attended Emperor Xuanzong's birthday celebrations, this would not have been surprising. However, the soldiers who had never witnessed such a spectacle were terrified. Monsters! Thus, Tian Qingxi commanded his soldiers to slay these dancing horses. This silver kettle, depicting the dancing horse with a cup, resembled similar artifact from the Tang dynasty that now reside in museums. However, the museum's piece was gilded, featuring gold embellishments on the dancing horse and more intricate craftsmanship on the handle and lid, which was shaped like a lotus petal. Nonetheless, if this kettle were indeed from the Tang dynasty, it would undoubtedly hold significant value. After discerning this, Wu Duo was eager to listen. Once he understood, the aunt declared her price. "Young man, if you truly desire it, then it would be 10,000 yuan. Coughing, Wu Daji nearly choked on his smoke. It wasn't about the actual worth of the item. It was astonishing how the aunt could casually place such a hefty price on a kettle she whimsically brought to the market. "I genuinely want it, but your price is rather steep," Wu Duo replied, rising to his feet. He wasn't attempting to play hard to get. He simply couldn't afford such a price. This silver pot adorned with the horse bit is not an artifact from the Tang dynasty. Rather, it originates from the mid-Qing period, its creation barely touching the tail end of the Qianlong reign. Furthermore, it is not an imperial imitation. The Qing court's workshop did not produce such an item during that era, as it is a product of a local workshop. While it may be purchased due to its intriguing nature, it can be considered a reflection of ancient craftsmanship. Its age is not particularly significant. However, the price is not justifiable, given that it can only be evaluated against the standards of old silverware from the mid-Qing period. Acquiring this silver pot for 10,000 is certainly not a wise choice. Moreover, there is little potential for appreciation in the short term. If you find it expensive, that is understandable. I have no desire to sell an heirloom, even if it is offered to me at a lower price. The vendor remains unyielding in her stance. Wu Daji smiled at Wu Duo, asking if they could leave after all their efforts. "Let us depart," Wu Duo mused. The old magnate likely discerned the situation long ago and was deliberately testing his patience. There was no need to linger with the vendor, as even if a reduction in price were possible, it would likely be minimal. Furthermore, when Wu Duo decided to leave, the vendor did not attempt to stop him. However, the stall owner selling vegetable cutting boards interjected, "Wait, do you have an affinity for antiques? One must not merely consider age. There must be some significance as well." Having just faced a setback, Wu Duo felt his interest waning. "How about this?" The stall owner retrieved a piece of jade from beneath a pile of cutting boards. Upon closer inspection, Wu Duo noted that the jade piece measured approximately 11 to 12 centimeters in length and 4 to 5 centimeters in width, featuring 2 round holes, with one side thicker than the other, resembling a jade knife. However, the quality of the jade was rather disappointing. Assessing jade is Wu Duo's forte, and this specimen presented a dark green hue, lacking luster indicative of a local jade type. A more detailed examination suggested it was likely serpentine jade. Not to mention, the jade knife bore some grayish-white inclusions and hardened clay, hinting that it had been unearthed recently. This jade piece was uncovered while digging a well at home the day before yesterday. Fortunately, it was not broken. I brought it along today to sell at the market, using it to smooth out the rough edges of the cutting board. Remarkably, it works better than a scraper, leaving a smooth finish without any marks. The stall owner chattered while Wu Duo observed. This item appears sufficiently ancient, possibly dating back to the Shang dynasty. Yet, the intrinsic value of antiques cannot be judged solely on age. This jade knife, while potentially possessing significant archaeological value, suffers from mediocre jade quality, poor condition, small size, and an ordinary shape, which left Wu Duo uninspired. I shall take a look, Wu Daji interjected, extending his hand. The stall owner handed the jade knife to Wu Daji, who examined it meticulously, adjusting the angle to catch the light. What price do you seek? After scrutinizing the piece, he passed it to Wu Duo, signaling him to take another look. Wu Duo received it and pressed his fingers against it, listening intently. To his astonishment, the age of this artifact far exceeded his expectations. It dated back over 4,000 years, reaching into the Neolithic era. A jade knife from the Longshan culture. While this revelation was indeed exhilarating, the market value for such an item would only be around 20 to 30,000. Moreover, the vendor of the vegetable chopping board surprisingly echoed the price suggested by the elder woman, stating it to be 10,000. Although such an item can be appraised, finding a buyer is not an easy task, and reselling it requires considerable effort. More crucially, this item was freshly excavated, clearly from a raw pit, which adds an element of risk to any potential transaction. Should Wu Duo engage in haggling, he might either counter with a mere 200 or negotiate earnestly. However, Wu Daji appeared to be pondering something and did not respond immediately. Chapter 78, Assistance. Wu Duo was quite perplexed. This item had been unearthed from a well by the vendor's family, making it a zero-cost endeavor. Moreover, it seemed the vendor lacked understanding, as the price of 10,000 appeared to be merely a whimsical figure in line with the elder woman's suggestion. Thus, regardless of Wu Daji's intentions for acquiring this jade knife, it would be prudent to start the negotiations at a lower price. What was there to deliberate? Yet, precisely because Wu Duo could not fathom Wu Daji's reasoning, he refrained from hastily interjecting. Go ahead, Wu Daji suddenly instructed Wu Duo. What should I do? Negotiate? Wu Duo replied, casting a glance at Wu Daji, who gestured towards the jade knife in Wu Duo's hand. Very well, Wu Duo thought to himself. Sensing that the old wealthy man held a particular fondness for this item, perhaps fearing that his affection would inhibit a more aggressive negotiation. 10,000 is certainly excessive. Just look at this. Does it truly appear to be worth such a sum? Holding the jade knife in one hand, Wu Duo retrieved a cigarette case, shaking it before offering a cigarette to the vendor. The vendor accepted it with a smile, asking, "What do you think it's worth?" Wu Duo lit his own cigarette and replied, "To be frank, this is merely an old piece of jade. If I were to make an offer, it would only be a few hundred. I want to incrementally raise it from 200 or 300. 800. If you agree, I shall take it. If not, I shall depart with this old chopping board." The vendor's smile faded. You yourself have acknowledged that it's old. This is jade. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. That woman's silver pot still demands 10,000 without negotiation. At this, the elder woman next to him scowled, casting a disapproving glance at the vendor. That pot requires considerable craftsmanship. Furthermore, the value of jade can sometimes favor the new over the old. Do not overestimate this piece. However, your offer of 800 is simply too low. How about this? I will settle for 8,000. Is that acceptable? The vendor insisted, adopting a grim expression. There is too great a disparity. We cannot reach an agreement. I shall refrain from further discussion and offer you 200 more, rounding it to 1,000. If that doesn't suffice, then so be it, Wu Duo said, lifting the chopping board as if to abandon the negotiation. It is often the case that human psychology can be easily swayed. The elder woman's silver pot was priced at 10,000, prompting the vendor to whimsically declare his jade piece at the same amount. When the elder woman ultimately decided against selling her pot, the vendor, too, found himself unwilling to lower his price, wishing instead to hold onto his jade piece for further consideration. All right. This vendor seems quite amiable. The chopping boards are all meticulously selected, and this jade piece is worth a bit of scratching. Let us settle on 8,000 as a gesture of friendship. Wu Daji finally interjected. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo fell silent. He had not intended to purchase the item in the first place and remained uncertain of the old man's true intentions. According to market trends, 8,000 is not only a loss but also a gain. However, accounting cannot be so simplistic. The inherent risks associated with the item must be factored in, and it is not easy to sell either. The vendor listened to Wu Daji and swallowed hard. Old sir, is this jade piece truly valuable? Isn't to the price you quoted? I'm not one to ramble. If I agree, I agree. Wu Daji smiled. However, should you have second thoughts, it is not too late. No regrets, then take it. The vendor, after all, was merely a seller of vegetables, not an antique dealer. Even if he did not fully grasp the situation, he could not possibly comprehend that the 5,000 I mentioned was in dollars. Thus, Wu Daji spent 8,000 to acquire this two-holed jade knife. After transferring the funds to the vegetable vendor, Wu Duo hefted the heavy vegetable stand and departed. When he reached the roadside and hailed a cab, his arms ached from the weight. What am I even collecting this for? I must turn it over. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo realized this was risky merchandise, suitable only to be passed on to trusted acquaintances. Not only was it difficult to find buyers, but it was also especially prone to price haggling. If you intend to resell it, how could you so readily agree to his price of 8,000? Did you understand what I said? Wu Daji replied lightly. How could I not understand? It is merely a two-holed jade knife from the Longshan culture. Wu Duo responded. It is indeed old, but the market is poor. Items worth 20 or 30,000. This time, his insight was commendable, recognizing it as a product of Longshan culture. Wu Daji leisurely lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. I never said I wanted to sell it. Just now, when I asked if you were collecting it, you said no, that you intended to turn it over. Turning it over does not necessarily mean selling it. Wu Duo paused slightly. Oh, I see. What do you understand? You purchased this two-holed jade knife to gift to a friend. Although it may not be worth much and is difficult to sell, it is quite rare. And finding a buyer is indeed a challenge. Since it is a gift, spending a little extra is inconsequential. Gift is the correct term, but it is not my friend. It is your friend. Or rather, it is your future ally. At this moment, Wu Duo was thoroughly confused. Tell me, where does the greatest value of this two-holed jade knife lie? Which department is most interested in Longshan culture? Finally, Wu Duo comprehended Wu Daji's well-intentioned insight. Longshan culture, part of which pertains to key archaeological projects in Dongshan province. And this two-holed jade knife is a quintessential artifact of Longshan culture, its greatest value residing in its cultural significance, beyond the object itself. The location where this two-holed jade knife was discovered may also become a new avenue for research and excavation. Therefore, while this two-holed jade knife may not be worth much on the market, it holds great importance for the archaeological department of Dongshan province and even higher authorities. If this two-holed jade knife were to be donated to the archaeological department, Wu Duo would only have spent a mere 8,000. Yet it could serve as a foundation for building a positive reputation and connections within official circles. In the realm of antiques, relationships are paramount. Official connections are particularly invaluable. When an opportunity arises, it must be seized. A few thousand yuan is nothing. If he truly decides not to sell, it will no longer be yours. However, there is no need to rush into this matter. First, have a thorough discussion with Chong Song. Once accomplished, it will serve as an advantage for both of you. Wu Daji remarked, stretching his body. He had realized at that moment that this was a product of Longshan culture, but it took him a while to contemplate its potential benefits. Wu Duo approached and began to massage his shoulders, exclaiming, "Oh, my grandfather, you are as sharp as ever. Is it not true that your stubbornness is the cause of this? If you had sought a proper job, I would not have to exert myself so much. Be gentle." That evening, Wu Duo pondered extensively. Nevertheless, one must take things one step at a time, and matters should be addressed sequentially. Tomorrow is Saturday, and it is time to attend the exchange meeting organized by Ning Yuanqi. Chapter 79, Attending the Meeting. The following morning, to Wu Duo's surprise, Wu Daji rose early to prepare breakfast. The last time he had done so was on the first day of the college entrance examination. He made scallion oil noodles and fried eggs. "Grandfather, you have overcooked the scallions. They have a bit of a burnt taste," Wu Duo complained while devouring the noodles. "That is called a fragrant char." Wu Daji tapped the table, asserting that some things, when pushed to the limit, are truly accomplished. "All right then," Wu Duo replied, taking a bite of the fried egg, "but this egg has been cooked too much. The yolk is oozing excessively. That is precisely what adds layers to the taste. Some things should not be overdone." "Well, that is typical of you. And what about you these past few days?" "I plan to take advantage of the weekend to explore the antique market in Qizhou." "Don't worry, You won't go hungry for your fertilizer. Just make sure this isn't an ordinary dog. You wouldn't want to starve. How can you speak like that? Haha, all right then, I'm off. Wu Duo arrived at the main road near the family compound as per his agreement with Hu Yunda. After waiting for 2 minutes, the car arrived. Your expertise. An exquisite piece of porcelain. Recently acquired? Indeed, that day, when Uncle called me, I was at the Chili Fort secondhand market. And it was there that I found it. The Chili Fort secondhand market? Can one really find porcelain there? Hu Yunda expressed his surprise. He smiled slightly and nodded. Among us old acquaintances, there are no secrets. The key today lies with you young people. Hu Yunda continued, including you. There may be 4 young individuals. Wu Duo considered this. Aside from him and Ning Shuang, Luo Yuza would likely attend as well. Ning Shui's absence might also be related to him. Luo Yuza would indeed be there, right? Old Master Jin? Wu Duo seemed unfamiliar with the name. Jin Xingjin, vice president of the Dongshan Province Artists Association. He is more closely connected with the circles of calligraphy and painting, Hu Yunda explained. I recall now. That is Xiang Yuxing, correct? The renowned painter. Upon hearing the detailed introduction, Wu Duo made the connection. Jin Xingjin, known as Xiang Yuxing, is regarded as a contemporary master of traditional Chinese painting, particularly skilled in floral and avian subjects. His exquisite works can fetch upwards of 200,000 to 300,000 per square foot. Naturally, the value of an artist's work cannot be solely judged by size, but in the contemporary art market, his creations are quite esteemed. Suyin Mountain Villa is situated on a gentle hillside, covering a considerable area. It is a large, garden-style comprehensive dining and leisure establishment. The most prominent building is the 9-story reception hall, located directly opposite the fountain square at the entrance, which houses guest rooms, conference rooms, and game rooms among other amenities. Meanwhile, the Suyin Mountain Villa boasts over a dozen independent courtyards, each varying in size. The largest of these is the Tianfeng Courtyard, nestled on the southern slope of a mountain, adjacent to an artificial lake. Within the courtyard, there are 3 quaint buildings, one main structure flanked by 2 auxiliary ones. The main building stands 3 stories tall, housing over 20 guest rooms, while the 2 subordinate buildings are both 2 stories. One serves as a dining and banquet hall, while the other caters to conferences and leisure activities. The smallest of the courtyards, however, is suited only for a small family. Nonetheless, the treatment of Assistant Li, who drove, was not on par with that of Wu Duo, as he was assigned to stay in the reception building that night, rather than in the Tianfeng Courtyard. Such arrangements are customary for drivers and secretaries, and perhaps they even find it more comfortable, relishing in the freedom it affords. At the entrance of the elegantly antiquated courtyard of Tianfeng, Wu Duo encountered Ning Yuanqi, who was graciously welcoming guests. Although Wu Duo had never met Ning Yuanqi before, he could easily imagine that, given his brother Ning Yuanxiang's striking and charismatic demeanor, the elder brother would not fall short in appearance. Indeed, Ning Yuanqi proved to be a distinguished gentleman. Dressed in a deep blue tang suit and adorned with a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of sophistication. Beside him stood a woman in a light gray suit, in her 30s, possessing both beauty and poise, likely his secretary. In my presence, I find myself unable to compare. Wu Duo remarked. Good day, Mr. Ning. I am Wu Duo, fortunate to have this opportunity to broaden my horizons under your arrangement. Ah, Tiaowu, Ning Yuanqi responded. Yongjun spoke highly of you. It is no small feat to earn such praise from someone whose glasses perch upon his forehead. You honor me, Wu Duo replied, accepting a card that contained an itinerary of the conference, along with an introduction to Tian Mountain Villa and Tianfeng Courtyard. They had arrived at 9 o'clock. While the conference was set to commence at 10 in the conference room, breaking for a relatively casual buffet lunch at noon. The afternoon session would resume at 2 o'clock, with a more formal dinner planned for the banquet hall later that evening. Before entering his room, Hu Yunda discreetly advised Wu Duo at the start. Introductions will surely be made. Most attendees are familiar with one another, primarily you young folks. I suspect the morning will involve critiques of your contributions, so do prepare yourself. Chapter 80. So you're here too. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Da. Upon reaching his room, just as Wu Duo was about to swipe his key card, the door of the adjacent room suddenly swung open. Luo Yu's head popped out. I thought you might have arrived. What a coincidence. We are neighbors. Wu Duo chuckled. Coincidence? Not at all. I came early and spotted you on Ning Uncle's list, so I discreetly had a secretary arrange your room next to mine. Luo Yu's beckoned. Come in. Come in. The room layout is the same. You'll see for yourself. Reluctantly, Wu Duo entered Luo Yu's room. It was a small suite, featuring a cozy sitting area with a sofa and coffee table, separated from the bedroom by a glass wall. In one corner of the sitting area, alongside a mini fridge, there was a small safe. After settling in, Yaozhou offered Wu Duo a cigarette, glancing at his bag. What treasures have you brought? A piece of porcelain. What kind? Road rank is a colloquial term often associated with opening the door. For instance, one might say, this item not only opens doors but also has a high road rank. The items that open doors are easily recognizable, while those with a high road rank are of superior quality and tend to sell well. It's nothing much, merely an old imitation from the Ming dynasty. Forget it. I want to inquire further. We shall see later, Yaozhou said with a wink. What is your relationship with Ning Shui? Quite poor. So straightforward. You pursue your interests. The truth is, I'm not the easiest person to get along with. And I'm not well acquainted with her. We haven't been in touch since the auction. Yaozhou chuckled. Come on, you're not that hard to deal with, are you? You simply dislike her eccentricity, right? Brother Luo, let us change the subject, shall we? You people just fail to see her virtues. Others mock her for being too eccentric. But I find it amusing that they cannot see through her. Wu Duo cleared his throat a couple of times. So, have you managed to pursue her or not? I primarily relish the process. Don't go just yet. Yaozhou quickly held Wu Duo back. All right, I want to mention her again. You need to help me with something. If someone at the exchange takes a liking to this item, it would be a win-win. They certainly have the means. However, their discerning eyes are quite sharp. I need to polish my approach, and I need you to take another look, and we can compare notes. My discerning eye is not as good as yours. Stop being modest. Rest assured, there are benefits for you. Then do enlighten me about the benefits. At that moment, Yaozhou's phone rang. He glanced at it and answered promptly, Sister, what instructions do you have? In the relatively quiet room, the volume of his phone speaker was quite loud, and Wu Duo beside him heard a female voice on the line. Brother Luo, could you refrain from calling me sister? I'm not following along with Xiaoxiu's way of addressing you. The long white Range Rover V8 in the parking lot is yours. I isn't it? Indeed. I drove it yesterday when I visited your home. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo inwardly scoffed. Previously, this fellow had driven a modest Skoda Karoq worth only a few $100,000, claiming he didn't care for cars, and that spending money on them would be better invested in antiques. Yet today, he arrives in a high-spec Range Rover? What a contradiction. Your car has a window that's not up, and there's a watch on the passenger seat. Oh dear, my mind. I must have absent-mindedly left it there. Thank you. I'll head over right away. Sister, you carry on. The parking lot is under surveillance, so there shouldn't be any issues. After hanging up, Yaozhou chuckled. Come, let me introduce you to a stunning beauty. Wu Duo waved his hand, thinking he could easily deduce from the conversation that it was Ning Shuang. Was there any need for an introduction? They would meet at the exchange later. Besides, did he think he was the only one preoccupied with chasing women? Moreover, she had likely mentioned she would be leaving shortly. Rest assured, she wanted to leave. She is incredibly responsible. Yaozhou seemed to anticipate Wu Duo's thoughts. An exchange is one thing, but getting to know someone personally is quite different. Once Wu Duo agreed to help examine the item, Yaozhou did not press further and hurriedly descended the stairs. As the door opened, Wu Duo stood up. Come, let the three experts appreciate this together. Yaozhou said as he ushered Ning Shuang in. Allow me to introduce. It's you? Wu Duo and Ning Shuang locked eyes, their voices harmonizing to interrupt Yaozhou's words. Yaozhou was momentarily taken aback, realizing that they had indeed met before. That shop has been shut down, they stated in unison, once again interrupting Yaozhou. Do you know the kind that you alone did not consume? Wu Duo then inquired. I heard about it later, but I genuinely had no clue beforehand. It seems my luck was rather fortuitous, Ning Shuang interjected. Had you known, would you have reported it? Wu Duo asked. You weren't the one who reported it, were you? Ning Shuang retorted. No, I only partook twice, he replied. Hey, what's going on? Yaozhou raised his arm, gesturing between the two. What does this mean? In this vast sea of humanity, it turns out you are here too, you esteemed individuals. I am merely requesting your assistance in examining some items. The time is of the essence, so could we exhibit a bit of professionalism? Wu Duo couldn't help but cough softly, lowering his head. Ning Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Then you should hurry and present it. All right, please have a seat, Yaozhou said while retrieving items, mumbling, Wu Duo, you sly one. It turns out you were already acquainted with Ning Shuang. We met by chance once before, but I did not know her name, Wu Duo clarified. All right, weren't you curious about the benefits? This opportunity suffices, does it not? It offers you a chance to appraise treasures alongside an unforgettable beauty you encountered by fate. Wu Duo could only laugh helplessly. Ning Shuang's face revealed a hint of embarrassment as she cast a subtle glance at Wu Duo. He quickly added, I haven't mentioned you in his presence. Don't heed his nonsense. Ning Shuang nodded, her expression returning to normal, though the nature of the appraisal versus the authenticity remained ambiguous. I too suddenly felt uncertain. Acting on a whim, otherwise would I be so rushed? Luo Yuza remarked while placing a finely crafted wooden box on the tea table. Just the sight of this wooden box indicated its high quality. Made from aged Zeton wood with a fish scale bottom, it featured a complete mortise and tenon structure, a pull-out hidden clasp, and the lid inlaid with silver wire, forming an exquisite pattern of auspicious clouds and a treasure tripod. Upon seeing the Zeton wooden box, Wu Duo thought to himself, Luo Yuza has certainly invested significantly. If the contents within are lacking, one might indeed be tempted to buy the box while disregarding the pearl. Luo Yuza opened the Zeton wooden box to reveal a large bowl inside, with a diameter of approximately 25 centimeters and a height of around 15 centimeters. The bowl was adorned with a slightly yellowish white glaze, featuring engraved floral designs of mandarin ducks and aquatic plants, arranged thoughtfully with flowing patterns. The rim of this large bowl was inlaid with a circle of purple copper. This is a typical Ding ware, he noted, with time pressing and task demanding. Wu Duo examined the bottom while directly pressing his ear to listen. The base was fully glazed, devoid of inscriptions. Among the 5 renowned kills of the Song dynasty, Ruzhou, Guanyao, Gu, Jun, and Ding ware stands out as particularly unique, somewhat out of sync with the others. It is distinguished by its white porcelain. While the others predominantly feature celadon, it favors engraved designs, whereas the others typically remain unadorned. It emerged at least in the early Northern Song dynasty, while the others appeared only in later periods. Ding ware comprises both official and folk varieties. In truth, the Song dynasty did not possess the clearly defined and stringent official kiln system characteristic of the Ming and Qing dynasties. The term official kiln likely refers to something akin to a government commission. Certain pieces from the Ding kilns bear an inscribed character for official at the bottom, which indeed qualifies them as part of the official kiln category. However, the large bowl belonging to Luo Yuza is devoid of such inscriptions. Nonetheless, the absence of inscriptions does not necessarily preclude it from being an official commission. The quality of the clay and glazed craftsmanship remains paramount. Upon comprehending this, Wu Duo gently placed the bowl down, gesturing for Ning Shuang to take a look. To his surprise, Ning Shuang extended her left middle finger. However, unlike Wu Duo, she playfully tapped the bowl's wall with her finger. Was it a form of finger snapping? Wu Duo suddenly felt an urge to laugh, though he could not articulate the reason. Ning Shuang then picked up the bowl for a closer examination before setting it down again. As the hour was growing late and the crowd had thickened, Luo Yuza urged, "Let us hear your thoughts, esteemed experts." "The rim is incorrect," they both declared in unison. "How do you two have such remarkable synergy?" Luo Yuza inquired, turning to Ning Shuang. "As the elder, you should speak first." The rim they referred to as the band of purple copper inlaid around the bowl's lip. The purpose of this inlay was to conceal the exposed clay edge, which bore sharp protrusions. Prior to the mid-Northern Song period, Ding was fired upright, with the bowl facing upwards in the kiln. This method resulted in the foot ring revealing raw clay. However, by the mid-Northern Song, Ding underwent a change in firing technique known as inverted firing, where the bowls were placed upside down. Consequently, the bowl's rim would expose a ring of raw clay. This exposed section, rough to the touch, was colloquially termed mang. Each type of exposure, at the foot ring or the rim, had its own merits and drawbacks. A rough foot ring could easily mar a table, while a rough rim might injure the lips when used for eating or drinking. Neither option was ideal. Thus, Emperor Huizong of Song deemed the exposed clay on vessels unacceptable for use, and, disliking white porcelain, personally oversaw the creation of the roux kiln, which employed a method that minimized raw clay exposure, revealing only a few small sesame-like points at the bottom. For those who appreciated Ding, where white porcelain yet sought to solve the issue of exposed clay on the rim, the inlaid rim emerged as a solution. During the Song dynasty, Ding ware rims were primarily inlaid with either gold or copper, with silver being rarer due to the aesthetic mismatch with the white porcelain. Gold inlays were somewhat extravagant, typically associated with royal use or affluent patrons wishing to display their wealth, while copper inlays were the most common. Within the copper category, purple copper was considered the finest. Given Luo Yuza's prompt to Ning Shuang, she responded, "This purple copper inlay is not from the Song dynasty, but rather from the Republic of China period." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuza glanced at Wu Duo, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although the Republic-era inlays were artificially aged, the craftsmanship was of exceptional quality, likely the work of skilled artisans from that time. Surviving examples of ding, ware with inlaid rims, are indeed more precious than those without. During the Republic of China, there was a heightened appreciation for antique kills. Thus, once a ding ware bowl was acquired, it was common practice to add an inlaid rim and artificially age it. Luo Yuza gestured respectfully to Ning Shuang, urging her to elaborate further. Ning Shuang nodded, noting that while the technique of inlaying was not overly complex and many artisans could execute it with precision, the true challenge lay in the process of aging the piece. As far as I am aware, the process of aging the purple copper rims of Ming Dynasty Ding primarily involves two methods. One method entails polishing with charcoal, applying fragrant oil, and then subjecting it to fire, which results in a chestnut hue. The other method employs silver nitrate, yielding a black color that eventually deepens to green. My large bowl has a chestnut-colored rim, so you are referring to the first method, correct? Indeed. However, artificial aging cannot compare to the natural appearance of genuine antique rims, particularly in areas where the firing is uneven. Ning Shuang nodded in agreement. I remarked, sister, as an archaeologist, how come you are so familiar with the art of aging? Ning Shuang smiled without responding. Brother, do you share a perspective? Luo Yuza inquired of Wu Duo. Wu Duo pondered for a moment, stating, if only this bowl had a golden rim. Am I not aware of that? Naturally, a golden rim is more valuable, Luo Yuza replied. A hint of frustration in his tone, Ning Shuang interjected, explaining that, in the current market, most ding-ware bowls with purple copper rims are aged replicas from the Republic era, whereas golden rims are rarely aged and are typically authentic from the Song dynasty. Hey, you two are quite the duo. One speaks and the other annotates, Luo Yuza exclaimed, gesturing exasperatedly. The price difference between an authentic Song rim and a Republic rim is substantial. Be content. I believe the bowl itself is sound, Ning Shuang remarked as she rose. All right, Brother Luo, I've examined the item for you. Please refrain from calling me sister in the future. The main concern is still the bowl, Luo Yuza muttered, glancing at Wu Duo with unease. Brother, you're certain the bowl itself is fine, correct? Wu Duo furrowed his brow. Notiting Wu Duo's apprehension, Ning Shuang pauset. Luo Yuza grew anxious, exclaiming, what are you waiting for? It's better to speak now than to embarrass me in front of those old men. Very well, my judgment may not be infallible. It is merely my personal opinion, Wu Duo conceded. Brother Luo, in my view, this bowl cannot date to the Song dynasty. It is likely from the Republic era. What? Luo Yuza nearly jumped in disbelief. Not from that period. Ning Shuang's brow furrowed slightly, as she noted the glaze and carving appeared flawless. And when I flicked it with my middle finger, it produced a resonant sound, indicating the body is also intact. Wu Duo thought to himself, your middle finger and my middle finger are used differently, yielding distinct results. However, if pressed to articulate specifics, Wu Duo would find it challenging. For he could not discern precisely where the flaw lay, only that both the bowl and rim were products of the Republic era. In essence, this was a complete imitation of Northern Song ding, ware from the Republic era. Perhaps the flaw could only be identified at the exposed rim of the bowl. The skilled artisans of that time might have added the purple copper rim as an attempt to conceal imperfections. Wu Duo could only surmise this. Chapter 82. Yet I see traces of tears, not knowing whom my heart resents. But brother, even so, you cannot see the exposed rim of the bowl. How can you make such a determination? Do you possess X-ray vision? Luo Yuza responded quickly. I rely on intuition, which is difficult to articulate. Hence, I suggested that finding flaws might necessitate examining the exposed rim, Wu Duo replied. If you ask me to speak, I can only share the truth. It may not be accurate, so weigh it yourself. Very well. I shall contemplate further, Luo Yuza mused. Ning Shuang appeared deep in thought, choosing not to speak further. After Wu Duo and Ning Shuang departed from Luo Yuza's room, they exchanged nods and bid each other farewell. Wu Duo was staying next door, yet he was unaware of Ning Shuang's accommodation, though was certain she was not on the third floor, as he had heard footsteps descending. Upon returning to his room and tidying up briefly, it was time for him to attend the exchange meeting. This gathering was not located in the main guest house, but rather in the conference room on the second floor of the annex. The room was arranged not with a singular large conference table, but with 4 octagonal tables surrounding a central round table. At this table, Luo Yuza and Wu Duo were seated alongside Hu Yunda and Chen Yongjun, reminiscent of their seating arrangement at the Wungutang auction. Engaging in light-hearted conversation before the proceedings commenced, he found himself at ease with the esteemed gentleman. Ning Yuanxi initiated the opening remarks, stating that all present were old friends, and introduced several young individuals who would bring fresh perspectives, inviting them to introduce themselves first. Young Ning Shuang, taking the opportunity during her holiday from work, rose to present herself simply yet confidently. Neither Wu Duo nor Luo Yuza followed suit. Luo Yuza was preoccupied with contemplating how to discuss the intricacies of the inlaid Ding kiln bowl later. Observing the lack of response from their table, a young man with a buzz cut stood up and announced, "Esteemed seniors, I shall humbly introduce myself after the lovely lady, Eom Yi Liang, the Guliang of Zhuge. This name, ordinarily unremarkable, elicited a ripple of laughter upon his introduction. Guliang spoke briefly, yet to Wu Duo's surprise. He revealed plans to venture into business in Qizhou, not in antiques, but in feng shui artifacts. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo instinctively thought of the counterfeit 5 emperor's coins and artificially assembled wealth-attracting crystal caves, evoking a sense of dubiousness. Yet, impressions alone cannot determine Guliang's true worth. After Guliang took his seat, Luo Yuza gestured for Wu Duo to speak next. Wu Duo then stood and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed seniors, my name is Wu Duo, currently an unemployed wanderer. However, I have always aspired to establish myself in the antique trade. It is a privilege to attend this exchange meeting, and I earnestly seek your guidance." With that, he resumed his seat. Finally, Luo Yuza rose, wearing a cheerful expression, and remarked, "Esteemed leaders, I am merely a familiar face here, so rather than elaborate, let's first take a look at what I have brought today." With that, he approached the central round table, cradling a wooden box, and placed it on the table. Young Luo was a practical individual. Ning Yuanqi stood in response, saying, "Very well. Let us begin with him and allow the young ones to showcase their prize collections." Luo Yuza, adopting a seemingly inquisitive demeanor, expressed his belief that it was a genuine piece from a Northern Song Dynasty Ding kiln, but admitted his lack of discerning expertise, hoping the seniors would reassure him. He also pointed out that he suspected the purple copper inlay was crafted during the Republic era, being one of the 5 renowned kilns of the Song Dynasty. It was indeed captivating, and after Luo Yuza's introduction, everyone took turns approaching to inspect it. Wu Duo did not approach. Instead, he sat leisurely at the table, casually shelling some sunflower seeds. Although he could not discern any flaws, he was still somewhat astonished. Did these 2 individuals truly fail to perceive even the slightest imperfection? What surprised Wu Duo even more was that nearly everyone believed this large bowl was from a Ding kiln. Was this bowl truly so remarkable? However, the reason he used nearly rather than all was that some had refrained from expressing their opinions, while one person explicitly stated that it was not from the Ding period. Although Elder Zhang held a prominent position, many present were rather conceited and would not simply acquiesce to a claim of it being not from the period. Elder Zhang, seemingly at ease, recited a couplet. "Only tears stain my cheeks, yet I know not whom my heart resents." The glaze of Ding kiln white porcelain is notably thin, and due to the unique method of overfiring, a phenomenon known as flow glaze occurs, resulting in traces resembling teardrops, hence referred to as tear marks. Such distinctive flow glaze tear marks are exclusive to the Ding kiln white porcelain of the Northern Song Dynasty. Elder Zhang's poetic lines successfully hushed the crowd, and he continued, "Initially, I could not assert that it was not from the period, but many years ago, a master craftsman engaged me in discussion that proved to be immensely enlightening. After the mid-Northern Song Dynasty, Ding kiln white porcelain can essentially be categorized into 2 types, one with a slight yellowish tint, commonly referred to as ivory white. The other, adjusted within the glaze, is a pure snow white, known as powder Ding. This master informed me that for objects of the same size, the tear marks of ivory white would never be smaller than those of powder Ding. I later researched this and found it to be true. Whether by observing actual pieces in museums or studying extensive materials and images, I fortuitously possess a powder Ding bowl that is a size smaller than this ivory white large bowl, yet its tear marks are more pronounced. In other words, the tear marks on this ivory white large bowl are somewhat diminutive. It is well known that high-quality replicas of Northern Song Ding kiln porcelain face considerable challenges in replicating tear marks. This piece indeed showcases exceptional craftsmanship. Yet due to the smaller tear marks, I am led to believe it is not from the Northern Song era. Chapter 83. You're not alone. Elder Zhang completed his remarks in one breath. However, the greatest distinction between a master and a mediocre craftsman lies in the fact that a master requires merely a single point of entry for identification, while a mediocre one must thoroughly articulate every detail. As soon as Elder Zhang finished speaking, Hu Yunda elaborated, In modern high-quality replicas, tier marks are often exaggerated for prominence. Should they appear too small, it could indicate a Republic-era imitation. During the Republic, ding kilnwares gained immense popularity, and the practice of artificially aging the rim was prevalent, with many high-quality replicas adhering to the principle of excess. Chen Yongjun, skilled in discerning sound, chimed in, recalling the back-hanging colors he had heard at the previous auction. If that is the case, even the sound of this large bowl, upon a mere snap of the fingers, would not significantly differ from that of an authentic piece. Wu Duo listened to the discourse of the two men and, combining it with the earlier proceedings, grasped the key to identifying this ding kiln piece. He couldn't help but ponder whether Ning Shuang, during her assessment of this large bowl, had also relied on the auditory method. Surely, she would not have learned this from Chen Yongjun, would she? Oh, there is another individual who shares your viewpoint and has directly pointed out that is a top-tier imitation from the Republic era. Upon Luo Yu's utterance, the room erupted in astonishment. Thus, you previously sought the expertise of a master, yet you still harbor doubts regarding his assertions, which prompted you to bring it to the discussion forum. Luo Yuza smiled wryly. Initially, he believed this item to be a lucrative opportunity, ripe for profit, hence his decision to present it today. However, just before the gathering, he began to second-guess himself, prompting him to consult Ning Shuang and Wu Duo once more that very morning. In the presence of these seasoned veterans, Luo Yuza did not overly conceal his thoughts, which is one of his astute traits. Ning Shuang. The majority, upon hearing his name, instinctively turned their attention toward him. After all, compared to the obscure and relatively unknown Wu Duo, they regarded Ning Shuang with greater esteem. Even Ning Yuanqi couldn't help but cast a smile in Ning Shuang's direction. Only Hu Yunda and Chen Yongjun initially glanced toward their companion, Wu Duo. Indeed, it was Wu Duo. Both Hu Yunda and Chen Yongjun, having previously witnessed Wu Duo's discerning eye, silently marveled in their hearts. Although Elder Zhang also directed his gaze at Wu Duo, he did not exhibit excessive surprise, merely offering a slight nod. The reactions of the others, however, were markedly different, their astonishment evident. They suddenly viewed Wu Duo in a new light. Hu Yunda gently tapped the table, suggesting that Wu Duo share a few words. In truth, Wu Duo did not possess a strong desire to express himself. Yet, remaining silent was not an option, so he rose to his feet. My discussions with Brother Luo were private. Had I been in a public forum, I would not have spoken so freely, especially without tangible evidence. Elder Zhang chuckled, encouraging everyone to share their thoughts openly, emphasizing that varying opinions are inconsequential, as long as everyone derives some insight. With Wu Duo's rise, the gathering eagerly anticipated the unveiling of what he had brought. Ning Yuanqi then stood up, expressing the collective interest. Agreement resonated throughout the assembly. Observing the situation, Wu Duo relinquished any reluctance and proceeded to present his item. The box containing the Xuanda official imitation Ru Kiln Water Lily Basin was modest compared to Luo Yu's luxurious rosewood box. It was merely a suitably sized, ordinary brocade box. Upon opening the box, Wu Duo gently placed the basin onto the round table and set the brocade box aside. Ru Kiln. Once the basin was set upon the table, its form and characteristics unmistakably echoed those of the Ru Kiln. A wave of astonishment rippled through many, as they struggled to discern its authenticity. Luo Yuza nearly exclaimed, whispering in regret, "Had I known, I would have insisted on examining it first." This was not a genuine Northern Song Ru Kiln piece, but merely an old imitation. Wu Duo began his introduction, acknowledging that it was indeed a rare old imitation, as he personally believed it to be a Xuanda official imitation of a piece that has survived through the ages. Of course, his opinion might not be definitive, and he welcomed the insights of the esteemed seniors present. Following his brief introduction, the attendees began to take turns examining the piece. The Xuanda official imitation Ru Kiln Water Lily Basin sparked even more debate than Luo Yu's Ding Kiln Large Bowl. While opinions on the bowl were limited to two perspectives, several interpretations emerged regarding the water lily basin. There was Wu Duo's self-asserted Xuanda official imitation, a view aligned with the vendor's perspective of a Yaozhou folk imitation, and even modern high imitations. The predominant viewpoint, however, asserted that this water lily basin was certainly not an official Xuanda imitation. The specifics of its origin remain to be thoroughly investigated. The Ming dynasty's imitation of the Ru Kiln is primarily observed during the Xuanda era, and only in the form of official imitations. The majority of the existing pieces from this period are excavated artifacts, with only a scant few surviving as relics. Furthermore, these official imitations from the Xuanda era typically bear the inscription of the Great Ming Xuanda period. Statistically speaking, it is improbable that this particular piece is an official imitation from Xuanda. The speaker is a middle-aged man in his 50s, characterized by prominent cheekbones and a lean visage. Adorned with a goatee, his voice bearing a slight quack-like quality, Wu Duo found himself at a loss for how to address him, and with others poised to speak, he opted to remain silent. Director Lu's assertion raises the question, should the appraisal of antiques rely on probability? Responding was Chun Yongjun, who pointed out that within your esteemed museum of ancient art and craftsmanship, there exists an official imitation of the Ru kiln from the Xuanda period that lacks an inscription. Does it not? Mr. Chun, I have yet to finish my point, merely highlighting the aspect of probability. Lu continued, while the piece in my collection was excavated and exhibits soil infiltration, it also displays a characteristic glazed shrinkage and prominent orange peel texture, with sparse and translucent bubbles beneath the glaze. These are quintessential traits of the official Xuanda imitations of the Ru kiln. Lu's demeanor was composed as he gestured toward the water basin, noting that this piece exhibits a rather subtle orange peel texture and minimal bubbles beneath the glaze. Overall, only a fraction of the characteristics aligns with the official Xuanda imitation. Additionally, the absence of an inscription diminishes a crucial reference point. Several others echoed his sentiments. However, as Lu had initiated the discourse, Wu Duo decided to engage him directly, adopting the title Director Lu as Chun Yongjun had done. Director Lu, are you referring to the sky blue glazed official imitation of the Ru kiln from the Xuanda period? Upon uttering these words, Lu was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Qingjin couldn't help but admire the incisiveness of Wu Duo's inquiry. Indeed, the official imitations of the Ru kiln from the Xuanda period have been known to exhibit two glaze colors, sky blue and pale blue. The so-called sky blue is, in fact, the authentic sky blue glaze, which appears relatively more frequently and has been subject to more extensive research. For instance, the Palace Museum houses a cricket jar that perfectly aligns with the characteristics outlined by Director Lu and bears the inscription of the Great Ming Xuanda period. If Lu's observations were to be applied to the sky blue glaze, Wu Duo would be at a loss for words. However, the water basin in his possession is of a pale blue glaze. Noting Lu's silence, Wu Duo continued, pale blue glazed official imitations from the Xuanda period are relatively rare in the market, and surviving examples are virtually unheard of. Upon acquiring this water basin, I consulted a plethora of resources, among which was a particularly relevant paper authored by the esteemed archaeologist Li Yin. He used two excavated pieces of pale blue glazed official imitations from the Xuanda period as examples, discovering that due to differing glaze material ratios, the occurrence of bubbles beneath the glaze is significantly less, and the orange peel texture is also less pronounced. These 2 points diverge from your description of the sky blue glazed official imitation. Wu Duo remained oblivious to the fact that when he mentioned Li Yin, Ning Yuanqi glanced at Ning Shuang, who nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, Wu Duo continued, the crackle pattern in pale blue glaze is less prevalent than in the sky blue glaze, and the sheen of the glaze is also somewhat diminished. Considering these 2 points, I have discerned that the patina of this heirloom possesses a subtle oil-like quality. This nuance is delicate, yet it is absent in the exquisite pieces crafted in imitation of the Ru kiln from the Yongjing era. After Wu Duo articulated his observations, a profound silence enveloped the room. The study of the Xuanda official imitation of the Ru kiln is inherently scarce, particularly when it pertains to the rare pale blue glaze. Director Lu has conducted extensive research on the Xuanda official imitation of the Ru kiln and possesses an excavated piece in his private museum. However, as Wu Duo aptly noted, his research is confined to the sky blue glaze. Wu Duo, being well-versed in theory, decided to bring along the water lily basin for the discussion after thoroughly investigating relevant materials, including a paper by Li Yin that required paid access. Before Wu Duo, none of the esteemed predecessors in attendance could engage him in discourse. To draw an imperfect analogy, it was akin to a student confronting a group of language teachers. While the student's overall proficiency may pale in comparison to the educators, he happened to have researched an obscure character extensively, whereas most of the teachers could not even recognize it. Naturally, the teachers, being what they are, had a small fraction who recognized it, albeit superficially. And there was a certain teacher Lu who had indeed conducted in-depth research, but only on one pronunciation and meaning, leaving him at a loss when it came to another. Observing the situation, Wu Duo realized he had perhaps overstepped and was about to defuse the tension when Ning Shuang stepped forward. Mr. Li Yin was once my mentor. I assisted him when he authored this paper, and I personally witnessed these two excavated artifacts, a flared basin and a chicken heart bowl. As Ning Shuang spoke, she approached the round table. Upon reaching the table, she picked up the water lily basin and remarked, upon close examination, aside from the difference in the glazed luster of the heirloom compared to the excavated piece, the fundamental characteristics align perfectly. This should indeed be the Xuanda official imitation of the Ru kiln. Mr. Li once lamented how wonderful it would be to see an actual heirloom in pale blue glaze. Indeed, a perfect match. Luo Yuza led the applause, though regrettably, his influence was limited, resulting in only a few solitary claps. Nonetheless, he managed to shatter the prior silence, prompting a flurry of discussions to ensue. Ning Shuang smiled, placing the water lily basin into Wu Duo's brocade box. Wu Duo secured the box and winked at her, silently expressing his gratitude for her insightful contribution. No need for thanks. If you decide to part with it, might I have the first opportunity? As soon as Wu Duo sat down, Luo Yuza chuckled. Oh, you sly one. Have you been harboring feelings for her all along? What a bizarre assumption. Wu Duo responded, exasperated. How could I know that Li Yin was once her mentor? Allow me to tell you, this young lady is no easy conquest. During her high school years, a throng of admirers queued for her attention. Even at Yanjing University, she remained oblivious to matters of the heart, solely focused on her studies and research. You must prepare yourself for a protracted campaign. Brother, I merely came along for the experience. You insist that I wish to capture a mermaid. What nonsense is this? Wu Duo sighed, both amused and bewildered. At this moment, Hu Yunde smiled, remarking that this Xuanda official imitation Narcissus basin might very well bring you fame. Luo Yuza curled his lips, mentioning his sacrificed Ding kiln large bowl. Chun Yongjun playfully tapped Luo Yuza, admonishing him that if he continued to solely focus on profit, he would never make progress. Look at Wu Duo. He is already talented, yet still diligently reviews materials and researches papers. Uncle Chun, everyone has different learning methods. Luo Yuza retorted, suddenly pointing ahead. Oh, that Luoan head has passed by. Let us see what good items he brings. Luoan head? Wu Duo glanced over and saw Gu Liang approaching the round table. With his darker complexion and a closely cropped hairstyle, Luo Yuza had casually given him that nickname. Chapter 85. To dream sweetly, one must rely on a marvelous pillow. Initially, Wu Duo expected Gu Liang to present some peculiar artifact. Instead, he unveiled a piece of porcelain, a typical Xizhou kiln pillow. The name Xizhou kiln was actually coined by a foreigner, Hobson, a ceramic expert studying Chinese pottery, who designated it in the early 20th century. Originally, Xizhou kiln was the largest folk kiln system in the Northern Song dynasty, yet it lacked precise and systematic documentation. The historical records regarding the Northern Song kilns were penned by Southern Song scholars, who had limited understanding due to the occupation of the north by the Jin dynasty. It was not until the Ming dynasty that the renowned Gu Yao Lun elaborated on Xizhou kiln. Later, Jingda Jun Tao Lu inaccurately stated that the clay used at that time for porcelain was Xizhou clay, leading to confusion that resulted in Japanese and Korean ceramics bearing Chinese characters being mistakenly classified as Xizhou ware. What distinguishes Xizhou kiln from other folk kilns is the sheer number of kiln sites in the north, making it difficult to catalog comprehensively. Although the county that served as the namesake is located in Hebei province with several core kiln sites, many others were not distinctly categorized, leading to the broad designation of numerous similar northern kilns as the Xizhou kiln system. The porcelain pillow that Gu Liang presented was adorned with black floral patterns on a white background, a hallmark of Xizhou kiln decoration. Notably, it featured inscriptions, either a signature or purely decorative text, prominently displayed as large characters, measuring approximately 25 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and 15 centimeters in height. The pillow's sides were encircled with simple floral motifs, while the top bore the phrase, "To dream sweetly, one must rely on a marvelous pillow." The white background and black characters were inscribed onto the clay body and then coated with a layer of transparent glaze, resulting in its creation. Xizhou kiln's clay was not originally very refined or white. The stark black and white effect was achieved through the application of a layer of cosmetic clay, a craft invention of Xizhou kiln. In simple terms, cosmetic clay is akin to a layer of white paste applied as a foundation in makeup. Naturally, if superior clay were available, there would be no need for cosmetic clay, leading to its gradual obsolescence. Esteemed seniors, I am but a novice in antiques. However, I have extensively researched ritual implements. This sweet dream porcelain pillow exudes a potent aura, one that certainly cannot be attributed to a mere modern creation. Guliang smiled faintly and suggested that everyone take a moment to reflect before he elaborated on the remarkable qualities of this exquisite pillow. Subsequently, attendees began to approach the round table one by one. The first to step forward was Luo Yuza, who called out to Wu Duo but did not wait. Making his way to the table first. Master Ge, this porcelain pillow ISN team meant to be placed beneath a coffin. Is it? Luo Yuza inquired with a chuckle as he examined the item. Nowadays, understanding of the porcelain pillows from the Yaozhou kiln has become quite comprehensive. However, in earlier years, many believed that these pillows were merely burial items for the deceased. Moreover, the hardness of the porcelain makes it rather uncomfortable for resting. While numerous Yaozhou porcelain pillows have been unearthed, there are also some that have survived over time, and certain patterns and inscriptions can confirm that they were primarily intended for the living. Nevertheless, some pillows were indeed companions for their owners during slumber, only to be placed in coffins after their passing. As for hard pillows, they are seldom seen today, yet were quite common in ancient times. There even existed alert pillows, which were merely sections of round wood, some adorned with bells, designed to ensure one would awaken easily and find it challenging to indulge in slumber. Sima Guang, who famously smashed a vat, utilized such an alert pillow while composing the comprehensive mirror to aid in government, thus gaining precious time. Guliang, upon hearing Luo Yuza's remarks, remained unperturbed. You are an expert. Observe as you wish, he replied. Wu Duo soon approached, taking a cursory glance at the porcelain pillow. He discerned that this piece had not been buried and must be a relic. Since everyone was eager to see, Wu Duo merely skimmed the surface before placing his finger upon it to listen intently. This indeed was a genuine artifact from the Northern Song dynasty, a treasured piece. However, Wu Duo pondered for a moment. What are your thoughts? Guliang prompted. Let's sit and discuss. At this moment, Hu Yunda and Qin Yongjun remained by the round table, leaving only Wu Duo and Luo Yuza beside the octagonal table. This item possesses a rather unique aura. Could it truly facilitate pleasant dreams? Wu Duo continued after taking a seat. You seem quite familiar with such notions, he remarked with a smile. The essence remains unchanged. It is merely an attempt to sell for a higher price. I assent it, though I must admit it felt rather comfortable. Luo Yuza raised an eyebrow, observing that many present were of advanced age and likely suffered from poor sleep. I believe he could sell it at a premium today. Indeed, the price is exceptionally high. This Northern Song Yaozhou porcelain pillow was a remarkable piece, and thus there was little contention among the attendees. They quickly concluded their observations and returned to their seats. Guliang, upon noting the absence of dissent, allowed a slight smile to creep upon his lips, revealing a hint of pride, yet maintaining a composed demeanor. Esteemed elders, I shan't flaunt my knowledge of antique valuation here. What I wish to discuss next is its particularly practical function. This porcelain pillow, according to my research, has long fostered a beneficial cycle of sleep energy, significantly aiding in the improvement of sleep quality and overall effects on slumber. As Guliang spoke, he raised his right index finger and gestured gently. This is not mere conjecture. Although I specialize in feng shui artifacts, I'm always keen to explore the scientific principles behind matters. This relates to the life magnetic field, albeit a systematic and precise theory remains elusive. However, I have personally verified that resting upon this porcelain pillow indeed provides a most comfortable slumber. Guliang remarked above, while Luo Yuza below chuckled softly, whispering to Wu Duo, You see, soon he will suggest that anyone interested can have a trial tonight. Wu Duo smiled in agreement, acknowledging that he could not rival Luo Yuza's acumen in this regard. As anticipated, Guliang indeed proposed that anyone interested could try the pillow for the night, assuring that it had been meticulously cleaned and sanitized beforehand. This porcelain pillow, if auctioned, could potentially fetch a staggering price of up to $1 million. Inviting someone to test, it was quite audacious. However, all present were prominent figures within the industry, and Guliang had his own calculations in mind. Chapter 86, The Bronze Caliper. To everyone's surprise, someone expressed a desire to try it out. None other than Director Liu from the Ancient Artisanship Museum. In truth, had Wu Duo not been blessed with sound sleep, he too would have been inclined to give it a go, for the porcelain pillow indeed evoked a uniquely comforting sensation. Nonetheless, while listening to the discussion regarding the pillow, Wu Duo felt no unusual apprehensions. Luo Yuza's points held merit, leading him to dismiss any further thoughts on the matter. Once Director Liu made his request to test the pillow, Guliang readily consented, promising to deliver it that very night. Before anyone realized, time flew by and, with Ning Shuang yet to display her items, the clock approached midnight. Ning Yuanqi, as the host, suggested they break for dinner. However, The majority insisted on viewing Ning Shuang's collection first. Acknowledging their wishes, Ning Yuanqi nodded and advised Ning Shuang to expedite her presentation. What Ning Shuang revealed was not porcelain, but rather an intriguing artifact, a bronze caliper. Upon first glance, its side profile bore a resemblance to a simplified handgun, measuring approximately 15 centimeters in length. It resembled a modern caliper, consisting of two parts, a fixed arm and a movable arm. When the movable arm was tucked away to one side, it resembled a handgun grip. The fixed arm featured a guiding groove, with a circular pull handle positioned between the movable arm and its claw, a detail akin to the trigger guard of a pistol. While it certainly lacked the precision and flexibility of contemporary calipers, the fundamental principle remained consistent. Wanmang was the immediate reaction of many. This bronze caliper, while not entirely novel, was recognized for its archaeological significance, as similar artifacts are well documented. Yet for many, this was the first opportunity to engage with such an object. Presently, only a handful of museums in the country possess bronze calipers, including one unearthed in Yaozhou, alongside two others acquired through artifact collection. It was rumored that some private collectors also held similar items, though none have been publicly verified. All these bronze calipers have been attributed to the Wang Mang era, leading some to label them as evidence of Wang Mang being a time traveler. Indeed, his innovations were remarkably ahead of his time. Wang Mang undertook numerous progressive initiatives, including the encouragement of aviation inventions, the advocacy for land nationalization, the implementation of state-owned enterprise policies, and the introduction of innovative taxation systems. Wu Duo had encountered various theories regarding Wang Mang as a time traveler, yet at present, the focus remained on the artifacts before him. The bronze caliper displayed by Ning Shuang is markedly different from those in the museum. Its surface is not adorned with green patina, but rather exhibits a higher form of ancient lacquered black. The rust on ancient bronze artifacts varies significantly due to the differing conditions of exposure, with green patina being the most common, alongside red rust and black lacquered forms. Among others, black lacquered forms feature a uniform and lustrous black rust layer. The formation of black lacquer is relatively complex, necessitating two critical conditions: meticulous polishing of the surface and a dry environment. Furthermore, if black lacquered items are preserved over time, they may develop a mirror-like sheen through handling, thus referred to as transcendent antiques. Some may conflate black lacquered forms with transcendent antiques, as certain black lacquered items possess a natural brightness. However, the primary distinction lies in the time of excavation. Wu Duo examined the bronze caliper and confirmed its origin to be from the Wang Mang period, with the specific date calculated to be 9 AD, the inaugural year of Wang Mang's Xian dynasty. An unexpected discovery arose from a later scratch on the caliper, accidentally inflicted during excavation cleaning, which allowed Wu Duo to ascertain the time elapsed since its unearthing, calculated to be 1881, during the late Qing dynasty under Emperor Guangxu. "Where did you acquire this?" he inquired, stepping closer to Ning Shuang. A crowd had gathered around the round table, examining the bronze caliper. While Ning Shuang stood at the periphery, Wu Duo was genuinely intrigued, for he had never even seen one in the museum, let alone one that differed from the green patina specimens, which had been preserved for over a century, presenting a dazzling appearance. Wu Duo was aware of Ning Shuang's interest in the Xuande period's imitation water lily basin, likely due to her mentor, Li Yan. Moreover, this item was not off limits for sale, provided the price was reasonable. Given the uniqueness of this transcendent bronze caliper, its provenance might be intricate and could not be easily elucidated. As the group observed the caliper, they found it quite fascinating and engaged in private discussions. However, few offered public comments. Some suggested it belonged to the same category as the bronze calipers from the Wang Mang period discovered through archaeology, while others analyzed the transcendent antique aspect separately, asserting it had been unearthed for at least a century. Only 2 or 3 individuals contributed to the discourse. As time pressed on, Ning Shuang refrained from elaborating further, merely stating it was a chance find that could amuse her esteemed predecessors. Subsequently, Ning Yuanqi made a brief statement before inviting everyone to the dining hall for lunch. The meal was a buffet, and Wu Duo accompanied Luo Yuza. During the meal, Luo Yuza, with a bold demeanor, urged Wu Duo to join Ning Shuang and Ning Yuanqi's table. Originally a table for 4, it had become a quiet setting for the father and daughter, but Luo Yuza, unperturbed, insisted on bringing Wu Duo along after they had collected their meals. "Is that appropriate?" Wu Duo hesitated. "What is inappropriate about it? Come on," Luo Yuza insisted, balancing his plate in one hand while grasping Wu Duo's arm with the other. In the restaurant, amidst the playful tugging, Wu Duo remarked, "Let go, I'll simply walk over." "Uncle Ning, do you mind if we join you?" Upon reaching the dining table, Luo Yuza courteously inquired, "Aren't you the one I brought along?" "It's no trouble at all," Ning Yuanqi replied, "but Xiao Wu seems reluctant to come over. Yet you insist on pulling him along." No, I merely feared to intrude upon your family conversation," Wu Duo clarified. "Such conversations are meant for home." Ning Yuanqi smiled gently and urged them to sit. Ning Shuang remained silent, yet offered Wu Duo a friendly smile. "Sister, no, Teacher Shuang. Could you explain how this ancient bronze caliper came to be?" Luo Yuza asked once he settled down. "Teacher Zhe, do you truly comprehend it?" Ning Shuang countered. "I don't, but isn't Teacher Duo here?" Luo Yuza gestured towards Wu Duo. Chapter 87, Wu Deshang. Ning Yuanqi, amused by their formalities of addressing each other as teacher, lightly chuckled, "Please speak plainly." Wu Duo interjected, "I too have not grasped the full essence. Yet with so many esteemed predecessors asserting its origin as from Wang Mang's Xian dynasty, it cannot be erroneous. How could such a brilliant black lacquer antiquity exist?" Luo Yuza added, "In my estimation, this bronze caliper must have been unearthed during the late Qing period and has since been passed down. Such luminosity over the past century seems rather typical." Wu Duo paused. "As for the previous formation of the black lacquer antiquity, it carries a semblance of the dry pits of northeast China." Wu Duo, curious about the caliper's provenance, offered this last statement as a mere conjecture, attributing it to the fact that ancient coins had been discovered in the dry pits of northeast China. "How do you know it originates from the dry pits of northeast China?" Ning Shuang expressed her astonishment. Wu Duo realized he had struck a chord. "It's merely a feeling." Ning Shuang nodded, affirming that it indeed came from there. "Then please do share," Luo Yuza urged. "Based on my research, this may very well be a relic once collected by Wu Deshang," Ning Shuang stated, taking a gentle sip of her juice. "Such a significant provenance?" Luo Yuza's interest piqued further. In the world of antiques, not knowing of Wu Deshang would be rather indefensible. Wu Deshang was a scholar and official from the Tongji era. Endorsed by Zuozongtong, he held various esteemed titles, being a scholar, epigrapher, and painter, yet he is most renowned among antique enthusiasts as a great collector and connoisseur. He authored a book, Ancient Jade Catalog, which has become an essential reference for collectors of ancient jades. Wu Duo possessed this book, albeit in its modern edition. In the 6th year of Guangxu, 1880, Wu Deshang was awarded the title of third-rank minister and was appointed to accompany the Jilin General Ming and to manage border affairs in Ningguda and Hunshan. The following year, 1881, his authority in the northeast expanded. During this time, due to his personal expertise, he collected a number of artifacts unearthed from local Han Dynasty tombs. Ning Shuang elaborated, Wu Deshang once penned a work titled Research on Weighing and Measuring Instruments, which described the bronze calipers from Wang Mang's era. Moreover, he provided precise dating, stating that the production year was the first year of the Xian dynasty, corresponding to 9 AD. The book also includes several rubbings of bronze calipers. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo realized it was indeed true. It was an artifact from the year 9 AD, and it had been unearthed in 1881. Ning Shuang continued, noting that among the findings was an impression of a bronze caliper, which stood out due to its exceptionally smooth surface and matching dimensions, leading her to believe it was indeed this particular piece. Wu Duo pondered the other bronze calipers from the Wang Mang period that had been discovered in burial sites of Han vassal kings and nobles. The presence of this one in the northeast was somewhat perplexing. At that time, Wang Mang's policies towards the northeast appeared rather idealistic, primarily revolving around converting kings into marquises. However, a marquis was still a high rank, and possessing a bronze caliper was quite plausible, Ning Shuang concurred. "Can you two refrain from discussing academic matters?" Luo Yuza interjected, tapping the edge of the plate with his chopsticks. "After all this time, you haven't even mentioned how you acquired it." "That's quite simple. I bought it from Panjiayuan," Ning Shuang replied, adjusting her hair. "Is it possible to find such items at Panjiayuan? Now, aside from assorted trinkets, it seems to be filled with walnut husks, doesn't it? I got it at the end of last year, just before the new year, from someone who came from the countryside. He usually supplies antique shops, and doesn't he set up a stall?" "Ah, it seems those from state departments have extensive connections." Luo Yuza sighed. "Work is work, but my casual visits to the stalls are purely personal. I am quite transparent in my dealings," Ning Shuang asserted with a serious demeanor. "You are indeed quite transparent. Just hearing you makes my teeth ache," Luo Yuza mumbled. "Ning Shui is far more interesting." "What did you say?" "Nothing. By the way, what is Ning Shui busy with?" Luo Yuza inquired. Upon hearing Luo Yuza's intent to discuss these matters with Ning Shuang, Wu Duo excused himself to fetch some vegetables. Leaving his seat. During the meal, perhaps due to Luo Yuza's presence, Ning Shuang refrained from mentioning the Xuanda, official imitation of the water lily basin. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Duo directly asked, "You wish to purchase the Xuanda, official imitation of the water lily basin because of your mentor?" "Yes. One might say I'm buying it on his behalf," Ning Shuang nodded. "Take a seat and speak freely," Wu Duo smiled. "You haven't greeted him yet, have you?" Ning Shuang settled onto the bench, stating that there was no need for greetings, as she planned to pay for it herself as a gift. "How old is Mr. Li Yan?" Wu Duo suddenly inquired. "This winter, he will celebrate his 88th birthday, making it a fitting gift," Ning Shuang replied. Oh, Wu Duo nodded, acknowledging that 88 is indeed a remarkable age. Mr. Li Yan holds a prestigious position in the field of cultural relics and archaeology, which must greatly benefit Ning Shuang. However, it was evident that her family was financially capable, as such a valuable gift would be otherwise unattainable. "It appears you can afford it," Ning Shuang asked again. "Indeed. However, this item lacks a market reference price, making it difficult to determine its value. Assess it as you see fit, as long as it is not excessively outrageous," she advised. Wu Duo reflected. "I recall that in a recent major auction, a Xuanda official imitation June Kiln water lily basin fetched 4 million. Yet, that was an imitation of the Song June Kiln, whereas this is an imitation of the Song Ru Kiln. It should command a higher price, wouldn't you agree?" "That is true. However, do not take undue advantage of the situation," Ning Shuang gently clarified. "Once it reaches Mr. Li's hands, it will find its best home." "Taking undue advantage? What a term to use. It is a neutral term. Do not misconstrue it," Ning Shuang chuckled. "I merely worry that you might quote an exorbitant price that I cannot afford. One cannot possibly gift a longevity present to my mentor and then resort to borrowing money from my father, can I? How much can you afford?" "At most, 5 million. I suppose. That would indeed surpass the price of the Xuanda imitation June Kiln flower pot you mentioned. Well then, let us settle on an average. Somewhere between 4 million and 5 million. 4,560,000 sounds agreeable, does it not?" Wu Duo readily agreed. "Really?" Ning Shuang expressed a hint of surprise. "As I had thought." Wu Duo waved his hand dismissively. "Luo Yuza has asserted your integrity. I cannot be stingy, can I? Besides, you've already stated a maximum of 5 million. I must leave you some funds, after all. You and Luo Yuza are not of the same ilk." Ning Shuang pursed her lips. "Thank you very much." "For what?" "This item lacks a fixed price. As long as it does not fall below 4 million, I shall not be at a loss. Moreover, your reasoning is sound. Gifting it to Mr. Li is indeed the best course of action." Chapter 88. The Bed-Warming Incense Burner and the Ziyu Cricket Pot. Ning Shuang nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us conduct the transaction tomorrow. Today's exchange meeting concludes with a banquet, and there is much to attend to. Let us first exchange contact information." "Agreed." Wu Duo nodded in affirmation. In truth, Wu Duo harbored his own schemes. Through this Xuanda imitation Narcissus basin, he had at least secured an opportunity to converse with Li Yin in the future. Li Yin holds a prestigious position within the academic realm, and Wu Duo secretly admired him. As they walked back, their conversation dwindled, and they proceeded in silence. Suddenly, Wu Duo became acutely aware of Ning Shuang's presence. She wore no makeup and eschewed perfume, yet an exquisite fragrance lingered about her. The atmosphere during the afternoon exchange meeting felt considerably more amiable, thanks to the groundwork laid in the morning. At the outset, Ning Yuanqi presented a small object, serving both as a piece for exchange and as a catalyst for a brief auction to enliven the gathering. What Ning Yuanqi unveiled was a silver bed-warming incense burner. The term Beijing refers to the interior of bedding. This item is a small heater for one's bed. Unlike modern hot water bags, the ancient bed-warming incense burner was typically crafted from metal with intricate hollow patterns, designed to contain burning charcoal and incense, providing warmth and fragrance. It was also referred to as a sleeping incense ball. At first glance, this hollow silver sphere, riddled with perforations and filled with burning material, might seem perilous to place under one's bedding. However, ancient wisdom should not be underestimated. The structure consists of an outer spherical shell with a hemispherical furnace at its center. Between the spherical shell and the furnace body are 2 concentric rings. The hemispherical furnace is connected to the inner ring via a short axis, allowing it to rotate freely. Simultaneously, the inner ring is supported by the outer ring, which in turn is supported by the spherical shell. Thus, due to the force of gravity, regardless of how the spherical bed-warming incense burner rolls, The opening of the hemispherical furnace always remains upright, preventing the charcoal and incense from spilling out. This principle mirrors that of a gimbal's universal support. This silver, bed-warming incense burner dates back to the mid-Qing dynasty, inspired by Tang dynasty designs and motifs. In fact, the inception of the bed-warming incense burner can be traced back to the Western Han dynasty, as Sima Xiangru referenced it in his poem, The Ode to Beauty. During the Tang dynasty, the incense burners, particularly those crafted from silver, enjoyed immense popularity. The largest silver ball from this era, discovered thus far, boasts a diameter of 128 centimeters. However, the piece presented by Ning Yuanqi is considerably smaller, with a diameter of approximately 5 centimeters. This silver incense burner fetched 50,000 at auction, a figure slightly below the typical market price. Ning Yuanqi primarily utilizes it to enliven the atmosphere, providing a boost of energy for the afternoon's events. See, I mentioned that you should go first. If I arrive as soon as you say it, wouldn't that seem disingenuous? Jin Xingjin waved his hand dismissively. On the round table, Zhang Qingjin placed a piece of Qingyi pottery, measuring about 12 centimeters in both height and diameter, is topped with a lid. Its design, seemingly simple akin to a pen holder with a cover, reveals exquisite lines upon closer inspection. The color is reminiscent of eel yellow, exuding a rich and lustrous patina. Ning Yuanqi leaned in for a closer look, treating it as one would a piece of porcelain, first examining the base, where he discerned 6 characters inscribed in regular script. Ancient Yan Zhao Ziyu Zao. The Ziyu jar. Zhang Qingjin smiled faintly, stepping back slightly. With Ning Yuanqi's remark, many others gathered around. The Ziyu jar is also fully known as the Zhao Ziyu Qingyi cricket bowl. Zhao Ziyu was a renowned artisan during the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, celebrated as the most distinguished craftsman of cricket bowls of his time. Particularly in the northern regions, the Ziyu jar has become synonymous with exquisite cricket bowls. While the terms cricket jar and cricket bowl refer to the same item, they are merely conventional nomenclatures. The craftsmanship of Zhao Ziyu in creating cricket bowls is marked by meticulous selection of clay and a series of intricate processes, making the genuine articles quite rare. Reports from the Republican era indicate that an investigation revealed only a few dozen authentic Ziyu jars scattered among collectors and antique dealers in Beijing. An authentic Ziyu jar can command a price exceeding 100 taels, though this price pales in comparison to that of precious porcelain or famous paintings. The fact that a simple clay bowl can fetch such a sum speaks volumes of Zhao Ziyu's refined materials and superior craftsmanship. While genuine Ziyu jars are scarce, countless imitations proliferated, particularly from the Daoguang era to the Republican period, with many renowned craftsmen attempting to replicate the cricket bowls. Today, encountering an authentic Ziyu jar is exceedingly challenging. Wu Duo possesses scant knowledge regarding Qingyi artifacts and does not harbor a keen interest in the cricket bowl form. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity to directly engage with the illustrious Ziyu jar is an occasion not to be overlooked, prompting him to join the others in admiring it closely. As he scrutinized it, the necessity to listen arose. However, he discovered a discrepancy in the date. The Ziyu jar ought to belong to the Kangxi period, approximately 300 years old. How could it be merely 80 years old? That would place it in the 1930s. Had Zhang made an oversight? Qingyi cricket bowls are inherently niche collectibles. Although the attendees were seasoned antique enthusiasts, true connoisseurs were few. In this context, one must mention Director Liu, who operates the Private Museum of Ancient Arts and Crafts. He observed the piece with the utmost care and diligence. Moreover, while others refrained from using flashlights, he illuminated the area for an extended period. In addition to observing, he closed his eyes and felt around for a while, his expression one of sheer rapture. Yet, amidst this ecstasy, there lingered a hint of lewdness, as if he were caressing something other than a mere object. It appears that Director Liu has conducted extensive research. Do you believe this is undoubtedly an authentic piece? Chapter 89, The Great Barrier. Upon being queried by Elder Zhang, Director Liu promptly responded, indeed. Furthermore, I just examined it with a flashlight, and it is undeniably devoid of impurities. His assertion regarding this key aspect of authentication was not erroneous. A genuine Ziyu jar, owing to its meticulously selected clay and careful processing, inherently lacks impurities. The so-called golden stars are merely reflections from impurities such as mica. This statement garnered agreement from several attendees. Elder Zhang smiled, stating, "This Qingyi cricket bowl was an unexpected acquisition for me, and I have studied it for many years. Since today is a conference, let us speak freely. Any perspective, regardless of its nature, is welcome. Dialogue is most effective when it sparks collision." Following Elder Zhang's remarks, a hush fell over the assembly, while Hu Yunde noticed that Wu Duo had fallen into deep contemplation. Gently tapping the table and clearing his throat, he inquired, "Young Wu, do you have something to share?" At this, the gazes of several tables converged on Wu Duo. Director Liu, evidently with ulterior motives, seized the opportunity. Should Wu Duo merely echo the praise of the Ziyu jar as an authentic piece, Liu could subtly mock him for his sycophancy. Since Wu Duo had only chimed in after Hu Yunde's prompting, thus appearing to flatter for personal gain. Should Wu Duo attempt to assert himself, it would only play into Liu's hands. I find that my perspective diverges significantly from that of the group, and, as a junior with limited insight, I fear being the subject of ridicule. Wu Duo thus stood up. What precedent exists for seniors to mock their juniors? Director Liu laughed heartily. "Young man, one must not be overly concerned with appearances. Otherwise, advancement will be arduous. Then, let us proceed. I am acutely aware of this matter. Aside from the year, there is also the craftsmanship, which is not typical of ordinary Republican reproductions. In my personal opinion, this Ziyu jar is not the work of Zhao Ziyu from the Kangxi era, but rather a high-quality imitation from the Republican period, likely from the 1930s. With this forthright observation, Wu Duo cut directly to the point. The room erupted in astonishment. To explicitly identify it as a high imitation was already quite bold. Yet he even specified the approximate era of the forgery. Elder Zhang's expression mirrored his surprise. Director Liu, keenly observing the reactions, felt a surge of delight. "Young Wu, this is not merely a divergence of opinion. It is, in fact, quite the opposite. Do you have any evidence to support your claim?" "I have already provided a thorough analysis," Wu Duo replied. Indeed, Director Liu has delved deeply into the study of Ziyu jars. To my knowledge, high-quality imitations of Ziyu jars have persisted from the Qing dynasty to the present. Are you aware of who produced the finest imitations? Elder Zhang, upon hearing this, could not help but nod slightly. Indeed, from the Daoguang era to the Republican period, many renowned potters in the north have attempted to replicate Ziyu jars, often doing so with a reverence that resulted in particularly lifelike imitations. Some forgeries were crafted so meticulously that they replicated not only the form, but also the scratches and dents of the authentic pieces. Simultaneously, regarding the artisans of craftsmanship, the distinctions between northern and southern styles are typically quite pronounced. However, this Ziyu jar has indeed been imitated by renowned potters from the south, illustrating its substantial influence. In such circumstances, it becomes exceedingly challenging to ascertain who has executed the imitation most skillfully. Indeed, I too find it difficult to determine who the finest imitator is. Wu Duo responded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Director Liu inwardly cursed, contemplating the absurdity of Wu Duo's pretense of knowledge. Yet, I am aware that since even Director Liu regards this piece as a genuine artifact, it at least qualifies Wu Duo as one of the most skilled imitators. Wu Duo, unperturbed, added another remark. Director Liu was taken aback once more, inquiring, "What did you say?" Elder Zhang turned his gaze towards Wu Duo, filled with anticipation. "I said, Daguan." Yu Yao interjected loudly. This was the information he had gleaned. In truth, Daguan is merely a moniker, and he is unaware of the specific identity and background. He only recognizes this as the work of Daguan. Elder Zhang nodded, recalling that during the 1930s in the Republic of China, there was a craftsman with the surname Guan in Beijing, known by the nickname Guan, who used the Ziyu jar as his model from the onset of his training. After mastering his craft, the Ziyu jars he produced could easily be mistaken for authentic ones. Today, over half of the counterfeit Ziyu jars in circulation can be traced back to Daguan's handiwork. Thus, while identifying the finest imitator may be contentious due to varying perspectives, one can unequivocally recognize that Daguan is the individual whose imitations are most frequently mistaken for genuine artifacts. Chapter 90. What to do when overindulgence occurs. When a nickname overshadows a person's real name to the extent that many are unaware of the latter, it often indicates that the individual possesses remarkable skills, albeit perhaps in less than honorable pursuits. Daguan, unlike Zhao Ziyu, did not leave behind a full name. Yet the renown of Zhao Ziyu has made this nickname resoundingly prominent. The information he has gathered primarily revolves around the year, material, and the craftsmanship of the adept Daguan. However, he is unable to articulate the distinctions between the imitation and the authentic Ziyu jar. Elder Zhang remarked, there were no flaws prior to firing, but the issue lies within the firing process. It was not sufficiently transparent. A genuine Ziyu jar is fired thoroughly, resulting in superior texture and a lighter feel. I just handled it. Regarding the differences in texture and feel, they are likely negligible. Director Liu paused slightly, considering that even if this could serve as a basis for evaluation, the most one could conclude is that it is a high-quality imitation. How could one accurately assert it to be the work of Daguan? The guolong is a tool used for raising crickets, which can be placed within a cricket bowl. If we liken the cricket bowl to a courtyard, then the guolong serves as a house. The function of the guolong is significant. Crickets can rest inside, and the environment of entering and exiting makes it easier for them to acclimatize. Furthermore, the cricket bowl is typically covered. Without the guolong, when opened, the crickets may become disoriented and leap chaotically upon exposure to light. Additionally, many crickets, during certain periods, tend to nibble indiscriminately. The guolong, with its protrusions and gaps, serves as an excellent tool for grinding their teeth. Those uninterested in insect rearing may not appreciate the myriad of joys contained within, yet true enthusiasts are exceedingly discerning. A quality cricket bowl often comes with a matching guolong. When the guolong is placed within the cricket bowl, its size is appropriate, and the exterior shows no discernible difference over time. As Director Liu examined it, Wu Duo could not help but lean in to observe alongside him. At the base of this cage, there lies a cloud-shaped inscription, rendered in regular script. Yaozhou of Daguang Pilgrimage. I nearly choked on my breath. As Director Liu felt a surge of frustration. It is evident that Daguang crafted a pair of items, a cricket bowl and this cage. While the cricket bowl is a mere high imitation of Yaozhou, the cage, though also a replica, bears a genuine inscription. This leads one to ponder whether this set was either a personal treasure of Daguang or commissioned by someone with specific requests for imitation. If it was indeed for personal enjoyment, then such an inscription serves to maintain the artistic integrity of the cricket bowl while lending the cage a name worthy of pilgrimage. Conversely, if it was commissioned, the pieces could be appreciated together as a high imitation or separately, with the cricket bowl regarded as a true Yaozhou. Nonetheless, even if there was a commission involved, the style of the inscription on the cage would likely have been determined by Daguang himself. Consequently, Director Liu promptly arrived, and now Wu Duo finds himself cornered. How should one articulate this? Perhaps it was a hasty decision. Earlier, one could have simply described it as a high imitation from the Republican era without explicitly naming Daguang. What a stark lesson it is when pretentiousness backfires. Now that matters have escalated, Wu Duo has resolved to carry on, having already gone too far. What else can he do but maintain his facade? Upon hearing this, Liu remarked, "Xiao Wu, what difference does that make?" Director Liu, not all appraisals can be articulated clearly. Often, it is a matter of a comprehensive intuition. For instance, if Mr. Jean were present, with his profound expertise in calligraphy and painting, he could likely discern the essence of an ancient painting immediately. However, the subtleties of essence are often ineffable. A shift in concepts. Director Liu scoffed. Jean Xingzhen, struck by an invisible force, had his own thoughts and decided to speak up, affirming Xiao Wu's point. Indeed, matters of feeling can be quite challenging to express. Chapter 91. Two depictions of desolate mountains and waters. Wu Duo brought forth Jean Xingzhen as an example, not expecting his response. Consequently, the invisible force proved advantageous. Jean Xingzhen's support echoed Wu Duo's sentiments, yet the impact of his words differed significantly from Wu Duo's. The effect was unmistakable. As Jean concluded, Luo Yuza also stood to speak. Wu Duo, just tell Director Liu that you were merely guessing. Must you disclose all your unique techniques? Luo Yuza's approach was rather bold, a potential affront, but he had already calculated the implications in his mind. For him, Wu Duo was far more beneficial than Director Liu, and their rapport was more congenial. Luo's statement served as an indirect jab, striking at Director Liu's vulnerability. At this juncture, Director Liu was no longer intent on deliberately challenging Wu Duo. Rather, he was genuinely intrigued about how this conclusion was reached, for it was nothing short of extraordinary insight. As a result, Wu Duo was reluctant to speak plainly. Yet he persistently pressed for answers, as if he were eager to uncover the secrets of appraising treasures. Xiao Luo, Ning Yuanqi exclaimed immediately. The purpose of this exchange meeting is to foster dialogue. How can a junior behave so recklessly? Director Liu waved his hand dismissively, adopting a magnanimous demeanor. Mr. Ning, perhaps I was too hasty in my inquiries. My curiosity merely got the better of me. However, having listened to Elder Jean's words, I have experienced some enlightenment myself. At this moment, Elder Zhang interjected with a raised voice. That previous dialogue has indeed inspired me greatly. When imitation reaches a certain level of mastery, it is likely to be flawless. Similarly, with sharpened discernment, one may triumph without wielding a sword. I have just engaged in self-reflection and found a newfound understanding. Perhaps it is due to my youth and lack of rigor. I could discern it as an imitation of the Republic era. Yet having seen only the works of de Guan, my conclusions were somewhat forced. If this piece had happened to be an imitation from another Republic master, I might have mistakenly identified it as de Guan. Upon hearing Wu Duo's remarks, Luo Yuza could not help but exchange amused whispers with his tablemates. Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun, what a splendid performance. Why didn't he declare his forced reasoning from the start? First, he flaunts his knowledge, then performs a daring leap. How amusing. Hu Yunda and Chun Yongjun shared a knowing smile, their unspoken camaraderie evident. After all, who isn't Ti Bin Young? Is it not the exuberance of youth that defines their spirit? Regardless, at this moment, the audacious leap was indeed appropriate, and it appeared more effective than a grounded approach. Following Wu Duo's commentary, many nodded in agreement, finding comfort in his words. After all, even a prodigious talent among the youth could not possess such remarkable insight. Jin Shungjin then stood, declaring, "Today, I have brought not one, but two treasures." "Oh," Ning Yuanqi replied with a smile. "Then we are in for a visual feast." Jin Shungjin produced two identical scroll boxes. These artworks were to be displayed, and the wall opposite the conference room's window was bare, equipped with several pre-installed hooks. He hung the two paintings side by side. Everyone gathered to observe, with Yu Yao being tall, refraining from pushing forward, instead surveying from the periphery. Upon closer inspection, Wu Duo was taken aback. The two paintings were astonishingly identical. Both were paper scrolls, not particularly large, roughly 6 square feet in size. The mounting of both appeared new, with exquisite silk and ebony ends, and the craftsmanship was meticulous. It seemed the two pieces were mounted together, and the mounting could not have been done long ago. Yet, the painting's images appeared aged. The subject was a depiction of desolate mountains and rivers. The distant mountains and nearby waters revealed jagged rocks, feeble streams, dilapidated thatched cottages, and scattered ancient pines. The composition was ingeniously crafted, with distinct layers. The use of pale ochre complemented the ink, showcasing impressive mastery in ink wash techniques. The interplay of light and dark, along with the balance of reality and illusion, vividly conveyed a sense of melancholy. A small section at the upper right of both paintings was obscured by black square paper, the nature of which remained a mystery, as it seemed to adhere automatically to the rice paper. It was evident that the concealed area contained the signatures and seals. Two paintings appear identical, at least on the surface, which is quite intriguing. It is not merely a matter of claiming that the two pieces are the same. Even if one were to conceal the signature and seal of a single painting, discerning the artist solely through the brushwork would not be a simple endeavor. Zhang Qingjin was among the first to approach closely. Originating from a background in porcelain, he only began to appreciate and study calligraphy and painting in his middle years. However, his artistic acumen is quite refined, and his exposure to exquisite works has allowed him to advance rapidly, his skills already quite formidable. Yet, the distinction between the two paintings does not lie in style or technique. If viewed separately rather than side by side, one might not even notice the differences. Even if one could ascertain that a difference exists, there are two potential explanations. One possibility is that a single artist created both works. The other is that one artist emulated another. In the former case, the time frame for the creation of both paintings would likely be nearly simultaneous. However, if the latter is true, the situation becomes more complex. The artists could be contemporaries or from a later period, and whether renowned or mere imitators, the possibilities abound. One point that can be easily established is that both paintings are on paper and are not exceedingly ancient. Given the style of brushwork, it is reasonable to conclude that they cannot date back earlier than the Ming Dynasty. The simultaneous display of these two depictions of desolate mountains and remnant waters inspires boundless contemplation and enthusiasm. Chapter 92. The Expert in Imitating Shirtao. Consequently, the spectators lingered a little longer. After the previous group concluded their viewing, they merely vacated the space in front of the paintings without straying far, remaining in the outer circle. As most individuals finished their observations, discussions gradually began to emerge. Wu Duo was among the last four to view the pieces, a group comprising the four youngest attendees. "Master Ge, have you discerned anything?" Luo Yuza inquired with a smile directed at Ge Liang. Hearing this appellation, Wu Duo could not help but chuckle inwardly. Luo Yuza had previously referred to him as Luohan Head in secrecy, and now addressing him as Master felt rather awkward. Ge Liang cast a nonchalant glance at Luo Yuza and replied succinctly no. Ning Shuang, entirely focused on the paintings, pondered deeply. Were it not for the meticulous examination revealing slight variations, one might easily mistake them for a single painting that had been rebacked. If the thickness of the Xian paper used for painting is substantial and the brushwork penetrates the paper effectively, it is indeed possible to remove a layer and retain the underlying image, thereby producing two identical original works. In reality, the transformation of a single renowned painting into two is not feasible for every piece. It heavily depends on the condition of the paper and the ink used, as well as the application of exceptionally skilled techniques. The process of revealing a layer to yield two originals is essentially the limit. The tales of transforming one into three or more are purely fanciful or artistic exaggerations. This is because the application of ink in painting emphasizes layers and shades. Once a layer is removed, the underlying layer will not be identical to the topmost layer. If a medium other than pure ink is utilized, such as pigments, the permeability of the pigments cannot compare to that of ink. Thus, the disparity between the layers becomes even more pronounced. Therefore, paintings that can be directly transformed into two upon removing a layer are exceedingly rare. The vast majority of such works require retouching and partial aging to achieve a semblance of authenticity. Moreover, the seal requires special treatment. This is a painting. If it were purely a work of calligraphy, it might indeed transform from one into three. However, only a master of the highest caliber could accomplish such a feat. To achieve this transformation, the layers of paper must be rendered exceedingly thin, and even then, the ink would still appear somewhat faint, necessitating a careful blend of ink tones and techniques for aging. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Duo took action. Astonishingly, these two paintings were separated by more than 2 centuries. One is from the early Qing dynasty, while the other dates to the Republic of China. This revelation is primarily shocking because Jin Xingzhen managed to acquire both pieces, rather than due to any astonishment at the imitator. Although the original artist is a master of his generation, the imitator is equally a master in his own right. Shi Tao and Zhang Daqian. Zhang Daqian's imitation of Shi Tao is universally acknowledged as a remarkable achievement. Most of these imitations bear Shi Tao's seals, while some feature Zhang Daqian's own seals, indicating their copies. Even such imitations often fetch high prices today. Shi Tao, whose real name was Zhu Ruoji, descended from the royal family of the Ming dynasty. Due to the vicissitudes of fate and the contradictions of life, his paintings exude a dynamic quality and unique tension. Shi Tao was exceptionally skilled in the use of ink, as it is said that ink can evoke vitality. Thus, imitating his work is exceedingly difficult. Yet, Zhang Daqian could replicate it with astonishing precision. Zhang Daqian was a genius who also amassed a considerable collection of Shi Tao's surviving works. Becoming intimately familiar with Shi Tao's style, he engaged in extensive copying, ultimately producing faithful imitations of Shi Tao's masterpieces. During the Republic of China, Zhang Daqian's imitations of Shi Tao appeared in abundance on the market, making it difficult to discern authenticity. This confusion did not only perplex the general public. Even prominent artists, appraisers, and collectors found it challenging to differentiate between the genuine and the imitation. Notably, figures such as Huang Binhong and Chun Banding, who were well acquainted with Zhang Daqian, also collected his imitations of Shi Tao. As a result, many renowned experts were led astray, creating quite the sensation at that time. Today, Zhang Daqian's high-quality imitations of Shi Tao hold significant value as well. However, the painting with the obscured seal made Wu Duo ponder that the two must possess different seals. Shi Tao's work would feature the original seal, while Zhang Daqian's imitation would bear his own. Learning from previous experiences, Wu Duo had no intention of taking the spotlight this time. Moreover, once the black paper covering was removed, everything would become clear. Indeed, there were many experts present, some of whom could identify it as Shi Tao's work. Particularly, Lu Yuanfang, the proprietor of Jingyuan Huaxian, spoke eloquently, delving into the brushwork. While recognizing Shi Tao's style, he also conjectured that the other piece was likely an imitation by Zhang Daqian. Of course, his deduction regarding Zhang Daqian's imitation, akin to Wu Duo pointing out that the Ziyu jar was a work of Dagwan, lacked definitive evidence, primarily based on Zhang Daqian's illustrious reputation for imitating Shi Tao. He merely asserted that one piece was Shi Tao's and the other Zhang Daqian's, yet could not distinguish which was which. In truth, from the early Qing dynasty to the present day, no one has surpassed Zhang Daqian in imitating Shi Tao. Lu, the proprietor, truly understands art. I have heard that he possesses a Zhang Daqian imitation of Bada Shanren's Wild Lotus and Solitary Egret, but he seldom reveals it. Hu Yun sighed softly from his seat. Shen Yongzhu nodded. His Jinyuan painting studio exclusively showcased Chinese calligraphy and painting works prior to the Republic era, eschewing modern and Western pieces. Without a discerning eye, it would be quite challenging to manage it so successfully. Luo used a glance at Wu Duo. Why are you so quiet? Wu Duo smiled. Isn't it because Boss Lu has spoken? Lu Yuanfang and Jin Xingzhen were acquainted. Yet it was evident that Lu Yuanfang was previously unaware of these two paintings. After hearing his discourse, Jin Xingzhen frequently nodded in agreement. Brother Lu has a discerning eye. Since that is the case, let us thoroughly appreciate these works. In the end, Jin Xingzhen removed the black paper obscuring the price seals, prompting the crowd to gather closer. On the left, the painting titled Desolate Mountains and Remnant Waters bore the inscription, De Yaozhou, accompanied by two seals, both in white characters. One read, sketching the majestic peaks, and the other, descendant of Jingjiang. Thus, this piece is indeed an original work by Shitao. De Tizi and descendant of Jingjiang are both pseudonyms of Shitao, while Azhang is his given name. He was a descendant of the Jingjiang royal family of the Ming dynasty, but lived during the Qing dynasty. The intent behind this painting is self-evident. On the right, another painting of desolate mountains and remnant waters bore the inscription, Daqian Zhang Yuan, with two seals contrasting Shitao S, both in red characters. One read, effortlessly accomplished, and the other, Daqian for years. Zhang Daqian, originally named Zhang Zhengquan, later adopted the name Zhang Yuan, with Daqian serving as both a pseudonym and a monastic name from his brief 3-month period as a monk. Such exquisite paintings stirred envy among many. The mere thought of possessing and displaying them in one's home for continual admiration is truly beyond words. Chapter 93, The Compass Pendant. Despite many coveting the pieces, no one inquired whether Jin Xingzhen intended to make a purchase, as it was generally believed he would not. This assumption proved correct. The prolonged engagement with the items brought by Zhang Qingjin and Jin Xingzhen left many feeling somewhat drained. Ning Yuanqi remarked, the treasures brought by the two gentlemen are both invigorating and taxing. I propose we allow for a more relaxed atmosphere. Those who wish to engage in small discussions may do so, while those who wish to showcase their finds can step forward to share. This suggestion received unanimous approval. As participants in such an exchange meeting, everyone had brought something, yet there was a collective desire to unwind. Some pondered whether to publicly display their items, while informal small group discussions also counted as exchanges. Thus, the gathering transitioned into a more casual phase, with some seated at tables conversing, while others stood and mingled with familiar acquaintances. The 4 individuals at Wu Duo's table remained seated. Uncle Chun, do you know what treasures Ning Uncle has brought today? Luo Yuza asked Chun Yongjun. Is he saving it for last? I do not know any more than you do, Chun Yongjun replied with a smile. However, I do have a small trinket I do not intend to showcase publicly. Would you like to take a look? Absolutely, Luo Yuza exclaimed, intrigued. But is it truly something worthwhile? You rascal, Chun Yongjun retorted playfully as he retrieved a small brocade box from his pocket, roughly the size of a matchbox. So small? Luo Yuza exclaimed in surprise. The object within is rather diminutive. Does it still warrant our attention? Uncle Chun, please refrain from teasing me. Both Mr. Hu and Mr. Wu are eager to behold it. Chun Yongjun retrieved from the ornate box a piece of jade. Indeed, it is quite small, standing at less than 3 centimeters in height, measuring just over 1 centimeter in width and less than 1 centimeter in thickness. Overall, it resembles a rather flattened rectangular prism. However, it is intricately carved into a specific form, rather than merely being a block of jade. A Sinan Pei, Luo Yuza exclaimed with delight, hastily reaching out to grasp it. The Sinan Pei is a jade artifact that was quite popular during the Han Dynasty. Luo Yuza examined the Sinan Pei closely. The piece can be divided into 3 sections. The top features a small spoon, known as the Sinan spoon. The middle section, which comprises the majority of the piece, is shaped like a gong, and the base resembles the circular platform of a compass. Crafted from white jade, the surface is smooth and unadorned. Only at the handle of the small spoon is there a transverse hole, intended for attachment when worn. The Sinan Pei flourished in the Han Dynasty, primarily serving as an amulet for warding off evil spirits. The Sinan, akin to a large compass, is oriented such that the spoon always points south. Since ancient times, the Chinese have held a tradition of revering the south. For instance, we speak of north and south, never the reverse. The Chinese compass, known as Sinan, contrasts with the Western compass, which points north. Thus, it should be called a north-pointing compass. However, upon entering Chinese culture, It was reoriented to be known as a compass. Consequently, the Sinan Pei, serving as an amulet, embodies righteousness. Furthermore, during the Han Dynasty, divination was prevalent, and the Sinan was not only used for orientation, but also for prediction. Patterns were engraved on the base, such as the heavenly stems, earthly branches, 5 elements, and 8 trigrams, which, in conjunction with the movement of the spoon, facilitated divination. The inclusion of a gong shape in the middle enhances the amulet's protective significance, derived from the jade stone. Additionally, due to the absence of inscriptions and decorations, the material requirements for the Sinan Pei often stipulated the use of jade, which itself is believed to possess protective properties. The Sinan Pei gained popularity in the Western Han Dynasty, reaching its zenith in the Eastern Han. Following the fall of the Han, its prevalence waned. During the Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, numerous replicas of the Han Sinan Pei emerged, with the Song dynasty's imitations being the most faithful, while those of the Ming often displayed coarser craftsmanship. And Qing versions tended to be larger and less delicate than their Han counterparts. As for modern times, replicas of jade artifacts from any era abound. Luo Yuza admired the Sinan Pei, and Wu Duo observed alongside him. This piece is of exceptional quality, undoubtedly made from Hetian white jade, a conclusion Wu Duo was capable of discerning. Moreover, considering its size, craftsmanship, and distinctive glass-like sheen, it appears to be an authentic artifact from the Han Dynasty rather than a later imitation. Thus, it can be confidently stated that this Sinan Pei is indeed an original. Come, lend me your support. Let us finalize this, Luo Yuza said with a grin to Wu Duo after his examination. Chen Yongjun exchanged a knowing smile with Hu Yunda. Wu Duo took hold of the piece, and without any doubt, confirmed that it indeed is an Eastern Han Hetian white jade Sinan Pei. How could there be any issue with what Chairman Chen has brought? After setting it down, Wu Duo remarked. Hu Yunda then took the piece in hand, gently rubbing it, and acknowledged it as a fine specimen, an exquisite artifact indeed. Luo Yuza rubbed his hands together and asked, Uncle Chun, would you consider parting with it? Chen Yongjun feigned seriousness. That depends on what price you offer. Don't think you can take advantage of me. Come, let's have a handshake, Luo Yuza said as he removed his outer garment. However, the handshake he referred to was not a mere clasping of hands, but rather an imitation of an age-old tradition in the industry known as sleeve dealings. In the early days of antique trading, to maintain price confidentiality, 2 individuals would often connect their hands within their sleeves and negotiate the price discreetly. What kind of game are you playing? Wu Duo asked, bemused. I just learned this, and it also serves to prevent any unexpected interruptions during negotiations, Luo Yuza replied, draping his coat over his arm. Come on, Uncle Chun, play along. Chen Yongjun and Wu Duo shared similar expressions, yet ultimately acquiesced. Within a minute, they concluded their dealings. I will transfer the funds now, Luo Yuza declared as he took the compass pendant and carefully placed it back into the small brocade box. I didn't expect you to be so straightforward this time, Chen Yongjun observed with interest at this price if you resell it. It seems you want to earn much profit, will you? The mountain man has his own clever strategies. I'm not looking to profit from this single piece. Luo Yuza efficiently completed the transaction and secured the box containing the compass pendant. Upon hearing this, Hu Yunda seemed to grasp the situation. Did you coincidentally gather these pieces? Or are you in the process of assembling them? Mr. Hu, astute as always, Luo Yuza praised. You immediately discerned my intentions. At this moment, both Wu Duo and Chen Yongjun also understood. Chen Yongjun waved his hand. I see. You haven't gathered everything yet and are merely indulging in dreams of grandeur. Wu Duo couldn't resist teasing. Is this your first attempt at assembling a set? Quite the contrary, Luo Yuza replied proudly. I have already gathered 2 pieces, and 1 more is scheduled for transaction next week. However, after saying this, Luo Yuza turned to Wu Duo, since you're relatively free at the moment. Would you join me next week to help appraise it? I assure you it won't be in vain. Chapter 94. The 3-piece set of Han Jade Talismans. Just precisely. Luo Yuza furrowed his brow slightly. It's challenging to find these items. Encountering them is no easy feat. That's why I sought your assistance in appraising them. The so-called 3-piece set of Han Jade Talismans is not to suggest that in the Han Dynasty, people wore these 3 pieces together as a set. Rather, these 3 types of jade artifacts were popular during the Han era and served as protective talismans. If one could assemble a cohesive set of these 3 pieces, it would effectively encapsulate the 3 main styles of talismanic jade ornaments from the Han Dynasty, thus qualifying as a set. The value of a complete trio naturally exceeds that of individual pieces. When it comes to antiques, if items can be grouped as a set, they often yield a sum greater than their parts, frequently doubling in worth. For instance, a single vase might be valued at 10,000, but a pair of vases could easily reach 40,000. In fact, within modern jade craftsmanship, some have already adopted this practice, producing a unified set of ancient-style protective jade artifacts for sale. The set of 3 Han jade talismans consists of the sea and pendant purchased by Yaozhou from Yaozhou, along with the previously mentioned Gang Mao and the jade Wangzhou. Han jade represents one of the pinnacles in the history of Chinese jade craftsmanship. The 3 forms within the talisman set are quintessential exemplars of Han jade. Among them, the Gang Mao is the most widely worn, serving as a fundamental amulet. However, not everyone can afford a jade Gang Mao, as common folk typically use peach wood to craft their versions. The jade Gang Mao is a small rectangular block, typically just over 2 centimeters in height and about 1 centimeter in length, featuring holes on both ends for stringing. It is named Gang Mao due to the inscription carved upon its surface. The rectangular jade Gang Mao has 6 faces, with 4 vertical sides inscribed with a fixed text. In the first month of the lunar calendar, on the day and hour of Mao, the divine spirits protect from all directions. The 4 colors, red, green, white, and yellow, are auspicious. By the decree of the emperor, blessings are bestowed to ward off disasters, and no illness can approach. The essence of this message is straightforward. I am shielded by divine forces, and thus malevolence and maladies shall not reach me. Among the trio of Han jade talismans, only the Gang Mao bears an inscription, making it the most valuable if the jade quality and condition are comparable. In fact, genuine Han dynasty jade Gang Mao pieces are quite rare in today's market. The inscriptions on the jade Gang Mao are not only numerous but also intricately carved in Shu script, creating the effect known as jumping knife and floating silk. During the Han dynasty, the use of Shu script for inscribing jade Gang Mao was not for aesthetic purposes, but rather a matter of expediency. Shu script resembles shorthand and first appeared on bronze weaponry. Given that the Gang Mao serves as an amulet, there are specific requirements for its inscriptions. They must be completed on the day and hour of Mao in the first month of the lunar year, with each hour comprising 2 hours. Carving numerous characters onto such a small piece of jade without electric tools posed a considerable challenge for the artisans, resulting in the somewhat erratic appearance of the inscriptions. Nevertheless, this unique aesthetic has garnered considerable admiration. The size of the Gang Mao is comparable to that of the scene and pendant. How large is your jade Wangzhou? Is it also white jade? Wu Duo inquired of Yaozhou. Yaozhou nodded, affirming that the sizes are relatively uniform, though the jade Wangzhou is slightly longer at over 3 centimeters, albeit with a smaller diameter. As for the jade quality, it is also Hutian jade, not as white as Uncle Chen seen in pendant, but still qualifies as white jade, having lost some of its green hue. Unlike the sea, Nin pendant, and Gang Mao, the jade Wangzhou takes the form of a human figure. Today, one can often see imposing stone Wangzhou figures in front of ancient tombs. Wangzhou, fully named Yuan Wangzhou, is said to stand 13 feet tall and be incredibly valiant, having served under Emperor Qin Shi Huang. He once commanded troops to guard Lintao, instilling fear in the Xiongnu. After his death, Qin Shi Huang commissioned a bronze statue in his honor, placed at the palace gates. This led to the tradition of crafting Wangzhou figures. Such figures are believed to possess extraordinary powers to repel evil and avert calamities. Thus, small jade Wangzhou pieces began to be created as adornments during the Han dynasty. The design and craftsmanship of Han jade Wangzhou also exhibit the distinctive characteristics of the Han 8 cuts technique. The term Han 8 cuts does not imply merely 8 cuts, but rather refers to a specific method of craftsmanship. The jade figurine of the Han dynasty, known as the Yuanzhong, is characterized by its upright posture, showcasing a simplistic yet elegant design. The facial features are often rendered with merely 3 short lines, effectively depicting 2 eyes and a mouth. This aesthetic remains highly popular to this day, and one can easily find replicas of the Han-style Yuanzhong in the jade market. The piece I possess feels like a fortunate discovery, almost slipping through my fingers. Subsequently, I connected with a seller who had just obtained a rare item, and today, Uncle Chun brought along a white jade compass pendant. Isn't this compelling me to assemble a trio of Han jade talismans for protection? Yaozhou grinned, revealing a set of bright teeth. You, my friend, are lucky I just acquired this compass pendant myself. He continued, my primary purpose today is to collaborate with Mr. Ning, and I prefer not to carry large items. Chun Yongjun interjected, I suspect there may not be anyone else performing today. We are merely waiting for Mr. Ning to conclude. No sooner had he spoken than Yaozhou pointed towards the round table. Uncle Chun, perhaps it's premature to speak. Look, someone is about to present a substantial piece. Wu Duo focused his gaze to discover that Lu Yuanfang, the owner of Jinyuan Huaxian, was placing an item on the round table. Surprisingly, he had not brought paintings or calligraphy, but a piece of porcelain. Although this porcelain was not particularly large, standing about a foot tall, it certainly appeared substantial when compared to the diminutive compass pendant recently acquired by Yaozhou. This piece is known as a garlic head vase, its most striking feature being its mouth, which resembles a garlic bulb. The other parts are rather conventional, typically featuring a slender neck, rounded belly, and a foot. The glaze on this garlic head vase exemplifies the characteristic June kiln glaze, primarily in shades of sky blue and moon white, interspersed with patches of purplish red. Goodness! This garlic head vase is quite rare. And does it have a lizard coiling around it? Yaozhou exclaimed. The distance made it difficult to discern clearly, but indeed, beneath the neck of the vase, the upper belly prominently featured a form reminiscent of a lizard. The lizard's glaze was a striking purplish red, making it stand out even more. Once the garlic head vase was removed from its box and placed on the round table, it instantly captured everyone's attention, and before Lu Yuanfang could speak, the atmosphere fell silent. He smiled slightly and remarked, "I am no expert in porcelain, having come upon this piece by chance. I hope the esteemed connoisseurs among you can offer some insights. Without further ado, please take a look." Chapter 95, The Mystery of the Inscription. In truth, this garlic head vase is a common form from the June kiln. Yaozhou's claim of its rarity stems solely from the addition of a coiling creature around the shoulder of the vase. Upon closer inspection, Wu Duo realized it was not a lizard but rather a coiled dragon. Known as the Panchi, this dragon-like entity is hornless and serpentine, indeed bearing a resemblance to a lizard, especially given the nature of porcelain sculpture, which tends to be less precise. However, the distinction is easily made by examining the head closely. The glaze is rich and lustrous, embodying the unmistakable qualities of June kiln porcelain. And it is certainly not a modern imitation. The hallmark of June kiln ceramics lies within their glaze. They exhibit a milky, opaque quality, unlike other transparent glazes, which tend to be thinner. This is due to the nature of their clay, which requires the glaze to compensate. The thickness of the glaze makes it less prone to cracking, often resulting in what is known as earthworm tracks, which are broader, less linear marks reminiscent of earthworms traversing through mud, contrasting with the finer cracks seen in other types of pottery. The distinctive earthworm pattern found on the surface of the Song dynasty June was seldom seen on the June kilns from the Jin and Yuan dynasties. This characteristic served as an unequivocal criterion for authentication during the Republic of China period, as no imitations prior to that era could replicate the earthworm pattern of Song June. However, the situation has changed, and such replicas can now be produced. Another notable feature of June ware is its color transformation during firing. It enters the kiln in a single hue and emerges in a myriad of colors. While describing this as myriad may be an exaggeration, a variety of colors indeed manifests. For instance, this particular June garlic head vase displays shades of sky blue, moon white, and purple red. Nevertheless, the June garlic head vase presented by Lu Yuanfang, though ancient, requires further authentication to ascertain its precise age. Focusing on the historical context, the June kiln system continued its production through the Song, Jin, and Yuan dynasties. Within the realm of Song June, there exists a distinction between the official kiln and the folk kiln. The Ru kiln of the northern Song period lasted only a brief decade, with various theories surrounding its cessation, ultimately leading to its disappearance. In its place, the June kiln became the predominant producer during that era. Following the fall of the northern Song and the subsequent control of the northern regions by the Jin dynasty, the official June kiln ceased to exist. The southern Song's official kiln, known as the official kiln, is the one associated with the Ru and Gujun Wu duo, who did not hastily engage with the vase, took a moment to test his discerning eye. First and foremost, he concluded that this garlic head vase was certainly not a product of Song June, for his knowledge indicated that true Song June is enveloped in a rich purple hue. In contrast, the purple-red glaze of this piece presented itself in blotchy patches, devoid of the earthworm pattern. At that moment, Chun Yongjun showcased his usual expertise, listening intently to the sound produced by the vase. Amidst a lively discussion, he candidly remarked that the sound was not husky, the glazed surface bore no brown spots, and the luster was commendable, indicating it was certainly not Yuan Jun who Yunda, observing from aside, nodded in agreement, noting that it did not resemble Ming imitations, as the characteristics were distinctly inconsistent. As Wu Duo absorbed these insights, it became clear that this coiled, dragon garlic head vase was likely from the Jin dynasty. The northern territories were under Jin rule, while the southern regions belonged to the southern Song. After the northern Song, the Jin dynasty continued the production of Jun ware, maintaining a consistent level of quality. Moreover, the glaze of Jin dynasty Jun ware tends to be relatively thin, resulting in a brighter appearance compared to Song Jun, exhibiting a glass-like sheen and lacking the earthworm pattern. Just as Wu Duo settled his thoughts, he heard director Lu declare, "Look at this mucus glaze. It unmistakably belongs to the Jin dynasty." Indeed, the mucus glaze is a quintessential characteristic for identifying Jin dynasty Jun, where, as the overall thin glaze tends to drip, creating an uneven thickness at the juncture of the body and glaze, resembling flowing mucus. Wu Duo mused that he had just attended an impromptu lesson on authentication. The classification of the Jin dynasty Jun ware seemed to be nearing consensus among the group. Yet Lu Yuanfang, at that moment, lifted the garlic head vase, turning it upside down to examine its base. The question arose, how could a Jin dynasty Jun vase bear an inscription of the character 9 on its bottom? Indeed, the base of the garlic head vase bore an inscription that clearly depicted the numeral 9. To discuss the official Jun ware of the northern Song dynasty, it is quite common to find inscriptions on the base, as many pieces from this era exhibit such characteristics. Not limited to the numeral 9, the numbers 1 through 10 can also be found. This serves as a significant identifying feature. There are numerous theories regarding the rationale behind these inscriptions, yet none have reached a definitive conclusion. Some suggest that the numbers from 1 to 10 represent a range of sizes within the same category of vessels, with the number 1 indicating the largest and 10 the smallest. The later discoveries revealed instances where the latter numbers exceeded the former in size. Others propose that the odd numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9, signify a predominance of red hues, while the even numbers 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 indicate a dominance of blue tones, including pale blue, which falls under this category. However, this theory has also faced rebuttal. This phenomenon exemplifies the allure of antique collecting. Those who do not delve into research may find it challenging to appreciate the antiquities fully. The quest for knowledge is, indeed, one of the joys of collecting. While no specific consensus exists, it is certain that these inscriptions represent a unique mark of the northern Song Jun ware, confirming its provenance from the official kilns. The formal era marks for official kiln porcelain began with the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. Yet prior to this, many porcelain pieces bore inscriptions, with numerous examples resembling official kiln wares. For instance, the Tang dynasty Qing kiln features inscriptions denoting the Great Prophet Repository, a place for royal tributes, while the Song dynasty Ding kiln showcases official inscriptions, and the Yuan dynasty egg white glazed porcelain bears inscriptions from the central government. The inscriptions of 1 through 10 on northern Song Jun ware also embody a particular form. Following Mr. Zhang's remarks, a jest was made by someone towards Lu Yuanfang, inquiring whether the numeral 9 had inspired thoughts of Jun ware. In terms of value, Yuan dynasty Jun porcelain cannot be compared to that of the Song dynasty. The so-called Ru, Guan, Gu, and Jun wares from the Song era are the most esteemed, while subsequent kills that continue production do not belong to the narrow definition of the 5 great kills. Lu Yuanfang humorously replied, "Well, who hasn't he entertained some fanciful thoughts?" This elicited laughter from many. After smiling, Ning Yuanqi interjected, noting that late Qing dynasty Jun ware enjoyed great popularity, resulting in numerous high-quality replicas. However, the intricate earthworm pattern of Song Jun was not successfully replicated at that time. He pondered whether this piece might be an attempt to mimic Song Jun, ultimately resulting in an unintentional resemblance to Jin dynasty Jun ware. Yet, the inscription was made before it entered the kiln, leading to this peculiar artifact that resembles neither. Indeed, during the late Qing and extending into the Republic era, there was a fervent admiration for Jun ware. The saying "a fortune of a myriad cannot compare to a single piece of Jun porcelain" became popular during this period, contrasting with the earlier adage that favored Ru porcelain. After Ning Yuanqi spoke, Wu Duo paused briefly, and as Lu Yuanfang returned the garlic head vase to the round table, he was the first to pick it up. Chapter 96, The Story. Wu Duo was surprised by the wealth of content he encountered this time. Fortunately, his listening ability transcended mere spoken words, transforming into a unique melody that could automatically convert into linguistic content within his mind, significantly shortening the duration required for comprehension. Even so, Wu Duo attracted considerable attention from those around him. As he set down the garlic head vase, many cast curious glances in his direction. This should indeed be the Jun ware of the Jin dynasty. Wu Duo exhaled slowly. Zhang Chengjin, Lu Yuanfang, and Ning Yuanqi represent three distinct perspectives, each manifesting through their inquiries. Zhang Chengjin contends that the characteristics of the Jin dynasty Jun kiln are evident. Yet he struggles to elucidate the presence of inscriptions reminiscent of the Northern Song dynasty's official Jun ware. He seeks a rational explanation for this conundrum. Lu Yuanfang, whose expertise lies in calligraphy and painting, possesses insufficient acumen regarding porcelain. He appears to accept the notion of Jin dynasty Jun kiln, but harbors a lingering fantasy that it may be Northern Song official Jun ware. Ning Yuanqi suggests that it could potentially be a late Qing dynasty imitation, with technical issues resulting in a lack of resemblance. However, while there are three viewpoints, the resolution hinges solely on one question: the reason for the existence of inscriptions. Wu Duo has heard the rationale behind the inscriptions, but is at a loss for words. This occasion markedly differs from previous ones. The volume of content he has absorbed is overwhelming. To be precise, he has encountered a narrative. The backdrop of this tale would undoubtedly gain unanimous agreement, yet substantiating the story itself proves to be quite challenging. In the late Northern Song dynasty, amidst the Songjin Wars, the Song dynasty lost the north and was compelled to relocate its capital to the south, thus becoming the Southern Song. The Jin dynasty's control over the northern territory naturally extended to the region housing the Jun kiln. At that time, most Jun kiln artisans, particularly the skilled ones, migrated southward. This southward movement of artisans from the northern to the southern Song marked the commencement of a shift in the epicenter of Chinese ceramics from north to south. Prior to this, renowned kilns predominantly resided in the north. However, following the Jin dynasty's ascendancy, southern ceramics began to flourish. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, Jingdezhen had indisputably established itself as the epicenter of porcelain production. Although most Jun kiln artisans had migrated south during the Jin dynasty, production at the Jun kiln did not entirely cease. Under the auspices of the Jin dynasty, a revival commenced. Nevertheless, the absence of skilled artisans resulted in a noticeable decline in the quality of Jun kiln wares. During this period, the Jun kiln became entirely a folk kiln. Yet the Jin dynasty's intervention was substantial. Historical records reference stringent policies aimed at reviving Jun kiln production and enhancing porcelain craftsmanship. Regardless, it was impossible to replicate the exquisite wares of the Northern Song official Jun, thus delineating a clear distinction between Jin dynasty Jun kiln and Northern Song official Jun. What Wu Duo encountered was the tale of a master craftsman from the Jun kiln. This individual, surnamed Song, was known as Song Jiao, hailing from a family of antiquarians. Song Jiao's father was a Jun kiln artisan, and upon the father's passing, his brothers also became Jun kiln craftsmen. During the migration south, due to their mother's grave illness, the brothers departed, leaving the youngest, Song Jiao, to care for her. Song Jiao's porcelain-making skills were imparted by his father and brothers, but were left unrefined due to the abrupt interruption. Nonetheless, Song Jiao demonstrated a keen aptitude for learning. Under the Jin dynasty's rule, he engaged in both practice and study at the Jun kiln. At that time, the Jin dynasty sought to restore and enhance Jun kiln production by dispatching artisans from other northern kilns, such as Ding and Yao kilns. From these craftsmen, Song Jiao assimilated various porcelain-making techniques and experimented with incorporating engraving and relief methods into his Jun kiln creations. His proficiency continued to ascend. Although it may not be possible to achieve the pervasive kiln transformation colors characteristic of a Northern Song dynasty's official Jun, where we have nonetheless reached a level where we can control the distribution of these color variations. The pinnacle of what the Jin dynasty's Jun kiln could present is limited to this extent. The Northern Song's official Jun ware once bore engravings of the numbers 1 through 10, and due to the presence of the character 9 in the name of Song Jiao, he would occasionally inscribe it on his most cherished works. This particular garlic head vase, adorned with a coiling dragon, is one of his prized creations. The relief of the coiling dragon on the conventional garlic head vase reflects Song Jiao's innovative application of techniques from other kilns. The Jin dynasty's Jun kiln produced a limited number of engraved and relief-decorated pieces, and Song Jiao was likely one of the pioneers in this regard. As a mere folk artisan, little historical documentation exists regarding the Jin dynasty, which explains why his name has not been passed down through the ages. Furthermore, the number of his personal masterpieces was inherently limited. After 8 centuries, it is exceedingly rare for any to have survived to the present day. Thus, the provenance of this engraved 9 Jin dynasty Jun kiln coiling dragon garlic head vase is roughly as described. However, this narrative does not serve to enhance the vase's value. as it remains unsubstantiated. Moreover, the garlic head vase itself is subject to debate, even as a piece of Qing Dynasty ware. It can only marginally increase in value due to the relief of the coiling dragon. Wu Duo pondered for a moment, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, and decided to remain silent, merely expressing his personal belief that it was indeed a Qing Dynasty ware. As for the inscription, it might simply reflect a craftsman's whimsical inspiration. Just as he was about to take a seat, he noticed Ning Shuang approaching. With a smile as radiant as a flower, she seemed to inquire about something. "What is it? Is there something on your mind?" "Nothing much," she replied. "I was just curious why you chose not to share your thoughts when it was clear you had discerned something. How did you know I perceived anything?" "When you held the garlic head vase, your eyes told a story," Ning Shuang remarked, adjusting her hair. "I dislike beating around the bush. I approached you because I once participated in an archaeological project at the Qing Dynasty kiln site, where I too discovered inscribed pieces. You should elaborate on that instead of speculating about what I noticed. It's not that I am unwilling to share. Rather, it's difficult to articulate. What I found was merely a fragment of porcelain, inscribed with a straightforward vertical line, which could have been a remnant of a defective piece." Ning Shuang explained. "Upon seeing this 9 a day, I suddenly felt that the vertical line on the shard might represent a stroke of a character. However, it remains insufficient as evidence." Upon hearing this, Wu Duo sighed, admitting, "Indeed, I find myself unable to articulate as well." "Why is that?" Ning Shuang inquired. "You mentioned that my eyes told a story," Wu Duo replied. "But the truth is, I was reminded of a tale. Is it a beautiful legend? A delicate porcelain that sings? You've heard such an ancient song?" Wu Duo chuckled at Ning Shuang's playful inquiry. "It's not that fanciful. I believe it qualifies as a curious anecdote from the unofficial history. At least it aligns with the historical context. Have you not heard this tale as well?" Ning Shuang seemed intrigued. "Then do share it with me." Upon hearing this, Wu Duo felt a certain urge to express himself. However, the setting was not conducive to storytelling, and he could only convey his thoughts succinctly. After listening, Ning Shuang immediately inquired, "From where did you hear this? Was it from a site or mere hearsay?" "It was merely hearsay," Wu Duo replied. "I chanced upon an elderly storyteller in the market some time ago. It is best taken as a tale." With a smile, Wu Duo mused, "Perhaps this 9 is merely a coincidence." This remark reminded Ning Shuang of a vertical painting she had seen, where the upper end seemed to protrude slightly to the left, while the lower end appeared to slant to the right. "Perhaps it truly represents a 9. Wu Duo waved his hand dismissively. "Let's not draw connections. One of us speaks of a story heard, while the other has merely glimpsed a shard of pottery. Since these are matters not suitable for public discourse, we may as well enjoy our own amusement." "Hey, what private conversation are you two having? Is it about the garlic head vase?" "There is nothing particularly special about it," Wu Duo responded promptly. "Then why not discuss it openly instead of in hushed tones?" Luo User retorted, rolling his eyes. Without waiting for them to respond, he lowered his voice further and asked Ning Shuang, "What did Uncle Ning bring today?" "Just a little trinket for entertainment," she replied. "But what will he present as a finale? Is it worth seeing? Why not asking yourself?" Ning Shuang said, nodding towards Wu Duo before gracefully departing. Luo Yuza glanced at his watch. "All right, it's nearly 6 o'clock. I believe it's about time." The discussion regarding the garlic head vase ultimately yielded no conclusions. However, it did lead to various other conversations. Luo Yuza noted that time was running short, yet over half an hour passed before Ning Yuanqi finally concluded the discourse. After inquiring if anyone intended to present publicly, he declared, "Well then, as the evening grows late, I shall humbly present my offering." Ning Yuanqi displayed a set of cups on the round table. A pair consists of 2, and a complete set comprises 4. The cups themselves were modest in size, yet the wooden box that housed them was rather substantial, crafted for boxwood. Boxwood is known for its toughness and fine texture. It is often referred to as thousand-year dwarf, signifying its rarity in larger sizes. Considering the dimensions of this box, it is indeed quite remarkable. The box was spacious not only for the 4 cups, but also for a tray and 4 protective cup covers. The tray was made from shadow wood. Shadow wood, also known as burl wood, does not refer to a singular type of wood, but rather to a specific characteristic. Burl signifies a growth defect. However, once cut, it reveals beautiful patterns and textures. Examples include burl from cedar, maple, birch, and many others. The tray that supported the cups was crafted from rosewood, which is quite valuable. Given the premium materials of the box and tray, the cups must certainly be extraordinary. This set of 4 cups featured rhinoceros horn. Each cup stood about 7 or 8 centimeters tall, with a design resembling a common inverted bell cup. Known as a bell cup due to its shape resembling an upside-down bell, the cups were not grand in size or unusual in form. Had they been valued solely for the preciousness of rhinoceros horn, Ning Yuanqi would not have presented them with such solemnity. Each of the 4 rhinoceros horn cups was adorned with exquisite relief patterns, symbolizing the 4 loves: Wang Shiji's love for swans, Tao Yuanming's love for chrysanthemums, Lin Hejing's love for plums, and Zhou Dunyi's love for lotuses. The tales of the passionate affections of 4 esteemed scholars from the illustrious history of Huaxia are widely circulated. These themes of 4 loves are also depicted in various artworks, including paintings, ceramics, and wood carvings. The exquisite carvings on 4 rhinoceros horn cups not only portray figures and animals, but also feature intricate poetic inscriptions. On the cup dedicated to Wang Shiji's love for geese, one finds the lines: double feathers leisurely drift upon the ink pool, enlightenment emerges from the frost-s brush, thoughts overwhelm. The cup honoring Tao Yuanming's adoration for chrysanthemums bears the inscription: plucking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern hedge, I leisurely behold the southern mountain. On the cup celebrating Lin Hejing's affection for plums is inscribed: sparse shadows stretch across the shallow waters, subtle fragrance wafts in the moonlit dusk. Lastly, on Zhou Dunyi's cup for the lotus, the words read: emerging from the mud yet untainted, cleansing in the clear ripples without being alluring. Aside from the cup dedicated to Wang Shiji, which features poetry from the Ming Dynasty poet Wang Gong, the other 3 cups bear the poet's own verses. The remarkable complexity of the carvings on the relatively small surface of these rhinoceros horn cups is indeed a rare achievement. Moreover, the craftsmanship is exquisite and imbued with a spirit that is unmistakably the work of a master artisan. Wu Duo, upon viewing them, expressed profound admiration. The phrase Fang's pillar stone is mentioned. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, there was a saying that distinguished the renowned rhinoceros horn carvers of the north and south. Bao Qiansheng, a leading figure in rhinoceros horn carving from Jiangnan, stood out amidst a plethora of skilled artisans, earning his esteemed reputation. Historian Zhang Dai of the late Ming and early Qing periods even discussed him alongside Lu Zigong, stating, in Wuzhong, Lu excels at jade, while Bao excels at rhinoceros horn, both unrivaled for a century. Fang Shi Zhu Shi refers to Fang Hongzhai, a native of Beijing. Historical records on him are scarce. He was a monk who achieved a legendary status in rhinoceros horn carving. The overall quality of rhinoceros horn carving in the north lags far behind that of Jiangnan. Yet Fang Hongzhai's reputation as the sole master of rhinoceros horn in the north is not unfounded. From the surviving works, it is evident that he deserves this title. He was particularly adept at carving landscapes on rhinoceros horn, creating breathtaking artistry. Everyone expressed their admiration, with Luo Yuza sighing inwardly, realizing that such exquisite pieces must be treasured possessions, certainly not to be relinquished. Wu Duo, observing his expression, understood his thoughts, recognizing that this individual was perpetually contemplating business. Today, the trade of rhinoceros horn products is strictly prohibited. Although ancient rhinoceros horn artworks, passed down through generations, may circulate in the market, they are still subject to certain restrictions. This particular rhinoceros horn cup exhibits a lustrous patina, indicating it is a treasured piece from past generations. However, as Luo Yuza surmised, it is undoubtedly a prize collection of Ning Yuanqi and will certainly not be sold. Chapter 98. The Infiltration of a Counterfeit. The exchange regarding the 4 loves rhinoceros horn cups mainly revolves around appreciation. As the organizer, Ning Yuanqi's items presented at the conclusion of the gathering should be beyond reproach. Although Wu Duo understood this principle, he could not resist the urge to examine each piece closely. Indeed, it is confirmed to be a work from the Ming Dynasty by Fang Hongzhai, crafted from Asian rhinoceros horn. Wait a moment. How did counterfeit slip in? African rhinoceros horn? Mid-Qing period? This requires some unraveling. Among the 4 exquisite cups, 3 are remarkable creations from the late Ming Dynasty by Fang Hongzhai, while 1, the Tao Yuanming cup adorned with chrysanthemums, hails from the Mid-Qing period. This indicates that what was originally a splendid quartet of 4 love rhinoceros cups has suffered the misfortune of losing or damaging the Tao Yuanming piece, which was subsequently replaced with a high-quality imitation. The identity of the artisan who crafted this imitation during the Mid-Qing period remains elusive. Curiously, the original set was made from Asian rhinoceros horn, yet the replacement cup is fashioned from African rhino horn. Prior to the Mid-Qing period, rhinoceros horn artifacts were predominantly derived from Asian sources, with the increased use of African horn emerging only later. There are subtle distinctions between Asian and African rhinoceros horn. Generally, the texture of African horn is slightly finer. In terms of overall dimensions, African rhino horn tends to be larger. With a sense of intrigue, Wu Duo conducted a meticulous examination. It became evident that the forger lacked the finesse of Feng Hongzhai, resulting in a finer texture that facilitated the carving process. Furthermore, once carved, the piece underwent color treatment and aging, which altered the texture structure, rendering it marginally coarser. The original difference in texture was already minimal, and as the texture thickened, the carved content experienced slight expansion, transforming the initially restrained style into a more natural form, thus approaching the caliber of Feng Hongzhai's work. The forger's efforts were truly commendable. With the genuine piece in hand for comparison, assessing the imitation became relatively straightforward. Moreover, the relief patterns did not need to be identical, as a similarity in style and carving technique sufficed. Consequently, distinguishing the Tao Yuanming cup from the other three rhinoceros horn cups was inherently challenging. Furthermore, over the span of more than 2 centuries from the mid-Qing period to the present, such distinctions became even more obscure. Little Wu, have you developed an affection for these pieces? I see you are quite enchanted, remarked Ning Yuanqi with a playful smile. Ning Yuanqi chuckled. Once they passed through my hands, they become mine. You were their owner just moments ago. Wu Duo nodded in agreement, sharing a brief smile while contemplating the matter, deciding it best left unspoken. A thought crossed Wu Duo's mind. Among the gathering of skilled individuals, there might be those with keen eyes who could discern the truth and later discreetly inform Ning Yuanqi. Yet, it was certain that such revelations would not be made in the moment. As he stepped away from the circle of rhinoceros cup enthusiasts, Wu Duo reflected on how he would feel if someone accurately identified a flaw in his own collection and subsequently pointed it out privately. Initially, he might feel a pang of discomfort, but ultimately he would be grateful to that person. However, he did not know Ning Yuanqi well, and thus decided to set the matter aside. The exchange concluded, and Ning Yuanqi outlined the arrangements for the following day. The morning would feature leisurely activities such as fishing and card games, open for casual participation, while the conference room would remain accessible for informal discussions to continue. That evening's banquet took place in the auxiliary building's banquet hall, where a large table was surrounded by eager attendees. Chen Yongjun serves as the general manager of Qishan Pawn Shop, occupying the position opposite to the deputy host, flanked by 2 elder colleagues. The first half of the gathering follows a formal routine, while the latter half transitions into more personal toasts. Wu Duo, despite his limited capacity for alcohol, dutifully raises a toast to each guest, including Director Liu. He also shares a drink with Ning Shuang, Luo Yuza, and Go Liang. Ning Shuang abstains from alcohol, opting instead for juice, and Wu Duo seizes the opportunity to partake in a glass of juice as well, providing a welcome reprieve from the effects of the alcohol. If you cannot drink, it is best to limit your intake. Just look at your flushed face, Ning Shuang remarks softly after toasts. Is it really that red? Wu Duo queries, picking up his phone to use the black screen as a mirror. At that moment, they stand not far from the table, while the rest of the attendees are engaged in a chaotic mingling. Ning Shuang chuckles softly and pulls out her phone to capture a photo of Wu Duo. Here, take a look. Wu Duo glances at the image, noting, I usually don't look this flushed after a drink. Perhaps it's the combination of beer and red wine today. However, I must admit, my tolerance is rather poor, but during the toasts, it seemed inappropriate not to finish my drink. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, Wu Duo find himself more talkative. Well, my sister mentioned that you possess considerable restraint. Your sister has spoken to me? Wu Duo, upon hearing Ning Shue's name, feels a rush that surpasses the effects of the alcohol. You two sisters seem to have contrasting personalities. She is younger. If she makes any missteps, do not take them to heart. She harbors no ill intentions, merely an abundance of clever ideas. Wu Duo nods, but does not let the conversation end there. He inquires, is your work in archaeology particularly arduous? Truthfully, no profession is without its challenges. It all hinges on one's passion. What drew you to this field? My mother used to work at the Archaeological Institute of Dongshan Province. Perhaps that had an influence on me. A fleeting shadow crosses Ning Shuang's eyes as she mentions her mother. Wu Duo recalls Ning Shue's prior mention of her father visiting Ning Shuang without mention of her mother, and he begins to piece together the unspoken sentiments. What did you study before entering the antiquities field? Before Wu Duo can respond, Ning Shuang shifts the topic. I actually studied gemology. Antiquities are merely a hobby. As you said, one must love what they do to excel. Before she can finish her thought, Luo Yuza approaches. Perfect timing. Let me raise a toast to both of you esteemed experts. He appears genuinely inebriated, showing no reticence towards Wu Duo. Teacher Shuang, what do you truly think of me? Your opinions hold significant weight with Xiao Xue. That is beyond my control, Ning Shuang replies with a gentle smile. You don't understand, does he? Luo Yuza gestures toward Wu Duo, swaying slightly. You two are here being all sweet, while one neglects his buddy and the other her sister. Chapter 99. I'll visit the fertilizer shop sometime. The next morning, after finishing his morning routine, Wu Duo hears the doorbell. Upon opening the door, he finds Luo Yuza. I had a bit too much to drink last night. I didn't say anything foolish, did I? Luo Yuza inquires with a grin. Nothing much. Just declare to everyone that I would only marry Ning Shui. Hey, don't scare me like that. I don't remember saying that. Why are you worried about what you don't recall? I was just asking. Who said I was afraid? Luo Yuza glances at Wu Duo's expression, reassured, and says, let's go have some breakfast. At this juncture, it was already 8:30, and the two individuals could be considered the last to partake in breakfast. After finishing their meal, Luo Yuza inquired about Wu Duo's plans for the morning. Wu Duo replied that he would first complete the transaction for the Narcissus pot with Ning Shuang, to which Luo Yuza shrugged and said, all right, then I shall go and play a few rounds with him first. Consequently, Ning Shuang suggested they meet in the annex where the restaurant and banquet hall were located. As it happened to be unoccupied at that moment, they convened in a small private room on the second floor. The transaction was quite straightforward. After Ning Shuang inspected the goods, she transferred the agreed amount to Wu Duo. Did Luo Yuza say anything yesterday? Ning Shuang casually asked after the deal was concluded. Nothing of significance. Merely expressed his profound affection for your sister, Wu Duo mused, reflecting on how Luo Yuza indeed seemed quite fond of Ning Shui. My father and Uncle Luo have been acquainted for ages. Ning Shui used to play with him as a child, almost like a little shadow. Who would have imagined it would lead to this situation? Ning Shuang sighed. Isn't it rather perplexing? To an observer, it may seem simple, but for those involved, it is often not so, she continued. My sister has indeed conveyed her feelings explicitly before, yet one cannot behave as if they are adversaries when they meet. As for Luo Yuza, he always felt that since Ning Shui was single, with sincerity, one could break through any barrier. No wonder she impulsively sought me out as a shield, Wu Duo remarked. She mentioned this to me, and I chastised her. It was indeed excessive. Chastised? Wu Duo paused slightly. What? It's just that the word seems rather odd. You also have a fondness for dogs? Ning Shuang queried. I wouldn't say I like them. Rather, I am passively involved. I encountered a stray dog, and the little white dog is quite perceptive. A little white dog? I too adore dogs, especially the white ones. But due to work commitments, I cannot keep one. Ning Shuang appeared genuinely fond of dogs. What is its name? Fertilizer. What? Ning Shuang laughed. How did it get such a name? At this moment, they stood face to face, mere inches apart. When Ning Shuang smiled, her ruby lips and pearly teeth, along with her exquisite features, suddenly made Wu Duo feel a refreshing sense of joy. It is rather plump, and when it encounters me, it seems as if it is begging for alms. Ah, I see. Ning Shuang nodded, stepping forward as she spoke. You reside near Zhongshan Park, correct? Yes. I just purchased a residence in the family compound of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Ning Shuang acknowledged with a nod and fell silent. Wu Duo too refrained from speaking. Hey! After they had taken a few steps apart, Wu Duo heard Ning Shuang call out again. He turned around to see her glance at him, then slightly lower her head before raising her gaze again. When I have time, may I come visit Fertilizer? Is that convenient? Certainly, Wu Duo replied, inexplicably smiling. Just give me a heads up beforehand. He proceeded cheerfully into the building. The annex housed numerous rooms, with the conference room being a large space on the second floor. Additionally, there were facilities for games, billiards, and a cinema. Upon reaching a game room with the door ajar, Wu Duo noticed Luo Yuza was engaged in a game of mahjong with Hu Yunda, Qin Yongjun, and Ning Yuanqi. He knocked lightly on the door. As Luo Yuza was about to draw a tile, he turned his head and said, What are you knocking for? Just come in. As Wu Duo approached Luo Yuza, he revealed his drawn tile with a triumphant slap on the table, exclaiming, self-drawn. And what did I say? This hand is a pure color. Ning Yuanqi serves as the organizer, attending to every detail. Wu Duo finds it difficult to decline and thus acquiesces. Once Ning Yuanqi departs, the card game resumes. Luo Yuza chuckles, remarking on the serendipity of the four of them being together again. How would you describe your card skills? He inquires. Not particularly impressive. Purely relying on luck, Wu Duo replies, playing a South Wind card. Wu Duo has already consulted the wealthy proprietor about this matter and laughs heartily. Uncle Da, I I would very much like to join. I just fear I might not meet your esteemed standards. Hu Yunda interjects, Mr. Chun, should Wu Duo visit Daizai? I could offer him the position of chief appraiser. Oh, I was merely jesting, and you've taken it too seriously, Luo Yuza retorts. Chen Yongjun glances at Hu Yunda, sensing that the issue transcends mere positions. Mr. Chun, Hu Yunda looks at Wu Duo. Indeed, this circle can be both expansive and insular. Everyone here is quite astute. Let us continue our discussion. Just then, Luo Yuza suddenly pinches a card and chuckles. My apologies, I've drawn another winning hand. Chapter 100, Lang Yao red, Ji Hong, and Calpi red. Is this still playable? Hu Yunda laughs, suggesting they disperse. What? That's not how it works. Luo Yuza quickly raises his hand. The items I brought have ripened. Is it not reasonable to gather a bit of small change here? Chun Yongjun appears uninterested in continuing the game. That piece from Erding Kiln is not easily recognizable. If it has ripened here, it will likely be taken elsewhere. How can that be considered deceit? Even if it is an old imitation from the Republic era, such quality is quite rare. Luo Yuza responds, suddenly turning to Hu Yunda. Mr. Hu, I hesitated to ask earlier when Uncle Ning was present. What items have you brought this time? I haven't seen them displayed. I also brought a piece of porcelain. The discussion was so fervent yesterday that I didn't have the chance to showcase it. Will you reveal it? Luo Yuza's eyes glimmer with curiosity. Of course. It is originally from Daizai. However, the price is steep, yielding no profit, making it solely suitable for collection. Pray tell, what is it? Kangxi Imperial Kiln. My goodness, it can't be the blue and white general's jar, can it? A classic figure in knife and horse style. No, it's a small item in red glaze. Red glaze? From Kangxi? It must be Lang Yao red. Lang Yao red is renowned among the monochrome glazes of the Kangxi Imperial Kiln. In the 44th year of Kangxi's reign, the former Zhujiang governor Lang Tingji was promoted to the position of governor of Jiangxi. Jingdezhen is located in Jiangxi, and the Imperial Kiln is situated in Jingdezhen. Lang Tingji held his gubernatorial post in Jiangxi for 8 years, during which a new type of monochrome glazed porcelain emerged from the Imperial Kiln. The glaze is as red as blood, hence it is commonly referred to as chicken blood red in folklore. Later, when this red glaze reached Europe, it was termed ox blood red. However, at the Imperial Kiln under Lang Tingji's supervision, it was more fondly dubbed gem red. These terms are all descriptive of the glaze's color, but this particular category is known as Lang Yao red. If one wishes to be impoverished, one should pursue Lang Yao red. Lang Yao red uses copper as a coloring agent, requiring the kiln to reach a high temperature of 1,300 degrees. Copper is notoriously unstable at high temperatures, making the resulting color exceedingly difficult to control. Thus, the yield is quite low, rendering it exceedingly precious. Upon hearing Luo Yuza mention Lang Yao red, Wu Duo's knowledge of appraisals resurfaces. The glaze of Lang Yao red is vibrant, exhibiting a glass-like sheen, which imparts a strong visual impact. The Lang Yao red glaze is thick, with a white body, and upon firing, the mouth often forms a lampwick mouth due to the flowing glaze. To prevent the glaze from running over the foot, a double-layered ledge is carved on the outer side of the foot, effectively blocking the glaze from descending. This phenomenon is referred to as the non-flowing Lang Yao red with a drooping foot. Such exquisite craftsmanship should not remain hidden. Luo Yuza clearly swallowed hard. He had an affinity for antique curiosities, and upon encountering or even hearing of remarkable items, he was akin to a glutton drawn to delectable aromas or a connoisseur entranced by beauty. At times, it was indeed challenging to restrain oneself. Wu Duo also felt a surge of excitement, contemplating that his progress would surely accelerate considerably upon his visit to Daizai. That is not Lang Yao red, Hu Yunda observed, chuckling at Luo Yuza's expression. Mr. Hu, you can't just spill everything all at once. It's quite overwhelming. Luo Yuza exhaled a long sigh. You were the one pressing for answers in such haste, Hu Yunda retorted. Rising from his seat, he suggested, well, since we're not playing anymore, let's go take a look. Otherwise, you'll just keep rambling. All right, let us go. Luo Yuza thought to himself that whatever Hu Yunda had brought was surely not inferior, and, having mentioned it was from the Kangxi Imperial Kiln, he opted not to inquire further, choosing instead to maintain an air of mystery. Unexpectedly, Wu Duo could not contain himself. Uncle Da, could it be the sacrificial red glaze? Your appetites are insatiable. Hu Yunda replied with a resigned expression. No, keep guessing. Perhaps you might uncover what you previously speculated. The sacrificial red glaze appeared earlier than Lang Yao red, and is notably rarer, with a distinctively deeper and more stable hue that does not flow or droop, hence its designation for ritual vessels. Sacrificial red glazed porcelain emerged in the early Ming dynasty, with the Xuande sacrificial red being the most renowned. At this juncture, one cannot help but marvel at the artistic standards and pursuits of Emperor Xuande. The exquisite creations of his reign are inseparable from his influence. And he was also highly accomplished in calligraphy and painting. It can be asserted that subsequent sacrificial red glazes have never reached the pinnacle achieved during the Xuande period, including those of the Kangxi era. In truth, while historical records offer no definitive conclusion, many scholars speculate that Langyao red may have been a derivative of unsuccessful attempts at producing sacrificial red, leading to the emergence of this similar new variety. Once this new variety was introduced, people realized its charm and thus continued its production. Consequently, sacrificial red glaze remains a distinguished item, while Langyao red has also attained acclaim. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo ceased his speculation. Chun Yongjun accompanied them to Hu Yunda's chamber but remained silent, merely smiling faintly upon learning that it was neither Langyao red nor sacrificial red. Ultimately, Hu Yunda revealed a piece of kidney bean red glaze. It was indeed a small item, standing less than 20 centimeters tall, with a maximum diameter of around 4 centimeters, featuring a flared mouth, a long neck, and a slender foot. Although resembling a bottle, its flared mouth renders it more appropriately termed a zune. This kidney bean red, difficult to describe, is slightly darker than Langyao red and somewhat brighter than sacrificial red. It bears two distinctive characteristics: green speckles often intermingled within the red glaze and an uneven red hue, varying in depth. It derives its name from its resemblance to the skin of a red kidney bean. The red glaze, known as Jiangdou red, emerged only during the late Kangxi period, although it lacks the renown of Jihong and Langyao red. Its exclusive use in the imperial court resulted in a remarkably limited production, thus bestowing upon it significant value. Additionally, Jiangdou red is the formal appellation. It is also artistically referred to as Marin Zue or Drunken Beauty. The vessel before us bears a striking resemblance to a radish, as Laifu indeed translates to radish, though the term radish vase is decidedly less appealing. The base bears a double circle of blue and white underglaze script, inscribed with 3 rows of 6 characters, Daqing Kangxi Nianji, made during the Kangxi era of the Great Qing. I had faith that Mr. who would not bring anything of inferior quality, Luo Yuza exclaimed. If he were to present this publicly, it would undoubtedly incite a bidding war. Whether or not a bidding war ensues depends on the price. What if I set the price at 5 to 6 million? Hu Yunda remarked, casting a glance at Luo Yuza. 5 million? That indeed seems excessive. 3 million is more appropriate. Luo Yuza chuckled, adding, just add a bit to the 3 million for me. I was referring to 5 or 6 million, not just 5 million. A precise valuation for long-standing clients must start at a minimum of 5,600,000, not a penny less, Hu Yunda interjected. That truly offers no profit margin. Luo Yuza replied, shrugging. This piece would need to feature in a major auction to command the price you mentioned. At that moment, Chun Yongjun suddenly spoke up, recalling an incident from the 1990s when someone acquired a Jiangdou red Laifu vase for a mere 180 yuan at the Old Lotus Antique Market in Beijing. Lotus Market? The area near Hohai? Luo Yuza interjected, realizing that there had once been an antique market there, which has since transformed into a bar street. Subsequently, in 2006, this Jiangdou red Laifu vase appeared at a spring auction in New York held by Jardins, fetching a remarkable price exceeding 2 million. Chun Yongjun did not respond to Luo Yuza's comment. Another decade passed, and in 2016, the same Jiangdou red Laifu vase was featured again, this time at Sotheby's autumn auction in Hong Kong, ultimately selling for 4,600,000, including commission. Hu Yunda smiled. Mr. Chun, your memory serves you well. Most of the Jiangdou red Laifu vases available on the market are not from the Kangxi era. Many appear in minor auctions with hammer prices of around 100,000 or 80,000. Chun Yongjun replied with a smile. Jiangdou red appeared only in the late Kangxi period, and being exclusively for royal use, there are hardly any pieces. It is said that Emperor Kangxi designated the Laifu vase due to its resemblance to both Jiangdou red and radish red, thus favoring its design. Hu Yunda nodded, acknowledging that while the tale of Kangxi's preference for the Laifu vase may be apocryphal, it holds a semblance of truth. Could this particular piece be that very one? Chun Yongjun queried, looking at Hu Yunda. 460,000, 560,000, only $1 million in profit, which isn't substantial. I'm more intrigued by who originally acquired it back then. I'm not as well acquainted with the antique scene in Beijing as you are, Mr. Hu, he continued. At this juncture, Wu Duo and Luo Yuza each lit a cigarette, listening intently. To hear the esteemed elders recount tales from the antique world is a form of learning. In such an atmosphere, they might share even more. This is an exchange meeting. This, too, is a form of dialogue, with the two of you sharing your insights. We are merely indulging our curiosity, Yaozhou chuckled. The original lotus flower market was not as bustling as the Baqiao market. However, after the relocation of Baqiao market, it suddenly flourished, especially during market days when the crowds were thick. Many antique vendors from the surrounding areas were drawn to set up their stalls. The incident involving the rare red-glazed radish vase, which I did not witness firsthand but learned about later, took an unexpected turn, eventually finding its way into my possession. It was the first market after the new year, and with a few snowflakes drifting down in the afternoon, the market concluded rather early. An elderly vendor from Hebei had only two noteworthy items left: a Kanshi blue and white brush pot and the radish vase. A shopkeeper from Lilikang, eager to acquire goods, was particularly interested in the brush pot, as I later heard from him. The vendor insisted that those were the last two valuable items, offering both for 2,000. Naturally, the shopkeeper attempted to haggle, and after much back and forth, the vendor lowered the price to 800 but refused to budge further. The shopkeeper, however, was only willing to part with 600, insisting that he only wanted the brush pot and not the radish vase, which seemed rather lackluster, belonging to the Guangxu era and not the more esteemed Kanshi. In the Qing dynasty, porcelain from the three dynasties could fetch a good price, but items from the late Qing period were often overlooked and considered less desirable. It was common to see buyers purchasing a Kanshi vase and receiving a Guangxu plate or bowl as a throw-in. Ultimately, as the elderly vendor packed up his stall, he remarked that he could allow a mere 20 more, settling at 780, stating he would walk away if they could not agree. The shopkeeper hesitated, but unexpectedly, a young man who had been observing the exchange interjected. He proposed a solution. He would pay 180 for the radish vase, while the shopkeeper would pay 600 for the blue and white brush pot, thus totaling 780. This sudden appearance of the young man made the transaction mutually beneficial, and after counting out the money, they parted ways. At this point, Yaozhou paused and extinguished his cigarette. He did not know who this young man was. He mused. Yaozhou chimed in, "But you were also young back then, haha." There was a popular song at the time, True Heart Hero, and the shopkeeper teasingly quoted the lyrics to the young man. Without experiencing wind and rain, how can one see the rainbow? He suggested that spending a little extra money was not a bad thing. Otherwise, one would not learn a lesson. However, just a few days later, the rare red-glazed radish vase made its grand appearance on the shelves of the renowned shop, Fangutang. The proprietor of Fangutang was exceptionally discerning, reportedly purchasing it for several thousand, claiming it was a standard imperial kiln court piece, possibly once displayed in the southern study of the Qianqing Palace. Of course, the proprietor's assertion was merely a tactic to enhance the vase's allure. He was a savvy businessman, unwilling to sell it quickly, and held out for a high price, keeping it unsold for a year. Eventually, it was rumored to have fetched a high price, though the details of the sale remained unknown. However, in 2006, it re-emerged at the New York Spring Auction of Jar, though the identity of the buyer remained a mystery. Yaozhou smiled lightly. That individual was a legend of his time, interestingly sharing the same surname as Xiao Wu. Wudi, Chen Zhong Hunin Derhekdev, no wonder. However, I have only heard whispers about this individual. In the elite circles of yesteryears, it was nearly impossible for the common folk to gain entry or discern any information. Upon hearing the name Wudi, Wu Duo felt a ripple of emotions, yet he managed to suppress any outward display. Luo Yuza interjected, "Uncle Chun. This ISNT the old society. What circles could possibly rival the gangland, where information is scarce?" Chapter 102, A Visit. Yaozhou nodded in agreement, acknowledging that times have indeed changed. In the past, information was not as readily available, and moreover, the antiques market was not as open and diverse as it is today. Thus, the individuals within that realm were relatively concentrated. As they spoke, Yaozhou glanced at Wu Duo, his eyes holding a deeper significance. Wu Daji had previously advised Wu Duo, and since his knowledge of Uncle D was limited, he feigned ignorance. "Uncle Da, what is this remarkable person doing now?" Yaozhou took a deep drag of a cigarette, stating that some claimed he had attained sudden enlightenment, renouncing worldly affairs to become a monk. Others suggested he had adopted a false identity, retreating from society to live in seclusion, and yet others asserted that he was employed by an overseas art consortium, having changed his identity and nationality. Upon hearing this, Yaozhou couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that is incredible. Don't be enamored with me. I am merely a legend." Yaozhou gently shook his head, adding that there were also unfavorable rumors. such as claims that he had an exceedingly keen eye for discerning top-tier replicas, which had angered a powerful forgery syndicate, leading to attempts on his life. After a pause, Yunda waved his hand dismissively. However, in my view, these are merely baseless rumors and should not be taken seriously. Wu Duo nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. That day, Wu Duo and Yunda shared a tacit understanding and refrained from discussing the matter of Yaozhou in the presence of others, opting for discreet communication later. Most individuals would not leave at that hour, as the afternoon golf session typically allowed for casual exchanges regarding business matters. This was not the same as negotiating the sale of a singular antique. Being relatively inexperienced, Wu Duo had no one to engage with in this regard, finding himself at a disadvantage compared to Luo Yuza. Ning Yuanqi hesitated briefly, but soon nodded, cautioning Wu Duo to remain safe. Upon reaching the parking lot, Wu Duo was surprised to see Ning Shuang driving a large Jeep Grand Cherokee with a Beijing license plate. As he settled into the passenger seat, he remarked, "I didn't expect you to drive such a hefty vehicle. It's quite formidable." Ning Shuang chuckled. "It serves both personal and professional purposes. This car has ample space for transporting items. Your holiday must be coming to an end, right? Today is Sunday, and we are already halfway through. In a week, it will be back to work on Monday." Ning Shuang started the engine. "What does your archaeological team do when you're not excavating?" "When we're not digging, we study tombs. Nothing bizarre happens, does it?" "What do you consider bizarre? Like the tales from tomb raiding novels?" Ning Shuang lightly tapped the steering wheel. "I wouldn't say those novels are entirely fiction, but tomb raiders operate covertly, while we conduct our work in broad daylight on a grand scale. It cannot be the same." Wu Duo nodded. "Your archaeological team can't possibly consist of just you as the sole woman, right?" "The archaeological team is not fixed. It is organized by the Institute based on each project, excluding administrative and logistical staff. It appears that female colleagues make up about 1/5 of the total personnel who can go into the field. Women have their own advantages as well." As the two casually conversed, Ning Shuang inquired about Wu Duo's background. She learned that Wu Duo had lost his parents at a young age and had only his grandfather for companionship, which surprised Ning Shuang. Although she felt sorrowful about her own mother's early passing, she realized that her situation was far more fortunate than Wu Duo's. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential complex, the two had already engaged in extensive conversation and had become quite familiar with each other. Wu Duo directly asked, "Do you have any plans this afternoon? If not, aren't you supposed to check out the fertilizer? Why not come over to my place?" While she had no plans, Ning Shuang felt somewhat embarrassed since it was her first visit and she had not prepared anything. What do you feel you should prepare?" Wu Duo asked, taken aback. Ning Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "No, it feels inappropriate to come empty-handed." "Oh, what's the big deal? My grandfather is quite easygoing," Wu Duo said. Observing Ning Shuang's demeanor, he suggested, "How about I accompany you to a nearby fruit shop to buy some fruit? That way, you won't come empty-handed." Ning Shuang pondered for a moment and agreed, "All right, I will also buy some gifts for the elderly gentleman." "No need. Really, it's not necessary to be so courteous," he replied, but Ning Shuang insisted on purchasing some fruit and additionally bought 2 boxes of high-quality nutritional supplements from a nearby specialty store. Wu Duo could only relent. "No, it's just friends," Wu Duo whispered, trying to clarify. "Understood. It's just that nothing has happened yet," Wu Daji said before hanging up the phone. Ning Shuang carried 2 boxes of nutritional supplements while Wu Duo held a bag of fruit as they entered the residential complex. "The environment here is quite pleasant. You have an eye for selection," Ning Shuang remarked as she surveyed the surroundings. "When I made the purchase, I prioritized safety and peace of mind," Wu Duo replied. "Grandpa, let me introduce you. This is Ning Shuang, and this is my grandfather." "Hello, Mr. Wu," Ning Shuang greeted with a smile. "This girl is truly lovely," Wu Daji exclaimed, giving Wu Duo a pat on the shoulder before turning to Ning Shuang. "Little Ning, just come over. Why buy anything?" Come in." As Ning Shuang stepped inside, a plump dog named Huafei wobbled over. She quickly set down her belongings, exclaiming, "This dog is quite chubby. It's so adorable. He has slimmed down a bit. He was even heavier before." Wu Duo placed the fruit down and noticed that Wu Daji had already set out teacups on the coffee table. "You could just hold him and sit down," he told Ning Shuang. The 3 of them settled in, and Ning Shuang asked Wu Duo while holding Huafei, "Is this dog indifferent to being held?" Wu Duo explained, "Not at all. He is inherently calm and does not display much emotion. If he doesn't resist, it means he accepts you." Meanwhile, Wu Daji turned to Ning Shuang and asked, "What is your profession?" "Ah, that explains it," Wu Daji nodded slightly. "What do you mean?" Wu Duo tilted his head, looking at his grandfather. Wu Daji smiled and said, It's no wonder you have such a serene aura. Archaeological work requires a calm and focused mind. Just differentiating soil layers is quite a hassle. Mr. Wu, do you also have an interest in archaeology? Ning Xuang inquired. I only know what I've heard from others, Wu Daji replied. Wu Daji rose from his seat, saying, Xiao Ning, please sit for a while. I shall go purchase some ingredients for dinner at home. Oh, in that case, you stay put. I will wash some fruit, replied Wu Daji as he walked towards the kitchen. Allow me, Ning Xuang exclaimed, setting aside the fertilizer to follow him. Wu Duo quickly interjected. You should not go after him, otherwise, the three of us will be cramped in the kitchen. Ning Xuang chuckled softly and refrained from pursuing them. At that moment, the dog glanced at Wu Duo and Ning Xuang, yawned, and slowly made its way to the study. Is it feeling sleepy? It often lounges in the study, even when at ISNT. This dog is indeed quite unique, contrary to what one might expect. It may not be entertaining, yet over time, it fosters a sense of companionship. The two resumed their conversation, and just as Wu Daji returned with the fruit, Wu Duo inquired, Is Mr. Li Yin still visiting archaeological sites? Ning Xuang nodded, yes, but only occasionally. He primarily spends his time at Yinjing University now. Li Yin? Wu Daji set down the fruit and turned to Ning Xuang. Are you familiar with the archaeologist, Mr. Li? Indeed, Mr. Li was my mentor during my graduate studies, and my opportunity at the National Archaeological Institute stemmed largely from his recommendation. Ning Xuang then asked, Grandpa Wu, are you also acquainted with Mr. Li? He is quite a renowned figure in the field of archaeology. I'm certain you have heard of him. Wu Daji continued, How's his health these days? Overall, he is doing well, although he must continue his heart medication. By the way, he will celebrate his 88th birthday this winter. On the 8th day of the 11th lunar month. Both Wu Duo and Ning Xuang exclaimed in unison. Ning Xuang displayed a look of surprise, while Wu Duo immediately followed up with, Grandpa, how do you know this so well? Ahem, Wu Daji explained. I once read a book by Mr. Li, and in the preface, he mentioned his birthday falls on the 8th day of the 11th lunar month in the lunar calendar. Grandpa, you truly have a remarkable memory. Ning Xuang contemplated for a moment before inquiring, What kind of work did you engage in previously? Well, that's quite a story, Wu Daji mused, gently rubbing his fingers. I left home at a young age and have done various types of work, primarily manual labor, drifting about without ever settling into a fixed job. You seem quite cultured. I simply enjoy reading, staying updated with the news, and embracing new experiences. One must keep pace with the times. The trio continued their conversation for about 10 more minutes before Ning Xuang decided it was time to take her leave. Wu Duo accompanied her to her parked car. Just as she was about to open the door, she paused. I feel like I've seen your grandfather somewhere before. That seems unlikely, Wu Duo replied. I too think it improbable. It's just a fleeting sensation. He has a familiar face. Don't overthink it. Ning Xuang nodded gently. I shall take my leave now. Drive safely. Yes, let's keep in touch. Ning Xuang entered her vehicle, started the engine, and waved at Wu Duo through the window. He waved back, and as the car began to move, he suddenly added, Before you go, let me treat you to a meal as a send-off. Of course. Ning Xuang smiled brightly and readily agreed, raising a hand to gesture for a phone call. Wu Duo involuntarily mirrored the same gesture, feeling somewhat foolish, and then shifted to wave goodbye as he watched the car disappear into the distance. For you, I have spent half a year's savings crossing oceans to see you. Ning Xuang, drive away, and I couldn't help but hum a tune softly. Meanwhile, Wu Daji sat on the bed in his bedroom, staring intently at a photograph on his phone. This photo, evidently a rephotographed old black and white image, bore a corner inscribed with the year, 1965. In the picture, the 18-year-old Wu Daji radiated vitality, standing alongside the 33-year-old associate professor of archaeology, Li Yan. Behind them loomed the grand entrance of the university, with the 4 characters Yinjing University glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. As Wu Daji's fingers traced the screen, tears streamed down his face. Wu Duo retrieved his keys and opened the door, entering the living room, where he sensed some commotion emanating from the old patriarch's bedroom. Grandpa, hey, what is this? Grandpa, are you crying? Upon entering Wu Daji's bedroom and witnessing the situation, Wu Duo was momentarily taken aback. I told you, it's not what you think. I just met her, he exclaimed. Don't go matchmaking. I just want to know, do you have feelings for her? Wu Daji pocketed his phone, exited the bedroom, and settled onto the sofa in the living room, casually lighting a cigarette. It seems I might, he admitted. Well, that has something. But she works in Yinjing, and I don't even know her. Wu Daji exhaled a puff of smoke, reflecting, a fortune can be easily acquired, yet a beloved is hard to find. By her appearance, She seems to be untouched. In this day and age, you must consider yourself extraordinarily lucky, Wu Duo remarked. Come on, is that appropriate? Feeling embarrassed, Wu Duo scratched his head, incredulous that one could deduce such a thing from appearances. Of course, besides appearances, there's also gait. You just focus on making her my granddaughter-in-law, so I can hold my great-grandchild soon. This is all rather nonsensical. Wu Duo felt the conversation was going nowhere, and he rose to retreat to the study, closing the door behind him. Let me quietly inquire with Huafei. Huafei, is what my grandpa said true? Wu Duo crouched before the table, gently stroking Huafei's head. Whispering his question, Huafei looked at Wu Duo with that same vacant expression. Do you think we are suited for each other? Wu Duo pressed on. Huafei adjusted its position, turning its back to Wu Duo. I've raised you for nothing. Wu Duo flicked Huafei's tail, but the dog remained unfazed, prompting Wu Duo to rise and leave. Exiting the study, he encountered Wu Daji, who approached him, saying, Your Huafei seems quite self-sufficient. If you prepare its food and drink, I believe it could manage for a few days on its own. Grandpa, you're not just letting it roam free, are you? Wu Duo inquired. Nonsense. I've taken it out for walks, replied Wu Daji. It's a clever dog, just doesn't speak. To this, Wu Duo wholeheartedly agreed. By the way, I plan to leave tomorrow. I will transfer half the money for the Fuying to you. Make sure to secure my granddaughter-in-law quickly. You're not lacking in funds now, and you have plenty of time to study antiques, so don't waste this moment. What? Why are you going to Yinjing? Shouldn't I accompany you? Wu Duo asked. No need. I simply wish to wander about by myself, reminiscing about my previous employment there. If anything arises, I shall certainly call you. Grandfather, what did you actually do in Yinjing? I moved bricks. Wu Daji rose, stating that he would lie down in the room for a while and asked to be called when dinner was ready. Dinner time is still early, besides. Weren't you the one who was supposed to prepare it? You let the person go, what am I to do? You rascal. The next day, Wu Duo accompanied Wu Daji to the high-speed train bound for Yinjing from Qizhou. It was merely a 2-hour journey, and Wu Daji even purchased a business-class ticket, justifying it as a case of a poor family on a rich road. He insisted on going alone, leaving Wu Duo with little recourse, though they could stay in touch at any moment. After sending off Wu Daji in the morning, Luo Yuza called at noon. You haven't forgotten about helping me look into the jade item, have you? Of course not, but it can't be today, can it? I contacted them in the morning. The elderly lady said it could be this afternoon or tomorrow. I thought it was better to be early than late. The elderly lady? Upon hearing this, Wu Duo wondered if she was part of the industry. Not all. If she were, I wouldn't dare to trust her. Given how precious and rare the item is, industry insiders would likely bury a whole heap of troubles. What is her background? She is a retired worker. Her husband passed away and left behind some belongings. You do have quite the extensive connections. Let us not dwell on the trivialities. Will this afternoon work? Yes, indeed. Let us resolve this today, and I shall take a complete rest tomorrow. All right then, await my arrival at home. I shall drive to fetch you this afternoon. In the afternoon, Luo Yuza arrived driving Corando. Upon seeing it, Wu Duo remarked, Why aren't you in your Range Rover? Are you attempting to be low-key again? I had no choice due to the exchange meeting. Imagine me driving a car worth over 100,000. The security at Suyan Mountain Villa would surely roll their eyes at me. Luo Yuza parked the car by the roadside in the LC district and led Wu Duo into a narrow alley. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of an ancient structure. The entrance was quite grand, a typical building from the Qing dynasty, though the plaque above the door was missing, and the brick walls on both sides appeared somewhat weathered. This must be a cultural preservation unit, right? Wu Duo inquired. Indeed, it's a provincial-level cultural preservation unit, the residence of a top scholar from the late Qing dynasty. Though I can't recall the name, Luo Yuza pointed to one side of the brick wall where the original sign had somehow been lost, and the new one had yet to be hung. As they entered the gate, what appeared magnificent from the outside revealed a different scene within. It resembled a chaotic courtyard, filled with numerous small structures and temporary buildings, with dogs barking and even chickens clucking, creating quite a ruckus. I heard this courtyard was once the dormitory for a machinery factory back in the 1950s. When the factory went bankrupt in 2005, the management and maintenance of this place became problematic. It hardly retains the semblance of a scholar's residence now, Luo Yuza remarked as they walked. I had come here before. I heard that originally, a plaque proclaiming the scholar's success hung above the entrance, with stone lions flanking both sides, but they were all destroyed during tumultuous times. Oh, so the elderly Lady S family were employees of the machinery factory. Wu Duo nodded. Yes, both she and her husband used to work there, but they are now retired. The elder passed away a few years ago, leaving his only son working in a distant city. The courtyard is indeed in disarray. However, as Wu Duo traverses the pathway, he can discern that it once was a grand residence with 3 distinct sections, each substantial in size. Once a prestigious scholar's estate, it has now transformed into a chaotic dwelling shared by several families. The elderly lady mentioned by Luo Yuza resides in the innermost eastern side of the courtyard, occupying 3 rooms, with 2 additional small brick rooms built in front. Is Aunt Zhang home? Luo Yuza knocks on the door. Isn't it the elderly lady? Wu Duo inquires, momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't we refer to her in a more youthful manner? Luo Yuza remarks, just as the door swings open. Aunt Zhang appears to be quite sprightly, seemingly around 60, slender and impeccably tidy. Little Luo has arrived. Come in and sit. This is my friend. You can just call him Little Wu, Luo Yuza introduces. Hello, Aunt Zhang, Wu Duo greets. The interior is remarkably tidy, presenting a stark contrast to the disheveled courtyard outside. The fabric sofa exudes the scent of laundry detergent, and the tempered glass coffee table glistens with cleanliness. I'll fetch you some water, Aunt Zhang says, first bringing out a platter of oranges and a plate of sunflower seeds. Please don't trouble yourself, Aunt Zhang. Let us look at the items first. Luo Yuza quickly interjects. You needn't stand on ceremony with us young folks. All right, just a moment, Aunt Zhang replies briskly as she heads into the inner room. When she returns, she carries a small wooden box, quite exquisite, made of chicken wing wood, showing signs of age that suggest it dates back to the Republic of China era. Take a look, Little Luo. Aunt Zhang places the wooden box on the coffee table. My husband had someone examine it before. They said it is a Han Dynasty jade piece. We and T sold it previously due to an unsuitable price. Now that our son is looking to buy a house out of town, we wish to help him as much as we can. I'll take a look. Luo Yuza nods and picks up the box. Wu Duo has already made up his mind to examine it closely to save time. As Luo Yuza examines the box, Aunt Zhang glances at Wu Duo, prompting him to casually inquire, Aunt Zhang, is this place a cultural heritage site? Have there been any announcements regarding expropriation? Indeed. I've heard some news. Not only the scholar's estate, but there are several plots in Qizhou that will likely initiate cultural heritage expropriation projects next year. However, we can't predict the pace of progress, and it's uncertain when the compensation will be dispersed. We can't delay our son's house purchase any longer. Oh, Wu Duo nods, pondering the age of the scholar's estate. At this moment, Luo Yuza has taken out a magnifying glass, meticulously examining the white jade piece in his hands. Chapter 105. A competitor arrives. Hearing Wu Duo's question, Aunt Zhang provides a brief introduction. This scholar's estate has been established for over 150 years. During the Republic of China, it was purchased and converted into a private residence, later becoming a dormitory for a mechanical factory in the 1950s. Wu Duo registers the name of the scholar mentioned by Aunt Zhang, though he realizes he is unfamiliar with it. There have been numerous scholars throughout the Qing dynasty, yet he only knows of Qian Weicheng and Wang Tonghe, primarily because one was a painter and the other a calligrapher, both of whom have auction records that he reviewed previously. After examining the piece, a satisfied expression appears on Luo Yuza's face. The jade piece in question is indeed quite diminutive, a cubic form measuring slightly over 2 centimeters in height, with a base edge of approximately 1 centimeter. However, such dimensions are characteristic of jade artifacts from the Han Dynasty. Upon closer inspection of the apertures at the top and bottom, the traces reveal craftsmanship typical of that era. Most notably, the inscriptions above indicate that Luo Yuza has done his homework, having perused numerous images, and has accurately captured the essence of the jumping knife and flowing silk technique. Subsequently, Wu Duo took his turn, prompting Luo Yuza to inquire, Aunt Zhang, what price are you considering for it? There is indeed a scarcity of reference prices for Han Dynasty jade artifacts, as genuine pieces rarely surface in the market, leaving only estimations. Luo Yuza had researched a reliable auction record from a prestigious international auction house, revealing that nearly 2 decades prior, a Han Dynasty white jade piece sold for over 600,000. However, such a price is undoubtedly unfeasible now, primarily due to the passage of time. Moreover, the market has been inundated with counterfeit Han Dynasty jade, causing many to hesitate in making definitive pricing judgments. The 600,000 bid back then was relatively low. In summary, a Han Dynasty white jade piece in good condition today would likely command at least 1 million and possibly even 2 million, depending on demand. Luo Yuza mused that a lower offer would be preferable, yet he could accept a price around 1 million, provided the authenticity of the piece was assured. Aunt Zhang, being straightforward and not entrenched in the industry, stated, my late husband once had offers up to 800,000, but did not sell. I am now looking to sell for 1,600,000. And Zhang, that seems a bit steep, Yaozhou replied. Why don't you tell me the maximum you can offer? I'm also being quite honest. You mentioned 800,000 as a non-sell price. So I'll raise my offer to 1 million. What do you think? 1,600,000 is indeed on the higher side. After some contemplation, Aunt Zhang confided. To be candid, my child needs an additional 120 to 130,000 for a home, and there are renovations to consider as well. This 1,600,000 is my bottom line. Aunt Zhang, you cannot be inflexible on the price. I truly cannot lower it, Xiao Luo. Just consider whether you can meet this price, she insisted, her demeanor gentle yet resolute. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Yaozhou thought it unreasonable to set a fixed price in a private transaction, as such rigidity could stifle negotiations. The current offer felt constricting. In the realm of antiques, there is often little room for profit, and finding a buyer willing to pay is essential. Nonetheless, Yaozhou possessed a jade piece known as a wengzhong and a compass pendant, intending to sell them as a trio of protective charms, which could still yield a profit when bundled together. Business is about maximizing profit, he said, smiling. And Zhang, you must consider the market. It cannot solely revolve around your needs. How about you lower the price a bit? I can make the transfer today. I've already stated I cannot lower it. And Zhang maintained, her tone unwavering. Then I shall ponder it further. Yaozhou nodded, glancing at Duo. Take your time. No rush. Would you like some water or an orange? And Zhang offered. Thank you. And Zhang, Duo replied as he rose. Let us step outside for a smoke and discuss this. Indeed, for such an expensive item, a thorough discussion is warranted. Before Aunt Zhang could finish her sentence, a knock resonated from outside the door. Is Aunt Zhang in? Rising to open the door, Aunt Zhang was joined by Duo and Yaozhou, who were also heading out. To their astonishment, upon opening the door, they found Guliang standing there. A sudden unease gripped Yaozhou's heart. Damn, a competitor has arrived. No wonder Aunt Zhang was so adamant about the price. It appeared there were other potential buyers. Moreover, aside from him and Guliang, there might be others as well. Guliang, upon spotting Duo and Yaozhou, displayed a hint of surprise. Ah, you two have arrived first. Do you know each other? Aunt Zhang chuckled and then inquired of Guliang. Are you the Xiaogu who called earlier today? Yes, it's me, Aunt Zhang. Have I arrived late? Not all. Xiao Luo and Xiao Wu mentioned they wanted to discuss things, so you should take a look at the items first. Guliang smiled slightly, indicating that they were all friends and there was no need for formality. You all can discuss. I will keep an eye on things as well. Even though my vision isn't the best, and I might need to observe for a while. Duo patted Yaozhou on the shoulder. Like I could take a look first. All right. Yaozhou nodded, and he and Duo stepped outside. A few meters away, both lit a cigarette, and Yaozhou asked, So what do you think? The item is good, but the set of 3 talismans is problematic, Duo replied, waving his hand lightly. As this was a piece from the Song Dynasty. Are you saying it's a Han Dynasty imitation from the song? Yes, Duo nodded. Moreover, this piece has been buried, showing faint bloodstains. I suspect it hasn't been unearthed for long. I know that, but it hasn't been from recent years. It should have been unearthed during the late Qing or early Republic period, right? About that, Duo responded. Song imitations are still worth collecting. And this one is exceptionally crafted, nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. However, if Aunt Zhang insists on a price of 1.6 million, then this deal is unfeasible. Exactly. If it were from the Han Dynasty, I could easily pay 1.6 million and still profit from the set of 3 talismans. But if it's a song imitation, I would only be able to offer a mere few tens of thousands. Yaozhou gazed at Duo. Are you certain it's a song imitation? From my perspective, it is indeed a song imitation. However, it is a remarkably rare top-tier craftsmanship, and with its burial history, it is virtually impossible to discern its authenticity. Yaozhou pondered, rubbing his fingers together. Upon noticing this, Duo thought that perhaps he was contemplating acquiring it at high price, intending to pass it off as a Han Dynasty jade piece. Such matters were beyond Duo's influence. Yaozhou had invited him for his expertise, and by providing his assessment, he had fulfilled his role. Chapter 106, Invitation. It doesn't affect anything. Guliang, meanwhile, was enjoying an orange. I suggest you both try an orange. It's quite sweet. As Masterga said, we are all friends and can negotiate easily. Yaozhou smiled as he picked up an orange. Anyone can buy it. 1.6 million? Then you go first. Guliang set down the orange peel. Yaozhou did not pursue that line of conversation. Didn't you just come from the south to Qizhou? How come you have such timely news? By chance. Aunt Zhang has been inquiring about selling lately, hasn't she? Ye Liang replied naturally. Wu Duo was unsure whether Luo Yuza intended to secure the item for 1.6 million. If this price were to be secured, then Luo Yuza would undoubtedly be involved in the matter under the guise of Han Dynasty Jade. However, those who specifically acquire the three-piece set of Dispelling Evil must possess a discerning eye, even if they cannot initially perceive its value. In the future, they may very well encounter someone capable of recognizing its true worth. What is there to concede? Guliang waved his hand dismissively, asserting that there is always a sequence to events. At this price, you arrived first. I have no objections. At this moment, Aunt Zhang found herself in an awkward position. Luo Yuza chose to conclude the discussion without further ado. Aunt Zhang, we shall take our leave now. We apologize for the disturbance. Wu Duo observed with satisfaction Luo Yuza's demeanor. Since they were determined to gather, they should not shy away from challenges nor fear complications. Waiting until they encountered a genuine Han Dynasty artifact to proceed, the two departed the room, with Aunt Zhang accompanying them to the entrance. Guliang stood up to greet them, remaining behind, though it was unclear what his intentions were moving forward. Once outside the door, Luo Yuza paused to the side, offering Wu Duo a cigarette, suggesting they wait for the arrival of the monk and inquire about the situation. Wu Duo accepted the cigarette, lighting it, questioning why they needed to wait. Everyone has their own plans. Shall I take my leave? Don't be hasty. Luo Yuza replied quickly. You've come all this way. What does a little more time matter? We can't let the failure of a deal spoil our spirits, can we? You left yesterday at noon, accompanied by a beauty. What weariness could there be? Just a little longer. Fine, I shall finish this cigarette, and if Guliang does not emerge by then, I will take my leave. As fate would have it, before he could even finish the cigarette, Guliang appeared, smiling upon seeing them. I knew you would wait for me. We were merely having a smoke before departing. Who would have thought you would return so swiftly? Luo Yuza extinguished his cigarette. The price has fallen short, hasn't it? Aunt Zhang surely cannot secure one at 160. Guliang replied. I could have left with you, but I delayed a moment to spare her any embarrassment. Lu Yus nu did, sensing Yi Liang's sincerity. Guliang continued. This piece will not reach the Han Dynasty. I trust you have discerned that as well. Your eye is commendable. You claim to be an amateur? Luo Yuza expressed his surprise, for he could not discern such nuances himself. I may be an outsider in antiques, yet I understand ritual vessels. The aura of bloodstains is not consistent with antiquity, Guliang stated plainly. Your assertions are rather esoteric. I find myself a bit bewildered. Luo Yuza remarked, placing a hand to his forehead. Wu Duo, however, interjected with curiosity, but if it is Han Jade, having been buried since the Song Dynasty, wouldn't the blood stains be the same? How can you assert it is not Han Jade based on that? My brother, you may not be aware, but if the piece was buried after patination, the nature of the bloodstains would indeed differ, Guliang explained earnestly. Jade is of the earth, while bloodstains are of water. Earth conquers water. Jade without patination that is buried will develop bloodstains. Luo Yuza raised his hand to interrupt, brother. Such discourse is beyond our comprehension. Your methods of appraisal are rather peculiar. Wu Duo contemplated. Different paths may lead to the same destination. Guliang nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. Now, let us not linger at the entrance any longer. Gulme, Guliang added with a smile. As I am new to Qi province and have few acquaintances here, it seems fate has brought the three of us together. How about I treat you both to dinner tonight? Luo Yuza responded with a smile. I will be delighted. As he spoke, he gestured towards Wu Duo, yet fatigue weighed upon him. Brother, could you grant me some leniency? Guliang inquired, casting a glance at Wu Duo. Wu Duo chuckled in response. Good brother. When it comes to dinner, it is still rather early. I have something to examine. Are you both interested? Guliang, with measured calmness, introduced. When it comes to jade and bronze artifacts, I remain adept, yet my discernment falters somewhat with porcelain. Spare me, interjected Lu Guanchong. Isn't your prize dream pillow merely porcelain? The curator purchased it eagerly and sang its praises endlessly. That porcelain pillow shows no signs of having been buried, its surface smooth and lustrous. It has been in use for an extended period without any malodorous aura. Surely it aids in slumber, Guliang elaborated. Wu Duo mused that the object Guliang intended to reveal was indeed porcelain. Brother Ge, you have only recently arrived in Qizhou, yet your connections are quite extensive. Others may be oblivious, but you both are not unaware, are you? It is all thanks to my grandfather's assistance in laying the groundwork, he replied. Very well. Since Brother Ge has mentioned it, let us go see. Wu Duo's impression of Guliang was steadily improving. Initially, There was a sense of distance due to his demeanor, leading Luo Yuza to bestow upon him the moniker Buddha head. However, Guliang's thoughtful nature and stable handling of matters, combined with his genuine and unpretentious communication, made interactions smooth and pleasant. Luo Yuza interjected, "Oh, so now you're no longer tired? Aren't you curious about what it is?" Wu Duo laughed heartily. "I'm still weary. Yet I sense that what Brother Go wishes to see must be something exceptional." Luo Yuza maintained a casual tone with Guliang, often lacing his comments with sarcasm. Yet Guliang exhibited no adverse reaction, demonstrating a graceful balance that left Luo Yuza somewhat softened. "Master Go, why not enlighten us on what it is?" Chapter 107, The Black-glazed. It is a black-glazed incense burner, though its age remains unknown, Guliang promptly replied. Unknown. Luo Yuza paused, puzzled. Perhaps he too was unaware. The dynasties and kills producing black-glaze are not numerous. Luo Yuza's assertion was partially correct. Black-glaze is not scarce in production, but rather rare as a sought-after aesthetic. The occurrence of black-glaze is not a result of human pursuit. Rather, it often arises from flaws in craftsmanship, where improper control led to excessive iron content, resulting in a blackened finish. In earlier porcelain production, the technology was not sufficiently refined, leading to many black or near-black wares, predominantly intended for daily use. In reality, consuming a meal from a black bowl is rather uncomfortable. Some may argue, no, I often see black tableware in Japanese and Korean restaurants, and I have used black bowls for my noodles. While one may find acceptable once or twice, the monotony of a black bowl throughout the year becomes oppressive. Thus, efforts have consistently been made to alter this situation. During the Song dynasty, black glaze became increasingly rare, although Ding and Yao kills produced it. Its prevalence in their overall output was minimal. As technology advanced, the Ming dynasty saw no production of black glazed porcelain. In the Qing dynasty, the Kangxi era briefly experimented with nostalgia, attempting black glaze, yet in limited quantities. The Yongzheng and Qianlong periods saw even less. In the late Qing, its production increased, but it merely imitated earlier black glaze styles. Wu Duo pondered the black-glazed incense burner. Oh, this incense burner is designed to correspond with the 5 elemental directions. The altar in the northern section requires a black-glazed incense burner. Are you keeping it for yourself? It's quite a task to gather all 5 colors. Wu Duo inquired. Indeed, it is for personal use. My shop is currently under renovation, so do not forget to show your support when it opens, Guliang explained. There's no need to collect all 5 colors. Only one is required. Since the shop faces south, there is only one altar along the northern wall. Luo Yuza chuckled. You are quite particular. What if you cannot find an old black-glazed incense burner? If I can't find an old one, I'll simply purchase a new one. I might even have one custom-made, Guliang replied with a smile. Such items are indeed rare, so after receiving this lead, I didn't delve further and made an appointment right away. You arranged everything without first going there and instead came here to buy a new one? The seller is a restaurant owner, typically busy until 3 in the afternoon, so I scheduled for 3:30. I have everything organized on both ends. Impressive, Luo Yuza exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Let's go then. Guliang had taken a taxi and got into Luo Yuza's car. Meanwhile, the music played softly. You always complain about the price of a dish, yet you remain unaware of how meticulously I select my ingredients. You do not realize how many times I wash the vegetables. If they are not clean, you cannot discern the difference in taste. The remnants of those substandard ingredients have already altered your body. I share all this with you, but if you still disapprove, then I can only say, be my guest. I know my worth extends beyond mere profit. The trio found themselves captivated, listening intently for a while, and the long-haired man seemed to perform even better under the attention. Hey, this is a perfect blend of lyrics, melody, and performance. Upon the conclusion of the song, Luo Yuza couldn't help but applaud. Are you 3 here to dine? It is rather late for that. Not quite. I have an appointment to view some items. My surname is Ge. Is Mr. Qin available? Oh, you must be Mr. Ge. I'm Qin. The long-haired man extended his hand. Mr. Qin, you possess such refined interests. Just finished a busy period and now indulging in some self-entertainment. Please come inside. The 3 entered the restaurant and sat down at table. Mr. Qin called over a waiter to bring 3 bottles of mineral water. Please enjoy some water. Mr. Qin, do you play the guitar and compose music professionally? Wu Duo casually asked. It's merely a hobby. Mr. Qin smiled as he stood by the table. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve the items from upstairs. This modest restaurant is situated on the ground floor of a residential building, suggesting that Mr. Qin likely resides above. They are my friends and share a passion for antiques, so I thought it fitting to bring them along, Guliang replied, opening a decorative box to reveal the incense burner. The incense burner is not particularly large, with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters and a height of around 15 centimeters. It features 3 legs and double handles, its design being simple yet elegant, devoid of intricate decorations. The outer surface glistens with an aged black glaze, while the base is coated in white glaze, unmarked, save for a blue and white double circle. As Guliang examined it, Wu Duo and Luo Yuza remained transfixed. Upon closer inspection, they exchanged glances, both forming the same word with their lips, Kangxi. This is a rare, 3-legged incense burner from the Kangxi Imperial Kiln, characterized by its black glaze, which was renamed Wu Jing glaze during the Kangxi era due to the unfavorable connotation of the term black. Since ancient times, the people of Huaxia have been adept at the art of naming. The term Wu Jing glaze certainly possesses a more melodious charm than black glaze. There exists another type known as Jiang glaze, which, while not as exquisite as Wu Jing glaze, is referred to as Zijing glaze. It appears that Guliang did not anticipate encountering such an open piece from the Kangxi Imperial Kiln, as a hint of surprise flickered across his expression. The absence of rain marks on Kangxi Imperial porcelain is not uncommon, particularly in the early years of his reign, when most imperial wares bore no such inscriptions. This was a period marked by instability and civil unrest. Both the emperor and his ministers were acutely aware of the need for caution. Given the fragility of porcelain, the misfortune of inadvertently shattering a piece inscribed with Mei during the Kangxi period would be deemed inauspicious. However, as the Kangxi reign progressed, the occurrence of unmarked pieces diminished significantly. Some unmarked wares featured a smooth, unembellished surface, while others displayed a blue and white double circle, lacking any inscriptions. The identification of such open pieces is not particularly challenging, and after a silent exchange of glances among the trio, their consensus was apparent. Nevertheless, during this interval, Wu Duo still took precautions. No worries, this is indeed from the Kangxi Imperial Kiln. Guliang began, Mr. Qin, may I inquire about the price? Aren't you curious about the provenance of this piece? Mr. Qin chuckled, replying, I have heard that there is a rule in the antiques trade to refrain from questioning the origins. However, times have changed. Everyone desires a measure of security. I understand your sentiment. Guliang responded with a smile. You wish to avoid complications, preferring to sell and move on, fearing I might seek further details later, correct? Rest assured, for items I deem worthy, I will not pursue past accounts. As for the origin, if you can divulge, that would be splendid. Chapter 108. The Kangxi Era of the Ming Dynasty. Mr. Qin nodded and retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket. Upon noticing him take out a cigarette, Luo Yuza quickly stepped forward to offer one first. Mr. Qin accepted without hesitation, stating, My father was an avid collector, particularly of porcelain. This piece was left to me. Oh, I am not from Qizhou. My roots trace back to Langye County. Upon hearing this, the three could not help but feel intrigued. Luo Yuza nearly blurted out, Did your esteemed father leave you only this incense burner? But ultimately restrained himself, deciding it prudent to wait until Guliang concluded his discussion about this piece. No problem. Guliang nodded. Then may I kindly ask Mr. Qin for your lowest price? I am not well versed in this matter. Initially, I had no intention of selling, but this year my restaurant has faced financial difficulties. Thus, I took it to a major auction house, yet their appraisal was disappointingly low and I missed the autumn auction. Consequently, I sought the assistance of a friend to find a potential buyer. As Mr. Qin spoke, he brushed off the ash from his cigarette. Based on my inquiries and the market conditions I discovered, this item could fetch over $1 million. I wish to expedite the sale, so I propose a straightforward price, $1 million. Guliang nodded, withholding his response while gently tapping the table with his fingers. Wu Duo, unfamiliar with the market value of this item, was relieved that he was not the buyer. He pulled out his phone to check the platform for information. Indeed, Wu Duo located a transaction record for a Wujing glaze incense burner from the Kangxi Imperial Kiln. This particular piece was entirely unmarked, larger than the one before them, boasting a superior sheen and color, complemented by gilding along the rim. In every respect, it surpassed the current piece with a transaction record of $2 million. Fear not the lack of knowledge, but rather the comparison that reveals the disparity. Although I have merely gazed upon the image of that item, juxtaposed with the one before me, it becomes apparent that the latter lacks a certain sophistication. Acquired for $1 million, this piece is aligned with the market value. Thus, while it does not constitute a loss, it offers little in terms of profit. However, Guliang intends to place it in his store and does not plan to resell it immediately. Thus, the question of profit is secondary. What truly matters is its suitability. Suitability encompasses both the aesthetic placement and the financial feasibility. In a moment of silence from Guliang, Yaozhou interjected, "Boss Qin, since you have inquired, you must be aware that this Wujing glaze can be categorized into 3 shades: pure black, dark black, and bluish black. Your incense burner does not reach the pinnacle of pure black, and its luster is somewhat lacking. Thus, the price is indeed elevated. The distinctions are clear. Pure black is essentially devoid of hue. Dark black has a hint of red, and bluish black, as the name suggests, carries a touch of blue. I cannot discern these nuances," Guliang admitted. "I only recognize it as a piece from the Kangxi Imperial Kiln." With a slight smile, Boss Qin turned directly to Guliang, asking, "Mr. Gu, do you also find the price excessive?" "It is indeed high," Guliang conceded. "In the realm of antiquities, it is customary to inflate prices, and for this incense burner, 1 million is merely a standard rate." "Ah." The 3 men paused in surprise. "Isn't it too high? Then let it be." Boss Qin observed them and reiterated, "I have stated my price." At this moment, Wu Duo intervened. "Boss Qin, allow me to explain. We were unaware that you were so resolute. In the world of antiquities, it is rare to encounter a fixed price without negotiation. Even if the final transaction aligns with the initial offer, there is typically a thorough discussion in between." Yaozhou chuckled. "Surely not every dish here is prepared in haste. Some require a slow simmer." Boss Qin waved his hand dismissively. "It seems this is a misunderstanding. However, I have no interest in the antiquities trade. I am merely selling this one item. If 1 million is the price, so be it. If it does not sell, I shall seek other means to raise funds. Surely, you must allow some time for me to contemplate. One cannot simply declare a price and expect to walk away when it seems too high," Guliang continued. "That is certainly acceptable," Boss Qin nodded. "In fact, I believe that when you mentioned the price was high, you were indicating disinterest." "Let us smoke," Yaozhou offered, proffering a cigarette. The demeanor of Boss Qin momentarily left the 3 men feeling unsettled. It is generally expected that those who lack an appreciation for antiquities, or who are unfamiliar with the trade, would treat the sale of an antique much like that of any ordinary commodity. Yet even so, to adhere rigidly to a fixed price for a second-hand item, without the willingness to engage in discussion, is indeed an uncommon occurrence. Wu Duo pondered further, contemplating that perhaps Boss Qin's assertive stance stemmed from the presence of 3 individuals, placing him at a disadvantage in the negotiation. Were Guliang alone, there might have been room for further discussion. "Boss Qin, you mentioned that your father left you some items. Could it be that this is one of them?" Wu Duo inquired, noticing that Guliang had yet to reach a decision. "At that time, my elder brother presided over the distribution of items, and he bestowed upon me 3 pieces, all porcelain. One of them was a celestial vase inscribed with the mark of the Daowang period of the Qing dynasty, which I have already sold. The remaining 2 pieces include this incense burner, which I was unaware was from the Kangxi Imperial Kiln, and surprisingly, it is worth more than the rather large celestial vase." "And what about the other piece? Do you intend to part with it?" "There's also a brush holder. It is quite beautiful, and I have kept it for admiration." "So you are not selling it then?" After further probing from Wu Duo, Boss Qin revealed an awkward expression. He could part with it, but the price was difficult to determine. Too low, and I would be unwilling. Too high, and you would object. Upon hearing this, Wu Duo mistakenly thought he was still alluding to the incense burner's price negotiation. "A deal is a deal, one item at a time. Is your brush holder blue and white, or colorful?" "It is colorful. My father once mentioned it is of 5 colors. Does it have a mark?" "Yes. But it's rather strange." Boss Qin chuckled. "Let us not discuss it further." Wu Duo assumed that his notion of strangeness stemmed from not recognizing the inscription's characters or content, and thus he hesitated to respond. At that moment, Guliang had reached a decision, stating, "All right, Boss Qin, I have thought this through. I will take it for 1 million. Seeing his resolution, Wu Duo and Yaozhou refrained from further comment. In the realm of antiques, there are seldom hidden flaws. Furthermore, it is preferable to buy at a higher price than to acquire a counterfeit. When one encounters an authentic piece, and it is needed, the normal transaction price is acceptable." Once their transaction was completed, Wu Duo humorously inquired, "Boss Qin, is that brush holder also priced at 1 million? Having just completed a significant transaction, Boss Qin appeared quite pleased and replied candidly, "Well, I will be straightforward. Although that brush holder is beautiful, the inscription reads made in the Kangxi period of the Great Ming, which is rather peculiar. Do you still wish to see it?" Chapter 109, A Single Character's Difference. "What?" Upon hearing this, Wu Duo immediately displayed a look of astonishment. The Kangxi era is a reign title of the Qing dynasty, and finding an inscription denoting the Great Ming's Kangxi period should elicit laughter rather than surprise. It is akin to the effect of modern industrial defects failing to improve with experience. However, this is not the case. Genuine porcelain from the Ming Kangxi period does indeed exist, as evidenced by a piece housed in the Nanjing Museum, which fully embodies the characteristics of the Kangxi imperial kiln. This is a blue and white press cup. The term press cup derives from two aspects. 1. Its size is suitable for grasping, and 2. The slightly flared rim fits perfectly when held. This blue and white press cup stands at 5 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of less than 9 centimeters, and has a relatively thin body adorned with a blue floral pattern. The base bears a 6-character inscription in regular script, made in the Kangxi period of the Great Ming. Such press cups are typically used as wine cups. During the same period, numerous press cups from the Kangxi imperial kiln bear the mark of the Qing Kangxi period. This particular piece, when authenticated as genuine, naturally invites much speculation. Some of this speculation is reasonable while others are not. The unreasonable ones clearly arise from a logical fallacy. Most do not truly comprehend that this is from the Kangxi imperial kiln. Even the reasonable conjectures may not align with reality, as there are numerous variables at play. Therefore, it is indeed more beneficial to weave the background together with historical facts. The establishment of the imperial kiln factory in Jingdezhen dates back to the Ming dynasty. Prior to the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty, porcelain produced by the imperial kiln underwent 2 rounds of selection before leaving the factory, the first after firing, and the second at a designated collection point. Any items deemed unfit were invariably destroyed. Had the flaws seen in this blue and white cup occurred before the Jiajing era, they would have certainly met the same fate. However, post-Jiajing, the imperial kiln factory encountered difficulties, unable to fully shoulder the burden of producing imperial porcelain. It allocated a portion of its production to the civilian kilns. This practice is known as official and civilian collaboration. The system of collaboration persisted into the Qing dynasty, becoming even more lenient. So lenient, in fact, that substandard products were not only spared destruction, but could also be sold in the marketplace. Consequently, it became common to see imperial kiln porcelain available for sale in the Jingdezhen market, a phenomenon historically referred to as the competition between official and civilian goods. This collaboration and competition provided the historical backdrop for the emergence of the blue and white porcelain from the Kangxi period of the Ming dynasty. In this context, the circulation of such pieces became a possibility, whether due to a craftsman's error, a fervent desire to restore the Ming dynasty, or an act of rebellion. These items did indeed emerge and circulate. Naturally, such pieces could only find their way into the market through this competition and could not be sent directly to the capital. Nevertheless, even if such items were produced and circulated as imperial wares, their survival over time was fraught with difficulty. The risk of persecution was akin to that experienced during the literary inquisition. Once discovered, many could face dire consequences. Additionally, the process of transmission bore the risk of damage. Thus, for this blue and white cup from the Kangxi period of the Ming dynasty to have survived intact until today is an extraordinarily rare occurrence, and the discovery of such a piece is indeed a stroke of fortune. Wu Duo was astonished, particularly because another piece had emerged from Boss Qin's collection. After all, prior to seeing it, he had speculated that it might be a mere counterfeit, yet there remained a possibility of authenticity, especially given Boss Qin's assertion of its beauty. It was evident that Boss Qin was unaware of the blue and white cup held by the Nanjing Museum. Upon seeing Wu Duo's astonished expression, Boss Qin misunderstood and offered an awkward smile, acknowledging that the inscription was rather absurd, yet he genuinely liked it for its beauty. While it may not be an antique, it could certainly be regarded as a work of art, could it not? Luo Yuza and Gu Yang shared a similar sentiment, as they were well acquainted with the blue and white cup from the Kangxi period. Now that you mention it, I am quite curious to see it, Wu Duo remarked, steadying himself. But for such an item, you say the price is hard to determine? As I mentioned, it is after all a work of art. Even if I do not sell it as an antique, it still holds value, at least in my estimation. And what would that estimation be? 10,000. Let us round it to a whole number. It cannot be less. How about this? Since we are all here, I would appreciate it, Boss Qin, if you could make a trip for us to take a look. All right, please wait a moment. Boss Qin readily agreed. He had already placed a bid, and since the other party was interested in it, there was hope for a transaction. Furthermore, they had just purchased an item worth $1 million. So even if this brush pot ultimately did not lead to a sale, making a few extra trips would not be a burden. After Boss Qin left, Wu Duo whispered to Gu Yang, "Brother Gu, this business is brought by you. If you fancy it later, you may go first." Gu Yang waved his hand dismissively. Is there really that much coincidence? Besides, he mentioned it was multicolored, and the probability of genuine Titso is even lower than that of blue and white porcelain. Luo Yuza chuckled. This could be troublesome. If it's genuine, it could rival that piece from Nanbua, which is quite valuable. If it's true, we can't start fighting among ourselves. Can we? Wu Duo spread his hands. Everyone shares in the profits, dividing the earnings into thirds. No objections, right, Master Ge? Luo Yuza looked towards Guliang. With a helpless sigh, Guliang replied, fine. But don't just think about the good things. The three of them sat at a dining table near the entrance. Meanwhile, a waiter and a chef were behind the counter, engrossed in their phones, completely oblivious to their murmurs. Once the brush pot was taken out of the brocade box and placed on the table, Wu Duo's eyes sparkled. The multicolored brush pot had ample white space, and the painting was indeed exquisite. The artwork depicted bamboo and sparrows, with several tall bamboos, 2 sparrows, rocks, grass, and a small stream beside the bamboo. Isn't it beautiful? However, upon seeing the inscription, he sighed, what a pity. Boss Qin remarked nearby. Go ahead. Guliang and Luo Yuza chimed in unison, urging Wu Duo. Wu Duo did not hesitate and took a closer look. However, he first examined the bottom to reveal the much-discussed mark. To his surprise, it was indeed a red mark. Although some characters were connected in cursive, overall, it could be considered regular script. Dami Gengshi. The three of them paused momentarily, and upon confirmation, they turned to Boss Qin with unusual expressions. You may not understand antiques, but you cannot misread the characters. There are only 6 characters. How could you mistake one? With just one character misread, the implications were significant. Boss Qin, meeting their gaze, looked at the inscription. Is there a problem? Wu Duo pointed emphatically. Boss Qin, take a good look. Is this truly from the Deming Kangxi era? Pay attention to this character. Chapter 110, Master Kangxi. Boss Qin finally understood. This is not from the Deming Kangxi era. This is made during the Deming Kangxi period. How could I have misread it? The character Shu had more connected strokes, resembling the cursive form of Yan, but it could still be distinguished. Moreover, the overall style was in regular script. And while connected strokes are understandable, it would be impossible for just the character to be entirely in cursive. Boss Qin's mistake was primarily due to preconceived notions and habitual thinking. Suddenly, Luo Yuza burst into laughter. This mark is impressive. Not only is it from the Deming Kangxi era, but it was also personally crafted by Emperor Kangxi. At that moment, Wu Duo began to listen intently. This brush pot did not seem like a modern imitation. Conversely, it was unlikely for a modern replica to achieve such a level of glaze and painting quality while bearing such a poorly executed mark. Indeed, this multicolored bamboo and sparrow brush pot was neither a modern imitation nor an artifact from the Qing dynasty's Kangxi period, but rather a genuine piece from the Ming dynasty's Wanli period. This is a colorful brush holder from the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty. The name Kangxi refers to a person, with the surname Kang and the given name Shi, rather than the later era name of the Qing dynasty. Thus, the inscription Daming Kangxi Shoji is easily comprehensible. During the Ming dynasty, the inscriptions on folk kiln porcelain were quite diverse, featuring hall names, era names, personal names, auspicious phrases, and even composite inscriptions, such as those indicating the 7th year of the Tianshan era produced by the Ma family in Datong. However, in the Qing dynasty, such liberties were curtailed. Emperor Kangxi once issued an edict prohibiting the inscription of era names and the characters of sages on porcelain. Therefore, the inscription Daming Kangxi Shoji, which reflects the freedom of inscriptions in the Ming dynasty, must indicate the work of a folk kiln craftsman named Kangxi. It is likely that this master Kangxi was not particularly renowned. Moreover, should such an item have circulated into the Kangxi era, it would have easily been destroyed, as the Ming and Kangxi eras were incompatible, and the term Shoji could have displeased Emperor Kangxi. Thus, although this item originates from the Ming dynasty, its survival through the Qing dynasty to the present day is remarkable, akin to the rare blue and white cup inscribed with Daming Kangxi Ninji. This brush holder possesses a certain charm. Wu Duo smiled, setting down the brush holder, while Luo Yuza and Guliang chose not to look further. Given the inscription of Kangxi Shoji, what was there left to examine? It had to be a replica. Either the person who inscribed this imitation was utterly inexperienced, or they sought to create a niche by mimicking the blue and white cup from the Southern Museum, erroneously inscribing it as Shoji instead of Ninji, thus failing miserably. Such exquisite clay, glaze, and colorful paintings were wasted. Both Luo Yuza and Guliang shared this sentiment. This was akin to the misunderstanding of Mr. Qin regarding the characters. Both stemmed from preconceived notions and ingrained thinking. However, Mr. Qin was not significantly affected, as he had no illusions. He always believed it to be a replica. In his eyes, both Daming Kangxi Ninji and Daming Kangxi Shoji seemed absurd. Yet, while both were far-fetched, Shoji was even more ludicrous than Ninji. I must say, if it were cheaper, you and T put it away again, would you, Mr. Qin? Wu Duo chuckled. Do you truly wish to purchase it? Wu Duo pointed at Luo Yuza. I decided to buy it solely because he claimed it was made by Emperor Kangxi himself. It's all for a bit of fun. In play, joy is the most important. Mr. Qin pondered for a moment, deeming the sale uncertain. I'll set the price at 10,001 T. Alter it. If you want it, take it. If not, I shall keep it for my own enjoyment. Very well, for the sake of amusement, 10,000 it is. I'll take it, Luo Yuza replied. He was puzzled, but would not inquire directly, instead smiling. Mr. Qin, parting with both items today is indeed a joyous occasion. Let me treat you all to some drinks in my little shop tonight. What do you say? Wu Duo, Luo Yuza, and Gu Liang all politely declined. For various reasons, conversing over drinks with him was not ideal. After settling the payment, the trio took their leave. On the way, Luo Yuza would surely question Wu Duo about the purchase of the brush holder. Wu Duo, constrained by his inability to speak, explained as much as he could. Your statement reveals a significant oversight, Luo Yuza exclaimed while striking the steering wheel. Furthermore, with the allure of Kangxi's legacy, should this item be sent to an auction house for some spirited promotion, it could potentially fetch an extraordinarily high price. In truth, even in the absence of Kangxi's association, such a fine Wanli-era folk kiln colorful brush pot could easily command between 300,000 to 500,000. It is no exaggeration to call it a remarkable find. The reason this folk kiln item can reach such a value lies not only in the prestige of Wanli's 5-color wares, but also in the scarcity of porcelain brush pots from that era. These brush pots only began to emerge during the late Ming dynasty. Although their practical utility is limited, their aesthetic appeal is profound, and despite their late arrival, they quickly captivated the hearts of literati. The argument for their limited practicality stems from the differences between ancient and modern times. Today, one can place ballpoint pens and fountain pens within such pots. Yet in antiquity, the brush was the primary writing instrument. Should one place the brush upright or downward? If upright, the bristles splay out. If downward, they become damaged. Thus, brush pots could only accommodate unused brushes, which are better stored in a box. Initially, the discussion was about Gu Liang treating, but upon Wu Duo's fortuitous discovery, he insisted on treating instead. Gu Liang did not object, and Luo Yuza eagerly called for a grand feast. Wu Duo invited him to choose the venue and the cuisine, yet after some contemplation, he remarked that he had no particular cravings. Ultimately, Gu Liang selected a restaurant specializing in venison. Although the deer were farm-raised, the chef's skills were commendable, and the flavors delightful. The three opted for a relatively quiet private room, dining while conversing. After a while of discussing antiques, Luo Yuza shifted the topic to Gu Liang's expertise in destiny and feng shui. Master Gu, can a person's fortune truly be altered through feng shui? How shall I put it? A person's fate is determined by myriad factors, simply put, by the interplay of time, place, and relationships. However, this may not align with your understanding. Firstly, concerning time, it pertains to the ancestral blessings one inherits. An individual's time is predestined from birth and is exceedingly difficult to alter. The only aspects subject to change are place and relationships. The place relates to the feng shui you mentioned. As for relationships, they involve the people one associates with. For a man, the most significant is his spouse, followed closely by friends. It's not a matter of which of these three is more important. Rather, they mutually influence one another in a delicate manner. When Gu Liang spoke on this subject, he indeed conveyed a certain elegance, succinctly articulating his points. How is it that something originally shrouded in mystique is rendered by you in such a refreshing and refined manner? Luo Yuza pondered, scratching the back of his head.